In her favorite novel, the heroine grows up to become a saint who saves the whole world in the name of the sun god. It's the kind of story you fall asleep dreaming about. 34 years old, and the rain is already washing away her last moments. She's a detective, stabbed down by the very criminal she'd been chasing. Just like that, she dies in the line of duty, case closed on a life cut way too short. Somewhere else, a hand grips a pen tight enough to snap it, snarling about how someone needs to come to their senses. Even in death, it seems, she's still being ordered around told to rest her bones in some temple. She blinks awake with bubblegum pink hair and gold eyes, groaning, "I'm definitely dead, right? Please tell me this is heaven." Yeah, this really does not feel like heaven. She's in some gilded mansion, and a man's voice is already snapping that he can't tolerate her laziness anymore. The furious count orders his staff to drag that thing out, lock her away, and not give her a single drop of water. At dawn, he wants her thrown out to the temple for good. His staff just bow, "Yes, master." Two maids seize her by the arms before she can even process what's happening. Wait. She can't believe how easily she's being hauled off. Dead or not, this feels insulting. No way, she thinks, struggling against them. Just because I'm dead doesn't mean my muscles disappeared. A boy at the dinner table barely glances up, muttering that she's killing his appetite. Then someone says a name, Ordal, and it stops her cold. "They called me Ordal," she repeats, touching the necklace at her throat. The name echoes again, and something about it claws at the edges of her memory. It feels familiar, ominous even. Could it really be? Then a voice chimes in out of nowhere. "Welcome, user Cha C1, I am the AI system managing dimensions." Turns out she's been possessing a body inside the world of her favorite novel, Sacred Idella. Her new name in this world is Ordal Kiris, an AI system, possession, she sputters. "I possessed Ordal Kiris," that name, she knows exactly who that is. The system chirps back cheerfully, promising to wholeheartedly assist with a smooth possession experience. Light flashes around her as the truth slams into place. "What on earth is this?" she mutters into the dark. Two men bow formally in front of her. "Please take care of me." Yeah, this is, in a word, a seriously messed up situation. Ordal Kiris, that's the name she's stuck with now. Just a distant relative of the Kiris family, an ordinary girl who woke up one day with a spark of sacred power. Barely any power to speak of, but the Count saw an opportunity. Turn her into a saint and the whole family cashes in on the influence. The temple, desperate not to collapse, takes the deal as long as the Count keeps the donations coming. And so he sets out to mold Ordal into his personal weapon. What follows is abuse. Straight up brainwashing, no sugarcoating it. Beaten down and broken, Ordal gets molded into whatever the Count needs her to be. In the end, she becomes nothing more than a fake saint, propped up for show. She plays the part beautifully, hands folded, halo and all, right up until the real saint, the actual heroine, shows up to reclaim her place. Jealousy eats Ordal alive after that. She spirals, lashing out and committing every wicked act you can imagine. And in this novel, that's exactly how villainesses like her end up, executed by the male leads themselves. No wonder the girl now wearing her face looks sick to her stomach. Suddenly, getting tossed out to a temple doesn't sound so unreasonable after all. Having lived through a taste of it herself now, she can't help but feel for the girl whose body she's wearing. "I thought I'd go to heaven and rest peacefully," she grumbles, hugging a stuffed bunny. "So why did it have to be Ordal of all people?" The system pings back instantly, question received. "You came out well," it chirps, unhelpfully upbeat. "Cue a full chibai meltdown, give me back my heaven." Turns out her soul beat something like a 0.00018% chance to get chosen by this world's sun god as an apostle. 0.00018, huh, she deadpans, perfect number to curse with, guess that makes it legal. Apparently the plan was a full reincarnation, but the sun god just didn't have the juice, so she got stuffed into an existing body instead. Correction, divine power was flat out insufficient. Reincarnation was never on the table. She drops the shock and gets straight to business. "So what do you actually want from me?" Spit it out. The quest lands hard. Save the dying sun god, grow her sacred power, gather followers, or watch the god and this entire dimension get erased forever. This is insane, she groans, burying her face in her hands. If I just sit tight, the actual heroine handles all this herself. So why me? The system's answer: this timeline already split from the original story a full year before it even begins. Which means every relationship, every outcome, is hers to rewrite from scratch. Meet Ordal Kiris, now with a very different woman running the show behind those golden eyes. First up on the cast list, male lead candidate number 1, a golden-haired noble with all the charm you'd expect. And male lead candidate number 2, a sharp-eyed knight with hair like winter frost. Oh, and there's a third contender too. All glasses, cheekbones, and a smile that screams I'm definitely up to something. Her actual assignment: form new bonds with every single one of them completely from scratch. She's not thrilled. What am I even supposed to do with that? I thought dying meant I got to rest. Fine, annoying but fine, she mutters, and finally gets why it had to be Ordal's body specifically. Barely any sacred power or not, sitting in the saint's seat is exactly the kind of leverage you need to pull off something big. And lucky for her, Ordal's old personality kept everyone at arm's length, so nobody's going to notice the soul underneath just changed. Does it even need a reason? She says, staring out at the night. I just want to rest. Her plan, in one sentence: let the actual heroine save the world. She's going to enjoy this stolen second life her own way. The Count wants her tossed out to the temple by morning. Perfect. She'll go all right and say her piece before she does. I'm quitting, she smirks, being the sun god saint. 3 days after her stepfather has her dragged off, she is finally on the road to the one place she never wanted to go. A lone carriage rattles through the woods, carrying her straight toward the sun god's grand temple. She slumps back with a groan. I have to go all the way to the grand temple just to quit being a saint. And she is nowhere near done complaining. I've been starving for 3 days already. Bound hands claw weakly at fabric, choking on hunger and helplessness. Before she left, her stepfather's voice rang out cold and final. Drag her out, lock her up, and don't give her a single drop of water. Bound and furious, she vows silently she is done with the Kiris family for good. At this rate, she thinks, she'll starve to death before she even reaches the temple. Before leaving, she'd cornered the mysterious system in her head with a few last questions. Her current divinity, a pitiful 2%. Boost the number of believers on the weakened sun god's behalf, and her own divinity climbs right along with it. That's the deal. Priests kneel in solemn rows before the altar. There's a catch, too. She also has to take down something called the evil. But wait, isn't defeating evil literally the actual heroine's job? Idalla's supposed to handle that in a year anyway, believers and all. That actual heroine is Idalla, golden-haired, blade drawn, drenched in blood in the vision the system shows her. Smoke and fire fill the vision. She has one burning question: why does it have to be her? The system's answer is maddening. That's a heavenly secret, and she'd need over 40% divinity just to ask. And now you won't even tell me the truth, she snaps at the glowing interface. Ugh, this is so annoying, she groans and immediately regrets it, since yelling on an empty stomach only makes her weaker. You have arrived at the sun god's grand temple, the system chimes right on cue. The temple rises ahead, all marble columns and gold, impossibly grand for a starving girl in a rattling carriage. Finally, a hand shoots out to throw the carriage door open. She stumbles out looking a little green. Ugh, I think I'm going to throw up. Waiting at the entrance is a striking blonde man in temple white and gold, and he's already reaching for her. He pulls her in close with a smirk, all charm and mischief. Between the hunger and the sudden contact, her knees go weak and she leans right into him. Phew, I finally feel alive again, she sighs, cheeks flushed. A passerby freezes mid-step. Saw saintess, yeah, that's probably not a great look. The man holding her, all cool green eyes, is clearly used to being stared at. She stares back, still catching her breath. Somewhere behind all that marble grandeur, her stomach growls loud enough to echo off the columns. She's ushered inside, dress trailing, the carriage already forgotten behind her. He turns out to be warm and gentle underneath all that golden shine. This is Eirik Dearth, the sun god's grand temple's high priest. Here's the twist though, he's the one person in the temple who already suspects Ordal is a fake saint. Worse, he's a male lead fated to fall for the real heroine and end up killing her. For now though, Irik's just the guy shoving a full plate in front of her while she inhales it like she hasn't eaten in days. Which, to be fair, she hasn't. "I'm worried you'll choke," he says, watching her eat. She can't help it, the guy is just dazzling. Dinner carries on, plates clinking, her hunger finally getting some relief. Course after course, not exactly the diet of a temple that's supposedly broke. "High priest, I'm sorry about earlier. I lack experience," she offers, trying out humility for size. "You must have been quite startled," he replies evenly. He tilts his head a little thrown. "It's fine, you seemed very exhausted, you don't need to apologize." For something like that, he finishes, because the old Ordle never apologized for anything and everyone here knows it. "So it's weird that I'm suddenly apologizing," she admits to herself. "Might as well come clean now, right? Time to commit to the act. Visiting my family made me reflect on a lot of things," she announces grandly, "and I've come to the conclusion that this position was not for me." She dabs at her eyes for effect, playing the humbled saintess for all it's worth. "The pressure of pretending to be a saintess I didn't truly match weighed heavily on me," she says, "so I ended up being rude to everyone. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done. If it's not enough, I'll kneel and apologize again." "I'm afraid that's not possible," Irik cuts in, flat and immovable. "I'm sorry, but you cannot step down from being a saintess," he says. "Please reconsider." She'd been ready to grovel on the floor for this man. Instead, she just hits a wall. She blinks, thrown off. She hadn't expected him to shut her down this fast or this firmly. "If it's because of the Kiris family's donations, don't worry," she presses. "They'll never find out I left. I'm not going back home anyway." "But you're already deceiving everyone by pretending I'm a real saintess," she points out. "I think it's better to deceive just the Kiris family instead," she pitches. "So please reconsider, High Priest." He doesn't budge. "No matter what you say, I cannot allow that. The place you belong is here," he says, and somehow it lands less like comfort, more like a verdict. And with that, the High Priest of the Sun God's grand temple walks off, leaving her standing there. Candlelight flickers down an empty hallway. The doors click shut behind him. Did I hit a nerve and make him angry? She wonders, alone in the golden light. I thought fixing the donation problem would get him to let me go, but I'm not giving up that easily. Time to channel her inner detective. But first she thinks, let's see if there's anything useful in this room. Honestly, this room is way too fancy for a temple that's supposedly poor. She'd been too busy stuffing her face to notice earlier, but the food was suspiciously luxurious too. Something doesn't add up. Well, more importantly, she's on a mission now, find out if Ordle was hiding a stash somewhere. Slush funds, I need money if I'm going to survive on my own. She spots a set of ornate doors. What's this room? Golden light spills out from behind the flowers as she pushes them open. A dressing room, the doors swing wide to reveal exactly that. Wow, how many outfits is that? One glance tells her these fabrics cost a fortune. Ordle apparently blew a small mansion's worth on wardrobe alone. So there's probably no hidden cash in here. Just then, a voice interrupts. Saintess, I've come to collect the empty dishes. A red-haired priest steps in balancing a tray, all business. The high priest said he forgot to. He starts, gesturing toward the flowers. Retrieve them, he finishes, nodding toward the dishes. This is Dietrich Warren, the Grand Temple's senior priest. Yes, please take them, she says. He pauses, studying her. Is something wrong? By the way, Saintess, why are you speaking so politely? She blinks. Oh, right, that's not exactly her usual tone. He eyes her sideways. She's definitely not using her usual arrogant tone. Something's definitely off, he mutters, more to himself than to her. I've realized a few things lately, so I'm trying to change, she says breezily, sailing right past him. He just stares. Realized. I'm not suited to be a saintess, she announces next, so I'm planning to give it all up and leave soon. Wait a moment. The position of saintess isn't something you can abandon so freely, he sputters. Then is it okay for me to stay here like this? She counters and watches him freeze up completely. He can't even finish the sentence. He can't even manage an empty platitude to reassure her. He must have really hated the old Ordle. I'm not leaving immediately, she clarifies. I plan to make restitution to the temple first. Restitution? Dietrich echoes, stunned. Yes, restitution, she confirms. I think I used the temple funds too much on personal things. Her own words catch up with her a beat too late. I was just organizing my clothes, she adds, a little sheepish. Word apparently travels fast. Is she really about to sell off her entire wardrobe just to fund the temple? Even this dress, she's really selling it. Someone runs a hand over the fabric in disbelief. Yes, she said she bought it with her personal allowance, Dietrich reports, so she'd like to be reimbursed in cash. Eirik listens thoughtful, bought with her allowance. But she said this dress was a gift from Count Kiris on her first day here, Dietrich points out. Why lie about it just to sell it? I assumed it was under the Count's orders, he adds, but maybe not. Did they have some kind of falling out? Or maybe, Eirik muses, she's finally admitted to herself that the Count never cared about her at all. By all accounts, the Count never once spoke kindly to his stepdaughter, and still, she always chased his approval until now. If she's finally faced that truth, he reasons, that would explain the change in how she talks and looks. But since she still wants cash for the dress, Eirik says, green eyes narrowing, and since she's suddenly acting like a completely different person, he turns to a lavender-haired priest waiting nearby. Help her with the temple's finances. Very well, we'll do as the saintess wishes. From now on, you'll be in charge of handling it all, Eirik confirms, and one more thing. He steadies himself, hands clasped, clearly still turning something over in his mind. Please monitor the saintess's every move, he adds quietly, for the time being. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware, the woman wearing Ordal's face eyes another dress. This one looks pretty valuable. Something's off with the saintess, the temple whispers behind her back. Her plan, keep this one as emergency cash, that's what she thinks anyway. We open on a lazy weekday morning. Our girl wakes up in a ridiculously plush bed, not a single work shift in sight. The room is a dream in itself, drenched in morning light, roses spilling over the windowsill. Being loaded apparently comes with excellent interior design. It feels like a dream, she sighs, still soaking in the sheer luxury of it all. And honestly, why wouldn't it be? Someone feeds her, someone cleans up after her. This saintess gig is looking pretty sweet so far. She sprawls back into the pillows, grinning. Sleeping in with zero consequences, sign her up. Maybe, she thinks, being a saintess for a year wouldn't be the worst way to spend an afterlife. Then a knock rattles the door hard, and her cozy little bubble is about to pop. Someone calls out that they've arrived, and the lounging session officially ends. A young temple knight rushes in to greet her, and the second she answers, he yelps like he's seen a ghost. He's blushing so hard he fumbles clean off, and a full bowl of soup goes flying. The soup lands in a sad little puddle on the floor while the poor guy breaks out in a cold sweat. I'm so sorry, saintess, he stammers. I made a sound again, as if speaking near her is a crime. He drops into a full bow on the floor, and she's already regretting that whole staying a year idea. She can't help but gloat a little. The whole grand temple must be losing its mind over her right now. Meanwhile, he's still apologizing for the soup like it's a war crime. Please, he begs, hand trembling, please don't whip me. Whip, she stares, stunned. Turns out the woman whose body she's wearing didn't just have a temper, she actually beat people. Same deal with another maid. The poor woman flinches the second the word whip comes up, like she can't believe she isn't about to get hit. I'm not angry, so you may leave, she says gently, which, judging by the reaction, is apparently a shocking thing for this saintess to say. The maid practically bolts, stammering a hurried yes, saintess, on her way out. She didn't even hear the door open, the woman fled that fast. Beating the staff, okay, she thinks, this is actually serious. Just what kind of tyranny was this body's previous owner running around here? Still, not like the food did anything wrong. Time to eat, drama or no drama. Let's eat first and think later, she decides, practically radiating heart emojis. Once she's done, she figures she'll return the empty bowl to the kitchen herself. No need to make anyone else nervous over dishes. A system window pops up out of nowhere, the Grand Temple map, unlocked and ready to go. System, she blurts, staring like her own back just spoke to her. Oh, there was a feature like this. You could have told me earlier, she mutters around a mouthful of food, scolding the system like it's a lazy coworker. Handy now, she can actually find her way to the kitchen instead of wandering the halls. She heads off, bowl in hand, ready to play delivery girl for once. Her mind drifts a flicker of memory from the day she first arrived, kids staring like they'd seen something unbelievable. Someone else in that memory looked downright rattled by her too. The full picture, her grand entrance down the cathedral aisle, the whole temple bowing as the new saintess arrived. Reputation clearly precedes her. Back in the present, she runs straight into the grand temple's high priest, Dietrich blonde, put together and very much not expecting company. "What brings you here?" he asks, understandably thrown to find the saintess wandering the halls alone. "Sorry for interrupting your meal," she says quickly. "I was just trying to return this bowl to the kitchen. I think I took a wrong turn." "I'll take care of this," Dietrich offers, already reaching to handle the bowl for her. "And you didn't come to the wrong place, Saint," he adds. "You're free to go anywhere in the Grand Temple." "Ah, I see," she replies, filing that away. Freedom to roam noted. Whatever people actually think of her behind closed doors, in public she still gets treated like a saintess. Part of her feels bad about that, part of her is grateful. Elsewhere in the temple, someone's choking down watery soup and stale bread for a meal. What's with this poor diet? She and Dietrich both wonder, equally thrown. Compare that to the spread she was just eating, and it's night and day. She was the only one getting the fancy stuff. Worse, there are kids eating like this too, young ones clearly going without. "Oh my goodness," she breathes, hand over her mouth, genuinely gutted by what she's seeing. So she was the only one getting fed well this whole time? Yeah, that's not sitting right with her. She goes quiet for a second, clearly working something out in her head. Dietrich checks in on her and she cuts straight to it. She's already decided to sell off her own clothes to help. Word travels fast, apparently straight from Dietrich himself. Her face says it all, she's not backing down on this one. "Pardon, yes, we do plan to follow your wishes, but..." Dietrich hesitates, clearly bracing for how big this request is about to get. "Please handle it as quickly as possible," she presses. "Use the funds to improve the meals, start with the children's food right away." "It's fine," Dietrich tells her, though he clearly still has reservations about her giving up her own wardrobe for this. They go back and forth over it, but I said it's fine until he finally just accepts there's no talking her out of it. "Please implement this starting right now," she demands, all business, no more debate. Resolve looks good on her, honestly. Even mid-dramatic pose, she's clearly locked in. She sets off across the temple grounds, golden evening light and all, on a mission now. She already knew the sun god's grand temple was struggling for money, she just didn't know it was this bad. This garden's practically dead, nobody's had the budget or the will to keep it up. Even the hallway she walks through gets a flinch out of people. One attendant practically dives out of her path, apologizing for existing. Then there's the prayer room, supposed to be the purest place in the building, and its cobwebs and apologies from anyone caught praying at the wrong hour. It shouldn't be this bad, she thinks, admitting she'd been quietly counting on someone named Idella to swoop in and fix everything eventually. A flash of her old life bleeds through, normal clothes, normal world. She never imagined the people here would actually be starving by the time anyone got around to helping. Now that she's actually seen it firsthand though, she can't just shrug this one off. So she does what any reasonable reincarnated saintess would do. She negotiates. "Hey system, can you add a reward for completing this quest? I'm not exactly chasing a successful career as a saintess," she admits. "So how about this, when I die this time, just send me somewhere I can actually rest." The system responds, "Quest reward updated. The entity behind it all, the sun that crawled out of death, has heard her out, wealth, honor, power as saintess, and her pick of the afterlife guaranteed." "All right," she says, "I'll accept the quest." And just like that, the system locks it in. User Cha C1 has officially become the saintess of this whole story. Light floods the courtyard around her, and for a second even she looks a little stunned by her own decision. Then a second prompt asks if she wants to check her quest acceptance reward too, and her greedy little grin says it all. A bonus prize, what a steal. She spots eyes on her though and decides to check the details later, in private. Someone's lingering in the garden, clearly waiting for her to clear out. Aside from just racking up more believers, she wants to know, is there any other way to boost her divine power? The system walks her through it, an offering box where people can voluntarily donate money or gifts to their god. Simple enough. A voice cuts in, unimpressed. Wow, you possess a penniless woman and then ask her for money. Isn't that basically a scam? Fair point, honestly. She's still stuck on the money problem though. Improving the meals costs cash she doesn't have, so that blue dress is getting sold too. So she decides, first things first. Yes, she says, resolve fully set now, golden light washing over the temple behind her. That's exactly it. Just watch, she declares, I'll show you exactly how I'm going to change this temple. Rumor has it their saintess didn't have a clue what was really going on around here. But on her very first day at the High Temple, one look at that sorry excuse for a dining hall said otherwise. She insisted every meal be delivered straight to her room from that day on. Convenient, right, and it's not like she was ever unaware of how bad the food really was. So why is everyone suddenly acting shocked today? One priest admits he was startled earlier, thinking he'd caught her crying alone in the garden. It's a little unsettling, the red-haired senior priest mutters, how someone can change so suddenly. The high priest isn't buying the innocent act either. There's no way, he thinks, that she didn't know exactly what was happening in this temple. After all, she's the one who ordered the priest's portions cut in the first place, just so her own meals would taste a little better. And now she acts shocked. Someone scoffs from the shadows. Yay, the whole temple's got receipts on this girl. No, comes the flat reply. Looking back at how she's treated people, kindness was never really her thing. Something just shifted in her after she came back from the count's estate. Still, he can't just let her keep doing whatever she wants. Something has to give. There she is, our so-called saintess, wrapped in gothic elegance and about as sweet as broken glass. Turns out there's one way to strengthen the god they serve, and it's by absorbing power from rival high temples. Great, no pressure or anything. If word ever got out that the saintess had vanished, this temple would become an open target overnight. Left all alone out there, she'd be in real danger too. A high temple's whole existence hinges on whether its chosen is actually present. Fake or not, she's the only reason this place has survived this long. That's the only reason they've put up with her outrageous behavior so far. News arrives that the commander of the Sacred Knights is due back tomorrow, mission complete. Can't believe it's already been 6 months since he shipped out, the senior priest muses. Time flies when you're not the one dodging a spoiled saintess. Meet Seth Knoll, the sword said to protect the temple of the sun god itself. He's not even fully on screen yet and he's already got main character energy. Good to hear, the high priest says, report to me the moment he arrives. There's a knock at the door. High priest, comes the ask, if you're able, would you accompany me to the kitchen? Our saintess cracks the door open, startled. It's a bit, she starts. Urgent, both priests freeze. Saintess, never a good sign when she's the one knocking. They rush through the dark toward the temple kitchen. Saw saintess, someone yelps as they arrive. She strolls into the kitchen at this hour like she owns the place, which, fair, she basically does, and the poor kitchen staff nearly jumps out of their skin. An old cook squints at her. Shem, someone's here at this hour, who might you be? Buddy, she's the saintess, everyone knows exactly who she is. The food was unusually good today, she purrs, so I thought I'd stop by and give my compliments. Sweetest thing she said all week, and everyone's terrified. The whole trio side-eyes each other. Wait, is that some kind of backhanded jab implying the food's usually terrible? The old cook stiffens, sweating bullets, spitting out something about coming to strip the place clean. Suspicious much. Here's the thing, she happens to know exactly who this guy is. According to the story she remembers, Kento here was actually a spy planted by Count Kiris. He'd been using the saintess's own food budget as cover to skim off part of the Count's donations for himself. Truly, a despicable little man. And if you want to clean up an organization, you start by rooting out the corruption hiding inside it. Time to get to work. She remembers someone mentioning his hidden stash is tucked away somewhere right here in the kitchen. Ah, over there, she notes, eyeing the drag marks scuffed into the floor. Amateur hour. The high priest didn't expect old Kento to still be lurking around when the saintess said she wanted a look around the kitchen. Hey, over there, someone shouts as she makes a beeline for a suspicious patch of wall. Kento's face goes pale. What are you doing? Oh, he knows exactly what she's doing. Step away from there immediately, she commands, then smirks to herself. Good reaction. Guess there really is something hidden behind this wall. I said don't touch that, he screeches, way too late to stop her. And there it is, the wall slides open. The high priest grabs Kento before he can bolt, and the man lets out a truly pathetic nuo. How fascinating, she says with zero remorse. I just had this odd urge to push it, so I tried it out. Sure you did. Coins come spilling out of the hidden stash by the fistful. Jackpot. I never imagined this much money would come spilling out, she gasps, already doing the math. Uncovering corruption is basically her old detective instinct's specialty. Even without remembering the exact hiding spot, scumbags like this always tuck their money somewhere easy to find. Kento, the high priest says quietly, seems like you owe us an explanation for this. When the saintess walked up to that wall and you started shouting, was it because of what was hidden inside? I don't, Kento stammers. Surely you're not about to say you didn't know, comes the icy reply. The high priest's polite composure is somehow scarier than yelling ever could be. Even the saintess admits getting scolded this politely is terrifying. Meanwhile, Kento's spiraling. My misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, I can explain everything. Then explain clearly, the high priest presses. What exactly was misunderstood? I could always hand you over to the commander of the sacred knights instead, he adds. Kento's sweat could fill a bucket at this point. He's cornered and everyone in that kitchen knows it. The silence says more than any excuse could. Cornered rats bite, Kento snaps, lunging and snarling that this is all her fault. It's because of you, he shrieks. Saintess, the priests shout, lunging to shield her. The high priest's hands shoot out on instinct but relax, she's got this handled. She barely blinks, these types always act the same, she sighs, completely unbothered. The moment things turn against them, guys like this always lash out at whoever looks weakest in the room. Bold move, considering who he picked. Good thing she already cashed in her reward earlier. Let's have a little fun with this, she grins. A system window flickers to life, skill body enhancement activated. Yep, she's got game-style powers now, apparently. Divine light crackles across her fingertips. Taste the wrath, she declares, of my mighty flick. And down goes Kento, launched clean off his feet. Both priests just stare. Saw saintess, neither one saw that coming. I thank you for your service thus far, she tells the crumpled cook, sweet as poison. So from now on, she adds, please rest peacefully, head chef. Retirement, effective immediately. Kento's out cold on the kitchen floor, justice served with a flick. High priest, she beams, hugging the recovered coin stash. Now we have lots of money. Priorities, people. It must be the merciful God bestowing blessings on this temple, someone deadpans, while she's already wondering how much this all adds up to. She staggers under the weight of the bag, giggling. Behind her, both priests are still shell-shocked. That flick was terrifying, one whispers, understatement of the year. A red warning box flashes across her vision out of nowhere. Warning, what warning? Never a great question to have to ask. Turns out that one little flick drained most of her stamina. What? Just from activating one skill? Rude. The system warns her remaining stamina can't sustain basic bodily function much longer. She's about to lose consciousness. Wait, I'm going to faint. Yeah, she is. You didn't say anything about that earlier, she yells at the system right before the high priest catches her with a startled saintess. He sweeps her up before she hits the ground, all traces of composure gone from his face. He holds her close, kneeling right there on the kitchen floor, genuinely rattled. She goes limp in his arms, out cold, all that hard-won money momentarily forgotten. A few hours earlier, before any of this kitchen chaos even started. She's standing alone, calm and composed, about to learn exactly what her new powers can do. A message appears. The sun that crawled back from death bestows its first blessing upon its chosen saintess, and her divine power increases. Divine power increase, that's amazing. I felt it a little earlier too, she marvels. It really is like sunlight, so warm and radiant. Maybe a 10% boost, she calculates, that'd bring my divine power up to 12% total. Right, she snorts. Our sun god is practically bankrupt. 12% of a god's power is apparently the going rate these days. Another message, she's reached 5% divine power and the skill body enhancement has been acquired. A skill, I get a skill too. Oh, she has no idea what she just signed up for. The system explains she can use her divine power to enhance her whole body or specific parts. Looking back, she'll swear up and down nothing in their ever-mentioned fainting. At least I won't need to bulk up like crazy like I did in my previous life, she muses, then freezes. Wait a second, what was that just now? Go back one panel. Yes, that part right there, the fine print she skimmed straight past, you may enhance specific body parts. Ah, she mutters, totally missed that. They should have written that in bold, giant letters, stupid status window. Bureaucracy, ruining afterlives since forever. Evening settles quietly over her private quarters, the fine print still nagging at the back of her mind. She lies back, eyes heavy, turning over everything that new power might really mean, right up until that fateful flick catches up with her. Morning light floods the temple's private wing, and someone outside is hollering for the saintess like the building's on fire. Dietrich comes bursting in half-panicked, checking on the woman who face-planted into him just last night. Are you feeling better now? He asks, hovering over her bed like she might vanish if he blinks. She'd suddenly collapsed on him, and it clearly rattled the guy. He wants to know exactly how her body's doing. She blinks awake groggy and genuinely confused. Why is she even here? Cover story, activate. She waves it off with a laugh. Just zero stamina, fainted like a total diva. Still catching her breath, she says she's fine now, then pivots straight to business. By the way, what about Kento? Dietrich tells her they're investigating whether any of the servants helped Kento with the theft. Her brain short-circuits. Wait, he doesn't mean investigate as in torture, does he? A flashback flickers through her head. In the original story, whoever handled this kind of interrogation was brutally, effectively good at it. Suddenly this isn't a joke anymore. She backpedals fast, asking him gently not to be too rough with the investigation. Still soft-hearted underneath it all, she adds that until the truth comes out, the accused is still family. Dietrich clocks the shift. Immediately she's talking different than usual again, and it throws him every time. In her head she's already scheming. Staying in the main hall means she's got an image to keep up now. Understood, she says primly, playing the part. He mentions the staff watched over her carefully all night, and asks if anything else still feels off. That detail lands a little different than intended. Wait, he watched over her all night. Caught fussing over her hand, she admits, a bit sheepish, that she might have hurt her finger a little. Turns out it's just a mark from getting flicked on the forehead earlier. She laughs it off, more curious whether it'll even heal. Dietrich just blinks at her, quietly recalibrating around the stranger wearing a very familiar face. He tells her she doesn't have to keep doing that anymore. She has no idea what he means. He means throwing herself into danger for other people. He clarifies, gentle golden light gathering between their hands. You're someone very precious to the main hall now, saintess, he says, healing magic humming warm around her hurt hand. The warmth of it actually gets to her real healing power, the kind she still doesn't have herself. Quietly, she hopes that someday she'll be able to wield that kind of power too. The glow fades out, and just like that, the healing's finished. Business hat back on instantly, she casually asks exactly how much money came out of the kitchen. The tally comes back about 9 gold, 87 silver, roughly 10 gold total. Dietrich asks what they should even do with it. Her brain does the math, instantly offer up 10 gold, and surely her divine power jumps a good chunk, right? The system crunches the actual numbers for her. Gold barely moves the needle, and hitting 100% divine power would take 95,000 more gold. She freezes mid-thought. Wait just a second. She does the currency math in her head. 10 gold is 1,000,001, so 100% divine power would cost. The number lands like a truck. 10 billion won. She completely loses it, screaming and flailing while Dietrich just stares, utterly lost on what her wild hand gestures even mean. She backpedals fast, blaming it on rage at the head chef allegedly trying to swallow that much cash. No, it's nothing, haha, while Dietrich, clearly unconvinced, presses for a real explanation. He circles back to the actual question: how exactly did she know about Kento's embezzlement in the first place? Is there some secret stash spot in the kitchen? Cornered, she deflects with the single worst excuse available: can't really explain it. She read the whole novel. Her eyes dart sideways, stalling for time. Then she just commits fully to the lie that was 100% a coincidence. She doubles down, pointing dramatically honestly. This is the best explanation she's got right now. Is he seriously interrogating the saintess right now? She huffs. Dietrich just repeats it back, unbothered. A coincidence, you say? Yes, a coincidence, she insists, then claims she's just got great intuition. Sometimes things simply click. I call this divine luck, she declares, completely straight-faced. He's left totally speechless by the sheer audacity of it. Mission accomplished, she thinks, and quietly tells himself to just let it go. Later, the temple glows peacefully under a clear sky, but there's still more work to be done tonight. Night settles over the temple grounds, quiet and watchful. In the dark of the kitchen, someone's creeping around, prying frantically at something with quiet, hurried rustling. He's sweating, cursing under his breath. Whatever he's trying to pry loose is not cooperating, and it's driving him crazy. Hands work fast in the shadows, wrestling something free. Finally, the last silver coin drops into the bag. That's everything, all of it. Meanwhile, Kento, the servant who actually embezzled the money, is fuming, muttering that the girl who helped him is now selling him out to the deputy, right in front of everyone. He's out of time, one more night to grab what's left and disappear for good. Something stirs in the dark behind him. A candle-lit figure steps out of the shadows. It's her, and she's got one word for him: our Kento. Hey, she says, way too calm, did you get all my money back? She grabs him by the collar, candlelight flaring under her face like something out of a horror movie, and he absolutely screams. Go ghost, he shrieks. She's almost offended. Does she really look like a ghost to him? Shaking, he blurts her old name instead: O Wardle, his heart nearly stopping on the spot. She lets him know he's not the only spy hiding in this temple. She figured he'd get help breaking out and come straight back for the money. She's got that same knowing smile on. She's been onto this for a while. I've been on stakeout for years. You're right in the palm of my hand, brat, she says, then thanks him, dripping sarcasm, for gathering all the stolen money for her. The real culprit finally shows his face, refusing to give up where the rest of the money's hidden, holding back, conserving his strength. He admits he'd wanted to see her one more time before skipping town anyway, so this works out just fine, he sneers. The older man reveals his hand. Who exactly does she think she's ordering around? Turns out he's no lowly servant. He claims to answer to a Count Kiris, and how dare a fake saintess interfere with the Count's business? He gets in her face, demanding she kneel and apologize right now. Refuse and he'll report every detail straight to the Count, he threatens. She just asks flatly what exactly he thinks he's going to do about it. His fist balls up and she answers by quietly activating a skill body enhancement. In a fight, the first strike wins, she says, decking him before he can even finish, demanding she kneel. He staggers back, cursing, genuinely stunned she actually hit him again. Reeling by the counter, she admits, a little too cheerfully, that she'd held back her divine power so she wouldn't collapse again. Maybe that punch was too weak after all. Does he really think she'll only land one hit? Cornered, he grabs a knife off the counter. If it's come to this, he's taking her out. The Count will forgive him for that too, he reasons. He lunges at her, screaming for her to die. She can't quite believe it. Is this guy actually insane? The blade's coming in too fast, too close. She can't dodge this one. For one terrifying second, it looks like she's about to get stabbed. Out of nowhere, a blade flashes in to intercept the strike. The attacker screams as the blow gets turned aside. The knife spins off into the dark, knocked clean out of the fight. The would-be killer ends up on the ground, beaten, stammering in disbelief at whoever just stepped in. A stranger leans over her, voice gentle: are you all right? Their eyes meet, pink hair and pale hair tangled together in a genuinely swoony moment amid the flowers. He looks at her like she's the only thing in the room worth protecting. And there it is, the name behind the rescue: Seth Knoll, head of the Sun God Main Hall. A silver-haired knight leans in close, worry all over his face. Are you hurt anywhere? He asks, like the whole world might end if the answer's yes. He scoops her up without a second thought, armor and crimson cape wrapping around her like a shield. Guess the saintess just landed herself a very intense bodyguard. Up close she can't stop staring. Silver hair, she thinks, already running the numbers in her head. Then it clicks. Blue eyes, that hair, that armor. Wait, is this seriously Seth Knoll, commander of the Holy Knights? What kind of ridiculous beauty is this? She blurts out loud before she can stop herself. Her brain helpfully runs a full genre analysis. Is this the radiant aura of a second male lead candidate? Somebody get this woman a plot summary. If the high priest is the shield guarding the story's heroine, she figures, watching Dietrich pray quietly nearby. Then the commander must be the sword that cuts her enemies down. Great, two gorgeous disasters and she's stuck right between them. Elsewhere, the mood turns ugly fast. Embezzlement inside the sacred temple. A boot presses down as a cold voice asks the kneeling man if he's got a death wish. The commander looms over him while the saintess watches from behind, arms crossed, in no mood for excuses. The man's mustache trembles right along with the rest of him. And I heard you were in prison, the commander adds, almost bored. So how exactly are you standing here right now? He demands, and the man has no good answer. Jewelry glints in the dark like Exhibit A. Somewhere in his panicked rambling, the man admits he never expected to run into the commander here of all places. Guess there's no choice, the saintess thinks, watching the commander march the man down the corridor. Her plan to solve this quietly on her own just fell apart. She steps in fast. Commander, that's not all, she says, pointing. This man's been pulling embezzled funds from another stash entirely. Change of plans, she's reporting everything. Looks like he's got even more hidden away than what's already been found, she adds, hair whipping as she turns. A bag of silver coins spills out as proof. Desperate now, the accused tries to turn the tables. Commander, you can't trust a word from that woman, he warns. She's... And the accusation dies in his throat. The second torture gets mentioned instead. His face says it all. The saintess, meanwhile, throws on the most innocent smile she owns. So he's trying to paint her as a fake saintess to wriggle out of this. Not a chance, she thinks. As a special favor, the commander announces, voice flat as a blade. I'll be generous and grant you a choice, he tells the trembling man kneeling at his boots. Confess where the rest of the stolen money is hidden, and you get to keep your pathetic life. Or lose it right here, right now, he finishes, and for a second nobody in the room breathes. His hand drifts to the hilt of his sword, slow and deliberate, just to make sure the threat lands. Choose, he says, one word, and the man crumples completely. I'll tell you everything, he sobs, and just like that, the temple's embezzlement case cracks wide open. Later that night, a hand hovers at a door. Commander, I was told you came this way, someone calls out, urgent. Dietrich reaches for the handle himself, sensing something's off. Inside, an unexpected face. Wait, why is Kento here? Someone hisses, spotting the escaped steward creeping toward a table of food. Pink hair catches the low light as she turns to face them, caught red-handed in her own stakeout. Did he just say saintess? The commander wonders aloud, staring down at the scene in front of him. And why exactly is the saintess here, he asks, to which she just grins and waves. Saw you this morning and now again at night, she teases. Small temple, big coincidences. Before anyone can argue, he sweeps her up again and carries her off through the flowers, her humming contentedly the whole way. Pardon, he says, blinking as she clings to him with the most dramatic gasp she can manage. I didn't think you wouldn't recognize me, Commander, she sighs. Sorry, you just looked like a completely different person, she finishes, doing her best impression of someone who's seen a ghost. Thank you, she says sweetly, dabbing at nothing. After something that frightening, I think the shock just made me go weak. The second his back is turned, she's grinning ear to ear. She almost fainted twice just for good measure, claiming she had zero stamina left. The performance of a lifetime. But underneath, the act is a real gripe, so unfair, she mutters, glaring at nothing. Somebody give her original, healthy body back already. Kento escaped prison and you found even more embezzled funds. What in the world is going on? The commander demands, all business again. And why exactly were you in the kitchen tonight, saintess? Dietrich presses. Honestly, I figured Kento would come crawling back, she admits, so I waited to catch him myself. But Kento isn't just some petty embezzler, she adds, tone dropping serious. He's a spy planted by Count Kiris, she reveals, and the temperature in the room drops several degrees. I happened to overhear the Count and his adjutant discussing him myself, she explains. This isn't exactly the time to sit on that. We don't know who else or how many, but there are more spies planted here, she warns, and the room reacts exactly how you'd expect. More spies. We need to lock down the entire temple immediately and root them all out, she insists, golden eyes blazing. If only she knew who the rest of them were. The problem is, the story she remembers never went this far. She's improvising now and she's going to need these two. But if you knew all this, why didn't you say anything sooner? One of them presses, not unreasonably. Internally, she's sweating bullets. This is the crucial part. She reminds herself she has to sell this lie to both of them completely. Understood, Saintess, the commander finally says, apparently convinced. To be honest, she admits quietly, I struggled with whether I should tell the temple the truth or protect my father's secret instead, she finishes, and Dietrich's expression tightens. She thinks back on the grace she once enjoyed, never once realizing others were quietly bleeding the temple dry. That theft, she realizes, is exactly what left the temple so poor in the first place. The suffering children, all of it. She can't unsee it now, staring at another meager meal on the table. I am truly sorry to both of you, she says, and for once there's no performance in it. I want to apologize to everyone else too for what I've done. From now on, she vows, I'm putting this temple above everything else. You could have told us sooner, Dietrich says, not unkindly. Why didn't you? Because I had no proof, she answers honestly. I wanted solid evidence like this before I ever came forward. Of course, I didn't expect the commander to show up at that exact moment, she adds with a small laugh, then, quieter. But could you trust me even a little when I say I want to change? For a moment, surrounded by pale blossoms, she almost looks like she means every word of it because she does. A door clicks shut somewhere down the hall, the sound swallowed by the dark. I didn't see much of the Saintess before, the commander admits to himself, but it seems she's changed a lot while I was away. It appears her time at the Count's estate brought a real change of heart, he muses, walking the quiet corridor with Dietrich. Even her personality seems completely different now, he adds. Ah, Commander, before it's too late, let's track down the rest of the spies, Dietrich urges. Yes, High Priest, comes the reply. I'll issue an immediate lockdown and begin investigating everyone residing here, the commander announces, already in motion. Be careful not to scare the children, but search thoroughly enough that no doubt remains, comes the order. Understood. In the meantime, I'll interrogate Kento myself and get a full confession, the commander adds, disappearing into the dark. Night settles heavy over the temple grounds, the calm stretched tight over everything that's about to happen underneath it. Come morning, birdsong in the garden hides a much darker detail. High Priest, I smell blood, someone murmurs. The commander's hand drifts to his own collar. Don't tell me you were in the prison all night, Dietrich says, half question, half accusation. I tried to wash it off as best I could, he admits sheepishly. Is it still noticeable? Most people wouldn't catch it, Dietrich says, but indoors someone might. Better open the windows in the drawing room just in case. Lucky for us, the Saintess usually takes forever to get ready, Dietrich says, relieved, then catches himself. Wait, no, not anymore. Actually, she doesn't dress up these days at all. She had every one of her old gowns thrown out. Her suspicious behavior, he mutters, doesn't stop being suspicious. Elsewhere, in a quieter moment, she bows her head. I apologize for everything I've done, she says softly. It's a strange thing, watching the woman everyone once feared stand this small and this sincere. But could you trust me even just a little when I say I want to change? She asks again, the same question, still unanswered. Somehow, she really does seem sincere, Dietrich thinks. If she still had feelings for the Count, she wouldn't be cutting off his pawns like this. And the reason she never came to him directly before, it's probably because the two of them never really built any trust between them. If she genuinely wants to change, he decides, then so will he. High Priest, Commander, we have a problem, a voice cries out, cutting the moment short. I knocked and knocked, got no answer, so I opened the door myself, the servant explains, gesturing at the empty, untouched bedroom. And the saintess is nowhere to be found, she finishes. What? Comes the reaction loud enough to echo. Dietrich and the commander go rigid at the same moment, the night's fragile calm shattering in an instant. Wherever she's gone, she didn't leave quietly. In a dim, gilded study, a mysterious nobleman swirls his drink in an ornate red chair, clearly brewing some kind of scheme. His aide comes rushing in, breathless, calling out for his lord like the news simply cannot wait. We have already found the location of the item you were looking for, the aide announces, practically vibrating with excitement. The lord's eyes go wide. No way, he mutters, hardly daring to believe it. Yes, my lord, they have finally found where the so-called sacred relic of light is being kept. Where is it? He demands. The answer, a temple, tucked away in the empire's northwestern corner. Wait, was there even a temple out there? Turns out the aide only just stumbled onto its existence while digging around. Damn it, the lord growls, no wonder nobody could find it, buried out in the middle of nowhere. He is sick and tired of. Another year of coming up empty. Get ready, he snaps, we leave immediately. Yes sir, comes the reply, but in his own head the lord is already somewhere darker. This, he thinks, is his final chance to escape a lifetime of pain. He buries his face in his hands, shaking, the weight of that hope threatening to crack him wide open. Tears streak down his face as he grits his teeth, obsessing over that one phrase, the sacred relic of light. Whatever it takes, he vows, he is getting his hands on that relic no matter what. Elsewhere, our actual heroine is stumbling forward, wind whipping through her pink hair, gasping for breath. Ugh, damn it, she groans, her whole body screaming at her. This paper-thin body of hers was not built for whatever just happened. Because moments earlier she had been in freefall, wailing that this body is basically made of paper and there is no way she can pull this off. Are you kidding me, system? She snaps. Am I some kind of paper doll? How did the original owner of this body ever cause chaos with stats this pathetic? She crash lands in a barren field and a murder of crows immediately descends on her. Huh, is about all she manages. Move it, will ya? She yells, swatting crows out of the air. I am not dead yet. Or am I about to die? She wonders mid-swing. Is this seriously how round 2 ends? Ugh, I think I am gonna puke, she groans, before rounding on someone off-panel with a string of curses that would make a sailor blush. She crashes straight through the forest canopy, still cursing a blue streak on the way down. Dazed on the ground, she blinks up, completely baffled. What on earth are you doing here? She mutters to whoever just showed up. It is the high priest and the captain of the holy knights staring down at her in disbelief. Saintess, they blurt while she just sighs out their titles like nothing happened. Back at the temple, the three of them settle onto a courtyard bench, the dust literally finally settling. I almost died trying to exercise, if not for you two, she tells them sweetly. Really, thank you. The captain is not buying it for a second. What exactly were you doing out there? He presses. Power walking for 1 whole minute does not usually end in a forest crash. Anyway, she says, quickly changing the subject, sorry for dragging you two all the way out here. When you suddenly vanished, the high priest and I were genuinely worried, the captain admits. Did they seriously think I ran away? She wonders, then announces out loud that from now on she will be exercising every morning from 6 to 7, just so they know. Understood, then I will arrange an escort for that time, the captain offers. No need, she waves off, it is just light exercise, I will not be needing any guards. And there is no real danger anyway, right? She adds, all sunshine and innocence. Nobody ever visits our temple. Her halo of pure innocence is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. The captain just sulks before she pivots hard, forget escorting me, focus on the spy hunt instead. How is that going? For the Holy Knights, the vice-captain is handling it, he reports, and Dietrich is running things on the priesthood side. We interrogated Kento and got a few names out of him. But we plan to cross-verify everything before we act, he adds, all business. Saintess, he says, hesitating, some of the names Kento gave up belong to my own subordinates. If that turns out to be true, he states flatly, I will accept whatever punishment comes without protest. I am ready to resign my post as captain at any time, he declares, and in her head she is screaming. A literal sword master bowing this hard to a third-rate saintess running on 5% divine power. If not you, Captain, then who exactly am I supposed to trust? She says out loud, then quietly decides to pretend she never heard that last part slip out. Still, she continues, hands trembling slightly. If you step down at a time like this, it is only going to make me more anxious. So please, she tells him, put those thoughts away and just protect this place. Understood. Something in his eyes shifts, caught completely off guard by how much she actually means it. I swear to protect the saintess and this grand temple with my life, he vows, kneeling amid a shower of blossoms. Wait, not your life, she blurts, alarmed, immediately regretting how dramatic he just went. Right, she laughs it off. I forgot, he has always been this rigid, by-the-book kind of guy. Seth is a loyal holy knight who obeys her simply because she is the saintess. He protected the original Ordle too, right up until the very end, but when it came out that Ordle had been faking it all along and ultimately turned her back on the sun god entirely, the memory still haunts him. She pictures him standing there in the storm, sword drawn, armor gleaming, ready to fight for a lie he never chose to believe. The way he raised that sword in despair was an iconic gut punch of a scene. Am I really okay doing this to him too, she wonders. He is not going to kill me over this eventually, right? She thinks nervously, then, out loud chirps, I will be counting on you from now on, Captain. High Priest, could I speak with you over here for a moment? She asks, pulling Dietrich aside. The captain, she notes to herself, still has no idea she is a fake saintess. He will find out eventually, she admits quietly, but I would rather he not know for a while yet. I told you before I wanted to leave the Grand Temple, right? Yes, Dietrich prompts. I am officially canceling that plan, she tells him, standing close under the open sky. Back then, she explains, I felt like my family had shipped me off here and abandoned me, so I could never let myself get attached to this place. But now I am actually going to work hard and be a real saintess. Even though I am a fake and short on divine power, I am still going to try, she says. And of course, if the real saintess ever shows up, I will step aside without a fight. She wobbles into him a little as she says it, and for once the moment just sits there, warm and a little embarrassing. Saintess, he murmurs to himself, watching her go. She really is trying to change, at least this much, he has to admit. From the moment you set foot in this grand temple as its saintess, he tells her, you were the saintess, full stop. You hold the highest position in this entire temple, he continues. You do not need my permission for anything. I will take full responsibility for bringing you here, he says, so please just do whatever it is you actually want to do. She just stares at him for a second, caught completely off guard by how much that lands. The two of them walk back together, the captain trailing a respectful distance behind. How could people treat me like this, Dietrich thinks to himself, watching her go. People who were once ignored, looked down on, and scorned by Ordle this entire time, he finishes, the old resentment still lingering under the surface. Alone for a moment, she sets her jaw. I am really going to give this my all, she decides. With people like this around her, she thinks, maybe this whole second life thing might not turn out so bad after all. A few days later, 7 a.m. sharp, and the morning is already regretting this decision with her. Face down and drained, she groans into her pillow. This cursed body has absolutely zero intention of getting any stronger, does it? The day I can run 50 meters without dying is the day I will actually cry tears of joy, she sniffles right before a nearby nun spots her and just faints on the spot. Saw saintess? Oh, she blinks, watching someone else hurry in to check on the commotion. I am so sorry to disturb you, saintess, the poor woman blurts, groveling, while our exhausted heroine just tries to catch her breath on the nearest bench. I really need to do something about how everyone just drops to the floor the second they see me, she mutters right as word comes in that a visitor is asking for her outside. They say they are carrying a message from Count Kiris, the messenger reports. Count Kiris, she repeats, one eyebrow raised. The spy hunt is over, she thinks, a slow, knowing smirk spreading across her face in the shadows. She has been wondering when he would finally show his face. Finally, she says, reaching toward the little shadowy nuisance perched by her bed. You absolute cancer cell, you actually showed up. Someone's just been stopped cold at the temple gates and he is not happy about it. Do you know who I am? He snarls. Whoever's got hold of him isn't letting go, and he's shouting to be released right there on the front steps. He shoves his way inside anyway, snarling that the staff clearly need a lesson in manners. His temper boils over, and a young apprentice ends up in tears, cowering under him. Panicked apologies fly as people beg him to just calm down. It turns into an actual shoving match, fists in collars right there in the temple hall. Someone comes rushing over, demanding to know what on earth is going on. And that someone is Cha Siwon. She walks straight into the middle of the chaos. A stranger sizes her up, mistakes her for hired help, and calls her Miss Kiris. She just smiles. This should be fun. Her smart mouth gets under his skin fast. He threatens to flatten her nose for the disrespect. He's still fuming that nobody rolled out the welcome mat for him. He starts throwing the Count's name around like it makes him untouchable. He grabs her by the chin and orders her to personally escort him inside. Bold move. She just stares blankly back. She genuinely has no idea who this guy is. Not even a flicker of recognition. She's enjoying this way too much. The onlookers are dying of second-hand embarrassment. His face cracks. He genuinely cannot believe she doesn't know who he is. How dare you not know the name of someone close to the Count, he sputters. She shrugs like she's supposed to memorize every self-important nobody who walks in. What's so amazing about you exactly? She needles, twisting the knife. A nearby onlooker finally whispers the answer. He's Baron William Gale. Oh my, thanks for letting me know, she says, dripping with fake gratitude. Then her tone snaps ice cold. Did he seriously just hit a child? She orders a knight to get the injured apprentice treated immediately. No room for argument. Such violence in the sacred Grand Temple, she muses. I wonder who really needs the etiquette lesson here, Baron. Gale sputters that it's his name and blames the guards for not recognizing him fast enough. She drops the hammer with a nickname. That's your place here, Baron Flatnose. I'd throw you out myself if I could, she tells him flatly. Either turn around and leave right now, she warns, right in his face. Or come in quietly, your call. Nearby, the High Priest and the Paladin Commander both freeze. This is escalating fast. One of them is still shaken, recalling just how shocking that report about the violent Baron was. In a private meeting, Gale grumbles about being kept waiting and name drops the dozen knights he brought along. The Paladin Commander shuts it down cold. A private meeting like this is unacceptable, and he calls Gale exactly what he is: shameless, rude, senseless. Alone afterward, Cha Siwon can't stop laughing to herself. Turns out both of her men are better actors than she gave them credit for. Rewind 10 minutes. She's explaining that once contact with their spy went dark, the Count noticed and sent Gale to lean on them over their donations. With zero income to their name, she can't afford to make an enemy of the Count just yet. So what exactly is the plan, Saintess? One of them asks. She's identified 8 spies planted in the temple, including a man named Kento, and she intends to turn that to her advantage personally. First, though, she needs a favor: convince Gale that leaving her alone with him is completely out of the question. Then reluctantly back off, like you've got no other choice, she instructs. Watching them fumble through it now, she can't help wondering if they're taking the acting a little too seriously. Paladins are stationed right outside the door. One scream, and they come running. Even the famously rigid Seth can pull off a convincing act, it turns out. The door creaks open. Showtime. A hand reaches out, tension crackling in the air. Gale rounds on her. Is she even in her right mind? He threatens to tell Count Kiris. She just shrugs. Yeah, he'd probably be mad. Gale sneers that she's the one who will have to deal with the fallout, not him. Did you really think I'd beg and plead the second you brought up the Count? She fires back. She's done playing the pushover. There's just no reason for it anymore. Right, I'm fake, so what? She says, cool as ever. Even if the truth gets out, she figures she'll get a scolding at worst. But what happens to the Count who made his own foster daughter a fake saintess just to grab power? The one with something to lose here isn't me, Baron Gale, she says, hands clasped like she's praying. Gale breaks a sweat, grudgingly admitting there's still the matter of the Count and everyone loyal to him. Her plan, leave him a little bait since she still needs to leech off the Count's resources for now. She flips the switch to sickly sweet, gushing about never forgetting the Count's generosity. I'm loving this luxurious saintess life thanks to him, she coos. I was just upset he'd been ignoring me. Privately, she decides she actually wants to play the saintess role for real this time, and Gale is left completely stunned. She pivots smoothly. He came about the spies, right? She's already reported head chef Kento for embezzlement. Gale fumes now that the high priest and paladin commander are onto them. Planting new spies just got a lot harder. But I earned their trust instead, she points out with a smirk. She brags that manipulating the high priest and the paladin commander would be nothing if she really put her mind to it. Gale grudgingly concedes the point. Fake saintess or not, her people are clearly skilled. If I just play the saintess properly, there's no need to plant more spies at all, she reasons. I'll become the spy myself, she decides. So do I still look like the useless Miss Curious to you? Go tell the Count that, she says, dead serious. Stop planting spies, wait quietly, that's the deal. As a real saintess, she decides, she'll actually earn the Count proper money. Outside, someone frets, will the saintess actually be alright in there? Seth reassures them the room's soundproofed, but any real trouble and it'll still be heard. They agree she really needs a dedicated knight assigned to her, she's way too unpredictable to leave unsupervised. Yeah, the other admits that's probably for the best. Then they notice someone else has just arrived at the Grand Temple. They wonder if it's more of the Kiris family come to cause trouble, but this doesn't feel like that at all. An ornate carriage rolls up outside the temple steps. Two men step out of it, and one of them radiates trouble. Gale takes his leave, but not without dropping one last proposal for the Count to consider. Back inside, a tall stranger with long dark hair looms in the doorway, and the whole room's energy shifts. Gale does a double take. He had no idea there was another visitor today. The high priest steps in to make introductions. This is Duke Lut Shiri. Cha Siwon just freezes, who is all she can manage. He's one of the four pillars holding up the entire empire and the man who rules its whole western region. The reveal lands hard. This is the original story's villain, Duke Shiri himself. Inside her head she's screaming, why is the final boss showing up now? Is this really the Lut she remembers? The narration turns grim. A soul that once thrashed against chaos and ruin, finally swallowed whole by something far worse, gone quiet. He just smirks, murmuring a dry as if like whatever just happened barely registers. The imagery lingers on him, practically captioned as despair itself given human form. This chapter we meet Lut Shiri. He is the only head of the Empire's 4 ducal houses without a single drop of imperial blood in him. And yet he wields power that puts every blue-blooded rival to shame. In the original story, this guy was a legend, charming enough to captivate the whole Empire right up until his spectacular downfall. Every panel around him drips with thorns and shadow. You can practically smell the tragedy coming. Because on paper, Lut Shiri is the villain, the guy who stands in the way of the hero and heroine at every single turn. Yeah, both leads, the guy is an equal opportunity obstacle. So when he shows up at the temple in the flesh, everyone nearly falls over and he goes straight for the Saintess's hand, introducing himself all proper like. The Saintess, going by Ordle these days, introduces herself right back, doing her best to keep a straight face while internally screaming that the guy is even hotter in person. She wonders if his fame was ever about the villainy at all or just that face. Then Lut cuts to the chase. He is here on urgent business. Whatever he wants to discuss, he makes it clear it is not hallway gossip. This is a private conversation. He leans in, all sharp cheekbones and quiet intensity, waiting for her to catch on. He asks flat out to speak alone and politely requests she dismiss the Baron trailing behind her first. Enter Baron Gale, glasses, mustache, dignity fully intact for now, who quietly corrects everyone on his own name. The Saintess is almost impressed Lut put the Baron in his place, right before she cheerfully dismisses the poor guy as a beggar Baron. Baron Gale, not done fighting this losing battle, hollers his name after them one more time. Alone at last, Lut reveals why he is really here. He has heard the relic of light is hidden somewhere in this temple. Which throws the Saintess off. In the story she remembers, Lute already owned that relic from day one. Why is he hunting for it here? The relic of light itself, a gorgeous blood-red pendant that is about to turn out to be a lot less holy than it looks. It is the very artifact that made Lute Shiri the sworn enemy of the sun god's temple in the first place. This thing is the literal reason he turns into a villain, and just looking at him now, you can see the toll it is already taking. In the original story, Lute is cursed with a disease that is agony without cure, until the relic dulled the pain and he got hooked. Except the sacred relic was never sacred at all. It is a fake laced with something rotten, and it slowly ate away at his mind. By the end, Lute is not just a villain, he is a puppet, enslaved by whoever forged that cursed thing. Which means the Saintess has one job: find that relic before Lute does and keep her own head attached to her shoulders in the process. Turns out the relic really is hiding in the temple, and the realization hits her like a truck. She plays it cool over her teacup, but internally she is already 3 steps into panic mode. That is when the voice in her head chimes in, the entity behind her powers, grinning ear to ear at the smell of a golden opportunity. Back with Lute, he admits he is relieved. For once, his hunt for the relic has not been a total dead end. He asks her point blank to hand the relic over. Name your price, he says, and I will grant it. The Saintess can barely get out that not even a duke can just ask for that. Lute swears up and down he has no evil intentions, he would never tarnish the temple's good name. Sure, buddy. The Saintess and her inner voice both about have a heart attack. Handing him that relic is a one-way ticket to disaster. The son just smirks along, clearly enjoying the chaos. High Priest Dietrich steps in and shuts it down politely but firmly. Sacred relics do not just walk out the door. Lute does not take no for an answer easily. He name drops his family's reputation and offers to do anything for the temple in return. He clarifies he is not trying to buy or steal it, just borrow it temporarily. Totally normal ask. He keeps piling on the promises while the Saintess just keeps sipping her tea, visibly enjoying watching a duke beg. She finally cracks, just enough to launch what she internally dubs Operation Get the Money without giving up the relic. Dietrich, sensing exactly where this is going, tries to interject with a nervous "Excuse me, Saintess." She waves him off with the brightest, most suspicious smile in the room and lays out her actual terms. Step 1 of the scheme: Lute has to officially register as a believer of the sun god before they talk relic at all. Do not worry, she assures him, it is barely a commitment, just the occasional small donation will do. Lute just stares, sweating as she spells it out with zero shame: convert, pay up, and the relic is practically his. And just like that, she has got him. Lute, ever the desperate duke, agrees to the whole scheme. She wastes no time ordering Dietrich to prep the shrine registry before Lute can change his mind. The temple falls quiet as the ceremony gets underway, petals drifting through the golden light. Under the towering statue of the sun god himself, the conversion ceremony begins. Lute lays his hand on the sacred registry, swearing the oath under the radiant sun god's name. The oath itself is dramatic as anything: the warmth of the sunlight, the burning of fire, the whole 9 yards. You shall make your name shine bright, the ritual declares, a little ironic given his whole villain destiny thing. The pages of the sacred book turn on their own, sealing the deal. And just like that, the system logs it: a brand new believer, Lute Shiri, fame rating S rank, no pressure. Behind the scenes, the Saintess's own divine power ticks up. Turns out converting a future villain into a believer pays out big. She cannot believe it: 3% divine power from a single conversion. Welcome aboard, 300 million gold believer. For a moment, the two of them just stand there, bathed in stained glass light, and it is almost a romantic moment. She recites the official welcome like a pro. Welcome, dear believer, we love you, dear believer, completely sincere, definitely not thinking about the money. Now that the paperwork is done, it is time to talk business, and Lute offers 500 gold as an opening bid. Do the math, and that is 50 million won, and the Saintess's eyes practically turn into gold coins. SSS tier wealth really hits different, she deadpans, already recalculating her retirement plan. Lute, reading the room perfectly, casually offers to double it, and she agrees so fast it is honestly a little concerning. The system chimes in again, her divine power just hit 10% and a crucial skill is apparently about to unlock. Convenient timing. Later, walking the temple halls together, something is clearly bugging her. She pulls Lute aside and asks for another private word. Deja vu, anyone? They duck behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Lute, curious what she is cooking up this time, waits for the pitch. And the pitch is, shockingly, more money. She just comes right out and says it. Her hand is already out, palm up, not even pretending to be subtle about it. Lute just blinks, genuinely stunned by the audacity. Not too much, she reassures him with a peace sign, just 2,000 gold will do. Oh, and one more thing, this stays between them, not a word to the high priest or the holy knight commander. Lute has nothing to say to that. Turns out money is not actually the main reason she pulled him aside. She has noticed something strange marked on his skin. Dark, glowing markings, half hidden under his sleeve that nobody else seems to have clocked. And from what she has observed, those markings seem to shift right along with his condition. She remembers the original story's mention of his incurable illness and starts connecting the dots. Black and gold, spreading and receding, she is now certain the markings are tied straight to whatever is slowly hurting him. Lute's reaction confirms it, hardly anyone is supposed to know that. His voice drops sharp and searching. How exactly did she figure this out? She admits even the high priest and the holy knight commander have not noticed a thing, but she can see them clear as day. Lute starts to answer that he has met plenty of people before. But nobody has ever called him out on it like this. So she takes a swing at her own theory, right there in the open. She is betting those markings are physical symptoms of his disease and drops a bombshell. The relic of light he is chasing will not even fully cure him. But there is a silver lining, she offers. If the saintess herself steps in to help, the story does not have to end the way it is written. Her price for rewriting his fate, a very reasonable 2,000 gold paid in full. She holds his gaze, dead serious about the deal even if the price tag is ridiculous. Lute cannot help but laugh. Why does this feel like I am being shaken down by a thug? He needles her. But there is something almost fond creeping into that smirk of his. Will 2,000 gold do? He asks right back, and just like that, the doomed villain and the money-hungry saintess strike their strangest deal yet. A mountain of gold comes raining down on our girl, and by raining down, we mean someone just dumped a literal sack of coins in front of her. She clasps her hands together like the picture of piety, all while quietly pocketing every last coin. The show must go on. The donation box practically glows like it's about to sing her a hymn. Honestly, she's not far off imagining one. Coins keep tumbling into the slot, and she's rushing to shove every last one in before anybody can change their mind. Ka-ching, 2,000 gold banked, and the mysterious power behind her saint abilities creeps up to 10% strength. New skill unlocked, blessing saint exclusive, pay to win baby. Power surges through her, robes billowing like she just leveled up in a video game. Because, well, she basically did. She remembers a trick her knight commander Eirik once pulled on her, some kind of space-bending magic, and figures it's about to come in very handy. Across from her, Duke Lute Shiri narrows his eyes. Was that some kind of interspace magic? Seriously, he wants to know. She hasn't even decided she wants to stick around in this world long-term, and she's already a saint who casts actual blessings. Not bad for a side gig. And there's Lute, her favorite follower, otherwise known as a walking donation box. You've waited long, haven't you? She purrs at him, all warmth and zero shame. Laughing, she announces she's off to fetch the legendary sacred relic of light for him. Departing for the holy ground, she declares, already halfway out the door. She skips down the stairs cackling to herself while a very unimpressed caption box notes that Lute is starting to smell a con. Somewhere in his head, Chibai Saint is drunk on gold, hiccups and all, while Lute quietly wonders if this relic even exists. Evening falls as the saint and her knight commander head down into the temple gardens to actually go find the thing. The white-haired knight, Eirik, commander of the Holy Knights, asks if this garden really thrives with zero upkeep. It's where the sun god's touch is strongest, she says smoothly, then goes conveniently vague the second he asks where the relic actually is. Eirik is not buying the deflection, and it shows all over his face. Before she ditches him, she tells High Priest Dietrich to babysit the relic donation gold while she's out. He blinks. Me, you want me to? Alone with her thoughts, she admits the truth. She can't actually hand loot the real relic of light, so she'll need to swap it for something else. And if Eirik tags along, he'll probably object. Something this important, she decides, needs a pair of hands she can actually trust. She folds Dietrich's hands together like she's blessing him and tells him to take very good care of their precious money. In her head, she pictures him dutifully counting every single coin one by one, and she cannot stop smiling about it. She turns to Eirik and asks point blank if the commander even knows where the sacred relic of light is kept. His answer, nope. Thank the system for that, literally. Without her quest marker instincts, they'd be wandering these gardens forever. My instincts as the saintess say it's this way, she announces, sunlight streaming behind her like she's narrating her own trailer. Just follow me for now. The two of them press deeper into the blooming temple grounds, chasing whatever her gut or her game system is pointing at. And there it is, sitting right on its pedestal, the so-called sacred relic of light. They both stare up at the shrine housing it, half in awe, half already bracing for trouble. A closer look reveals the relic itself, an ornate necklace centered on a deep blood-red gem, not exactly what light usually looks like. Eirik's instincts spike immediately. Saintess, he warns, this doesn't feel like light at all. If anything, he says, it feels like a relic of darkness, definitely not something the sun god ever touched. She reasons out loud. Whoever made this thing must have been a traitor or never believed in the sun god to begin with. Then again, she corrects herself, knowing her luck, it's probably both. Turns out the relic's creator was born with the sun god's own divine power, and betrayed him anyway to worship his sworn enemy instead. The rosary sits heavy in her palm, humming with a power that clearly isn't holy. In exchange for his worship, that traitor was handed the power to forge this so-called sacred relic of light, and buried inside it is an even bigger secret. The being he worshipped is this world's ultimate evil, the very final boss Lute is destined to fight. Expose him to it now and he turns into the villain of the story right on schedule. She grips the relic tight. This, she decides, gets dealt with before it ruins anyone's life. She fires up her brand new body enhancement skill right there on the spot, and Eirik yells her name in pure panic. Whatever just happened to that relic, it happened fast, and Eirik is left staring at the aftermath. It broke that easily, he gasps. Was the priest really a traitor? She admits to herself, if she'd handed that thing to the Duke without checking it first, it would have gone very badly, very fast. Eirik points out the obvious problem. She already took Lute's payment for it, so what exactly is the plan now? Handy detail, Lute has no idea what the real relic even looks like. Does she really need to give him this exact one? She turns to Eirik with a look that means trouble, commander of the Holy Knights. She's already scheming behind a very convenient smile, lilies blooming around her like she's the picture of innocence. Her real question, does he know of any relic actually tied to healing power? Eirik mulls it over, clearly recalculating exactly what kind of saint he's signed up to protect. Healing, he explains, is serious divine power, so the one true healing treasure in the whole temple isn't a relic at all, it's a divine artifact. That artifact has a name, Aurora. Unlike relics, divine artifacts aren't man-made, they're straight-up gifts from the gods themselves. Relics, by contrast, are forged by mortals who happen to wield divine power, a much shakier pedigree. In the original story, Aurora was a healing artifact that never actually got put to proper use. Waste not, want not. She realizes this could genuinely ease Lute's pain, and stacked with her own blessing skill, it might work even better. If it's soaked in enough of the sun god's power, it might even block the ultimate evil's influence outright, turning a future enemy straight into an ally. Eirik tries to object. Saintess, a divine artifact is far too precious to just hand over. She cuts him off cold. One day she tells him, you'll understand the choice I made. Then she asks him to keep his mouth shut while she squares it with the archbishop herself. Left behind, Eirik just watches her go, clearly unconvinced this ends well. A system prompt flashes up, asking if she wants to bind her blessing skill to the artifact. Quietly, she just hopes Aurora can actually ease Lute's pain. She and Eirik make their way to the cathedral altar to retrieve it, properly this time. Cut to sunset over Lute's estate, where the real handoff is about to happen. The Aurora pendant is laid out for him. This is exactly the item the Duke requested. Lute stares at it, caught completely off guard. This is. She adds, almost too casually, that she's poured her own blessing into it too, and everyone knows how precious a saintess's blessing is supposed to be. For once, Lute has absolutely nothing to say. Something in him shifts as his hand closes around the pendant, breath-catching. Then the black curse marks on his body flare up violently, reacting hard to Aurora's power. She steadies him fast. It's okay, she tells him, don't be afraid, just breathe slowly. Racked with pain, he leans into her, barely holding it together. Slowly, agonizingly, the black stains start to fade. Her gamble is actually working. Don't you ever let go of that relic, she tells him firmly. Got it. A quiet, tender beat, their hands resting together around the glowing pendant. The storm passes and the two of them sit together in a sunlit meadow, the worst of it finally over. Lute, calmer now, finally speaks, the pain. She smiles at him. Now, she says, you don't have to go searching for any other way anymore. Congratulations, Duke. Looks like the money-grubbing saint actually came through. Golden roses bloom around them as the Duke pulls the saint close, and for once his usual scowl melts into something almost tender. Congratulations, Duke, she teases, watching him bask in a relief he hasn't felt in years. He turns the glowing pendant between his fingers, admitting no potion or treatment ever eased his pain like this. A state without pain, he sighs, is sweeter than he expected. 2,000 gold down the drain, and he swears he doesn't regret a single coin of it. He tucks the relic back beneath his collar, close to his chest, like a secret he isn't ready to let go of. Back in the temple halls, she needles him with a grin, threatening to snatch that sacred relic right back if he ever stops paying up. Watching him now, pain-free and unguarded, she notices his whole demeanor has softened. This, she realizes, might be the real him underneath all that gloom. Just so you know, she starts, a familiar scheme creeping into her voice. The relic itself isn't what's healing him, she reveals it's her own blessing doing all the work. He arches a brow, deadpan, so we should all be grateful to the saint then. Also, she adds sweetly, my blessing only lasts 1 month, meaning he'll be back begging for a refill soon enough. She strikes a dramatic pose, hands aglow, milking the moment for every bit of holy theater it's worth. Lute's easy smile falters for half a second. He clearly wasn't expecting a subscription plan. A pale blue window flickers into view over the pendant. Sacred relic Aurora, status blessed, valid for 30 days. Her power isn't strong enough yet for a permanent fix, the system notes. He'll need to come back and renew it every single month whether he likes it or not. Once a month, he repeats slowly, already sensing exactly where this is going. Yes, you sucker, I mean devotee, she corrects herself with zero shame and mentions, oh by the way, the recharge fee is billed separately. She flashes him a cheerful little okay sign, like she isn't shaking him down for every coin he's got. And don't forget the donation every visit, she tacks on without missing a beat. He tells her flatly she's quite something, a recharge fee and donations, and she thanks him for the compliment like it was one. I don't usually let myself get taken advantage of, he mutters, smirking despite himself. But I never expected to be fleeced this hard by an actual saint, he admits, fingers brushing the relic at his chest. She needles him about payment, no refunds obviously, and he fires back that maybe a broke duke isn't much use to her anymore. Neither of them means a word of it. He preens for her, framing that ridiculously handsome face with both hands, fully aware of the effect it has. Then just as fast, the confidence cracks and he's the one blushing, caught off guard by his own line. She leans in and privately admits defeat. It's absurd, but the man is simply too handsome to argue with. A slow, scheming smile spreads across her face. She is nowhere near done with him yet. Since you're not denying it, I'll take that as a yes, she says breezily before pivoting straight back to business. Her tone turns serious. His illness and the fact she's the one really healing him has to stay a secret not even the high priest or the holy knight commander can know. If they start asking how she even knew about his illness in the first place, she admits, things could get complicated fast. He wants to know why those two specifically, and she hesitates, choosing her next words with care. A saint's blessing carries real healing power, she explains. If word got out he was carrying a relic infused with it, he'd become a target. She lays it out plainly, the fewer people who know, the safer he is. He agrees without argument, the fewer people who know about his illness, the better, full stop. But something about her nags at him, that youthful face, barely 20, paired with an aura far too old for it. So what will you do, she asks, oblivious. Privately, he can't shake it, that deep, incongruous aura. She seems like someone who keeps her word, he thinks, but he's been fooled by loyal faces before. People swear loyalty right up until they don't, he reminds himself. He'll need to quietly dig into Kiris, the saint, and the whole grand temple before he trusts any of it. Out loud, though, he keeps it simple, no need to spread word about his weakness. Let's just keep this between the two of us, he says, and just like that, Ordle, the sun god saint, has herself a very dangerous secret keeper. She smiles back at him, framed in white roses, looking every bit the picture of a devoted saint, which is exactly the point. For a beat, the two of them just linger there together, closer than either would probably admit. I'm looking forward to what's to come, she murmurs, and it's hard to tell if that's a promise or a threat. Elsewhere, someone is losing it completely. The sacred relic got handed over mid-negotiation, and worse, the original sacred relic of light has been destroyed. The grand temple stands serene against the evening light, blissfully unaware of the chaos its saint just caused. Inside, a blond man lies pale and drained in bed, clearly not doing well. The high priest stands watch over him, hardly believing the man actually collapsed like this. I didn't expect him to just lie down and take it, someone mutters, while an aide points out the duke's already long gone, so the sacred relic is as good as gone too. Cha Siwon studies the patient with mock sympathy. Eat nothing but grass and greens, she says, and of course you end up flat on your back. Maybe a meat party is in order tomorrow. He struggles upright just enough to demand an explanation. Saintess, why on earth did you? She shrugs it off. The duke, she says, clearly needed it more than the temple needed some old relic sitting in a vault. Or maybe he'll make it rain gold from the sky next, she muses, already dreaming bigger. If word gets out that the notoriously distant Duke Shiri has become a devotee of the sun god, the temple's donations and followers could explode, and he's already promised to visit once a month. That busy duke? Comes the skeptical reply from the sect. Dietrich raises a doubtful eyebrow, clearly not buying that a duke like that keeps his promises. Yes, regularly to have the sacred relic's condition checked, she confirms, cutting straight through his skepticism. And here's the best part, she adds he has no idea it's actually a sacred relic, and he's never even seen what the real sacred relic of light looks like. Still, the Knight Commander concedes she handled it well. If it ever got out that a sacred relic had leaked into the world, the temple's reputation would be finished. He asks her firmly to consult him before pulling a stunt like this again, then finally gets to the real question. How exactly did the original sacred relic of light end up destroyed? She answers with a completely straight face, she just applied a little force to it and it broke. Dietrich frowns, thinking back. That relic always felt a little off to him. If it shattered that easily, maybe it was never a genuine sacred relic to begin with. The room goes quiet for a beat as that thought sinks in. No, that wasn't my intention, she protests quickly while the Knight Commander needles Dietrich so he felt something was off too, yet still let her hand it to the Duke anyway. Cha Siwon's mind flashes to something darker. In the story she remembers, Lut despised the sun god even before his fall to villainy. Surely a defective holy relic with zero warning wasn't going to change that, right? Practical matters return. What do they even do with a broken sacred relic now? Putting it back in the sanctuary seems, well, awkward. I'll take care of it, Cha Siwon offers a little too quickly. She takes the ornate red case holding the ruined relic into her own hands. Elsewhere in the dark, someone repeats the rumor with pure disbelief. Ordle, of all people, promising to act like a proper saint from now on. He scoffs, bitter. This is a girl who once staged a suicide attempt just to get his attention. He isn't buying a word of her reform. He shakes it off. Ordle isn't the priority right now. What he wants confirmed is whether Duke Shiri really visited the Grand Temple. His fists clench against the desk, waiting for the answer. It's certain, his advisor confirms. Now the only question is why the Duke went there at all. The reason, I'm sorry, we don't know, the advisor admits. Should I ask Ordle directly? A calculating look crosses his face. If she's willing to spy for them, he's sure she'd answer plenty of questions. The advisor isn't sure how much a fake saint would even be allowed to know, but they've got nothing to lose. Send the letter. He dismisses the room with a wave, and the advisor hurries off to draft it immediately. Alone now, he taps his fingers against the desk, already 3 steps ahead. In a dim study elsewhere, a sharp-eyed stranger lounges back, clearly pleased with what he's just learned. I should report this quickly, he decides. His master has been very, very interested in that guy's movements lately. Back at the Grand Temple, the gardens sit peaceful and gilded in afternoon light, no idea what's circling it. The memory rewinds, Cha Siwon channeling her blessing skill at full strength. Light pours from her hands into the vessel below, raw and blinding. A notification flashes. The sacred relic of light can't hold its form under the sun god's own power and shatters completely. Perfect, she thinks, since whoever made this thing was hostile to the sun god himself. She'd gambled that flooding it with pure sun god energy would tear it apart, and she was right. Then her triumphant grin falters. Something in that afterglow has caught her eye. A new status window blinks into view over the box itself. Legendary rank created out of boredom, owning god unknown. She never even knew relics like this existed. It wasn't made by the final boss, and it wasn't made by the sun god either. So how has nobody on this entire planet noticed a relic this powerful just sitting around? She tests it with a full punch, doesn't even scratch. Incredibly sturdy, she notes, and now she's a little afraid to put anything inside it. The box sits there gleaming, utterly unbothered, like it's been waiting this whole time to be noticed. Maybe I'll just use it to clock an assassin if one ever shows up, she decides, already moving on. The Grand Temple throws its first ever meat party, and the Saintess can't stop grinning at the golden roast bird taking center stage. She's practically vibrating with joy. This is clearly a woman who hasn't seen real meat in a very long time. Around the table, the priests dig in like it's their last meal, one of them sighing that it's been ages since he tasted real meat. Word spreads fast around the table. Apparently this whole spread is thanks to the Saintess herself. She's not exactly subtle about how good it is either. This is seriously delicious, she declares, mouth still half full. Then she rounds on the high priest mid-bite and roasts him harder than the turkey. Eat like that and no wonder you keep collapsing, she scolds. But it's a scolding wrapped in kindness. Eat up properly, she insists, there's plenty more where that came from. The high priest waves her off, thoroughly stuffed, right before someone calls out for the Saintess herself. She turns to find the temple's knight commander approaching, with a sharp-eyed red-haired knight in tow. This, he announces, is Victoria, your personal knight starting today. Victoria Lawrence, Holy Knight of the Grand Temple, gives a crisp bow. I look forward to serving you, she says. The Saintess forces a smile while internally panicking. She looks so strict, and honestly, does she even need a personal knight? The commander isn't budging. What if another rude noble like that Baron Gale shows up again? As commander, he can't let that happen twice. She caves with a sigh. All right, I understand, and just like that she has a new bodyguard. Ever the gracious host, she waves the commander and Dame Victoria to the table. Come on, sit, eat. Between bites, talk turns to logistics. Someone's thinking of moving the temple's whole supply line here. The red-haired aide handling the books isn't so sure. Great ingredients or not, it's still just grilled meat, and hiring a real chef means wages they don't really have. Skilled cooks don't come cheap, the commander agrees that'll have to wait, right before announcing another round of meat is ready. The Saintess herself struts out holding a fresh roasted bird up like a trophy she's personally proud of. Today, she declares, we eat until we burst, enough talk about work. She keeps piling plates high anyway, eat before it gets cold, while everyone around her taps out one by one. Full, thanks, truly, completely full. Behind the smile though, the gears are turning, so no money for a proper chef, huh, she muses. Time to start saving fast, she decides, and maybe it's time to think up a few new ways to make money too. Nearby, one of the younger temple hands watches her quietly, clearly wondering just what she's scheming now. Later, alone in her room, she loosens her collar with a satisfied groan. Ah, I'm stuffed. Still glowing from the feast, she sinks back, more relaxed than she's looked in a while. I didn't even eat that much, she grumbles, not being terribly strong and all, but I'm still stuffed. Feels a little unfair. A knock cuts through the quiet as a hand reaches for her door. Come in, she calls lightly, and the door creaks open. An attendant announces a visitor. Apprentice priestess Monica Hindle is asking to see her. Should she be let in? The name rings a bell. Monica Hindle, she repeats slowly, digging through her memory. Then it clicks. Oh, she remembers now, this is the original heroine, Idela's best friend. Monica slips in, apologetic. Sorry for the late visit, Saintess. You looked so busy earlier, she explains. She didn't want to intrude. Just party prep, the Saintess assures her, waving off the apology. So she asks how was the food. Sir Eirik told me it was all thanks to you, Monica gushes. Thank you so much. The Saintess modestly deflects. It wasn't just her, but she's glad it landed. Privately, she's sizing Monica up, cuter than she was in the original story, she thinks, wondering just how old she actually is. Monica just beams back, completely unaware she's being quietly appraised. 18, it turns out half her age back in her old life, she thinks with a wistful grin. What a lovely age to be. Maybe it's just knowing the story, but she feels strangely attached already. So she asks, what actually brings you here? Monica's whole face lights up like she's been waiting all day for exactly this question. Personal maid, she blurts out. Yes, I can do a great job, I promise. I'm one of the more promising apprentices, she adds, practically selling herself on the spot. I want to learn everything I can from you, Monica pleads, though the Saintess isn't sure there's much to actually teach. Truth is, back in her old life, her divine power sat at a measly 2%. She spent good money just to nudge it up to 10, and Monica probably has more raw talent anyway. Her whole blessing skill is basically a cheat code, nothing to actually teach. Don't say that, Monica insists. You're amazing, Saintess. You don't have to teach me a single thing. Just getting to serve you is enough, she adds, practically starstruck. All right then, Monica, the Saintess relents. It's late, let's start properly tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Now that I'm your personal maid, Monica asks shyly, could you maybe drop the formalities with me? And from the doorway, Victoria pipes up, me too, actually. Wasn't expecting Dame Victoria to ask for the same thing, she laughs. All right, she agrees. She'll speak casually with them both from now on. Monica practically melts with relief, so glad she asked. The Saintess is even more wonderful than she thought. Even more amazing up close, she thinks, drifting back to the day she got slapped for blocking a noble servant. Meanwhile, the Saintess is squinting at her, trying and failing to place exactly who she is. She clearly has no idea, and it is written all over her face. In Monica's memory, the Saintess tore into the noble's man in front of everyone, then turned right around and gently checked if Monica was okay. You're a precious apprentice priestess, she remembers being told, go get yourself properly looked after. The two of them settle into an easy rhythm. The next morning dawns bright over the grand temple. Out on the temple steps someone's counting off push-ups, 1, 2, 1, 2, while a certain knight is already wheezing. Dame Victoria, I'm dying, Monica gasps. I think all that meat from yesterday is trying to come back up. Victoria, sweating just as hard, calls it. Fine, let's rest a bit and pick this back up after. A hand appears with a cup of water before anyone even has to ask. Thank you, the Saintess says, taking a grateful sip. You two really didn't have to drag yourselves out here this early. Of course we did, they insist in near unison. As your knight I have to protect you, as your maid I have to take care of you. A sealed letter arrives early from Count Kiris's estate. Would she like to read it now? She blinks from House Kiris. She breaks the seal and unfolds a surprisingly long letter. 10 plus lines of flowery nonsense, but the real question buried in there is simple. Why did Duke Loot Shiri visit the temple? Looks like someone's testing which side she's really on, she realizes. Not something she's willing to let slide. She calls her two aides over, Monica, Dame Victoria. Since you're both my close aides now, she says, she might as well fill them in. Count Kiris, she announces flatly, is trash. What? Victoria blinks while Monica just nods along, called it. Until she's done milking his money, though don't be shocked if her reply to him is more lies than truth. The Duke, it turns out, came looking for something important that the High Priest wouldn't name. From the look of things, some kind of relic, and now he'll be visiting once a month. This much should keep him from suspecting she's playing both sides, and hey, money from the Count is still money. Victoria changes the subject entirely. Does anyone actually know what the potion market looks like these days? Monica perks up. She was still living outside the temple until 6 months ago. Right now, the potion trade splits two ways: divine blessed potions and alchemical ones, and thanks to sheer effectiveness, the divine side completely dominates. Somewhere behind closed doors, shadowed figures strike a very different kind of deal. Whoever they are, they're angling to monopolize the entire potion industry, and they're not exactly playing fair to get there. Wait, Monica says slowly, why bring up potions at all? Saintess, don't tell me. She's already grinning because she's about to build a whole new kind of potion, fusing divine power with alchemy itself. A brand new hybrid potion no one else on the market can touch, and one more clever way to line the temple's pockets. A few days later, we're deep in the Shiri Duchy, home turf of our brooding Duke, all Gothic spires and old money. Out in the training yard, Duke Loot Shiri is crossing blades with his own knight commander, and from the look of that spark, nobody is holding back. One more clash and it's over. The commander's blade goes flying clean out of his hand. The poor guy scrambles after his own sword like his dignity depends on it. Spoiler, it does. I lost, he admits, then tries to save face. It seems your skills have improved, my lord. Loot just smirks. Or is it that the commander's training is lacking? Cocky, victorious, and clearly enjoying himself, Loot soaks in the win like he was born for it. The commander goes dead silent, then folds completely. I apologize, I'll strive to improve. Rough day at the office. Loot catches his breath and marvels quietly. His body feels lighter than it has in years, all thanks to the glowing pendant at his throat. The effect of the sacred relic of light is truly remarkable, he thinks, right before someone comes sprinting toward him yelling his name. His attendant comes barreling across the courtyard, practically tripping over his own feet to reach him. Loot, unimpressed, doesn't even look up. What is it? Why are you running over so frivolously? Frivolously? That's too harsh, the attendant huffs. More importantly, a letter's arrived from the sun god's main hall. Loot takes the letter, eyebrow raised. From the sun god main hall, that's not a name he expected to see today. The attendant nearly fumbles his own blade in surprise. A letter like this is a big deal around here. Loot breaks the seal without a word. His attendant can't stand the suspense. What does it say? You should read it yourself, Loot says flatly, shoving the letter at him, and we get our first look at exactly what's inside. The letter doesn't even bother with a greeting. Divine power meets alchemy. Exciting, right? So I hope we can get along well from now on. Loot blinks, no greeting at all, just straight to the point. Is this saintess always like this? I told you she really is a strange saintess. His attendant laughs, then adds, it doesn't seem like a bad proposal though. He lays out the pitch. The temple's never partnered with outside professions before, but sun god potions used to dominate the market back in its glory days. Pull this off, and it's a direct hit to the rival ocean god church. Loot goes quiet, turning the name over in his head. The ocean god, huh? His mind drifts to a bitter memory. Their healers couldn't touch his illness, let alone ease it, and the ocean god's saint and saintess looked down their noses at him the whole time. If this works out, he mutters, it'll be quite the sight to see their reaction. Petty, absolutely. Satisfying, also absolutely. His attendant shifts gears. What about the investigation into the Kiris Count family? Turns out the saintess was born into a side branch of the Kiris line, adopted in as a foster daughter the moment her holy powers showed up. But according to a maid they bribed for information, The count's own family despised her from day one. Even the household staff treated her like dirt, starving her and shutting her out whenever she came home. Lute's expression darkens. They tried to break her spirit, he realizes, so they could use her as they pleased. A quick comic aside says it best: she never looked broken at all. Exactly, his attendant grins. I almost got completely outmaneuvered by her. Let's head to the main hall, Lute decides, and the two set off through the estate gardens. Mid-stride, Lute murmurs to himself, what, she went so far as to send such an earnest letter, shouldn't we at least return the courtesy? Translation, he's already sold on this deal. The Duke heads out to see the Saintess for himself, letter in hand, and if we're honest, more than a little curious about her. Cut to the temple where the Saintess is pitching High Priest Dietrich. How exactly do you plan to run a potion business? He asks. Among commoners, alchemist potions dominate the market, she explains, and among nobles it's the ocean god's potions. The sun god's potions were only famous back when the temple still held real power. Dietrich trails off, clearly worried it's a lost cause. It won't be easy to start over, he admits. In the original story, this body's old owner, the fearsome Ordle, would have simply muscled the business back to life with raw divine power. Cha Siwon doesn't have that luxury. My divine power's nowhere near that level, she says, fixing her sleeve. I'll have to bring it back another way. I can't lean on the Count or Lute's money forever, can I? Her plan: recruit independent alchemists who don't belong to any guild, the skilled ones nobody else has scooped up yet. Besides, she smiles over her teacup, there's no rule alchemists can't become believers too. Fill the shortage of priests and run a business, a total win. Dietrich hesitates. The temple's circumstances made that impossible before, but now that we actually have the resources, it might be the right time to challenge the market. After all, he adds, healing potions have always been the pride of our temple. He mulls it over, already halfway convinced. This Saintess has a way of making reckless ideas sound reasonable. We're going to do the business together with the Duke of Shiri, she announces. Dietrich's eyebrows shoot up. The Duke, if it's with him, it might actually be possible. Is it already decided? Did you two even discuss the potion business the last time you talked? He presses. What? No, she starts, then pivots smoothly. Since we're including them, there's no way the Duke would refuse, right? Confidence, 100%. Evidence, none. Even the temple's little ones seem to sense something big is brewing, letting out a collective "oh" at the news. Footsteps echo down the hall toward the door. Someone's about to interrupt. A knight pokes his head in. Sorry to interrupt while you were talking, they say the Duke of Shiri has just arrived. The Saintess sits up straight. What? Who has arrived? Her expression flickers, equal parts surprised and, if we're being honest, a little delighted. Outside, the Grand Temple stands gleaming in the afternoon light, right as its newest business partner strolls through the gate. And there he is, Lute Shiri, ditching his usual Duke's finery for a sleek, low-key suit and a pair of glasses, incognito, or at least trying to be. Your Holiness, how have you been? He asks, all smug charm. She can barely process it. Am I dreaming right now? Why is this person here? He takes her hand anyway, smooth as ever, not waiting for an invitation. Why, he teases, leaning in. Is it because someone so handsome showed up that it feels unreal? She rolls right over his ego. Hearing you babble like that, it must be the Duke. Why did you come so early? He clearly walked right into that one. You sent me a letter saying you wanted to see me, he reminds her, so I dropped everything and rushed over. She hesitates. I did want to see the Duke because of the money, and there it is. Romance meet capitalism. The whole group heads off together to talk business properly, priest, knight, Saintess, and the Duke trailing along in his civilian disguise. Somewhere along the way she leans into him, and Lute goes uncharacteristically speechless. She catches him staring and swats it away. Don't stare at me like that, I've been skipping breakfast and lunch. Today, because of business, let's talk while we eat, priorities also fully intact. A proper meal appears, because apparently even high-stakes negotiations run better on a good steak. So you're saying you're going to make potions together with alchemists? Lute asks between bites. Yes, she confirms, our priests alone aren't enough. After all, she grins, tucking into her plate, a person has to be well fed, meat is the best. She leans in with a knowing smile. Since you came running all the way here like this, you're obviously accepting the partnership proposal, right? Yes, well, that's true, Lute admits, but why are you laughing like that? It's making me uneasy, smart man. The two trade matching sly smiles across the table. This is about to turn into a negotiation, not a date. A Chibai aside sums it up perfectly. What a quick-witted guy. It's not just a capitalist sales smile, is it? Lute gets down to business. What about the alchemist's salaries? Seems hard for the main hall to cover. How about letting me handle hiring the alchemists? He offers, a foot in the door if there ever was one. That won't work, she shoots back instantly. Instead, we'll take a higher distribution fee to compensate. Since we're accepting the alchemists as believers, that part's fine, she explains. And once they're believers, we house them, which lets us trim their salaries a little. Instead, we'll add performance-based bonuses. If the potion business takes off, even a small percentage swing means huge profits. She's already spending money that doesn't exist yet. I can't make concessions before that, she adds. In return, I'll ask for the Duke's help sourcing ingredients and supplies. You must know some good quality suppliers. Then she drops the real number. Let's set the split at 80 to 20, of course, with us taking the 80. Bold, absolutely bold. Lute doesn't blink, it should be 60 to 40. We're handling distribution and sourcing the materials. Sparks practically fly between them. The table goes quiet for a beat, both of them silently recalculating their odds. She doesn't budge an inch, the ratio stays at 80, but there's one more condition. She flashes the kind of smile that's ended empires, a condition the Duke can't refuse, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. She's haggling over their business split again, holding the ratio at 8 to 2 but tacking on one more condition. Something, she smirks, the Duke absolutely can't refuse. Over dinner, she drops the real bombshell. She's going to fully cure his illness, no strings this time, or so she claims. The Duke actually flinches, the mask of composure cracking for just a second. Her divine power keeps growing stronger by the day, she explains, settling in like she owns the place. The stronger it gets, the better her blessings and healing work. It might take a while, she admits, but she's confident she can fully cure him. It grows stronger, you say? He echoes, clearly turning the idea over. Right now, she admits she can't hold a candle to the high saintess or saint, but one day she vows she'll surpass them both. Well, she shrugs. If he's skeptical, she gets it. She doesn't exactly have proof to back any of this up. In her head, she's already running the numbers. If he still doesn't believe her, she'll settle for a 70-30 split. 60-40, though, never happening. The Duke narrows his eyes at her. Would she really pretend not to know a cure even if she'd found one, just to keep bargaining? Something flickers across her expression, caught for a second between her greed and something more honest. She catches herself mid-thought. What is she even saying? Even someone this obsessed with money has to draw the line somewhere. It was wrong of me to use your illness to bargain, she tells him quietly. I'm sorry. He studies her for a long moment. Even with a weapon in your hand, he murmurs, you won't actually swing it, will you? Not every weapon is meant to be swung, she tells him. Something that holds life in its hands has no business being used as one. He goes quiet, fingers drifting to the pendant at his throat, the moment landing somewhere he clearly wasn't expecting. Understood, he finally says, let's compromise, 70-30 it is, and he adds, here's a little signing bonus he prepared. A heavy coin pouch changes hands, a signing bonus for the new potion business, 3,000 gold on the nose. She was not expecting a signing bonus at all, let alone 3,000 gold. That's something like 300 million won back home, and here she was just trying to haggle for his life. She's practically glowing, gushing about how lucky she is to be dealing with someone this generous. In her head, she's already rehearsing the sappy speech. From now on, she'll keep every weapon sheathed. Thank you, Duke. She loves you, Duke. Feel free to love her right back, he offers, not even blinking. He leans in with that infuriatingly charming smile, clearly enjoying himself. I'm as generous as I am handsome, he declares, and somehow says it with a completely straight face. Somewhere else in the temple grounds, a whole new headache is about to walk through the door. Enter a self-proclaimed genius alchemist, 29 years old and not shy about it. Nobody, he insists, can match his creativity. Meet Zelik Luang. Recipe modifications, he says, are his department. Discovering new formulas is basically his calling card too. He says he signed on specifically because he's fascinated by potions that mix divine power with alchemy. Standing a little apart from him is a second candidate, sharper, quieter, clearly not here to make friends just yet. This one's Wolfgang Schmidt. Watching the two of them side by side, she can't help wondering, their vibes are so different, will these two actually be okay working together? Still, she reasons, Wolfgang's brilliant at structuring formulas and Zelik's great at actually applying them. On paper, at least, they balance each other out. She launches straight into the pitch. Work hours 9 to 6, meals and lodging covered by the temple. Overtime gets paid hourly, and there are bonuses whenever they hit sales targets. Somebody's clearly done her HR homework. Annual raises too, tied straight to the business's performance the year before. She's basically running a corporate onboarding in the middle of a sacred temple. Both men light right up. Word is, for all their talent, these two have been struggling financially for a while now, shut out of steady work. Neither of them ever really fit in with the mainstream alchemist community. But she's figured something out. It's never pity or threats that actually move people. It's recognizing someone's talent and backing it up with cold, hard cash. First order of business, getting them both registered as official followers of the sun god. A little system window pops up. New follower registered, it reads, her divine power just ticked up by a whole 0.01%, every bit counts apparently. Next up, meet Lana, the priest running things on the sun god temple side. Hello, she manages, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. This is Lana Eilach. Since their signature potion leans on divine power more than raw alchemy, the boys are told flat out to follow her lead. Looking forward to working with you, Priest Lana, one of them offers. Yes, same here, she squeaks back. Somewhere in the room, someone's quietly wondering if someone this timid can actually run a team. Don't worry, comes a reassuring cut-in. Priest Lana is more than capable, they can count on her. All ingredient requests are to go through Priest Lana from now on. I'll do my best to provide them, she promises. However, comes the ominous follow-up. Every quantity and use has to be logged, and if anything turns up being used for something it shouldn't, it's coming straight out of their paycheck. Understood, Lana yelps, suddenly a lot more assertive than she looked a second ago. Turns out Priest Lana isn't just paperwork and threats. She's also a genuinely strong healer who knows the temple's traditional potion recipes inside and out. So she tells the three of them, please work together to make great potions, no pressure or anything. 2 weeks later, she wanders in to check on progress, and immediately the temperature in the room feels a little off. Even regular folks know mixing almond flour and lindel herb is poisonous, someone snaps. How does he not know the basics? The bickering turns into an actual shoving match. But balanced properly, the other one shoots back, those two could make an absolute miracle potion. Please, don't fight, Lana pleads, caught in the middle. Then bring us some real evidence, one of them snaps back, not backing down an inch. Zelik rounds on poor Lana instead. Why is she so frustrating, he demands. Is her brain made of sweet potatoes or something? Wolfgang isn't having it. A genius, he scoffs, more like the most annoying guy on earth. That's just rude, Lana mutters, not that anyone's listening. Please don't use harsh language in the sacred temple, she begs. Zelik just rounds on Wolfgang instead. Hey, soggy sweet potato, get outside right now, he's about to beat some sense into him. Fine, let's go, Wolfgang fires back, grabbing him right back. He's not scared, not even a little. So this is why there's been zero progress lately, she realizes, watching the chaos unfold. These two have just been too busy fighting. Okay, let's all calm down first, she starts to say, right as the air itself seems to crack. A voice drops about 10 degrees colder than the room. I told you, it says, not to use foul language in the sacred temple. Divine power crashes down like a physical weight, and suddenly everybody in the room remembers exactly who they're dealing with. Turns out sweet, stammering Priest Lana has another gear entirely. Geniuses, she says icily, adults who can't even agree on anything. They've been fighting non-stop for days and gotten absolutely nowhere. Apologize to each other, now. Off to the side, she and another temple attendant just stare, wide-eyed. I heard this story, the attendant whispers. Someone once tried to scam the temple, and Lana beat them to a pulp, rain and all. If she weren't so obsessed with potion research, the attendant adds, the Holy Knight Commander would've scouted her ages ago, so that's why Enick recommended her for this job, the Saintess realizes. Properly cowed, the two rivals shake hands. I'm sorry, one mutters, it was my fault, the other admits. Very good, Lana says, all business again. Let's treat each other with respect from now on. She allows herself a small, satisfied smile once order's restored. Saintess, someone yelps, catching her lurking and clearly enjoying the drama a little too much. No need to worry about the damage, she tells Lana. Repairs are covered by temple funds anyway, and they were renovating the place already, so honestly this just sped things along. She waves it off like it's nothing and leads the way back through the courtyard. Looks like she doesn't need to worry about this place at all, she decides, surveying the newly stocked lab. She's leaving it all in Priest Lana's hands. The temple gardens are blooming again, sunlight pouring through the renovated courtyard like nothing ever went wrong. Good morning, Saintess, comes a greeting as she strolls through. The courtyard's finally starting to look like an actual courtyard thanks to all the repair work. Did you stay up all night? Someone asks Zelik. You look terrible. He just gives a thumbs up like it's a badge of honor. He worked hard, he explains, since they're getting paid overtime after all. And honestly, he couldn't sleep knowing their research wasn't going anywhere. Looks like you got some rest at least, Priest Lana, he adds. Well, she admits, she did pull an all-nighter too, but divine power apparently does wonders for under-eye bags. She sips her tea like royalty while Zelik pipes up cheerfully that meals are free now, so he's actually been eating regular meals for once. Good, good, she says approvingly. Since the potion carries divine power, it already beats ordinary alchemy potions, but right now it can only handle small cuts. If they can just nail the ratio between almond flour and lindel herb, Zelik groans, it'd be perfect. Still stuck on that, Wolfgang needles him, tugging his glasses down. Let go of the stubbornness already. But I researched this, Zelik starts to protest. Those two herbs have been treated as opposites for 2 years running, Wolfgang explains, but there's nothing actually clashing about their properties. It's just that even a slight imbalance sets off wildly unpredictable effects. A closer look at the two ingredients side by side, the delicate almond flour and the humble lindel root, waiting to be balanced just right. Anyway, she calls a timeout. Let's take a breather with some tea. Getting a working potion up and running in just 2 weeks, she points out, is still a genuinely great accomplishment. Yes, thank you, comes the quiet reply, as the whole mismatched team finally settles into something like teamwork over tea. This particular blend, she notes, is made from dried Haya's petals. The flower only grows right here in the temple, fed by sunlight and divine power, and it's said to bring real peace to mind and body. Infused with divine power, Zelik repeats slowly, and something clicks behind his eyes. This is it, Saintess, he blurts out, practically vibrating with excitement. She just blinks, caught completely off guard by the sudden breakthrough. Sometime later, over at the Shiri estate, our resident cursed duke is right where we left him. Alone, brooding, and definitely not fine. It has been exactly 1 month since Lute Shiri got his hands on that relic, and he has been counting every single day. He sits there running the numbers in his head, doing his best impression of a man who is totally not desperate for answers. He stares down the pendant, wondering if the Saintess's claim about it could actually somehow be true. Then the pain hits, and all that composure goes straight out the window with one very loud curse. Even mid-flare-up, his mind keeps circling back to her. She was telling him the truth. The Saintess was actually telling the truth, and just wearing the relic like this already seems to be doing something. In his head he replays her, practically shouting her honesty at him. At the very least, she didn't lie, and that much is crystal clear. Which means maybe, just maybe, this cursed disease of his could actually be cured someday. He smirks to himself. Looks like the Saintess has got a real hold on him now, and not just because of the relic. He pulls his collar open to check the damaged, dark, cursed markings still crawling across his skin underneath. Something about this whole situation feels off. Getting caught in a weak spot should be frustrating, and yet, somehow, he is kind of enjoying it. Enough moping, he barks for the carriage to be readied. They are heading straight for the temple of the sun god. The estate grounds blur past as he heads out the door, done waiting around for answers. At the temple, the saintess is already waiting, and she does not let him off easy. She expected him earlier. He plays it cool, claiming he was just testing how effective her blessing really was. She is not buying it for a second. In her head, that is just a smooth liar dressing up being late as some kind of experiment. She points out the obvious. The blessing should have worn off by now, so why is he still standing there looking perfectly put together? He just keeps smiling, and she cannot tell if the man is genuinely fine or putting on the performance of his life. She wonders out loud if the pain has just made him delirious, and he swoops in with the smoothest possible answer. He is smiling because seeing her makes him happy, and surely it is the same for her. Two can play that game. He needles her right back. She is only happy to see him because of his money, right, saintess? She laughs it off way too fast. No way, that is not true, not even a little. Busted or not, she waves him on. Come on in, this is the lab. The two head inside, sunlight pouring through the temple's high windows onto the workshop below. A sharp-eyed lab director greets them at the door, letting the saintess know her requested batch needs a little more time. Then she clocks the tall stranger trailing behind, and the saintess offers to make the introduction properly. Turns out this is Duke Shiri himself, the man who is about to handle getting their potions out into the market. The whole lab short-circuits Duke Shiri, as in the Duke Shiri. Once everyone stops staring, the saintess gets down to business and asks the team to walk the Duke through their new potion. One alchemist practically launches out of his chair to volunteer, thrilled for the chance to impress him. He admits he never actually laid out the theory. Mixing almond flowers with lindel herbs, he was betting it would not poison anyone but instead produce something incredible. The Duke asks if he nailed the perfect ratio. Not quite, the alchemist says. He found something better, a whole new ingredient that brings out the best in both. The secret weapon turns out to be the highest flower. The second he added it, the potion's power jumped to at least 5 times their previous batch, easily good enough to sell. The saintess turns to the Duke, practically glowing with pride. He saw that, right? All 3 of them worked incredibly hard to pull this off. And since it worked, everyone is getting a bonus. The lab erupts, swearing their utmost devotion to her from this day forward. Relieved they finally had good results to show, she sends them off with prototypes of their own to try out. The Duke just laughs, genuinely pleased to see his money actually being put to good use for once. She admits she was worried at first, pairing 2 alchemists with completely clashing personalities, Zelik Luong and Wolfgang Schmidt, but somehow they click perfectly now. He thanks her for introducing him to such talented people, and she waves it off, too kind. Then he gets real for a second. Even the sea god's own aide could not treat his illness. He had no options left, and that is what pushed him into alchemy in the first place. He even personally commissioned a cure, and it flopped completely. Right when he had hit rock bottom, hopeless, he stumbled onto an old book. She listens quietly as he walks her through it, the whole garden going still around them. At first glance it looked like just another dusty history book about the Empire, nothing special. But buried inside was one single line claiming the holy relic of light-held healing power, and that was all the hope he needed to start hunting for it, a search that eventually led him straight here. The saintess asks the obvious follow-up, where is that old book now? It had been locked away in the royal library, imperial family only, and it is not even there anymore. The second he read that one line, the whole book crumbled to dust in his hands. He is left standing there holding a fistful of ash where a book used to be. She figures it must have just been ancient. A shame they lost the chance to study it further, though something about a book disintegrating that completely still nags at her. Because here is the part he does not know yet. That sacred relic of light he has been wearing is actually the final, hidden evil artifact. Back in the present, the 2 of them linger together among the flowers, the conversation drifting somewhere quieter. She catches herself staring and waves it off. It's nothing, really. Business as usual, she holds out her hand for the relic so she can renew the blessing. He stalls just long enough that she has to practically demand it. Come on, hand it over already. He grumbles that he does not really want to and she is not having it. She did not hand him that relic just so he could admire her pretty hands, he wanted more potion, didn't he? Then he drops a genuinely terrible idea. Wouldn't it be more meaningful if someone with a rare illness like him just tested the potion's effects directly? She is horrified. Is he out of his mind? Her face says it all. This man is about to do something incredibly reckless. She lunges for his wrist. Don't you dare let go of that. Too late, the dark markings are already surging up his skin. She screams his name as the curse takes hold. He doubles over in pain and she is right there catching him. She moves fast, working quickly to counter the surge before it can spread any further. Once the worst passes, he is already comparing notes. It does not measure up to the fully blessed relic, but it does take the edge off. Given how bizarre his condition is to begin with, he admits the potion still performs remarkably well. She cannot believe him. He nearly collapses and he is over here running a lab report. He just grins and asks if she is only annoyed because she was actually worried about him. For a moment they just sit there together, the panic finally draining out of the both of them. She gets to work properly this time, her blessing skill lighting up over a fresh potion. He offers her a potion of her own to test. Drink this one too, he says. The results speak for themselves. This batch works way better than the last, 3 to 4 times more effective by his estimate. Factoring in exactly how stubborn his particular illness is, that number means something even bigger. Far more effective than even Zelik predicted, and just like that, the sacred relic, the one everyone is calling Aurora, reads freshly blessed for a full 30 days. She hands it back over, here freshly blessed, good to go. She lays down the rules, no more reckless stunts, and he better come back for a renewal before the month runs out. Got it. He takes it with an actual, genuine thank you. Business wraps up fast. Once the supply is ready, they can start selling right away, and oh, here is this month's donation on top of the maintenance fees. He hands it over looking way too pleased with himself, like paying her is somehow the best part of his month. She lights up instantly. Oh my, thank you, Duke, and you know she has always loved him, right? Purely for the money, obviously. She hugs the pouch to her chest like it is the best gift she has ever gotten. He watches her with an expression that is a little harder to read than usual. She catches it too and cannot quite place what that look is. What is this? Whatever it was, it lingers. That she thinks was oddly sweet. He straightens the relic at his collar, uncharacteristically quiet. She tells herself it is nothing. His expression just seemed a little off for a second, but there is no reason for that. It has got to be her imagination. Take a look at the sun god temple, freshly rebuilt and buzzing again, and somebody inside just cannot believe what they are holding. The temple's blonde high priest can hardly believe it. This new potion came together fast and he calls it flat out astounding. The secret ingredient is rare Haya's flowers that only grow inside the grand temple itself, meaning this batch should be unmatched. Even the temple's sharp-dressed higher-up leans in for a look, vial in hand, clearly impressed by what the lab just pulled off. The saintess waves off the praise with a smile, insisting it is all thanks to Priest Dietrich and the alchemists who worked through the night. But she is not stopping there. She floats the idea of pushing the potion even further by infusing it with the power of their sacred and divine relics. That gets a raised eyebrow from across the table. Do they really need to go that far? The saintess just about rolls her eyes internally at how little business sense these two have, then reassures them out loud that once the potion team levels up their formula, they will not need the relics forever anyway. A long, uneasy silence hangs in the room while everyone weighs the idea. Finally, Priest Dietrich exhales and gives the nod. Very well, they will proceed exactly as she suggested. The saintess claps her hands together, telling the two men to leave the blessing to her and just keep working. A hidden status window flickers open, one only she can see, casting skill blessing on target the potion. Excellent, she thinks. She steps onto the glowing altar and lets the divine light pour down over the crates of bottles, sealing her blessing into every single one. Word is the effect is even stronger when she personally casts the blessing, and hey, she is not about to pass up free quality control. Technically, she should not be able to cast a blessing this powerful. She has been quietly lying to everyone about where the real power comes from, and she does feel a little bad about it. Row after row of potion bottles blaze gold under the blessing, completely unaware of the price their maker just paid to power them. Then a warning flashes red in her vision. Excessive use of blessing is putting serious physical strain on the user, right as she doubles over coughing. She stares down at her own palm in shock. That is blood, actual blood. Her divine power, she realizes with a chill, has grown a lot since last time. And yet even that boosted power was not enough to keep up painlessly. She talks herself down fast though, reasoning that as long as it is not eating into her actual lifespan, she can live with a little pain. The system confirms it for her. Her lifespan is safe, she will just get hit with fatigue and a temporary dip in condition. That is all the reassurance she needs. Simple fix then, just keep growing her divine power and the strain will ease up on its own. Alone again, she admits that scared her. Still, she reminds herself to be careful. People are going to worry if they catch her looking like this too often. She shakes it off, plasters her usual bright smile back on, and calls out that the blessing work is officially done. Off in the hallway, her knight and her priest head out together to get the shipment moving, no idea what she just went through behind closed doors. Move fast, she tells her team. The sooner these potions ship, the sooner they start selling. Yes ma'am, comes the eager reply. But her red-haired knight, Dame Victoria, stops mid-step, sniffing the air. She could have sworn she just smelled blood. Victoria narrows her eyes, turning the thought over, while the saintess nearly stumbles trying to play it cool. Really, the saintess says breezily, insisting she cannot smell a thing. Neither can I, Victoria finally admits, backing off, though the saintess cannot quite tell if she is actually convinced. Note to self, she thinks, air the room out next time before calling anyone in. Keep this up and they really will figure her out. Evening settles over the temple grounds as the day's business winds down. A carriage waits out front. The saintess is about to head out and meet the people who will actually be selling this potion to the world. Someone jogs up as she arrives, checking in. Has the saintess finished her task? Yes, she says brightly. The potion enhancement was a total success, and for the record she credits it all to the temple's sacred incense burner, not herself. A striking purple-haired stranger leans in, practically buzzing with curiosity. Is that the new potion? He has seen plenty of potions, he says, but never one with such radiant, otherworldly color. She thanks him for the compliment, a little caught off guard. Wait, who exactly is this guy? She wonders, right as he catches himself and apologizes for the late introduction. He is Jun Lerman, vice leader of the Merchant Guild Lumen under House Shiri, and please, he adds with a grin, just call him Jun. Vice leader of one of the biggest merchant guilds around, and he is standing right here in her temple. She introduces herself right back. Oracle, saintess of the sun god, pleased to meet him too. For a second the air between them gets a little charged, though nobody in the room is going to admit that out loud. She admits people warned her repeatedly to be careful around him given his reputation for being peculiar, but honestly she tells him he just seems like a genuinely kind guy. She is quietly admiring his build while he is off fuming to himself about a guy named Lute going around calling him weird. Completely unbelievable in his opinion. As expected of a vice leader, she says, his insight really is something else. Isn't it though? He laughs, not remotely modest about taking pride in that. Someone clears their throat trying to get her attention back. Saintess. Priest Dietrich jumps in to invite Jun back anytime, saying he would love to sit down and talk more over tea. Sounds lovely, Jun agrees, already looking forward to it. He snaps off a confident salute, assuring her he already has everything he needs from the guildmaster, just leave the rest to him. With the potions loaded up, he heads off with a wave. Until next time, he calls back. Watching them go, Priest Dietrich cannot help muttering to himself just how jealous he is. So jealous. He had not expected the vice leader himself to show up in person, he admits. It seems the Duke really does intend to invest heavily in this venture. Oh right, she does not know. The Lumen Guild is so massive that Jun personally oversees 3 whole divisions underneath him. When the guild master hands down an order, it is the vice leader who passes it along to every division below. And Jun only steps in directly for one reason when the Duke issues a personal order himself. Say what you want about him, Dietrich adds, the man is incredibly capable. Something in that sentence stops the saintess cold. Wait a minute, she thinks, going pale. She just remembered a genuinely grim plot point from the story she used to know. In that original story, the collapse of the Lumen Guild is exactly what pushes Duke Lute into becoming an outright villain. And that collapse starts with the death of one specific person, the bridge between the guild and the Duke. Could it possibly be Jun Lerman? She forces out a nervous laugh to cover the panic. Somewhere else entirely, a door slams hard enough to rattle the walls. What? The Sun God Temple has a potion on the market, a furious voice demands. Yes, sir, comes the report. The Lumen Guild is handing out free samples, and between the low price and the results, it is already catching on with commoners. The Sun God Temple, seriously? He snaps, disgusted that those pests are apparently still hanging around. Meet Louis Martin, owner of a rival alchemy potion shop, and not exactly thrilled about the competition. While the Sun God Temple was fading, they had been courting nobles and royalty, so their business never really clashed with his, which caters to commoners. He has held a total monopoly for years, jacking up prices however he liked with nobody to stop him. Commoners never had a choice but to buy from him. Now that ruined old temple is crawling back and wrecking everything and teaming up with the Lumen Guild on top of it, that is insane to him. Then he catches himself, wait, the Grand Temple would never approve of this either. He might not be able to take down the Lumen Guild by himself. But the Grand Temple, that is a completely different story. Cut to the Grand Temple itself, the Sun God Temple's much bigger, much hardier rival. Its spires rise over the city, every bit as grand as the name promises. Inside, a blue-haired woman is having her hair carefully styled, clearly used to being fussed over. An attendant mentions that Louis Martin sent a letter about the potion business. This is Saintess Carmen area of the Grand Temple, and business correspondence is apparently not her favorite topic. Isn't that somebody else's department? She sighs, already dreading being told she has to handle everything herself. Heemp, her attendant insists she did look it over already but felt this was something Carmen really needed to know about personally. The sealed letter changes hands with a crisp yes, ma'am. Carmen scans it and her expression sours instantly. What is this? Those wretches still have not gone under. Clinging to life like roaches, is that it? She says with a cold little smile, and it is clear the Sun God Temple has just made itself a very dangerous enemy. She crushes the letter in her fist, and somewhere across the city, the stakes for everyone just went up. In a grand hall, a blue-haired noblewoman looks over some kind of report with her maid, and her expression sours fast. What is this? She actually laughs about it because nothing says devout holy woman like cackling that her stubborn rivals just won't take the hint and die already. She thinks back on a man she once considered devout enough to earn a personal blessing from her own hands. Instead of gratitude, he just scoffed and walked off like her blessing meant nothing, and that insult clearly still stings. The name behind that insult flashes up, Duke Lute Shiri. Just seeing his face darkens the whole room. Whatever memory this stirs up, it is not a pleasant one. The whole scene goes cold and thorny. Then chaos breaks out, something goes horribly wrong, voices shrieking how, why, as people collapse right there on the floor. A man rushes in demanding answers straight from her. Carmen, what on earth is going on? So now our smirking noblewoman has a name. Carmen wastes no time dropping the bomb on her brother. Those leech-like sun god zealots are still alive, and the Lumen Guild has been quietly supplying them with potions. Her brother's eyes go cold and sharp. What did you say? Is never a good sign coming from a man that furious. He storms off without another word, boots echoing down the hall. Somebody is about to have a very bad day. A letter gets snatched up, evidence in hand ready to be picked apart. According to that letter, the potions have been selling for over 2 weeks already, and he wants to know exactly why nobody mentioned it until now, while the guy across from him breaks into a cold sweat. 2 words ice cold, take him away. Guards drag the poor messenger off while Carmen just watches from her seat, unbothered. This is clearly not her first purge. He is begging now, screaming for mercy from both the saint and the saintess, anything but that punishment, whatever that punishment actually is. Her brother orders the entire potion operations manager replaced on the spot. No negotiation, and Carmen just lets out a tired, exhausted breath beside him. Carmen wonders aloud if there is actually anything they can do to end this mess for good. Her brother has a different question first. Has she received any divine revelations lately? None, she admits. Honestly, it is starting to feel like their God is not even watching over her anymore. It has been way too quiet up there. He has felt the same silence, so he reasons it out loud. Their God always sends a sign when something major happens, which means this mess must not be big enough yet to warrant one. So the plan for now is to just watch quietly from the shadows instead of acting. Especially since the Duke of Shiri himself is tangled up in this. Going after him directly would get messy, so instead, why not slip in a quiet informant to feel out the situation first? He mulls the idea over, already turning it into a plan in his head. Carmen's whole face lights up with mischief. So, that person, she asks, clearly already knowing exactly who he means. Perfect, he says. If it is the one they raised so carefully themselves, they should be able to dig up everything they need to know. Cut to a whole different cathedral entirely, and the first thing we hear is somebody absolutely screaming. We are clearly back at the sun god's temple grounds, all flowers and marble, business as usual. Or is it? Turns out that scream was pure joy. All 500 bottles of their potion samples just sold completely out. And the pre-orders keep climbing too. The temple staff can barely believe the numbers themselves. One stunned official practically genuflects, wondering out loud if the saintess somehow foresaw this whole windfall. Haha, not quite, she laughs. Turns out foresight had nothing to do with it. The real trick was pricing. Divine potions used to be a rich person's toy, so making them affordable for everyone was basically a guaranteed hit, though sure, actually working helped too. Rewind a bit, this whole gamble started with one very loud advisor, the hype woman, insisting this was the perfect moment to launch, no more waiting. That pitch worked, and honestly so did the quiet backing they got from the Lumen Guild. Yes, that Lumen Guild. Enter the Gaines priestess, flexing in to promise she has her end handled personally, and honestly, with arms like that, who is arguing? Muscles never lie. The saintess agrees with a grin, but with sales this good, the potion team and the priests are all going to need to step it up. The high priest, the one actually infusing divine energy into every bottle, is already run ragged, and word is the saintess has been personally overseeing every last finishing touch herself. Stay strong, high priest. The poor man has basically become this business's unpaid overtime department. Looks like another round of meat is in order for the team, and get this, a little status window pops up. 1,000 more people now know their god exists, and her divine power just ticked up. Wait, just people finding out the sun god exists boosts her power? That is a discovery worth pausing on. Which means every bottle she sells is basically free advertising for her god and free power for her. Selling potions to save souls and charge up her own stats at the same time, not a bad business model. Before she can celebrate too long though, she is pulled aside for very different news. Her actual birth parents have shown up at the temple, unannounced. Her parents, right, she never really got around to mentioning she even had those. It did not seem necessary at the time. See, she originally ran away from home and only awakened her divine power after landing here. So a runaway daughter coming face to face with the family she fled is a reunion loaded with baggage. Everyone braces for what could turn into a full-blown storm. Her mind flashes back to the moment it all started, her parents catching her glowing like something out of scripture, gasping that she looked like an actual angel. Our daughter has divine power. Not exactly the reaction you would expect from parents whose kid just bolted from home. They were thrilled, gushing about how proud they were, hugging her like she had won an award instead of run away. Back in the present, she blinks. Oh, wait a second, that memory does not match the dread she is currently feeling. She braced for fury, maybe even a slap. Instead she got warmth. Confusing, but she does not get long to process it because someone is already calling out, "Ah, saintess," as the group closes in. She rushes over, apologizing for pulling everyone away from their work just because her parents showed up out of nowhere. The high priest admits he had no advance warning either, though honestly he figured her parents would turn up sooner or later. One of them mutters that the whole scene almost makes it look like they kidnapped the man's daughter, which, fair, that is exactly how it reads right now. Her father steps forward, all business, demanding to know straight up if she is really the saintess running this place. He is pointing, worked up, clearly not here for pleasantries. That's right, and who might this person be? Comes the reply as Ordal sizes up the stranger accusing her of kidnapping. Count Jake Hindle of the Eastern Empire, he announces with a dramatic throat clear Monica's actual biological father. So there it is in writing, Monica's father officially entering the chat. And she meets him just as formally, I see, I am Ordal, saintess of the sun god. Her mother steps in too, apologizing for the rudeness and introducing herself as Miriam Hindle. Monica's mother, officially on the record now as well. 6 months without a single word from their daughter, then a sudden lead on where she had gone. Mustache Dad admits the whole rush over here has been an emotional wreck. Turns out they have already heard a few things about her life here too, courtesy of her clingy attendant, the White Knight, who is not shy about calling her saintess Tilda with hearts practically in his eyes. The high priest is quick to reassure them. The temple values individual freedom above all, and nobody ever forced Monica into anything she did not choose herself. Ordal just smirks to herself, as if her parents are actually going to let her walk away from this that easily. The high priest keeps laying it on thick she has become his most trusted aide, and her life here has grown genuinely comfortable. Not to mention she has turned out to have a real knack for business, thriving as an apprentice priestess who now runs the healing shuttle operation herself. Mustache Dad opens his mouth to argue anyway some things a resume just cannot fix. Before it can turn into a whole debate, the high priest smoothly steps in and sends the family off to catch up privately in the drawing room. And with a clap everyone else gets dismissed, crisis for now averted. The whole temple looms behind them as the family heads off together. They wind their way through the quiet halls towards somewhere a bit more private. They finally step into her actual living quarters. Countess Worrywart and Mustache Dad glance around, a little surprised that went smoother than expected, and apparently this saintess lives pretty frugally for someone running the place. They always figured saintesses lived in luxury, and honestly, this one used to be the walking definition of excess herself. Picture jewels dripping off every finger and a chest of gold at her feet. That was the old her, not anymore though. Word around the temple is that old, arrogant version of her does not even compare to who she has become now. Once the door shuts, her mother finally lets it out. Do you have any idea how shocked I was to find out you were here? Ordal can only apologize for the worry she caused. But she is quick to clarify, it is not like she deliberately hid the divine power thing from them. It just happened suddenly, right after she ran off. And nobody forced her hand either. Choosing to follow the sun god was entirely on her. This was her decision, and hers alone, and she means to live out the rest of her life here as a priestess. Her father's face falls, but Monica, that means she is giving up her place in the family line entirely. She holds his gaze without flinching. Whatever she is giving up, she has already made her peace with it. Monica's parents came to drag her home, and she opens with the classic line, I'm truly sorry for causing you worry. She swears she never meant to hide her newfound divine power from them, it just appeared out of nowhere the moment she left home. Nobody forced her hand, she insists. Becoming a follower of the sun god was entirely her own choice, and she is not backing down. I intend to live here as a priestess for the rest of my life, she declares, and you can see the exact moment it lands on her mother. Her mother finally says it out loud, giving up the family name means giving up everything that comes with it. Monica's face says she already knows. It's a heavier outfit than it looks. Every stitch of that priestess robe just cost her a title. Her mother isn't done pleading. Isn't this place far too humble for someone of your status? Let's go home and talk this through properly. Emotions win out before words do. Mom just pulls her in for a hug while Dad watches on quietly out of arguments. Dad picks up the complaint next. If she'd joined the great temple, fine, but the sun god, nobody's even heard of it. What possible advantage is there in becoming a priestess of some obscure little temple? He demands, completely missing the point, as usual. You can see her hand curl into a fist. She has had enough of being underestimated. Please don't compare us to the worldly priests at the great temple, she fires back. I'm proud to be a priestess of the sun god. I have no need for personal gain or fame, she adds, drawing a line in the sand. Mom, of all people, bursts out laughing, delighted rather than defeated. That's my daughter indeed, she cackles while the whole family dissolves into giggles. See, I told you Monica wasn't coming home. Fine, do as you please, it's not like you've ever needed our permission anyway, Mom sighs and Monica finally catches on. Wait, were you two testing me? Busted, we just wanted to see how serious you were, they admit. Besides, your little brother Alan already agreed to inherit the family line. Knowing your temperament, you'd have just run off again anyway. How could we hand you the family legacy? Turns out the whole confrontation was a bit of theater. Dad hugs her tight. Exactly, you get it completely. Between the tears and the teasing, this is clearly a family that loves hard. But Monica isn't finished. She wants the record set straight. This humble temple isn't staying humble for long. They've just partnered with the Lumen Guild on a potion business, she reveals, and Dad's jaw drops. Even the king struggles to get that guild's attention. Dad just stares, doing the math on how his insignificant temple suddenly out-networked the crown. And the guild deal is just the start. Monica gushes that it's all thanks to their brilliant saintess. Do you even realize how incredible she is? Between the potions and the preaching, Monica adds, still blushing, she even saved my life. Her parents go wide-eyed. She saved your life? Suddenly this whole priestess thing sounds a lot more serious. Cut to the parents in full dramatic mode, throwing themselves at the temple's feet. We would like to become patrons of the sun god temple. Immediately they declare, and a passing priestess pokes her head up, mildly startled. Excuse me. She's tending the temple garden in a big sun hat, minding her own business, when two very enthusiastic nobles roll right into her life. Turns out these two overheard she once helped their daughter after an attack by a servant of House Kiris, and they have come to say thank you in person. We acted rudely without knowing who you were, and we sincerely apologize, the parents add, walking her through the gardens. Something clicks for the priestess. Attacked by a servant of House Kiris, could it be that the apprentice priestess back then was? The name hits her like a slap, Monica. Right, that was Monica. How did I not put that together sooner? No, she corrects gently, it was someone from my own family who hurt your daughter. I'm the one who should apologize. Not at all, the parents insist. Monica told me that. She admits she would love to cut ties with House Kiris entirely. The trouble is, the donations they send make it complicated. The parents pounce on the opening. If that's the only issue, let us handle it. Consider this your chance to cut that rotten connection for good. Whatever Kiris contributes, we'll offer double, Dad announces. Cue the priestess's eyes lighting up. Double. She's grateful, truly, but as Count Kiris's adopted daughter, severing ties outright would be messy. So she has another idea. She lets the offer hang in the air a beat, robes catching the afternoon light, clearly already 3 steps ahead of them. Would you two perhaps consider becoming believers of the sun god alongside your daughter? Smooth, very smooth. Believers, the parents blink, caught completely off guard. If you two become believers, she explains, it justifies every bit of support you give our temple. And it lets me quietly distance myself from that family, all nice and natural. The parents are left doing the math, thoroughly outmaneuvered. Somewhere the name Duke Shiri gets mentioned and the parents' eyes practically turn into stars. Really, that esteemed man. Well, if our daughter's determined to spend her life here, we've no reason to refuse, they reason. And who knows, maybe we'll even form ties with the Shiri family. You can practically see the social climbing gears turning behind those beaming smiles. The priestess doesn't miss a beat, already walking them toward the registration desk. Then shall we proceed immediately to register you as believers? Strike while the iron's hot. She takes a quiet moment among the roses, looking every bit the picture of serene holiness. Nobody would guess she just closed a deal. The temple garden practically glows with her satisfaction. Donations secured, new followers gained. Monica really is an exceptional attendant. Monica just grins and gives a thumbs up, leave it to me. And right on cue, the notification pops up, 2 new grade B followers registered and her divine power just ticked up 0.1%. Turns out faith really does pay. That night, alone in her chambers by candlelight, our priestess finally gets to relax, though alone is relative when a holy knight is standing watch nearby. Monica gets to spend today in peace with her family, she muses. Her parents clearly adore her. What a lovely family. Indeed, the knight replies simply, ever the steady presence at her back. The atmosphere in my own family was rather different, she admits, catching him off guard. Your family, he asks. If it had been my parents, they'd have chased me down with swords and axes to drag me home, she says, casual as anything. Axes, you say? She just grins wider, clearly enjoying how much that startles him. Oh yes, after some so-called sparring, they'd probably have carried my unconscious body home instead. What an unusual family dynamic, he manages. Were your parents knights too? He asks, trying to piece it together. Mercenaries, actually. They ran their own company together. Not exactly the answer he expected. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate, he says, thinking it over. Pardon, mercenaries work for pay, he reasons, and in his eyes she's never once been driven by money. You and I both just watched her negotiate double donations, but sure. She goes quiet for a moment, actually turning his words over. You've been like this since the day we met, he continues. You knew exactly how I was treated at the Great Temple and you never once asked about it. And that's not all. You help with my training every morning, never skip your own practice, and your devotion to prayer is honestly remarkable. In my eyes, he tells her, you're someone who acts on real principle. For once, she doesn't have a comeback, just a soft, genuine smile. The moment lingers a little longer than either of them probably intends. People like that are better suited to knighthood, especially the holy knights, he adds. I don't know your parents, but maybe they thought the same. He says it plainly, like it's just an observation. It clearly means more to her than that. With that, he starts preparing to head out for the night. Dame Victoria, would you put out the lights when you leave? He asks. Of course, she says, though Monica's not here to do it for me tonight. Are you sure you'll be all right on your own tonight? He checks. Of course. Nothing terrible happens just because you're alone one evening, she says, or so she thinks. Very well then, he snuffs out the candle with a practiced hand. Have a pleasant night, he says, and the halls fall quiet behind him. Just her alone now, in a very big, very empty temple. Lying in bed, her mind drifts to families. Monica's, her own adoptive one. Both, she decides, are lucky to have people who genuinely care. Then the thought turns sharp. She never had a family at all in her original life. So why, of all things, did she end up stuck with the Kiris family this time around? This is unfair, she huffs before softening. Still, I did have something like a family, even if it wasn't a real one. As sleep pulls her under, one name drifts up from a life she left behind. My friend Hyun. Then the peace shatters. Warning. The alerts keep stacking, one after another, refusing to stop. She jolts awake, disoriented. What's going on? The system doesn't waste time on pleasantries. A believer of a rival deity has infiltrated the temple, and they are closing in on her with lethal intent. She freezes, gripping the sheets. Someone wants to kill me. And there it is, the whole reason she's in this mess in the first place. Divine power, bought and paid for with cold hard cash, and now somebody wants her dead for it. The warnings keep flashing red through the dark, closing in. A blade catches what little light there is as a masked figure steps closer. Whoever they are, they did not come to talk. Deep in the temple at night, a blaring red warning flashes out of nowhere. Something is very wrong. The alert flares right over our sleeping saintess's head. She is about to have a very bad night. She jolts awake, blinking into the dark. What's this? The system is dead serious. A follower of a rival god is closing in on the Grand Temple, and they want her dead. Her hands clench the blanket, harboring murderous intent towards me, not exactly the wake-up call anyone wants. She figures it is probably one of Ordal's old enemies finally coming for payback. A follower of a completely different god, though, that she was not expecting. Good thing she is not just some ordinary noble girl anymore. She has got a trick up her sleeve, literally. I have something prepared for exactly this kind of thing, she mutters, just as the system screams that the killer is already closing in fast. Sure enough, a black-clad intruder slips silently into her bedroom while she is still tangled in the sheets. A blade cuts through the dark, dead silent and dead fast. The system all but screams at her to dodge or die. And there he is, a masked assassin with sharp red eyes locked right onto her. He grips his dagger tight, ready to finish the job. The blade comes down inches from her. She activates body enhancement on instinct and slams a book into the strike hard enough to stop a professional killer cold. Never underestimate a bookworm. It turns into a scramble, her hair yanked, both of them fighting for the upper hand. The assassin's eyes burn with pure, cornered intensity. This is not going the way he planned. She staggers back, clutching her makeshift weapon, but she is still standing, and now he is the one on the ropes. She reaches for her real secret weapon, a legendary divine artifact she apparently made out of boredom, as one does. One hit later and the feared assassin is out cold at her feet, but she starts, already regretting how easy that was. With no rope or handcuffs handy, she ties his wrists up with the only fabric available, his own clothes, which leaves him half-stripped, bruised, and thoroughly unconscious on her floor. A beat too late, she realizes exactly how this is going to look to anyone who walks in. Doesn't this look kind of weird, she mutters, suddenly very aware of the optics. Oh, don't misunderstand, she blurts to no one in particular. His clothes were just the only thing I had to tie him up with. I'm not a pervert, sure, Saintess, sure. She tries to get answers out of him. He gives her stone-cold silence. He is not talking easily, she notes, already running through her suspect list. Her best guess, the ocean god's people, probably salty about the temple's recent success in the potion business. But sending an assassin this fast, she wonders, that is a serious overreaction for a business rivalry. What orders were you given, she demands, standing over him, answer me. He stays silent, eyes burning with defiance behind his mask. She winces looking at him, wondering if she actually hit him too hard. Then again, if he is this out of it after one hit, maybe that works in her favor. She needs proof the ocean god sent him and she is running out of options. So she does what a saintess does best, she starts healing his wounds. Blood beads on the floor as her power touches him, and something reacts violently. A burst of energy rips through the room out of nowhere. What's this? Why suddenly, she gasps. The system flags it immediately. Her healing power is clashing head-on with a curse from the raging ocean and her own body is taking the hit. She clamps a hand over her mouth, shaking. This is way bigger than a random hired blade. The curse of the raging ocean, not exactly a name you want tattooed on your problems. Turns out the assassin is wrapped in the ocean god's curse like armor. Nothing can pierce it and nothing can brainwash him out of it either. It clicks for her. He was never allowed to betray his god even if he wanted to. He was not a killer by choice. He was a label somebody else forced onto him. This assassin, Jeremy Cars, is a branded slave to that god, chained to its orders whether he likes it or not. Dark, curse-marked crows scatter through the air around them, a chilling reminder of exactly who he answers to. The curse convulses through him violently, his own power practically fighting back against her touch. Then the system drops a bombshell. This is male lead candidate number 3. Apparently there's a list and apparently he is on it. She presses a hand to her aching head. What should I do about this? Great question, no easy answer. He grits his teeth against the pain ripping through him. The curse convulses through his whole body, and he screams. She panics right along with him. Wow, what's going on? What's wrong with him? Somewhere down the hall, footsteps approach. Someone is coming. It is the temple's knight commander making his nightly rounds. Tonight, Monica the priestess is not around to check on the saintess, so the job falls to him. Is the saintess all right? He wonders to himself, pausing outside her door. For a second he almost talks himself out of it. Seems fine, no noise, he shrugs. Let's go back, famous last words. Then a scream rips through the hallway and stops him dead in his tracks. Saintess, he does not bother with the door, he just goes straight through it. He bursts in, ready for a fight. Are you all right? She looks up startled. Oh, Commander. And there she is, kneeling over a half-naked, bloodied, tied-up man on her bedroom floor. This is exactly the scene it looks like and also nothing like the scene it looks like. Her hands hover uselessly over him, even she does not know how to explain this one. The commander goes red in the face. Don't misunderstand, buddy, you are not the one who needs to say that. She cheerfully tries to explain anyway. He suddenly screamed and collapsed, so I was healing him. As for the clothes, well, you see, this person. Saintess, you're bleeding, he cuts in, spotting blood on her hand. He gently cups her face, checking her over. Are you all right? I'm fine, she assures him. I just overused my divine power, I'm not actually hurt. She cannot help but smile a little. I'm glad you thought of me first. His expression turns cold as steel. You overused your power, was it because of this scoundrel? I'll take care of him right away, he growls, already moving. Wait a moment, Commander, she yelps. This person is no longer dangerous, she insists. I already disarmed him. Look, I even tore his clothes to tie him up. He blinks, visibly recalibrating. Yes, you did well. Still, his jaw tightens. He wants this man punished right now for making her bleed, but he will hold off by the book until they find out who is really behind it. He scoops the assassin up like a sack of laundry. I'll also increase your close protection detail. What? She blurts. No, Monica and Dame Victoria are enough for me, she protests. He is not buying it, you're alone at night. This happened tonight, that is not enough at all. She flushes, caught off guard. We'll talk about that later, he says. Right now, dealing with this assassin comes first. I need answers from him too, she says firmly. As the Saintess, I'll conduct the interrogation myself. So you absolutely cannot kill him before that, she warns. She takes a steadying breath. A curse-branded assassin, an angry god, and a very confused commander, all in one night's work. He exhales, understood. As he hauls the prisoner off, she calls after him. You promise, right, Commander? I'll report the situation to the High Priest, he answers, which is not exactly a yes. He glances back, his voice softening. You must have been startled late at night. Don't worry, just get some rest. The next morning, 7 a.m. sharp, the sun's already up over the Grand Temple. Golden light spills over the temple spires as the whole city wakes around it. Sunlight creeps through the window and across her quiet room. Even after a rough night, Siwon has to be up by 7. In this life, she tells herself, there is no such thing as sleeping in. She is still wiped out, so a little light stretching will have to count as her workout today. She heads for the door, reaching for the handle. But before she can open it, the Holy Knight Commander is already standing right there on the other side. Holy Knight Commander, she was not expecting him first thing in the morning. Morning light catches the gold thread on his uniform as he waits by the door. Turns out getting up early has become a habit for him too. She teases him, don't tell me you have been standing guard at my door this whole time. He is dead serious about it. He told her nobody would be allowed to disturb the Saintess, and he meant it. She lets out a small caught off guard by how seriously he takes it. A sword master should not be wrecked by one sleepless night, but he looks worse than she does. Something else must have happened to him. He shifts a little, bracing for whatever she says next. Turns out it was not just politeness, he actually stood guard over her sleep all night. She thanks him, for real this time. He just smiles, glad you slept well, he tells her. The temple's crest gleams on his breastplate as they part ways. Meanwhile, down the hall, the temple's morning cleaning is well underway. Two maids gossip over their mops. An assassin broke in last night. What has a poor temple even got worth stealing? Everyone knows this temple is broke, one of them scoffs. The other does not know the details, but word is the intruder got caught. The real question is who he was even after. Turns out it was the Saintess. Good heavens, they gasp, that vicious-tempered woman. Siwon overhears every word and a dark aura practically radiates off her. The other maid backpedals fast. Whoever attacked her, they will not even find his bones. Well, of course she seems a little different lately, one mutters, but a leopard does not change its spots that easily, right? Another chimes in, she would not be shocked if the Saintess personally separated that attacker from his own flesh and blood. That is fair, the others agree, sweeping on like nothing happened. Not that she is worried about it, Siwon tells herself. Breakfast is served with a soft clink of silverware. She sits down to eat with the Holy Knight Commander, who has traded his usual armor for a formal, red-trimmed uniform. By the way, he asks, where did Miss Victoria go? She stepped out briefly for second division duty, C1 explains, then needles him. Are you uncomfortable with me here instead of her? Of course not, she says. The commander is the most reliable one around. He looks almost pleased. He leans in close. Just keep this between us, he says. Miss Victoria would be hurt if she knew. C1's heart does a little flustered skip at that. Wait a second, she narrows her eyes. Is Miss Victoria's second division duty by any chance just guarding me? Smile and say something, she thinks at him, and please, do not go into handsome mode right now. Before she can dig further, an official cuts in. Scientess, now that there has been an attack, we cannot just stand by and watch anymore. The Scientess's safety is the Grand Temple's safety, he presses. Please trust us and leave it to us. Off to the side, a sharp-eyed red-haired knight watches the exchange, unconvinced. Put that way, C1 has little choice. Fine, she says, I will go along with it for now. Footsteps hurry off through the temple halls. C1 steps away from the table, leaving the men behind. Did I do something wrong? She wonders. Why is everyone acting so strange around her today? Someone explains. It is just that the rumors about last night's break-in have already spread everywhere. Sure enough, she catches two more staff whispering in the shadows. What vicious thing did that Saintess do this time to get an assassin sent after her? Knew she had not really changed. Changed my ass, one scoffs. C1 just grits her teeth and laughs it off. Of course, that is what they think. So much for all the effort she has put into fixing her image. Well, if it is already out there, no point hiding anymore. Time to go meet this guy herself. Yes, Saintess, the commander answers, falling into step beside her. Her reputation is in ruins because of some ocean god's lackey. She fumes to herself, and she is not letting this slide. They head down into the temple's holding cells. It is an underground prison, sure, but brighter than she expected. The commander guides her down the stairs, hand steadying hers. This stone blocks any power used against it. Magic, sword aura, divine gifts, all of it. Only the sun god's power still works down here. Someone is expecting the high priest to show up. Saintess, you have come, comes the greeting as they reach the cells. The high priest asks after someone's health. He had heard about the blood that got coughed up, and wants to know how bad it really is. His face looked awful earlier, C1 thinks, or did she imagine that? The priest turns to her instead. Are you still not feeling well? No, she insists. She slept great and feels fine now. Just give her a moment. He takes her hand anyway, and warm holy light spills over her skin. Just a precaution, he says. If she had actually been hurt, she would have healed herself already. If he had healed her without any explanation out loud, it might have tipped off the one person in the room who does not know she is not the real Saintess, so he is covering for her. Was he actually worried about her? She wonders, feeling something warm she cannot quite explain. The priest studies her for a moment, thoughtful. Between the healing light and the moment they are sharing, it almost feels romantic. Good news, there is really nothing wrong with her. That is a relief, he says, leading the group onward. C1 just blinks, still not totally sure what that whole exchange was about. They press on, deeper down the torchlit stone corridor. Before the Saintess starts her interrogation, the priest says, let him share what he has already found out. Go on, she says. This prisoner is wrapped in divine power, he tells them, and not the kind their temple deals in. Chained in the dark sits their prisoner, bruised, shirtless, glowing faintly with strange blue markings. His entire body is soaked in traces of the ocean god, the priest explains, not divine power like theirs, god power wielded directly. God power means power a god used personally, straight from the source, he clarifies, eyeing the beaten prisoner. Wrapped that thick in it, no wonder the Holy Knight commander never sensed him coming. The commander's jaw tightens. God's power, he repeats, unsettled. But High Priest, C1 cuts in. He is not dead, right? He is just awfully quiet. Strange, the priest admits he poured healing into him and got no reaction at all. By rights, a man named Jeremy, cursed like this, should be desperate to crawl back to the ocean god's temple, unless he has not finished whatever he was sent here to do. The three of them close in around the chained man, studying him. Holy Knight Commander, hand over that bag, the priest says. Is that all right with you, Saintess? What exactly are you planning to do with that? The commander asks warily, eyeing the small pouch. C1 steps forward and looks down at their prisoner. She reaches out and grips his shoulder, and something dark and electric crackles between them. Jeremy's eyes go wide, his whole body shaking. Then he throws his head back and screams. The commander and the priest freeze, staring at her in shock. Saintess, one of them chokes out. We open in a dungeon, chains bolted to the wall, and the temple's saintess standing right over a man who is clearly having the worst day of his life. He's on his knees, wrists bound, with someone already winding up to throw a book at his head. Then the whip cracks. This is clearly not the first time he's taken a hit like this. His face says it all: pain, fury, and zero patience left for whatever is happening to him. A couple of temple officials watching from the doorway look just as shaken as he does. It finally clicks for them: that's not just some noble with a whip, that's the saintess herself. Turns out she's the one dishing out this punishment personally, no assistant required. Later, alone with a strange ornate box, she notices it fits her hand even better than it did yesterday. Her brain helpfully suggests this might be the reincarnation of her old police baton and soulmate. Thanks, brain, very useful. Down below, a couple of guards spot her and do a double take. Wait, is that the saintess? The priests behind her clock it too. The box in her hands just reacted to something. Cue a very undignified round of panic, though someone tries to walk it back as just a headache. Officially, divine power should make this prisoner untouchable by ordinary attacks, yet the box keeps lighting up around him, same as it did last night. Someone puts it together. Wait, isn't that the box that used to hold the sacred relic of light? The relic itself was destroyed ages ago, but the box survived completely intact, which means the box itself might be the real divine item, and this prisoner might be protected by a god. Only problem, nobody in the temple's own collection has a divine item shaped anything like it. And a relic tied to the ocean great god would never harm someone that god is protecting, so this box must be. A hazy vision fills in the gaps. Nobody even knows why a relic tied to a god of oblivion ended up sitting in their temple to begin with. Same mystery box that once stored the sacred relic of light. Whatever it is, it's clearly a valuable find. She's thrilled, practically bouncing as she shows off her discovery to the high priest. Then someone drops the mood entirely. In that case, proceed with the execution. She freezes. Wait, what? The order comes down cold. There's no reason to keep that assassin alive any longer. Carry out the execution immediately. A ranking officer looks on, weighing the situation with a lot less sentiment than she'd like. The high priest hesitates, working up the nerve to speak up. He offers a practical angle. If this man really was granted divine power by a god, wouldn't it be smarter to recruit him instead of killing him? She is not thrilled that recruitment is the only argument on the table. Looking at him chained and broken, it's obvious to her he's being used, not acting on his own. Someone else voices the skepticism out loud. Would the gods really go that far just to use somebody? Given how shameless the gods in this world tend to be, she says, it's not impossible at all. So here's the plan: strip his divine power, bring him back to his senses, and figure out what to do from there. She reaches for the box, already working out how she's going to pull this off. Someone still doesn't get it. Why give an assassin like him a second chance at all? Her answer starts simple: that's because if Jeremy goes back to them, he'll just be handed more brutal training and more kill orders, same as before. He'd keep wandering as a killing machine with no will of his own, carrying out whatever he's told. In the original story, she remembers, it's the actual heroine, Idella, who's supposed to save him. That was never supposed to be her job. Still, she can't just walk away and leave a tortured kid chained up for the sake of somebody else's romance plot. The high priest tells her plainly, the decision is hers to make and he'll follow whatever she decides. He does warn her though, stripping divine power is no small thing. Is she sure she can actually pull it off? She can't quite believe it. Does he actually trust her that much? In the story she remembers, this same priest never trusted the woman whose body she's living in. She never expected him to trust her like this. She presses a hand to her chest, quietly grateful. Thank you for trusting me, high priest. Leave it to her, she says. She's got one method worth trying. Alone with him now, she steels herself, and seeing him up close like this hits a lot harder than she expected. She mutters to herself that even saving Loot wasn't this hard. Once he comes to his senses, he'd better help her out. Got it. She hauls his unconscious body into position, remembering how the divine item Aurora got more effective once she added restraints. Maybe the same trick works here. If she pours divine power straight into the box itself, maybe that weakens the curse holding him just enough. She wraps her arms around him and braces herself. Please let this work. She activates her skill, blessing, and light starts gathering around her hands. The glow spreads across her fingers as the power takes hold. Something stirs behind his eyes, like the curse just noticed she's there. He convulses in pain, blood on his face, the curse fighting back hard. Warnings flood her vision. Excessive use of divine power is putting serious strain on her body. Immediate discontinuation strongly recommended. She coughs through it but confirms what she needed to know. Nowhere does it say a god's curse cannot be broken. So all she needs is more divine power, more blessings. She can break this curse, but a warning flashes. The curse of the raging ocean is clashing directly with her divine power. Another warning follows. Continued attempts will shorten her own lifespan. She grits through it. Does it really think she's going to give up over something like that? Break a god's curse using her own remaining lifespan? Blood drips from her arm as she weighs it. Fine, she decides, she'll do it. She's already on her second life anyway. She throws out a dare to the heavens. It'd be pretty awkward for the sun god if she died right now, wouldn't it? So if he wants her alive, he'd better grab this curse by the hair and rip it out himself. Light erupts around her, blood and all, as she pours everything she has left into breaking it. Someone screams for her to hurry, please, as blood pools across the floor. She's barely upright at this point, leaning against him just to stay standing. Blood streaks her face, but she's still not backing down. No, she insists she needs more divine power. Her body finally starts giving out, swaying on her feet. A warning fires off. Her body has hit its limit, forcing her consciousness to shut down. His eyes blink open, blood on his face, finally starting to come back to himself. She collapses straight into his arms, unconscious but faintly smiling. A message confirms it. The god's curse has been partially destroyed. Thank goodness, she thinks she actually won. Her mind drifts into an old memory. A sharp-tongued woman scolding her for dozing off mid-conversation, asking if her nagging is really that boring. She glances around, slowly placing where exactly this memory is from. The cafe around her comes into focus. She blinks, trying to pin down exactly when this memory took place. A flash of the two of them as kids. Did she seriously just doze off for a second? What, are you dumb? Her friend keeps going. She's against this, period. Becoming a detective is way too dangerous. Right, she remembers now. This is exactly why they became friends. Her friend was against the police academy from day one, said if she wanted something that risky she might as well have joined the military. It's not that different from the army, honestly, she jokes back, and her friend nearly loses it. What did you just say? Nothing, she backpedals. Where are you even headed? To buy cake, obviously. What now? She's fierce enough that people wonder how anyone stays friends with her, and honestly, she's the only one who has. But underneath all that fire, she's genuinely the kindest person she knows, currently debating between chocolate cake, whipped cream cake, and strawberry cake. Her precious childhood friend, Ju Hyunjin. She watches her pick out dessert like it's the most important decision of the day. No matter how hard she tries, she just can't bring herself to hate her. The memory dissolves into light as consciousness starts pulling her back. Morning breaks quiet over the grand temple, sunlight sneaking through the stained glass like nothing happened last night. Petals drift past the window, drifting straight toward a certain someone's very unconscious bedroom. And there she is, Cha Si-won, dead asleep and looking rough, with Dietrich and the others checking in from the doorway. The treatment's done, Dietrich says. Rest is really all she needs now. So don't worry too much, Priestess Monica, he adds gently. Clearly somebody nearby is already spiraling. Cut to Monica jolting awake from an anxious dream and gasping out one word, Saintess. She's kicking herself. Of all the nights to finally visit her own parents, it had to be the one where the temple got attacked. Victoria's quick to talk her down. It was your first visit home in a while, she says. Nobody's blaming you for that. Dietrich is doing his own damage control, telling Monica flat out, The saintess wasn't actually harmed by the assassin. What? Monica freezes. That is not the reassurance she was expecting. Turns out the saintess caught the assassin herself, planning to personally strip away the divine power he'd been given before deciding his fate. Problem is, ripping divine power out of someone takes a lot of divine power, and she blew way past her own limit doing it. Lucky for her, the commander tracked her down fast. Saintess, his shout tears through the dark the second he spots her. And there she is collapsed, soaked in blood, still holding onto the very man who tried to kill her. Somewhere far off, an unimpressed voice mutters that Ordle never had much divine power to spare. It figured she'd burn out fast and come crawling back to it. I didn't expect her will to save him to be that strong, the voice admits. Had it known she'd get this reckless, it might have played things differently. Back at the temple, Victoria can't stop staring at her sleeping boss, turning one question over and over: why go this far for the enemy? I just wish she'd tell me the reason. Victoria sighs to nobody in particular. Out loud, she keeps it professional. She hasn't known the saintess long, but she doesn't buy that this was reckless without a reason. Then it hits her, wait a second, could it be? Because let's be honest, the last time she saw that assassin up close, the guy was stupidly good looking. And when the saintess ripped his shirt open to keep him from escaping, turns out he's built too. Victoria also remembers him chatting up a Duke Sari pretty eagerly. Surely that's not a clue. Is it possible, she wonders, that the saintess has a type? Likes pretty boys? Her brain runs wild with the theory, already casting the assassin and the Duke as a whole vibe. That has to be it, she declares out loud, loud enough that someone actually hears her. Busted, Monica scrambles to cover. No, I'm just worried about the saintess, that's all. I hope she wakes up soon. The group huddles up, Victoria vowing to keep a much closer eye on the saintess from now on, purely for prayer purposes, obviously. "Oh sun god," she prays, hands clasped, "please look after your daughter." And speaking of the sun god's daughter, her eyes finally flutter open. Cha Siwon sits up looking dazed, gold light pouring over her like she just got resurrected for round 2. "Saintess, are you awake?" Monica asks, hovering close. "Does your head hurt? Should I bring the high priest?" Monica fusses over her, and honestly, it's kind of nice to be fussed over. Before any of that though, Siwon's still shaking off a dream. Back in her old life, a black-haired friend sits across a coffee table, iced coffee sweating in the afternoon heat. That friend is furious. She told her not to go running around playing detective, and if she ever died like this, she'd never forgive her. The memory turns ugly fast, her friend coughing up blood, screaming her name, "Cha Siwon, hey, are you even listening?" Then she's awake, rattled, wondering where that came from. "What kind of dream did you have?" Monica asks. "One about a friend," Siwon answers, quieter than usual. "Wait, you have a friend?" Monica blurts, genuinely shocked. "Monica, that's a little rude," Siwon mutters. Then Monica starts crying for real, as if the assassination wasn't bad enough. Siwon had to go and cough up blood saving the guy who did it, on the one night she wasn't even there. "From now on, I'm never leaving your side again," Monica declares, fully committed. Siwon, ever the diplomat, tries to brag about personally smashing the assassin's head in. Monica shuts that down instantly, that part doesn't matter. Once things settle, Siwon admits it herself, she didn't expect to collapse like that either, but she still doesn't regret it. "I didn't think you would, saintess," Monica says softly, "and it's not just me, everyone feels the same way." "Everyone already knows me that well?" Siwon asks, surprised, because from the start Monica says you've never been someone who does things she'll regret. "It's because we like you a lot," Monica adds simply, "so of course we understand you." Siwon can't help but think, I figured she still hated me. Maybe she just hates me a little less than before. Either way, she can't fight the smug little smile creeping across her face. Guess all that effort wasn't wasted after all, she thinks, then remembers to ask what actually happened to the assassin. Word is he's able to talk now, comes the answer. "Really?" Siwon perks right up. She's sure she caught a flicker of real focus in his eyes right before she blacked out. "It's a good thing he's willing to talk," Dietrich says carefully, but is doing a lot of work. Siwon faceplants dramatically onto her bed. "I can't anymore, I'm resting, right here, right now." Monica lights up like it's the best idea she's ever heard. "That's a great thought, saintess." I'll make you my family's special soup, she promises, just lie down and rest. So the temple settles into a few quiet, sun-drenched days of actual recovery. 2 days later, Siwon's back on her feet, walking the halls with Victoria, Dietrich, and Monica in tow. Footsteps echo down the corridor as someone else falls in step behind them. It's the commander, looking every bit as serious as usual. "Saintess, are you feeling well?" he asks. "Commander," she says, recognizing him instantly. "I don't think there'll ever be a day I stop worrying about you," he admits. "Huh, am I really that much of a troublemaker?" she asks. "Right," he says, not exactly a denial. Cut to the dungeons where Siwon shows up at the assassin's cell. "I came to talk to him," she tells the guard. "Yes, he's been waiting. Please go in," the guard says, and the heavy door creaks open. Inside, the assassin sits chained and cross-legged, waiting for her. "Hey there," she says, "I wonder if you remember me." And there it is, his eyes are different now, clear, actually present. "I remember," he says, "you blockhead." "Blockhead, just blockhead, that's the big reunion." Her jaw drops. "Excuse her." She doesn't back down though. "I won't apologize, it was all necessary. Do you know why?" "Yeah, I do," he says. "You hit me with that box to knock some sense into me, right? Every time you hit my head with it, I started getting my self-awareness back." He explains, which, fair enough, is a wild treatment plan that actually worked. "I remember everyone telling you not to bother with me," he says. "You insisted anyway." Her face stays carefully unreadable. He remembers everything, it turns out. First off, she asks, "What's your name?" "Jeremy Cars," he says. "I knew it," she thinks, satisfied. "Jeremy, what do you actually think of your god?" she asks. "Greedy bastard," he spits, "the most ruthless tyrant to ever exist. A vicious thug," he keeps going, fists clenched while she just blinks. "Okay, noted," again and again. "No, I meant, do you respect him as a god?" she clarifies. "How could I ever respect that trash?" he says, dead serious. "Right, I'd rather stay locked up in here forever," he says, then, almost shyly, adds, "He'd at least like some actual clothes." "Sure, I'll make sure you're fed properly too," she agrees. Then, softer, "But, Jeremy." She leans in with that unmistakable scheming smile. "If you promise me one thing, I might let you out of here." "What is it?" he asks, wary. "Cut ties with your god," she says, grinning wide, "and become a follower of the sun god instead." His hand goes still against the fabric of her robe, weighing exactly what she's asking of him. Deep in the temple's holding cell, Siwon leans in with a wicked little smile. "But, Jeremy," she's got an offer for her prisoner. "Cut ties with the sea god and swear himself to the sun god instead." "Do that," she says, and maybe she lets him out of that cell. She settles back, looking awfully pleased with herself, dangling his freedom like a carrot. Jeremy's not exactly sold. Wait, didn't he just try to hurt her? Why offer someone like him a spot with the sun god at all? Still chained and shirtless in his cell, he doesn't look like much of a catch, but Siwon clearly sees something worth saving. She just laughs it off. It's not like he meant to hurt her, and clearly his own god treats its followers like garbage anyway. Dietrich isn't so sure. Swapping a captured enemy agent's faith isn't exactly a decision you make on a whim. "There's a catch," Jeremy admits. The curse binding him to the sea god is still active. He can only talk right now thanks to some kind of box helping him along. He slumps back against the chains, worn out from just holding a conversation. A status message flickers in front of Siwon, only half the curse actually lifted. She'd blacked out afterward and completely misremembered the result. She admits her mistake out loud, and the commander notes grimly that the sea god is clearly still watching Jeremy closely. It personally handed him that power, after all. "So why call it a curse and fight so hard to escape it?" the commander presses. "Because the sea god crushed his will and puppeted him whenever he resisted." Jeremy snaps back. "Call that a blessing if you want," he calls it a curse. Elsewhere, temple knights go about their rounds while his words hang in the air. Being someone's chosen one means a lot less when you never got a say in it. Quietly, Siwon agrees. If it's something you never wanted in the first place, blessing is just a nicer word for curse. She promises him gently, one day she will set him free for real, just trust her. The commander still isn't sold on trusting someone who tried to grab her days ago. Siwon gets it. She knows he's anxious, but her real problem is power. She doesn't have nearly enough divine energy to finish lifting his curse, and she'll need a lot more before trying again. and for that, she throws her arms wide. I need to make a lot of money, classic C1. Give her enough time, she's confident, and she could lift the whole curse. Besides, a grateful ex-enemy agent makes a pretty solid ally. All she asks is that he believe in her and wait. Suddenly sheepish, Jeremy apologizes for attacking her. He swears he genuinely wasn't trying to kill her. So what exactly was the plan, she asks. Cue the most awkward confession of the day. His actual orders were to kidnap her. A cheeky little flashback shows him hauling her off like a sack of laundry. Specifically to snatch someone who knew the sun god's temple inside and out. C1 is thoroughly unimpressed. Kidnapping is still a crime. Why are you saying that so proudly? He bows it out with a genuine apology and an even more genuine thank you for the help. In the original story, C1 recalls, Jeremy was actually a pretty cool character, a knight who kept fighting the god controlling him even while protecting the heroine. Except in that version he stayed crushed under the sea god's thumb a whole extra year and it was miserable. Not happening this time. It's basically the Loot Shiri situation all over again. A relic that was supposed to be a gift instead twisted its bearer into a villain. Except present-day Loot got out from under that pain. Jeremy's getting the same second chance. Jeremy is the same case, she decides. One more question for him though. Is he really, truly sure he wants to turn his back on the sea god for good? Yes, I totally hate the sea god. Good enough for her now that they're on the same side. She's got something to tell him. She's found a way to hit the people who tormented him right where it actually hurts. Want to help her put on a little show? Jeremy's eyebrows shoot straight up. A few days later, the grand sun god temple rises in the distance, gleaming and unmissable. A carriage rolls up to the front steps. High priest, we've arrived at the sun god's temple, the driver announces to his passenger. Meet Sembus, high priest of the sea god's grand temple, here on a mission of his own. He can hardly believe he had to personally trek out to this backwater place. Playing the concerned shepherd for the cameras, he laments how their precious little lamb must be suffering under the evil sun god's oppression. Sure, buddy. His escort isn't interested in excuses. Jeremy comes back, no matter what it takes. Rescue him before he gets hurt, they're told, because Jeremy Cars isn't just anyone. He's a rare talent personally chosen by the greedy sea god. Climbing the temple steps, Sembus braces himself. He's risking the sea god's own wrath just by being here, but he has to bring Jeremy back. We're from the sea god's grand temple. Open the door, he demands. The guards don't budge. No unauthorized outsiders allowed, no exceptions. Sembus's face goes tight with indignation at being turned away like some random tourist. His escort jumps in. This man is a high priest of the sea god's grand temple. Unmoved, the guard lays out the rules. Show credentials, get them verified, or don't get in at all. Last warning, ID or leave. Sembus finally flashes his seal, the mark of the sea god's grand temple. Verified, the guard admits. He'll report inside. In the meantime, they wait. Privately, Sembus is seething. How dare some crumbling little temple make him wait? Eventually, a young priest comes out to greet them, introducing himself as Dietrich Warren of the sun god's grand temple. Please come in, he says, all warmth and roses. Sembus balks. Just a priest. He expected the actual high priest to greet him in person. Dietrich explains coolly, someone of that rank doesn't handle errands like this himself. As a fellow high priest, he'll do the honors instead. And don't let the baby face fool you. Earning that title takes real divine power and years devoted to the temple. Sembus can't stop side-eyeing him the whole walk. The guy doesn't look a day over 20 and he's already a high priest. He also can't help noticing how empty the place feels. Hardly anyone around at all. A ruined garden, cracked outer walls. This temple has clearly seen better days. Quietly plotting how easy this should be, Sembus asks to be taken straight to the high priest. Instead, Dietrich tells him someone far above the high priest is waiting for him. His companion's face says it all. Uh-oh. Please show your respect, Dietrich warns as they approach the door. A hand tightens nervously on white fabric. Whoever's behind that door has everyone on edge. And there she is, the daughter of the sun god herself, Saintess Ordle, bathed in golden light with her commander standing guard at her side. Come in, comes the invitation. Sembus's companion is floored. How does a person even radiate an aura like that? The commander isn't having their rudeness though, snapping at them for not even greeting the saintess properly. Turns out he's not just her bodyguard either. Meet Sir Seth Knoll, head of the Sacred Order himself. The head of the order too. Sembus's crew is floored. Sembus snaps into full diplomat mode, blessing everyone in sight and formally introducing himself while privately screaming about why a dying temple comes with this much firepower. This, he realizes with dawning horror, completely wrecks his plans. Cool as ever, C1 simply invites him to sit. Sembus quietly recalibrates. Yeah, these people are clearly not the pushovers he was expecting. She settles in for tea like she hasn't got a care in the world. Sembus tries to smooth things over. Sorry for interrupting her tea time. Indeed, she replies, not exactly letting him off easy. She doesn't waste any more time either. Why exactly did the sea god's temple barge in unannounced, when their two temples cut ties ages ago? Sembus plays his card. After all, someone from her side allegedly tried to assassinate the saintess of the sun god. Which throws him for a loop. Internally assassinate? He was sure Jeremy was only ordered to kidnap some priest who knew the grounds, but C1 just smiles wider. Oh, this saintess is definitely not staying quiet about an accusation like that, and she's about to turn the tables on him completely. In a dim, guarded room, a nervous temple envoy peers through the slats, sweat beading on his face. He's here to check on a certain assassin. Across the hall, the saintess watches him squirm with a satisfied smirk. In her head, she's already gloating she juiced her ally's terrifying aura with a sliver of her own divine power just to sell the show. It worked like a charm, she thinks. Nobody's buying he's anything but genuinely terrifying. Because if anyone found out the truth, it'd be a disaster. She's not some overwhelming power at all, just a saintess running on barely 10% of her divine power. In the throne room, her ally Seth and the saintess corner the envoy together. We weren't exactly on good terms, Seth needles, but to think you'd send an assassin. The envoy scrambles. Surely there's been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? She snaps, eyes narrowing. She remembers it vividly, a blade swinging at her right in her own bedroom aimed straight at her. The envoy admits it plainly. Yes, he did come to retrieve the person being held here. The saintess explains coolly that assignments at their temple come through divine power itself, and something must have interfered that night, a genuine accident, she insists, one nobody could have anticipated. An accident? The envoy balks, stunned she dare call it that. A flood of attackers storming a saintess's bedroom, dismissed as a mere accident by the great god's own temple. All he can manage is a weak well. One of the temple men presses a hand to his chest, visibly rattled by where this conversation is headed. I'm sorry, he mutters, that was a poor choice of words. She presses harder. If this was truly just an accident, what about her, the one who actually got hurt? She still can't sleep properly at night because of it. Her table mate nearly chokes. What, are you hurt? Yes, she says her body may have healed, but her mind hasn't. It was, in her words, a truly bloody night. She conjures the memory for full effect, bloodied and gasping, insisting it all happened while she was busy lifting someone else's curse, of all things. She swears to the sun god she's never seen that much blood in her life. Dramatics fully dialed up. Watching her performance from his seat, Seth can only sigh. That's awful, though he's clearly enjoying the show as much as she is. Regardless of what the great god's side says, she declares, she absolutely must be compensated for this whole ordeal. She flashes her sweetest saintess smile. Naturally, you'll agree to that, right? Fists clenched, the envoy caves. His side will take full responsibility, money should cover it, but she's got conditions. Sweating bullets, he agrees to her terms. Hand the assassin over immediately and keep the whole incident a secret. He'll pay the compensation right away if she agrees. Seth throws his hands up with a grin while the saintess snickers to herself. Same old, arrogant and annoying as ever. Of course, she muses, they can't exactly torture information out of him. His divine power keeps him from getting hurt at all, so proper interrogation is off the table. Sipping her tea with a satisfied little smile, she names her price: 100,000 gold. The envoy nearly chokes. Who 100? 100,000 gold is way too much. he protests then hesitates. Wait, is it really too much? Another temple's saintess nearly died over one of the great god-side's mistakes. The saintess crosses her arms with a wicked little laugh, letting the comparison hang in the air. He counters, stammering they can offer 20,000 gold. Any more is truly impossible. Her eyes narrow, unreadable, while he sweats out the silence waiting for her answer. Well, fine, she sighs theatrically. Let's just wrap this up, I'd rather be done with it. 20,000 is acceptable. He nearly melts with relief. He thanks her profusely for her deep mercy, never suspecting the truth she only said 100,000 to bluff. She was actually aiming for 10,000. They doubled it themselves, lucky her. Now that compensation's settled, she chirps, shall they negotiate the ransom next? Of course, she explains sweetly the price for handing over the assassin and her compensation for suffering are two completely different bills. Cue the celebratory laughing fit. The con is going perfectly, and she and Seth can barely contain themselves. Why is there a problem? Seth asks with an entirely too innocent grin. Even his own side has to admit it, their saintess really is something else. In the end, the envoy's side pays a grand total of 30,000 gold, 20,000 in compensation, and 10,000 more for the assassin's ransom. The next day elsewhere, the fallout begins. By a campfire in the woods, three exhausted temple men share a quiet meal, worn out from the whole ordeal. One of them grumbles inwardly, money's spent, body's tired. This god temple errand has drained him. At sunrise, two of them head back toward the great god's temple to report in. But in the forest, alarm strikes. What? A knight and a priest realize something has gone badly wrong. He'd gone to check on the prisoner and found the carriage completely empty. Damn it. Through the pouring rain, they scream a name into the dark Jeremy cars. When the hell did he? One demands, why are you only just noticing this now? The other stammers an apology. The carriage curtains were closed, and he'd said he didn't need food, so nobody checked on him. He was completely normal when they loaded him into the carriage, the knight insists, panicking. Here's the real secret, though the fact that a god directly controls this man is a top-level secret. Almost nobody at their temple knows him as anything but some special knight. They'd kept him isolated specifically to hide his doll-like, controlled state from prying eyes. But now this has happened. The order comes down hard. Find Jeremy immediately, run like your life depends on it. Deep in the shadows, someone answers with a simple, determined yes. As the light shifts to gold, the day rolls on toward its next destination. The grand sun god temple rises against the sunset, waiting. A hand raps against a door, ready to deliver the news. Meanwhile, at her own temple, the saintess reclines in golden light, entirely at ease. A familiar face steps into view, cloaked and smiling. Hello, saintess. He strolls in easily, all confidence now, nothing like the chained prisoner from before. Welcome back, Jeremy, she grins. Did that guy Sembus fall for it? Yes, stealth is my specialty after all, he beams back. In a burst of chibai joy, she rewards him with a fresh batch of cookies. Good job here, eat as much as you want. The truth finally lands with Jeremy's return. Their whole staged play was a complete success. Her plan all along, sell him off with a fake ransom, have him pretend to be a mindless, divinely controlled killer for a day, then quietly slip away. Chained and kneeling before her in that memory, she told him plainly whether or not he ever came back here was entirely up to him. If he wanted a whole new life, she'd said, he could go anywhere he pleased. But if he did come back, it would take time, but she'd give him complete freedom, no conditions. Freedom, he'd asked. That's right, she promised. True freedom with no chains of any kind. Back in the present, Jeremy happily munches away, clearly having made his choice already. A pendant hangs from his cloak strap now, a relic gem repurposed into jewelry, its grade and origin marked clean, unique, tied to a deity known as the Traveler who guides souls. It belongs to the sun god, she explains, said to contain the creator's tears. Souls, she thinks just as she suspected, it's a relic tied to the god of perishing souls, a deity of death. Lucky for them, one of their other relics happened to be a dagger, so she just used it to pry the gem loose and turned it into a necklace. Carrying the whole box around was getting to be a hassle anyway. Yeah, the box was better, but this works too, she shrugs. Jeremy asks if he should head back to the prison now just to keep up appearances. She hands something over instead. What, why, he asks, confused. No need, she tells him only 3 people from that prison and the high priest even know his face or what really happened. Nobody feels good about locking up someone who did nothing wrong, she says simply. He doesn't have to go back. Really, he asks, almost disbelieving. Really, she smiles, don't worry, just trust me. They've already decided to treat him as just another person now that he's back, she explains, though he'll still need to stay out of sight for a while. There's a room with perfect sunlight though, she adds. He can stay there. Sunlight, he repeats, caught off guard. Yes, she says, proof that the sun god watches over them both. She gazes off, golden light catching in her hair, quietly pleased with how the day turned out. Then, half joking and half deadly serious, she declares if the great god's side sends more people, she'll kill them herself. Just leave it to her. That intensity gets undercut immediately. Also, I finished the cookies. Gimme more, Jeremy demands, Chibai style, while she gapes already. There were so many. We open somewhere underwater in the dark with a scream ripping through the current before we even know whose story this is. A voice cuts through the gloom, low and accusing. Are you really thinking of coming back after losing Jeremy? A body sinks slowly through the water, robes blooming red, drifting past stone towers like it's already forgotten. Shameless, get rid of him, someone orders, and all that's left in frame is a bloodied hand. One figure lingers by a lantern, grieving over the body, while another in dark robes simply turns and walks away. Footsteps echo off into the dark. Whoever gave that order isn't sticking around to feel bad about it. That someone is a cold, composed young man muttering to himself that no matter how hard the sun god's followers try, they'll never match the majesty of the sea god. The real headache, he admits, isn't the intruder they caught snooping around with borrowed divine power and paid off with gold. It's that Jeremy, the assassin he and a partner named Carmen are supposed to control, still hasn't come home. Behind him looms a towering stained glass idol of the sea god, arms spread wide, utterly silent. O divine one, this is your son, Dominic Area, he says, kneeling at the altar, all formality. Our little lamb has not returned yet, he confesses, worry finally cracking through the politeness. He begs for a sign. If this disappearance was something the god arranged, just say so. Nothing, just a long cold silence staring back at him. The silence drags on so long that even his follow-up trails off into a stammered, uncertain, "My God, why is there no response? Even when it comes to Jeremy, you've never ignored us before," he mutters, visibly spooked. The god's massive stone face gives absolutely nothing away. A colder thought creeps in, don't tell him something happened to the god itself. Meanwhile, across the story, the saintess is mid-ceremony, candles flaring as she puts on an actual miracle for once. Golden light floods the hall, the temple's divine power ceremony in full, blinding swing. In her head, though, she's already bracing herself. 1,000 bottles worth of power this time, twice her last batch, which means twice the blood she's about to cough up. Sure enough, there it is, blood in the handkerchief right on cue. Ugh, that's enough, stop coming out already, she scolds her own body like it's misbehaving on purpose. At this rate, she can't exactly hide this much blood loss forever, and she knows it. It's still autumn, so she can't even burn the evidence in the fireplace. Mid-scheme on how to dispose of it quietly, she freezes when a voice asks flatly, "Are you dying?" Someone drops down from directly above her, hanging off the ceiling like it's the most normal thing in the world. She shrieks, "What? Why are you even up there?" Turns out her secret bodyguard has been living on her ceiling this whole time. Fine, that's Jeremy, but that's still no excuse to live somewhere so filthy. Get down here right now, she tells him. He shrugs it off. This is way more comfortable than his old room at the temple, where divine inscriptions covered every wall and he could barely breathe. That lands like a gut punch. They made a child sleep in a place like that. If she ever meets those god bastards again, she swears she won't let them off easy. He points out reasonably that the ceiling is barely tall enough for secretly guarding her anyway. She just mutters a flustered thanks. She's got one condition though, a few rules. Rule 1: whatever she does in secret stays a secret. Case in point, this bloody handkerchief right here. Even if he sees it by accident, he keeps his mouth shut. Got it. He agrees instantly, okay, got it, already back to happily munching a snack like nothing happened. She side-eyes him, not entirely convinced he absorbed a word of that. Then could you secretly take care of this for me? He takes the bloody cloth without a fuss. Okay, I will. Cut to the temple grounds, mid-renovation, one worker flagging down another. They still need to fix this pillar too, and it'll take 2 more hands. Relax, someone clarifies they're not tearing the place down, they're repairing it. Don't kill them, the saintess jokes about her own construction crew, workers sent over by Count and Countess Hindle, apparently very experienced at expanding temples. She also brought in some chefs, so starting tonight dinner finally won't taste like punishment. Turns out the Hindle territory is basically the Empire's breadbasket, stacked with talent. What actually surprised her more than the chef upgrade, though, was learning something about Monica. Monica, it turns out, is the eldest daughter of that same insanely wealthy Hindle territory. A certified rich girl through and through. And yet there she'd been, cheerfully working temple labs out of a crumbling old mansion the whole time. No wonder her parents looked ready to murder the saintess on sight the first time they met, their pampered daughter living like that. Yikes. A kid tugs at her sleeve asking if dessert's getting an upgrade too. Of course, she says, she'll save him some cookies. Someone on the scaffolding double takes at the budget. Wait, we're broke and you still paid extra. She brushes it off, that's the money she squeezed, received from the sea god after all. Oh right, someone chimes in remembering the whole extortion plot. With what's left she's ready to make it official, the temple is really back in business. She presses her palms together over the altar, sealing the announcement with a proper blessing, or at least, that's the story she's telling everyone. A dedication ceremony then, the temple's first real one in a very long time. Traditionally, it's held every January 1st. Believers bring tribute and thank their god, and the god blesses them right back, strengthening the bond between them. A sacred rite the temple genuinely can't function without. Problem is, this particular ceremony hasn't been held here in a very long time. Someone stares at her stunned, you want to hold a dedication ceremony now. The temple just sits there in the autumn light, patient as ever, waiting on an answer. She admits it's not the traditional date but figures once things settle down it'd be nice to have one anyway, so, what does he think? She looks genuinely happy sitting there among the flowers, sun hat and all, a rare quiet moment for the money-obsessed saintess. He's fully on board, of course, and he's sure the high priest will be too. Dietrich agrees without hesitation. Leave it to him, he'll prepare everything down to the last detail. He asks almost bashfully what exactly she's planning to offer up. Her answer, deadpan, sunglasses and all, cash, specifically a donation of 500 million. In her head she's already doing the math. The 3 billion she extorted fine, received as ransom for Jeremy, and the damages needs to actually reach the god this time, not just quietly cover Lute's power bill like usual. Her plan, offer half of what she squeezed out of the sea god and put the other half toward temple repairs. Honestly, if she dumped the whole 3 billion in at once she could. Push the temple's divine power all the way to 40%, maybe even find out why she ended up possessed by Ordle in the first place. But she catches herself, unlocking her own backstory isn't the priority right now. Reviving the temple is, no need to get greedy. Since it's the first dedication ceremony in ages, she figures it's worth going big. And hey, the temple needs funding to actually run anyway. Dietrich just clutches the temple's relic to his chest, quietly thinking, if he's happy, she's happy too. Someone asks if she's inviting anyone else. Yes, she says, the Duke of Shiri plus the Count and Countess of Hindle. Since the Hindles live way out east, maybe they should hold it in about 10 days to give everyone time to travel. That should also give the temple time to repair the guest rooms, fix up the altar. Oh, she adds, almost as an afterthought, there's one more person she wants to invite. That person, someone asks, clearly bracing for whatever's coming. Somewhere else entirely, a green envelope arrives. A formal invitation to the Sun God Temple's dedication ceremony, sincerely hoping for attendance. It's signed with a flourish, a ceremony that will brightly illuminate the future like golden sunlight. The sun's daughter, Ordle. A pair of furious eyes snap wide. You idiot, a dedication ceremony. The man crushing that letter in his fist is clearly already plenty familiar with her nonsense. He'd been floored enough when she started selling potions, and now she's hosting ceremonies. Do whatever she wants, he snarls. Luxury, depravity, he doesn't care, just don't ever dream of coming home. Turns out this is Ordle's own father, and years ago his only order to her was simple: guard the Saintess seat quietly and do nothing else. Instead, she disobeyed that one simple order and stirred up exactly this kind of chaos. And to add insult to injury, she had the nerve to sign it the son's daughter, Ordle, like she's proud of it. Elsewhere, a very stressed steward has his head in his hands. Don't tell him she's actually trying to be a real saintess now, instead of just quietly spying like she was supposed to. He figured she'd give up fast and throw a tantrum like always. He already looked the other way once when the Duke of Shiri visited the place, but this. He crumples the invitation in his fist. If the master finds out Ordle is stirring up trouble like this, it's his own head on the line. He has to put a stop to this immediately. Cut to a grand estate looming in the distance, exactly the kind of place about to get a very unwelcome visitor. 5 days out from the Grand Temple's big dedication ceremony, and somehow, everything is running perfectly on schedule. Guests start streaming up the temple steps for the big day, and the very first carriage to arrive belongs to nobody but Duke Lute Shiri himself. Yep, Lute Shiri first to arrive, right on brand for a man who never misses a chance to make an entrance. And he does not come casual. Roses part like the man's got his own personal weather system, cream and gold coat billowing, hair in that signature braid, the full main character walk. Even his boots get a dramatic close-up. Somebody really wanted you to notice the outfit. The Saintess Cha Siwon, still playing the role of a lifetime, rushes out to greet him personally. You're here earlier than expected, Duke. Welcome. Lute just smirks. You asked me to grace this event with my presence, didn't you? The earlier I arrive, the more I get to shine. Before she can even respond, another voice muscles in loud and proud, gushing that her invitation arrived late and she nearly missed the whole thing. Meet Yuri, hopelessly extra, hanging all over her partner Jun, who clearly wishes he were anywhere else, while Lute just stands there unimpressed by the interruption. Jun steps up properly to greet the Saintess, all manners, total contrast to his girlfriend's chaos energy. The Saintess laughs it off. A scheduling mishap nearly kept Yuri out, so she promises to double up invitations next time, considerate as always apparently. Somewhere backstage, a staffer's hand darts out of the shadows, because nothing says gala prep like nearly dropping the good china. Lute's attention snaps back to business though. He's clocked just how much the temple grounds have changed. Did you renovate? He asks, watching her carefully. Yuri, still glued to Jun's arm, giggles nervously through the awkward silence that follows. The Saintess plays it cool. I recently met some good people who connected me with talented workers, she says, gesturing vaguely. Good people, Lute repeats, and something about the way he says it makes her wonder exactly what's going through his head. See, the family she's hinting at practically owns the Celestial District, so a big donation isn't exactly a stretch for them. And conveniently, they are invited to today's ceremony too. Which is exactly the problem. Lute's brain jumps straight to wait. Is she saying she's found herself another rich sponsor? The jealousy is not subtle. She backpedals fast, worried he thinks the renovated wings aren't impressive enough. From where she's standing, they turned out great. Meanwhile, Yuri and Jun are still bickering in the background, blissfully unaware they've become the least impressed people at this party. She doubles down on the pitch. Every guest room got redecorated too, and once he sees his room, he's definitely going to change his mind. And your room, Duke, happens to have an especially great view. I made sure of it, she adds. His eyebrow does a little something. So you're saying, he starts, clearly fishing for reassurance. Lute leans in, all charm. Leave future donations and the potion business to me. I'll take full financial responsibility, and if you want, I can throw in some eye candy too. Eye candy, huh? She muses, then casually mentions his room is right next to hers. Purely professional, obviously. Before things get any more flirty, a temple knight, Dame Victoria, reports movement at the front gate. The saintess isn't sure what she's supposed to be expecting. It's not the count and his wife already, is it? She wonders, brow furrowing, way too early for that. Footsteps echo through the temple archway as two figures approach in the distance. And there he is, unmistakable. Count Kiris, comes the shocked reaction as he strides up the path. Lute's smile vanishes instantly, replaced by something a lot more guarded. These two clearly have history. The guests keep filing up the temple steps, but every eye in the courtyard is quietly on the new arrival. Fancy seeing you in a place like this, Kiris drawls at Lute. It's been a while, Duke Shiri. Lute doesn't miss a beat. I'm the one who's surprised. Did the saintess invite you too, Count? He says it with a smile, but it's the kind of smile that has teeth. Kiris blinks. Invite, then your excellency also. Turns out neither man expected the other to be on the guest list. The saintess steps in smoothly. Yes, both of you were invited. Both of you are important guests of the temple. Diplomacy, thy name is Cha Siwon. She keeps the smile locked in place. This is business, and business requires composure. Lute isn't buying the coincidence, though. She doesn't even get along with the count, he thinks, so why invite him? Kiris is having the exact same thought in reverse. Is Ordle out of her mind, inviting even Duke Shiri? Two suspicious men, one very tired saintess caught in the middle. She narrows her eyes slightly, clocking the tension crackling between them. So why did you come early too, Count? Other business nearby, perhaps, she asks, probing. Kiris flashes his most charming smile. There are rumors the sun god temples changed a lot lately. As your guardian and a temple patron, I came early to see for myself and have a talk with you. Lute's fingers drift to his pendant, the relic keeping his illness in check, watching the exchange with quiet unease. Inside her head, the saintess isn't fooled for a second. He's clearly here to spy, and he says it like some noble gesture. Gross. Ah yes, I'll escort the Duke to his room first, so please wait a moment, Dame Victoria, she says, buying herself time to think. Yes, saintess, I'll take the count to the parlor, Victoria replies, peeling Kiris off toward a private room. The temple grounds glitter in the afternoon light, blissfully unaware of the storm about to break indoors. Because there's a very ugly history behind why Count Kiris installed Ordle as a fake saintess in the first place. The real reason, simple, old-fashioned status grabbing. Becoming the family that produced a saintess catapulted the once minor Kiris house straight into central high society. Except, if that were the whole reason, why keep sabotaging her work now? Cut to the parlor where Kiris wastes zero time. What's with this attitude? He snaps the second they sit down. She tries reasoning with him. Isn't it only natural for the sun god temple to make potions? The high priest approved it, so I didn't think it needed mentioning, she adds, exactly the wrong thing to say. Kiris slams his hand down. Who are you to think anything? Don't act on your own. You're a fraud, he spits. You only got that seat thanks to me. I'll inform the high priest myself. Shut the business down immediately. She can't help the thought that slips through. Does he really think the high priest will still jump for him now that the temple isn't broke anymore? Kiris isn't done. That's your problem. Cling to him, beg on your knees, I don't care how, just fix it. She grits her teeth and thinks fast. End the business on paper but keep her real connection to Lute very much alive. Kiris storms out without waiting for a reply, and she's left just sitting there. She flops back stunned. Wow, he just said what he wanted and left. I couldn't even get a word in. The door creaks and there's Jeremy peering through the gap. Saintess, do you want me to kill him? I wish he'd just drop dead, she admits, but no, not yet still. So should I kill him or not? Jeremy presses, dead serious about the offer. Not yet, I still have things to investigate, she orders. Got it. Understood, he says, and vanishes back into the ceiling like it's nothing. Because here's her actual plan, subtly let Lute realize the Count's been abusing her. That way, once he catches on, she can use his help to escape the Kiris family for good. In her head, she's already waving goodbye. Bye, old man, good luck living on your own. One problem, if she abruptly kills a thriving business, will Lute even still want to help her? Probably not great optics. Of course, I'm not actually following the Count's orders, she mutters. But seriously, what is even happening right now? See, in the original story, Count Cyrus was a straight-up power-hungry tyrant, and the second Ordle got exposed as a fake saintess. He dropped her instantly, all while playing the doting guardian who'd taken in his struggling niece out of pity. Only to turn around and paint her as the con artist milking public sympathy for himself. What a piece of work. He ends up rising all the way to Marquess, waltzing into the Empire's elite, and fans of the novel were livid. He never faced consequences. The original author's response, something like good doesn't always win in this world, real helpful that. The saintess groans and holds her head, damn Ju-hyun. Jin, right, because the sacred Idella, the novel this entire world is based on, was written by her actual real-life best friend. Ju-hyun Jin, the author, the one and only. It was her best friend's book, it matched her taste perfectly, and she'd read it obsessively back when this was all just fiction to her. Ugh, there's no way that's actually possible, she tells herself. Let's just take things one step at a time. She calls up toward the ceiling, Jeremy. He drops in immediately. Is it time to kill someone? A favor, you can just command me, he offers, but she shakes her head. No, not that, can I ask you a favor? I'm not your master and you're not a slave, she tells him plainly. That's why I'm asking. All right, what is it? The man I was just speaking with is Count Cyrus. While he's near my room, keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't try anything strange. Got it, easy, I'm off then. Before he can bolt, she stops him. Jeremy, aren't you forgetting something? He freezes, flustered. Right, I'll be back, and scrambles off properly this time. Adorable, she thinks to herself, smiling. But underneath the fondness, one question won't quit nagging her. Why exactly did Count Cyrus install Ordle as a fake saintess in the first place, and what's with his weird obsession with loot? We open on the grand temple of the sun god, gleaming in the morning light, mid-renovation, and about to get a very unwelcome guest. Backstage, the saintess is getting her hair done, but her mind is clearly somewhere else, on one specific unwanted guest. She grumbles that she would love to kick that count out right now. Her maid asks the obvious question, why not just do it? She wants to badly, but she's holding off until she digs up something first. The so-called storm-bringing Count Cyrus just won't let up. His demand for compensation, like trying to bail out the ocean with a teaspoon. Someone snipes at her, accusing her of throwing temple money into the wind for nothing. One look at his renovated room and the Count loses it, ranting that he refuses to stay in such a shabby space. Drama, thy name is Count Cyrus. He told her not to bother renovating and now he's complaining about the condition. Sure, they gave him an unkempt guest room, like she'd ever give that man a good one. Petty, sure, but she is not the least bit sorry about it. Alone with her thoughts, she can't help but wonder why her body's original owner, Ordle, ever wanted a terrible man like that to love her. And when it came out that Ordle had been a fake saint all along, discarded overnight, that must have stung. Her maid finally admits she has no idea how she put up with the Count's tyrant act for this long. The maid squares her shoulders, promising the staff will protect her from him going forward, no more worrying. Got it, if the Count pulls anything again, they're told to not hold back, do whatever it takes. All the saintess can manage back is a quiet yesh. Hair finally dry, the maid announces she's all done for the night. Since the saintess turned down a full night escort, her maid mentions Jeremy alone has secretly been assigned to guard her at night, though the captain apparently had opinions about that. They promise to come running if anything happens, though honestly even Jeremy needs his rest, so she figures she'll let it slide. With a peaceful night wish, the maid slips out and leaves her to it. Alone at last, the halls go quiet, just candlelight and her own racing thoughts. She's grateful everyone looks out for her, but the fear won't quit. Would they still treat her this way if they knew the truth, that she's only a half-fake saintess? That doubt sits heavy on her face, alone in the dark with a secret she can't share with anyone. What if they find out and feel deceived, betrayed? She realizes she's grown far too attached to these people to shrug that off anymore. It's frustrating, she admits to no one in particular. Restless, she heads out to walk it off. Out on the balcony, she gets some air, not knowing someone else had the exact same idea tonight. And speak of the devil, Duke Lut Shiri leaning on the railing, grinning that the sun god himself must have answered his desperate prayer to see her. He's dressed down for a casual night, clearly not planning to leave anytime soon. He produces a bottle from nowhere, grinning that there's technically no rule against a little drinking. Does she like wine? Without waiting for an answer, he's already pouring. And just like that, a night off turns into a private balcony date with the Empire's most eligible, most troublemaking duke. She warns him she doesn't know her alcohol tolerance yet, then jokes that if she goes wild drunk, he should just tie her up and toss her on the bed. Bold opener. He deadpans back that if he laid one wrong finger on her, the whole temple would end him. She laughs. No, actually they'd probably be grateful. They'd just sigh, ordals at it again, and thank Lute for cleaning up after her, she jokes. He shrugs and agrees, fine, he'll do that too. For the record, the saintess has absolutely no idea how her attendants actually see her. Before things get busier, she remembers she owes him a top-up, time for his monthly blessing. He raises an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Her divine power stirs to life around them, light and petals swirling like something out of a fairy tale. She reaches for his hand, murmuring, "Here you go," and for a second the air between them gets very warm. Except he leans in far closer than strictly necessary, and suddenly she has nowhere safe to look. "Yo, you don't have to get this close," she stammers. "Could he please back up a little?" He just leans in more, teasing, "Why are you avoiding eye contact?" She blurts that it's dangerous to have his chest exposed like that around her blessing. From now on she'll recharge him a different way. The system flashes up, skill activating blessing. He just asks, "Good news?" She tells him next time, her blessing should last a full 2 months. The stronger her divine power grows, the longer her blessings last, and the less often he has to show up. Less hassle for everyone, she tells herself. He clutches his chest, mock wounded. Some saintess she is, telling a devoted believer to visit less. Then quieter, he admits the temple is the only place he can really let his guard down, especially alone with her like this. That one lands harder than she expects. He trusts her completely, she realizes. He clears his throat and backpedals. Well, blessing or not, she's welcome anytime. Meanwhile, she's just thinking, wow, up close he is even more handsome. Could he let go of her hand now, please, she asks. He changes the subject instead. By the way, saintess. The mood shifts, suddenly a lot more serious. He asks if she knows about the someone he spotted crawling around the temple ceiling. At first he says that someone was tailing her. At some point though, he switched to tailing Count Kiris instead. Her stomach drops. Did he clock Jeremy? Not even Eirik or Seth could detect Jeremy thanks to the sea god's power shielding him. So how did Lute manage it? Out loud she just asks, "Your Grace, aren't you a swordmaster?" Not quite, he corrects her. He's a magic swordsman, blending blade and spellwork to match a true swordmaster's power. Actually, he adds casually, that kid is an ability user he borrowed from the sea god's temple, now living here as his own secret guard. A secret guard stolen from a temple, she repeats, stunned. He says it so casually, like stealing a rival temple's secret weapon is just a Tuesday for him. To be precise, he clarifies they sent an assassin after him, so he caught the guy by cracking his skull open, then reformed him. Cracking his skull, she yelps. Anyway, he shrugs. That kid's unique power is exactly why ordinary people can't sense him. So that explains the nagging feeling she'd lose track of Jeremy the second she looked away. He really does have a special ability. Lute, fully in his element now, marvels aloud at how impressive it is that he even noticed someone like that. Handsome, rich, and powerful, he brags. Truly, he lacks nothing. Someone skipped the humility lesson. She's left speechless. Then the real worry creeps in. Lute's abilities are amazing, sure, but he's still human, and a mere human shouldn't be able to touch divine power at all. Unless... that mysterious golden aura she keeps seeing around him, the one nobody else seems to notice. What is that? It glows faintly around him even now, a secret hiding in plain sight. If that aura really is tied to a god somehow, she reasons, then maybe it actually is possible. The question lingers unanswered as the night winds down around her. Morning comes, sunny and deceptively normal. She practically shouts in disbelief. She drank 3 whole bottles of wine with Lute last night and woke up completely fine. She laughs it off, thanking her body's old owner Ordal for apparently being a legendary heavyweight drinker. Silver linings. And so a habit was born. Night after night, balcony wine dates with Duke Lute became the new normal. His bottomless subspace pouch of wine turned out to be the perfect stress reliever for both of them. With only 2 days left until the big dedication ceremony, the guests start rolling in. The Hindle couple arrives first, gasping the second they spot her. Oh my, the saintess herself. She clarifies she only invited Count Kiris, not Gale, who apparently tagged along uninvited. Lute isn't worried about her honesty, he's already deciding exactly how to destroy that bastard, now that they'll be crossing paths sooner than planned. She can only manage a week, right? He reassures her he won't ruin the ceremony, declaring the temple's revival. Everything after that, apparently, is fair game. The moment the Count leaves the grounds, he adds with a smile that has nothing to do with the temple anymore, does it? She just whistles and insists she heard absolutely nothing. Nearby, someone from the Count's own camp is quietly panicking. Scary, seriously scary, she might be the most terrifying person they've met since arriving. With the last of the guests finally accounted for, the grand banquet table is set and waiting. And with that, the banquet begins, quiet balcony nights giving way to whatever chaos this ceremony is about to bring. Golden hour over the capital and the temple is practically glowing. Today is the big day. The old temple has had a serious glow up, all warm light spilling over walls that used to look half abandoned. Dragging their feet toward the entrance are two of the least enthusiastic guests you'll ever meet, Baron Gale and the perpetually grumpy Count Kiris. Kiris is already managing expectations, muttering that at best this banquet nets him one extra piece of bread. Considering what they have choked down as food the past few days, honestly, fair enough. I'll count us lucky if we get even a single proper bite, Kiris grumbles. Buddy has no idea what he's walking into. They're greeted at the grand entrance. We've arrived, please come in. Inside, the table is already dressed to the nines. Somebody has clearly been planning this for weeks. And there it is, the look on their faces when the shabby little temple they came to mock turns out stunning. Everything is prepared perfectly, and they were not ready for that. The temple orphans and knights stare up in disbelief. Is this really the same place they used to know? It's really beautiful, someone gasps, and honestly the whole crowd looks close to tears. One of them can barely get the words out. I never imagined I'd see a day like this in my life. Watching them, the saintess can't help but smile. Seeing everyone this happy is making her happy too. It was worth finishing every renovation just in time for the reveal, a total surprise success. Of course, there is always exactly one person who hates change. Sure enough, Count Kiris is sulking over his tea, seated as far from the head table as humanly possible. Purely a coincidence, of course. The saintess reasons it out to herself. He donated the least and isn't even a believer, so why on earth would he get a seat of honor? Duke Lute leans in, all charm, and notes she seems to be in a good mood today. Wouldn't it be strange if she wasn't? She fires back and asks how he's finding the banquet. The chef is excellent, Lute admits, and he didn't expect her newest connection to be with the noble Hindle family. Off to the side, the gossip is already flying about which rich guest a certain lady's got her eye on tonight. Remember my personal maid Monica, the saintess says sweetly. Turns out she's the eldest daughter of the Hindle family. Baron Gale nearly chokes. Gale has no idea he's been badmouthing the Hindles all night with Monica sitting right beside him. Lute, for his part, sighs and accepts he has no choice but to open his wallet. He admits he was actually a little hurt, thinking the saintess wasn't satisfied with someone like him as her personal wallet. No need to be upset, he says, blushing despite himself. He's greedy too, so the more wallets he collects, the better. No wallet will ever be as special as you, Duke, she coos back. You're basically a treasure vault and everyone wants what's inside. She punctuates it with a wink that could bankrupt a lesser man on the spot. A vault for the most precious things, Lute repeats. He admits he quite likes the sound of that. Around them the banquet rolls on, plates emptying course by course. Everyone wants me, he shrugs, twirling a rose. I suppose I am a bit like that. Watching from down the table, Monica of the Hindle family goes bright red. She's really not used to seeing this flirty side of him. She presses a hand to her mouth, absolutely not composing herself. And word around the table is, This is the first time anyone's ever seen the Duke act this way toward a woman. Later, in private, the Saintess sits down with Jeremy and tells him gently to eat slowly. He's already digging into a spread big enough for 6 people. Jeremy explains almost casually that back at the Sea Temple they never fed him, on the logic that he wouldn't die without food anyway. The Saintess goes rigid with fury and vows to make those sea god scumbags pay. If it's not enough, she tells him, "I'll get you more, eat all you want." For a moment it's quiet, just 2 people and a very full table. I'm so full," Jeremy sighs happily, "that was delicious." Come nightfall, he slips back into guard mode, settling in unseen to watch over her. "Jeremy, how was work?" she asks. "Oh, that," he says, brushing it off, "it was a bit tough." What he doesn't say out loud is that someone spent the whole night badmouthing her, and it was hard to just sit there and listen. "Did he say anything else?" she presses. "Yeah, Jeremy says, the Count mentioned it'd be a problem if the Temple of the Sun God was ever revived." "I knew it," she murmurs into the dark. The Count didn't make Ordle a fake Saintess just to line his family's pockets, she realizes. There's more to it than that. Just as she thought, the Count's real goal was the complete fall of the Temple of the Sun God. Saying it was for the family's sake was just an excuse the whole time. If he installed someone as unfit as Ordle to be Saintess, he wanted the whole thing to rot from the inside. And he is not the only one in this story who wants the temple gone. So who's really pulling his strings? "Jeremy," she says quietly, calling him over for a real conversation. "Tell me everything," she says, slowly and in detail. "Yes," he answers. The scene shifts to the temple grounds, dressed head to toe for the big consecration ceremony. The commander reports formally that every preparation for the ceremony is complete. He's turned out in full ceremonial armor for the occasion, polished to a shine. The Saintess catches her breath just for a second. And no wonder, she's decked out in the full ceremonial regalia now, and honestly she looks like she stepped straight out of the sun itself. "Commander, isn't our Saintess truly beautiful?" someone whispers nearby, and honestly nobody's arguing. The whole procession pauses just to look at her. Footsteps echo down the hall as they get ready to move. "It's like facing the most radiant piece of the sun itself," the commander says, dead serious. "It's an honor to serve the daughter of the sun god this close." "Everyone must be waiting for her by now," she says. "Shall we head out? I'm counting on you to escort me, Commander." He offers his hand, gloved and steady. "I will protect you with my life, Saintess," he vows, deadly earnest. She can't help but think, "Buddy, it's an escort, not a battlefield." What a flair for the dramatic. "This way," he says, and together they set off through the gilded halls. The procession winds deeper into the temple, gold and lace blurring past. Light spills through banked flowers lining the corridor. They pass beneath a carved angel, and even the statues seem to be holding their breath. At last they reach the grand hall, where an honor guard crosses swords beneath the temple's crest. "From here on, you must go alone," the commander tells her. So she steps forward by herself, her hem trailing through pools of golden light. Waiting at the altar beneath the sun god's statue is High Priest Dietrich. "Saintess, we've been waiting for you," he says warmly. "Yes," she answers simply and steps up to join him. An attendant presents the sacred relic on a golden tray. Holding it in her hands, she's quietly overwhelmed. "I've finally made it here," she thinks. But something shifts in the golden light behind her and the chapter cuts out right on the edge of it. "Guess we'll all be back for the next one." And of course, even the cliffhanger can't stop this Saintess from squeezing in one more plug for the offering box. It's dedication day at the temple, and the moment everyone's been building towards starts right here. The offering box, gleaming gold and ready to swallow every coin the nobles brought. Off to the side, our Saintess can't help herself. "No way is that the sun god, is he actually crying tears of joy?" she jokes, watching the light show she basically orchestrated. She catches herself gushing and moves right along with a little smirk anyway, back to business. Maybe, she thinks, it's fine to let herself feel proud just for today. She turns on her heel and sweeps back through the temple halls, robes trailing behind her. Behind her, the donation pouch just keeps swelling. Today's haul is looking very, very healthy. An offering tray passes hand to hand, flowers and all, as the ceremony winds toward its finish. Then the altar itself lights up a burst of pure gold that basically screams cha-ching as the donations register. The light washes over her ceremonial robes, and for a second the whole courtyard just glows. It's a full-on divine light show, and honestly she earned this moment. The gathered nobles can't help but gawk, jaws on the floor at the sheer scale of the miracle. One noble couple in the crowd looks like they're about to keel over from the shock of it all. Whatever the scheme, whatever the money angle, she has to admit this warmth never stops feeling real. She holds the golden offering plate close, a small, genuine smile breaking through all the hustle. Gold dust drifts off her robes like the temple itself is thanking her for the save. And then the receipt comes in, system style, 15,000 gold dropped in the box, the dying sun god's power gets a top-up, and her own divine power ticks up to 111%, not bad for a morning's work. Cut to the after-party, a garden tea table packed with nobles, laughing it up now that the ceremony's behind them. One mustached guest is still shook, gushing to his wife that he nearly cried when that light burst out of the altar. "Oh please, you did cry, I saw the whole thing," his wife teases, and he actually gasps like it's news to him. A guest tells the saintess she looked downright majestic up there, and Ordle, ever gracious, passes the credit straight to Monica for dressing her so well. You could feel how much effort went into every little detail. The guest gushes back, still starstruck. Off to the side, the temple's resident powerhouse priestess pumps a fist, clearly loving the vibe. "You dug through old records and rebuilt this whole ceremony from scratch," Ordle tells the high priest, clearly impressed. "I only did what needed doing," he says modestly, before she pivots to gush about the holy knights too. You could just tell how hard they'd been training. One of the knights in question just stands there taking the compliments in, a little color rising in his cheeks. "Saintess, you sound like a proud mom showing off her two sons," the priestess howls, and honestly, fair point. "Oh, do I?" Ordle grins. "Then how about you two just call me mom?" The guy's chibi reactions say it all, mortified. Underneath the joke there's real worry, though she admits she could tell they were struggling even while both insisted they were fine. "Well, they are delicate little blossoms after all," the priestess teases, milking the joke for all it's worth. A couple of nearby nobles catch the tail end of it and just blink. Flowers, apparently, is what we're calling elite knights now. Naturally, one bespectacled hanger-on can't resist fishing for attention too. "I'm pretty good-looking myself, you know," he says. "Aren't you worried about me?" Nobody at the table even dignifies that with a response. Tea just keeps getting sipped. "Didn't expect you to want in on the sun spot too," Ordle laughs. "Guess I've got 3 grown sons now." "We are not her sons," one of the actual knights mutters, mortified all over again. Which naturally spirals into an actual ranking. "So, saintess, who's number 1 in your heart?" The priestess wastes zero time slapping up a leaderboard. "Number 1, the high priest. Number 2, the commander." Q2 very different reactions from the men in question. Ordle's reasoning kicks in. This man put up with most of her body's old, tyrannical reputation without ever once turning on her. He held this whole crumbling temple together however he could and respected her the entire time, even knowing she's a total fraud. Her number 1, the high priest, no contest. The high priest himself goes visibly red hearing it out loud. "Me," he manages while Ordle turns to needle the commander. "Guess that makes you second place. Not too disappointed, are you?" He starts to answer, flat and unbothered as ever. "Not at." Meanwhile, somebody's clearly stewing over not making the podium at all. "Lord, what do we do?" His own people needle him. Seems like there's no love left for the youngest. "Right," he mutters to himself, resolving to step his game up. Which just gets him mocked further. "What's with that lukewarm reply?" Ordle, never one to miss a bit, doubles down. "So do you want to call me mom too?" "I'll pass," comes the deadpan reply. Turns out being sun-zoned isn't really what he's after. She blinks, a little thrown. Normally he's the first one cracking jokes. What's with him today? "Geez," she mutters, shaking it off as the tea party winds down around her. That night, alone in her room, she's got her hand on something new, a glowing, gilded storage panel humming with magic. "I can store potions, relics, even divine items in here," she marvels. "Even alone, this'll keep me from dying too easily." Bonus round, her divine powers climbed a good chunk too, thanks to today's donations. A knock at the door interrupts the celebration. It's the high priest. She waves him in. She gets straight to it. She called him here because she's got a question that won't wait. He steps in calm as ever and asks what's on her mind. Didn't Count Kiris tell you to shut down the potion business? She asks bluntly, and he looks genuinely blindsided. She lays it out. The second the Count showed up, he threatened to force it closed. Then again, she reasons, neither of them have crossed paths with the man much lately. No, the high priest says slowly, sweat forming. This is the first I'm hearing of any of it. He admits something heavier instead. Count Kiris was the one who originally suggested installing a fake saintess in the first place. After that one conversation, the two of them never really spoke again. She files that away, turning it over in her head. Back then, the temple couldn't afford to say no, and the Count knew it. But she remembers something odd. He pushed the whole scheme through unusually fast, almost desperate to make it happen. He seemed almost obsessed with getting that fake saintess story to stick, not just convenient, obsessed. That kind of desperation doesn't come from nowhere, and she knows it. Which reminds her of something Jeremy told her right before the ceremony. The sea god, he warned, might actually want the sun god to fall. But Count Kiris has no ties to the sea god's people, which leaves only one other suspect: the sun god's ancient enemy, the actual final boss. It has to be connected to the thing everyone just calls evil. Setting the conspiracy theory aside for a second, he asks the practical question: is she actually going to comply with the Count's demand? He steps closer and takes her hand, steady and quiet, waiting on her answer. She just smirks about that. Cut to the next morning, sun already blazing over the temple spires. Just as the Count instructed, "I'll shut the potion business down," she announces, and it's clearly not the answer anyone expected. Count Kiris practically preens, "Of course you're following my orders. Why act like this is such a big deal, rushing over here first thing?" Internally, she's cackling. This man genuinely never once considered that she might just say no. Yep, keep right on thinking that. She thinks, "Works out better for me." Out loud though, but there's just one problem. The potion business is the temple's only real income. Kill it overnight, and they lose all credibility for future trade too. It would also torch their relationship with Duke Lut Shiri. So, the Count grunts, so she says, "I'll personally take responsibility and convince the high priest. As long as you make a donation big enough to wind everything down safely." The Count's eyes narrow. "So basically you want money?" "Yes, please give me money," she beams, not even pretending to be subtle about it anymore. "Lots and lots of it," she adds, hands clasped like she's already praying it into existence. The saintess throws her arms out to the heavens like she's begging for a blessing. What she's actually begging for is cash. "Yes, please give me money. Lots and lots of it." Subtlety was never her strong suit. Deep down it's simple logic: quit the potion business and she's broke again, and there is way too much stuff left to buy. So she's laying the groundwork early, telling anyone who will listen that every coin she earns is going straight into her own luxury. And if straight cash feels like too much to hand over, she's got a backup plan ready: land worth 5,000 gold instead, so she can just collect rent forever. The whole pitch boils down to one shameless thesis: her comfort is the only thing that matters here. Across from her, Count Kiris, the man who once discarded her the second she stopped being useful, grits his teeth and asks the only question that matters: just how much does she want? His face says it all, fury barely held together behind a forced, sweating smile. In his head the number lands hard: 10,000 gold, roughly $1 billion by his own math, and he almost laughs with relief. "Ha, so that was your true goal," he sneers, sure he's finally caught her out. He points right at her, triumphant. "Got you, you fell for it," he crows, already congratulating himself for outsmarting her. Except she's not backing down. She never asked for some sprawling estate. She knows he'd never hand that over, but money or land, she's not leaving this room empty-handed. All she wants, she says plainly, is land that pays out steady income even if she does nothing at all. The Count sputters about how dare she threaten him, how arrogant she's become, and then folds anyway. "Fine, I can do this much. I'll send word once I return to the mansion." The second his back is turned, she's pumping her fist. Yes, success. Thank you, she chirps, all sunshine now that she's gotten exactly what she came for. But the Count isn't leaving without something too. He wants every scrap of information she has on Duke Loot Shiri, and he wants all of it. He struts off convinced he's won something. As expected, he mutters, he's still as stupid as ever. Ordle just watches him go, arms crossed, a knowing little smile creeping across her face because she's the one who actually got what she wanted. The second the door shuts, the mask drops. Stupid Count. Does he really think I'm crazy enough to shut down a booming business? I'll take his money and keep it running anyway. Even I think it's a brilliant idea, she gloats to herself, thoroughly impressed with her own con. With the Count handled, it's time to hit the road again. Her carriage rolls up to another grand estate, next stop on her ever-growing list of business calls. Off to the side, Yuri throws herself around Jun for one last dramatic hug goodbye. I wish I could stay a little longer, but it's a shame I can't. One of the guild's own is still singing Jun's praises as they say their goodbyes. Yes, the vice leader of Lumen is a very great person, he beams. Ordle just smirks to herself watching Yuri chatter away at Jun. Business partnership meet budding romance. Someone bolts off yelling that they need to catch up before they lose the group, and right behind him, tacked to the wall, is a wanted poster for none other than Baron William Gale, the scum who dared slap my daughter's cheek. Baron Gale himself comes chasing after the carriage, wailing that nobody gave him his goodbye kiss. Nobody's stopping for him either. And just like that, the carriage is rolling again, leaving the chaos behind. It rattles up to its next stop through a quiet stone archway. Ordle turns to Monica with a genuinely curious question. Is Baron Gale's head still attached to his body at this point? Monica dissolves into embarrassed giggles, insisting he probably wasn't actually trying to kill anyone, so he's probably still alive. It's a small moment, but her laugh is apparently a dead ringer for her mother's, a nice little nod to the wealthy Hindle family she's still hiding in her past. Elsewhere deep in the trees, Ordle calls out a single name, Jeremy. He drops down out of the shadows instantly. Yes, Saintess, you called. She tells him the job's done now that the Count has left. His surveillance duty is officially over. You can rest now, she tells him warmly. You worked hard. Jeremy blinks, almost thrown by the idea of just stopping. He shrugs it off fast enough, it's fine. Nearby, a couple of nights clock just how long he's been eavesdropping and can't help but be impressed by his nerve. Ordle explains why they're safe talking here. This whole area is soaked in the sun god's own energy, which makes it nearly impossible for the rival faction to track them. Still, she warns him, step outside this safe zone and who knows what could happen, so they'll avoid it whenever they can. Jeremy hesitates. Wasn't there information they still needed to pull from the Count? Determination sets in on his face. Saintess, I'll go, he says, already volunteering for the risky part. She's clearly thinking the same thing. With the Count's guard down, now really is the perfect window to dig for answers. Still, she hesitates. She doesn't want him walking into danger for her, but the intel is something they genuinely need. Jeremy makes his case plainly. No risk, no reward, Saintess. He promises he won't do anything reckless, he just wants to actually be useful to her for once. A quiet pulse of light passes between them, sealing the promise. Well, I should feel reassured then, she says, only half convinced. Then she spots cookie crumbs all over his face and any reassurance evaporates instantly. This suddenly feels a lot less like deploying a trained operative and a lot more like sending a toddler on his first errand. All right, she relents, cupping his face. You'll come back safe and sound without getting hurt, right? Be careful, Jeremy, she says softly, and for a second the whole scene forgets it's supposed to be about espionage. He goes red and grins like an idiot. Clearly he'll take being babied over being ignored any day. And with that, he's gone one leap into the trees, and he vanishes without a trace. He doesn't leave empty-handed, though. He's got an extra pouch of cookies and 20 gold coins tucked away for the road. Ordle dusts herself off. Well then, I should get to my own task, she says, already moving on to the next scheme. Her next stop turns out to be an entirely different kind of estate. Someone calls out to her as she arrives. She's already changed out of her temple robes and into something a lot more ordinary, ready to blend in wherever she's headed next. Where exactly are we going, she asks, that you needed me in clothes like these? Standing across from her is Duke Loot Shiri, and commoner's clothes or not, the man is still stupidly good-looking. Even out of his usual finery, he's still wearing that ever-present pendant of his, the temple's blessed relic, freshly renewed and glowing faintly. She teases him first, is there a good tavern nearby? Is he planning on day drinking? It's not that, he says, it's for work, work, she fires back, and here I thought you were asking me on a date, I got excited for nothing. They set off together anyway, arm in arm, playing the part of an ordinary couple out for a stroll. He can't resist pushing it further, a man and woman together like this is basically a date anyway, isn't it? Is there something special she wants out of dating? She deadpans back at him and he just sighs. Wow, no romance at all. Somewhere off to the side, his own aide is dying a little inside listening to all of this. Wait, Duke. They round a corner and she asks the obvious question, is this his ride? One look at the ridiculously lavish carriage waiting for them and her jaw basically hits the floor. Dazzling doesn't even cover it. Of course not, he corrects her. Wearing commoner clothes while riding around in something this flashy would draw way too much attention, and for this job, rumors are the last thing they need. Which leaves them with exactly one option. He turns to her with a question that already sounds like trouble. Have you ever ridden a horse? He's already mounted up, hand extended, clearly expecting her answer to be no. She actually has once in her old life, back when she was athletic enough to ride solo. This borrowed body is a different story though. No, she says instead, keeping that whole complication to herself. The real Ordle only ever traveled by carriage, so she figures she can just play dumb. Before she can finish that thought, Loot's already reaching for her. Then, excuse me. Hi. He scoops her straight up onto the horse before she can protest. Whoa, indeed, and just like that, she's riding double with a duke. Are you all right? He asks, steadying her. Thanks for helping me up, she stammers, but please warn me next time. I almost whacked you right in the noggin, I mean head, Duke. He just stares at her, caught somewhere between amused and stunned. Ah, I see, I'll be more careful from now on, he says, recovering. Anyway, we're heading to a small village called Lubar. She frowns at that. She practically knows everything about the Western territories already, and there's supposed to be nothing worth seeing in Lubar. Right, he agrees. Lubar's a very poor village boxed in by rocky mountains and barren land. There's no money to be made out there at all. But, he adds, trailing off with a look that says there's more to this. But, she presses, I'll explain when we arrive, is all he'll give her. Let's just go for now. The way you're saying that makes it sound like there's a huge twist coming, she grins, so now I'm actually looking forward to it. He just smiles back. You can look forward to it. Well then, he says, urging the horse on, let's go. And with that, the two of them ride off toward whatever secret is waiting in Lubar. We open on Lubar village, a dusty patch of land tucked in the mountains that is about to get a lot more interesting. Our Saintess Ordle treks down the slope with Duke Loot Shiri and their horse in tow, the whole valley glowing gold in the sunset. First order of business, Ordle flops down and groans that her butt nearly gave out from the ride. Glamorous Saintess life, folks. Looking around at the sparse village, she needles Loot about who actually owns this dirt. Wait, isn't this Count Kiras's land? Soon it won't be, Loot answers flatly. The Count is about to lose it, and since she dragged him all the way out here, he figures he owes her the full explanation. Turns out Lubar village is sitting on a gold mine of literal holy stones. Holy stones buried right here. Ordle can hardly believe it. The same holy stones, in fact, that built the Grand Temple's entire fortune in the first place. Ever wonder why the Sun God's temple was built out west instead of the sunny east or the balmy south? Loot asks her. Because the Sun God already knew. This ground has been holy the whole time, packed with the very stones that power it all. And you, your grace, already own mines of your own out west, she needles him, so don't play dumb about what these are worth. It looks like the Count is about to lose his land right before his eyes, she muses, not even bothering to hide the glee. Careful, Loot grins, that makes me sound like the villain. I'm only taking what he's practically begging to give away. Okay, she admits to herself, maybe she fudged the truth a little. In the original story, she thinks, the Count never knew what this land was worth and sold it for pennies. This time he will just hand it straight to her, thinking he has finally won one. But mining holy stones takes serious manpower and equipment, she reminds him, and Lute leans in, teasing. So that's why you. I'm curious though, he presses her. Just how did you know the holy stones were buried here in the first place? As expected, he thinks to himself, she's sharp, almost too sharp. Even when I deliberately push, act like I'm losing my head over her, he muses, it never actually throws her off for long. She's always running the numbers for herself and the temple first, he thinks. Impossibly smart. The more he tries to figure her out, the more she slips through his fingers. That maddening distance, he decides, only makes him want to close it. Out loud, though, he just shrugs, turning down a good business venture, fine by me, it's yours. Their hands meet as the deal is sealed, and for a beat something unspoken passes between them. So he finally asks again, straight up, how did you know the holy stone was buried here? Simple, she thinks, she read it in the original story. Obviously she can't say that part out loud. Idella, the actual heroine of this world, can apparently just feel holy stones underground. Ordle, meanwhile, can't sense a single flicker of holy energy, nothing, zip. She thought her holy power got a real boost after the consecration ceremony, but if 25% still doesn't come close to Idella's toes, what does that even say about her? So instead of admitting any of that, she blurts out a cover story. Actually, I got a revelation from God, he told me sacred power was buried here, go claim it. Lute just laughs it off. Ah, I see, so that's how it works, he says, clearly buying none of it but letting her have the win. Which leaves her quietly panicking to herself. Did I seriously blow all that temple money on a ceremony that did basically nothing? The ride home begins as the sun dips low, painting the whole forest gold. Feeling any better now? Lute asks as she leans into him on the ride back. Honestly, yeah, way less pain than when we got here, she admits. Though eyeing the fancy robe he's tucked under her, this looks expensive. Is it really okay? Relax, he says, I'm not billing you for the robe. She sheepishly admits her but just hurts that bad. She goes quiet for a second, just watching him. It's nice being outside for once, she admits, after being cooped up in the temple for so long. Sounds like someone who's basically a prisoner in there, Lute teases. Want me to break you out if they ever lock you up? Or he offers with a grin, we could just skip straight to my place right now. There's plenty of room, he adds, working the angle. Plenty of empty rooms, he clarifies, and hey, the one right next to mine happens to be free too. Smooth, Lute, real smooth. Wait, she suddenly realizes, when did he get this close? She can feel him breathing on her neck. Come share a drink, he presses. I actually had a really good time today, and for the record, my cellar puts anything here to shame. Her face goes warm despite herself. Fine wine does sound tempting, she admits, just a little tempting, but not tonight. It's not like today's my only shot and I've still got things to do, she tells him. Shame, he says, but like you said, there's always next time, so let's look forward to that. Ah, he says, spotting the skyline, I can already see the Grand Temple from here. Your Grace, she asks, suspicious, why does it feel like the ride back took longer than the ride out? Because I slowed us down on purpose, he admits with a grin. I wasn't about to waste a single minute I got to spend with you. She just blinks at him, completely caught off guard. They finally reach the Grand Temple gates as the last light fades. And waiting right there on the steps, Knight Commander Eirik, looking very much like he's been standing there a while. Saintess, he says simply, I've been waiting for you. The two of them ride up to find him already planted right in their path. Commander of the Holy Knights, don't tell me you've literally been standing here this whole time. How could you even know when I'd be back, she asks, stunned. You only told me not to follow you, he points out. You never said I couldn't wait, technically clever and very on brand for a devoted knight. Allow me to escort you down, he offers, extending a hand. Hold on, Lute cuts in immediately. The one who started this ride should be the one who finishes it. The two men size each other up, and it is not subtle. Neither one of them is backing down. Saintess, Eirik says, deadpan, you decide. Whose hand are you taking? Truly a hardship being this popular. Cut to later that night. Storm clouds roll in, lightning cracking over the countryside. A gated mansion looms in the downpour, its gates groaning open in the dark. Ah, you finally arrived, Count, a servant greets someone stepping out of a carriage in the rain. Careful with that luggage, comes an order, move it gently. Someone nearby is watching this a little too closely. Under a hood in the shadows, a lone figure sizes up the estate. Finally made it, he thinks. Now what? Oh, and there's Baron Gale. Rewind a bit, because it turns out the trip out here was an absolute disaster for the Count's party. Come to think of it, our hooded watcher smirks to himself. A lot of ridiculous stuff happened to them on the way here. It started simple enough, just a quiet campfire on the road. Then Baron Gale doubles over, gagging. What is that smell? Turns out dinner is a very special mystery stew, mud and bugs, chef's choice. Those aren't beans, someone shrieks, those are bugs. And wait, why is there even a trap out here? Baron, hang in there, someone yells, as poor Gale ends up literally stuck in a hole in the ground. I'm gonna be sick, one of them groans. When they said revenge, he thinks bitterly, I figured it meant a knife to the throat, not this. There's someone out here, one of them shrieks in panic. No one's there, another mutters, are you seeing things now? Oh, there's someone out here, all right. And there he is. Our hooded prankster briefly considers going full chaos on Count Curious 2, then catches himself. Mission first. Step 1, he tells himself, sneak into the mansion without anyone noticing. Under that hood, it's Jeremy, Ordle's reformed ex-assassin, now moonlighting as her personal secret agent. But the second he's inside, he freezes. What is this? A wave of dark, suffocating energy rolls off the estate itself. This aura is worse than the sea god's power, he realizes, horrified. I can barely take a single step forward. Going any further into that mansion, he decides, is not happening tonight. His mind flashes back to before he left. Ordle holding his face, making him promise, you'll come back safe without a scratch, right? Be careful, Jeremy, she'd told him, and for once he'd actually meant it when he promised he would. Now he's sprinting flat out through the storm, drenched and rattled. I need to tell Ordle about this mansion, he thinks. Whatever's inside it, it's bad news, and that's where the chapter leaves us. Rude. Picture this, a fantasy world where gentlemen literally risk their lives just to escort a lady. That's the pitch Duke Shiri is selling right now, hand extended, oozing charm like it's a competitive sport. Look at that face, he absolutely knows how good he looks doing this. Enter Seth, all silver hair and dead serious blue eyes, turning a simple horseback ride into a full dating sim decision. Please choose, Saintess. Whose hand will you take? No pressure at all. Ordle just stands there in the golden light, completely done with both of them, though you can tell she's enjoying the chaos a little too much. It's an actual tug of war over her hand now. Even Ordle's thinking this is a horse ride, gentlemen, not a wedding altar. Somebody wins the grab, we'll let the next scene tell you exactly who. Turns out Seth claimed the honor, he's got the horse, and Ordle is politely thanking the poor animal for putting up with them both. Someone mutters that only his backside really suffered through all this. Fair enough. Over to the Duke, who'd lent her his cloak earlier. Ever the proper lady about it, she promises to have it washed and returned rather than just keeping a Duke's coat as a trophy. Then she teases him outright, calling him the guy who gives her the sickness and then the cure, straight up flirting. The Duke, bless him, genuinely doesn't catch the metaphor and asks when exactly he gave her anything to catch. Cut to the poor rejected suitor, dramatically trudging off to the stables solo, narrating his own tragic little heartbreak monologue. Truly devastating stuff. Somebody get this man a violin. Seth just watches him go and mutters that this world takes rejection way too personally. Cultural commentary, courtesy of the guy currently winning. Someone reassures Ordle not to worry about it, he'll get used to rejection eventually. Character building, apparently. Drama settled, Seth gets down to actual business, asking how her trip to Lubar village went, and whether she actually got what she went for. Ordle lights right up at the memory, clearly pleased with herself. Whatever she pulled off in Lubar, it went her way. 2 days later, back at the Sun God Temple, the place that was practically a ruin not long ago is now looking downright impressive. Someone new is making her way toward the gates, a hooded traveler, clearly not local, sizing the place up. Hood up, guard even higher, she takes her time before committing to actually going in. Word on the street was this temple had basically collapsed. Standing here now, she's clearly stunned it looks this good. She admits to herself that trusting the Lumen Merchant Guild for information was the right call. This temple's turnaround is the real deal. She spots a familiar face and calls out Priest Dietrich, the temple's resident easily flustered redhead. Dietrich just blinks, visibly baffled that some stranger in a hood already knows his name. She stammers out why she's really here. She needs healing power. Dietrich clocks immediately that this one isn't here to scam the temple out of money, which, these days, is apparently a nice change of pace. Dietrich practically short-circuits, an honest guest with an honest problem. It's been so long he'd forgotten what that looked like. He snaps into action, sparkly-eyed and thrilled to have an excuse to go fetch the high priest. Enter the high priest himself in full golden glow platinum hair, easy smile, the whole blessed by the sun aesthetic. "I am Eirik, serving here as high priest," he says, somehow making a job title sound like a pickup line. He's got the whole serene, hands-folded holy man look down to an art. Their hooded guest briefly forgets her entire mission, visibly swooning at how well this man fits the job description. She catches herself and gets back to business, confirming she's here for the temple's healing power. Eirik's smile drops into something more serious. The southern desert has always been a monster hotspot, and lately it's only gotten worse. She lays it out plainly. Her people are struggling to keep up, and she's traveled a long way to beg the temple for its potions. Eirik walks her deeper into the temple to hash out the details properly. Before they get far, Ordal sweeps in and claims the conversation for herself. If it's about the potion business, that's her department. And she looks every bit the part, radiant and completely in charge. "I'm in charge of the potion business," she announces like there was ever any doubt. That smile alone probably closes half her deals. Their visitor does a double take because standing right next to the saintess is Duke Shiri himself, and she has absolutely no idea why. Ordal explains she'd actually planned to reach out already. The Plu family had flooded the Merchant Guild with inquiries, so she recognized the name the second it came up. So there it is, their mystery guest has a name now, Lady Plu. Lady Plu is having a small crisis, realizing she just walked up to both the saintess and a duke. Turns out he's simply been staying at the temple since the dedication ceremony wrapped up. She scrambles to compose herself, gushing about the honor of meeting them both in person. Ordal cuts the formalities short. "Head up, let's actually talk business." Lady Plu admits in a little aside that she expected every saintess to have an equally nasty personality. Turns out this one broke the mold completely, and Lady Plu is clearly relieved about it. Ordal waves her toward a proper sit-down instead of hashing this out in a hallway. Once seated, Ordal gets real about the problem. It's not willingness, it's capacity. The whole potion operation runs on just 3 core workers, even with other priests helping out. Demand has outpaced what they can physically produce. Sure, she could squeeze more out of her 2 money-hungry alchemists, but working people into the ground isn't exactly her style. You can practically hear the overworked staff screaming in her head, already overtime pay, extra hours, please, somebody save them. Lady Plu presses gently, is there really nothing at all that can be done? Ordal's mood shifts instantly. This isn't really about potions anymore, this is about monsters. In her head, she runs through exactly what they're dealing with: creatures with an endless hunger for life, built to reduce everything to nothing. Straight-up disasters wearing a body. Nobody in this world actually knows where these things come from. She does, though, because she's read the story. They're spawned by the sun god's ancient enemy, the true villain of this whole world, simply called evil. Evil is the one pulling the strings behind every monster attack. And there's a very specific reason they keep swarming the southern desert of all places. Somewhere out there in all that sand sits evil's actual stronghold. Except here's the problem: in the original story, evil doesn't start moving until Idella becomes saintess. That hasn't even happened yet, so why are monsters already running wild ahead of schedule? And then it hits her: what if she's the reason the timeline's gone sideways? What if she's the one who accidentally woke this thing up early? Whatever the cause, she's not about to sit on it. Practical as ever, she pitches a fix on the spot: ask her existing clients for a little patience, sell them half the usual stock, and send the rest south. Duke Shiri points out demands only climbing, so talking clients down won't be easy, but he's willing to give it a shot. Lady Plu is over the moon. Even a partial supply would be a massive relief for her people. Of course, the Duke has a condition attached. There's always a condition. Before he can even name it, Ordle drops her own bombshell. She's going to the south herself to see the situation with her own eyes. Cue two grown men yelling absolutely not in perfect unison. Somewhere, a therapist is taking notes on healthy communication. Duke Shiri offers a compromise instead. If she needs information, he'll personally go with the guild and confirm it for her. His whole pitch: let the guild handle it, no need for the saintess herself to wander into a monster-infested desert. Reports will do just fine. Ordle isn't having it. Flat no, she's going herself, no debate. She's already delegating High Priest mind the temple. Duke, go handle your own piled-up work. As far as she's concerned, the commander and Jun are backup enough. Someone still tries to push back the south really is dangerous, saintess. That's about the point. Patience officially runs out. And Ordle gets her cheek yanked for her trouble. Diplomacy, temple style. The room deflates into a chorus of sheepish apologies. Nobody in this temple is winning an argument against her. Ordle gets the final word. They leave in 3 days, end of discussion. She already said she's going, so what exactly is there left to argue about? Alone for a second, she smirks to herself. Turns out channeling Priest Lana's no-nonsense scare tactics actually works, filing that away for later. Her mind drifts to the trip ahead. Will the South really be that brutally hot? This will be the first long journey she's taken since arriving in this world. Since she first landed in this life, actually. In her imagination, an endless red desert stretches out ahead of her. Ancient ruins half buried and uncovered by sandstorms, under a night sky packed with stars. And people who have learned to live fiercely on some of the harshest land in the world. She heads off with a genuine, determined smile on her face. I'm looking forward to it, she admits, and for once that's not a con, she actually means it. Night falls over the grand temple grounds, quiet and still. The calm before the saintess's evening gets a lot more complicated. A knight rushes in with news. Jeremy is back and he is already waiting for her. She practically speed walks through the halls, already suspicious. That is not exactly a trip you make quickly. Her stomach drops. Don't tell me he came back hurt, she thinks. Cue Jeremy, strolling in sing-song with a parade of woodland critters trailing behind him like nothing at all is wrong. Well, guess she worried for nothing. Still, she presses him. Jeremy, what actually happened out there? Turns out he could not even get close. Some foul, unnatural energy was pouring out from inside, and it stopped him cold. He has never felt anything that chilling in his life, he admits. It rattles her. When she first woke up in that very mansion, she had felt nothing at all. Was her holy power just too weak back then to notice? If even Jeremy, wrapped in his own divine power, felt wary walking up to that place, something is very wrong. Her holy power has climbed back to 25% now, enough, she figures, to sense that same evil aura herself. Same deal as the cursed relic before. Handle it early. She decides there is no way around it. She is checking the mansion herself. Jeremy about chokes on his snack. She is going in person. Leave it alone and it could only get worse, she reasons, so if she is going, Jeremy insists on coming too. He plants himself in her way. There is no chance he is letting her walk into that place alone. She caves with a tired sigh. Fine, fine. Turns out she already has business down south anyway, so why not swing by the mansion on the way back, with Jeremy tagging along. Jeremy lights up instantly. Yes, saintess. With Seth, the swordmaster, and Jeremy, who can nearly match him blade for blade, both along, this trip pretty much guards itself. She squares her shoulders, already plotting how much of this business trip she can quietly turn into a win. 3 days later, the preparations are done, and it is finally time to hit the road. Her little convoy rides out through the forest, southbound at last. Waiting at the station, an honest-to-goodness steam train, all polished brass and attitude. She loses it a little. This is straight out of Harry Potter, she jokes, demanding to know where platform 9 3/4 is. She is practically vibrating with excitement. She has always wanted to ride one of these. The station rolls out the red carpet. The second Duke Shiri steps onto the platform. The station master practically bows in half, vowing to serve him with everything he has got. Shiri just smiles today, he says. He is only here to escort someone important. That gets the station master's full attention, a distinguished guest. Shiri makes the introduction himself, Lady Ordle, saintess of the sun god's grand temple. The name rings a bell for the station master, though he cannot quite place why. He snaps to attention, practically vibrating Orlando Carlson, station master of the Western Line, entirely at her service. She blesses him on her way past, cool as ever. Orders fly and her luggage gets fast-tracked straight to first class. A nearby family blinks in confusion. Wait, that is actually their luggage getting grabbed. Porters swoop in to carry their bags too, and the stunned family cannot get over it. Nobody has ever treated them this well before. The saintess just smirks. Wherever they go, she is making sure everyone gets the 5-star treatment. Free advertising never hurt anybody. She thanks Shiri for walking them all the way out to see them off. No wonder he insisted on the personal send-off. The hospitality has been incredible. She teases right back. Stick with her advice and gold practically falls into his lap in his sleep. The two of them share a knowing little laugh, awfully close for two people who insist they are just business partners. He promises better wine next time. See, he says, they really do click. A night breaks up the flirting. It is almost time to board. Shiri sends her off properly this time, wishing her a safe trip. He watches her go with that same easy, satisfied smile, already looking forward to their next scheme together. She waves back from the train. Until next time then. For just a moment, walking side by side down the platform, they almost look like an actual couple seeing each other off. A small, private smile crosses her face as the train gets ready to pull out. Shiri heads back through the station alone, already turning over his next move. They have barely said goodbye, and he is already counting down to the next time they meet. He glances down at the relic pendant at his collar, the one she keeps blessed for him, a quiet reminder of just how much he owes her. Back aboard, the saintess gets shown to her cabin with a flourish, like she is about to be handed the keys to a palace. A porter leads her down the corridor toward her private car. Her jaw drops. This whole cabin is theirs. There are actual beds in here. 2 days on this train suddenly sounds perfect, and she face plants right into the mattress to test it. So soft. Her knights let her know they will be right in the next car if she needs anything at all. One of the attendants pipes up, since it is all women in here, why not just share the space? She does not get why not. There is plenty of room, but the knights politely and firmly shut that down. First-class cabins are apparently sacred ground. The room goes a little awkward for a second, everyone suddenly very interested in their own shoes. It finally clicks for her. Nobody wants to bunk with their famously short-tempered boss. Oops. The attendant bows out cheerfully, wishing her a good rest. She just waves them off. Do as you like, she says, already sinking into the pillows. Alone with Jeremy and Seth, she sighs. When exactly is she going to become a boss people respect instead of fear? Watching the scenery blur past the window, she is impressed. This thing is faster than she expected, practically bullet train speed. Seth explains that everyone, commoners up to the imperial family, thought a hunk of metal outrunning a carriage was a joke at first. Then a name catches her off guard, the late Duchess Shiri. Turns out it was Lute's own mother who bankrolled the whole railway, apparently out of sheer refusal to ever bounce around in a carriage again. Fair question though, how did she actually force it through when even the imperial family was against it? Seth just shrugs. It is the family temper, that is how. House Shiri is not famous for the mines or the money, apparently. It is the volcanic temper passed down for generations that really gets talked about. Which is exactly why Seth is still baffled she can go toe-to-toe with Shiri and walk away unscathed every single time. Calls it a miracle, honestly. She just smiles to herself, so he really is soft on her. Guess that means she owes him some extra good behavior in return. Suddenly the door bangs open, Seth, and he looks rattled. Something unexpected has come up, he tells her. She sits up fast. Commander, what is it? His answer lands like a bomb. The Crown Prince himself is somewhere on this very train. The Crown Prince on her train right now. And here is the kicker, her own system practically screams at her. He is the last of the male lead candidates from the world's original novel. Her mind flashes through the lineup so far: High Priest Eirik of her own temple, Commander Seth standing right beside her, Jeremy marked as the future commander of the sea god's own temple, and now, from the one and only empire on the continent, its single greatest. Its greatest mage and the crown prince himself. Somewhere on this train, that very prince is walking around completely unbothered. Which raises the real question: why is the actual protagonist of this whole story, who is supposed to be sitting obediently in the palace, out here on a train headed south? The name drops like a mic: Felix Reincarnated. Elsewhere, in a very different room, a bitter young lord grills his aide. Shiri was seen but did not actually board. What business did he have there? The aide admits it is unclear, but Shiri was flanked by the Flu family and a squad of knights in white uniforms with red capes stitched with golden thorns. Nobody seems to know who those knights actually are. Should he dig deeper? The young lord's eyes narrow. Shiri, the Flu family, and a bunch of mystery knights. Now that is an interesting combination. He orders a full investigation. The connection to Shiri, the identity of those knights, and exactly why they are all headed south by train. That smug little smirk says he already smells an opportunity in all of this. Leave nothing out, he tells his people. He wants everything uncovered. Our saintess and her escort are barreling south by train, straight into a desert heatwave with thunder already cracking on the horizon. The tracks blur beneath them as the train races on, the whole cabin already sweating through this southern detour. The second they crossed into the south, it got unbearably hot. She groans, sprawled out and melting, not a patch of green left in sight. Bear with it a little longer, she's told. It's cooler once they reach the mansion. And she's sipping HOTT in this heat. Honestly, our saintess decides the real problem here is these heavy clothes. Solution: get some proper southern fabric tailored the moment they land. Apparently it's cool and breathable. Her attendants light up. Southern fabric is so popular even the imperial family wears it. Apparently our saintess has excellent taste. Amused, she turns to Dame Victoria and tells her to check whether any of the knights need cooler clothes too. Victoria straightens up in her armor, red hair catching the light, ready as always. For us knights this is nothing, Victoria waves off, don't worry about it. Actually, she smirks, it's not her who's suffering, it's the onlookers, so new clothes for everyone, courtesy of the Grand Temple's very generous funds. Understood, Victoria replies, wisely not arguing with the boss's accounting. Saintess, look, someone calls out, I think we've finally arrived, the train pulling into a sun-baked desert city. Wait, we're actually here already, she blinks, leaning in beside Seth to get a look. We've arrived, someone cheers, as the platform rushes past in a blur. Grab your luggage, everyone, let's get out of this rolling sauna before we all melt. Wait, the crown prince, she suddenly remembers, completely forgot about him thanks to the heat. Her mind drifts to bigger stakes, the kind that come with wearing a saintess's crown. Technically, divine authority outranks even the imperial family, and she's well aware of it. The sun god's order only answers to itself, so maybe she doesn't need to bow and scrape for royal approval after all. New plan, she declares the second they get off, straight to the tailor, forget the crown prince entirely. And if they do run into him, everyone just act busy and pretend not to know the guy. Our saintess is so cool, her entourage swoons, agreeing instantly and quietly tagging along with them Jeremy. She turns around and finds herself face to face with him. Watch out for the crown prince when we land, she warns him. Crown prince, got it, he shrugs, not exactly reassuring. I'll be careful, she tells her attendants, reasoning that the crown prince himself might be fine, but who says the people around him are? Nobody knows what happens if they catch the eye of whatever evil is rumored to be lurking inside the imperial family. Crown prince or not, she shakes it off. Priority one is escaping this murderous heat. They roll up to a grand desert estate, warmly welcomed onto the Plu family's grounds. Wow, she breathes, genuinely awed, it really is beautiful out here. Cut to later, the whole party decked out in fresh, breezy southern outfits, strolling the estate at last comfortable. One knight sighs in relief, thanking her for outfitting the servants, priests, and knights alike. She waves it off with a smirk to Jeremy, teasing that the new look suits him, money well spent as far as she's concerned. As the group settles in for the evening, her thoughts start to wander. Seth always sees her in far too good a light, she thinks, it's almost embarrassing. Their host steps out to greet them, and it throws everyone for a loop. Wait, that her husband, the Viscount. Cut to said husband up close, heavily tattooed, turbaned, scarred, and looking downright terrifying. But the instant his wife's near, he melts, gently asking if she's all right, if she's hurt anywhere. She checks him over just as tenderly. This scary-looking guy turns out to be a total softie for his wife. I'm fine, he assures her. What about you? Are you unharmed? More importantly, she says, this is the Saintess, introducing herself as Rakasa Plu and thanking them for the long journey. Our Saintess admits she totally judged him by his cover, fierce on the outside, total teddy bear underneath, and introduces herself in kind, ortal Saintess of the Sun God's Grand Temple. But the mood flips fast. Someone bursts in shouting, Saintess, please help us. The Viscount drops straight to his knees, visibly wrecked with worry. While his wife was away, he explains, he led another expedition, and this time the losses were brutal. Most of the deployed soldiers are hurt, some critically, and the Saintess is their only hope now. Rakasa is horrified. Did things get this bad while she was gone? Both of them drop to their knees, begging her outright to help. She takes a breath and steadies herself. Please stand up, she tells them gently. They came all this way specifically to help. No time to waste, she says, take her to the injured right now. The whole group piles straight into a carriage. Lives on the line means no time to hesitate. Rakasa, overwhelmed with gratitude, insists on leading the way herself. She lays out the plan on the fly. Priests follow her to the wounded, knights fall in under Sir Seth's orders. Our Saintess strides forward, all business now. They close in on the infirmary grounds. The infirmary building looms ahead, doors waiting. They push forward into the halls. A whole procession of priests files in behind her as they head deeper into the ward. This is only Ward 1, Rakasa tells her. All 8 wards are already completely full. The doors creak open. We hired several skilled doctors, Rakasa explains, but row after row of wounded soldiers packed into a dark, groaning ward, far more than anyone was prepared for. Our Saintess claps a hand over her mouth, stunned by the sheer scale of it. She has to physically steady herself against the shock of it all. Harsh math time, 10 doctors can't do what 1 alchemist can, and 1 priest is worth 10 alchemists. Problem is, alchemists don't exactly line up to work somewhere this dangerous. And the region's own faith, the god of perishing souls, treats death by monster as just nature doing its thing, so its priests don't lift a finger. She and Rakasa share a grim look at the thought. Those priests apparently have zero interest in the outside world, they just pray behind closed temple doors. It sends her mind drifting back to the bigger picture and the history behind it all. The god of perishing souls is one of the Empire's 3 great gods, its whole philosophy built around embracing death as the natural order. In the original story, that temple refused to interfere with death at all until the actual apocalypse came knocking. Only then did they finally throw open their doors and join the fight. Too little, too late, they fought fearlessly and got wiped out. Meanwhile, the Empire's other big faith, the great ocean god, had its own problem brewing. That temple ruled through fear and sacrifice, so proud it refused to team up with anyone else when true evil came calling. Its champion fought alone, isolated, and fell just the same. Which leaves exactly 1 temple still standing at the end of it all. The Sun God's Grand Temple, the one carrying the actual protagonist's plot armor. Back in the present, she snaps into commander mode. Priests, this is worse than we thought. She triages fast, treat the critical cases first, no exceptions. Let the holy knights handle anything a potion alone can fix, and madam, this is no time to just grieve. Since potions don't take special training, she puts the maids and servants to work too. 1 word Monica, and the pouch is already changing hands. Out comes her spatial pouch, glowing, time to show this whole estate what the Sun God's Grand Temple can really do. Rakasa can only watch, hand over her mouth, completely overwhelmed. Then we begin the treatment now, she announces, as golden light erupts around her. And there she stands, robes and power both blazing gold, about to save every single one of them. Golden evening light spills over the Grand Temple as the Saintess slips into a sick room, potion already in hand. She presses the vial straight into a bleeding soldier's wound while a masked healer holds him down. All he can manage is a shaky thank you. "I'll hold onto the rest, use it fast," she orders, and her assistant snaps back a nervous yes, Saintess. She exhales with a satisfied little smirk. Another crisis handled, and knowing her, another donation quietly logged. A knight bows his head to her. Thanks to her, they said, they didn't lose a single man today. His men echo the gratitude, swearing up and down they'll repay this kindness somehow. She waves it off as nothing, then leans in, curious about the expedition he mentioned earlier. "Could you explain a bit more about that?" Cut to the memory itself. Knights riding hard across a blackened desert, stretched far thinner than anyone had planned for. His wife, sensing disaster, rode west immediately. Lucky for them, the sun god temple's potions had just hit the market through the Lumen Guild. Word came in from the so-called Guardian family. The monster count had doubled overnight. The old commander's face goes grim, worn out just reliving it. The Saintess perks up. The Guardian family, that name clearly means something. Quick lore drop: the Empire's 4 ducal houses each guard one cardinal direction. The Shiri Duchy holds the west, the Kali Duchy the south. Enter Duke Kali himself, sword in hand, one of the Empire's top 3 military powers. Even the mighty Kali Duchy, guardian of the monster-choked south, couldn't handle this surge alone. "They called in every available knight," the commander admits, "so I rode out again myself. The desert turned pitch black," he says. "I'll never forget that sight as long as I live. If Duke Kali hadn't taken the front line himself, we'd have been wiped out completely." Word's already gone to the imperial family for backup, and then he drops a bombshell. He shared a train with the crown prince on his way here. "So that's why he came," she murmurs. "Wait in person." "Exactly like His Highness," he laughs. "He probably went straight to the Kali front and then a door creaks open behind them." Someone bursts in shouting for the Saintess. One of her patients has taken a turn for the worse. "He could die any minute," they say, "and the staff can't handle it alone." The Saintess freezes, pure shock on her face. She swears she checked every patient before stepping out. How did someone crash this fast? "Commander," someone shouts, and she's already sprinting for the sick room. The patient thrashes in agony, drenched in sweat, jaw locked against the pain. Staff shout that they can't stop the bleeding. Even sacred power isn't cutting it, and his pulse is crashing. "He was stable an hour ago," someone insists. This came out of nowhere. Turns out the monster's venom is eating through the wound itself. This had to be a high-level monster. "We don't have the power left to purify this, Saintess," someone cries, and her expression changes completely. She leans in close, studying the wound, dead serious now. Her system flashes a warning: the wound is contaminated by the aura of evil, 23% and climbing. Purify it with blessing. The aura of evil, the patient rasps through the pain. Monsters, after all, are evil's own creation, and their venom spreads exactly like this. She can hardly believe run-of-the-mill monster venom carried evil's fingerprints all along. "Good news, it's not from the strongest tier," she says, power already lighting up in her hands. "I can purify this." Her aide confirms, and she snaps into focus. "Let's heal first, think later." She settles into position, hands together, power crackling to life. "Starting now." The system confirms it. Blessing activating, purifying the aura of evil, contamination holding at 23%. Golden light floods the room as her power pours into him. Mid-heal, her mind drifts somewhere else entirely. In the original story, this is right around when Lute first started showing symptoms of his illness. Nobody ever figured out what actually caused it, and the contamination reading in front of her just dropped to 15%. A flashback flickers in, the ancient book that finally crumbled to dust the moment it revealed the truth. The sacred relic of light was evil's own creation, dressed up as a cure. She'd always assumed that relic was simply what turned Lute into a villain down the line. But what if the illness itself was the trap laid by evil from the very start? After all, when the Shiri Duchy eventually falls, every coin of that fortune ends up right back in evil's pocket. One more piece slots into a much bigger, much darker puzzle. The contamination reading keeps sliding, 5%, then 2%, her power winning the fight in real time. 1% and dropping, her focus locked in tight. 0% fully purified. The system confirms the target's clean. Now's the time someone calls the venom's been purified. She sways the second the job's done and the commander catches her before she hits the floor. Just close the wound and we're finished, someone says. As they wrap the last bandages, her thoughts keep circling back to exactly how far she took things this time. She didn't just destroy the relic meant to ruin him, she handed Lute a replacement blessed artifact to keep the symptoms from spreading further. Which means that gift might have just spooked evil into speeding up its whole plan. Evil, she grumbles, a bunch of petty bastards. The healers finish rewrapping his wounds while she keeps turning the theory over in her head. Some men luck their way into a whole dukedom without even trying. How cheap, she thinks, then reports out loud that the shoulder and side wounds are fully treated. The rest, they say, can heal the normal way now with a round of potions. The old commander breaks down, thanking her and everyone in the room, swearing he'll repay this someday. She waves it off and thanks him right back for catching her when her knees gave out. Still dizzy from burning through that much sacred power, she's already moving on. Are there other families from the expedition who need checking on, and soon? She's still unsteady on her feet as she waits to hear back from them. This way, the commander says, leading her off. She thanks him quietly. She figures the other families are probably in just as rough shape, if not worse. Cue the usual argument in her head, the angel side scolding her that life matters more than money, the devil side cackling that this is the perfect excuse to drain the entire South's coffers. The commander, blissfully unaware of the war going on in her skull, gently suggests they save people first and charge something reasonable after. Fine, she decides, but she's not swearing off profit entirely, not when she needs her sacred power leveled up fast. This whole evil timeline is moving quicker than the story ever warned her about. She squares her shoulders, already plotting her next move. Her quest log is already ticking. Step 1, scrape together 1.5 billion just to hit 40% toward unlocking the next batch of heavenly secrets. I'll fill that meter up as fast as humanly possible, she vows. Cut across the empire to the Shiri estate, sun-drenched and suspiciously quiet. His aide trudges up the stairs grumbling that everyone else is working themselves to the bone while his lord is nowhere to be found. And there he is, Duke Lute Shiri, sprawled across his couch with a book flopped over his face, fast asleep. "My lord, wake up," the aide shouts, jolting him out of it. Lute startles awake, hand snapping instinctively to the letter knife tucked in his book. "Who said you could just walk in here?" he snaps. He glares, clearly still annoyed at being woken up. "To pick the miners, obviously, unless you don't need them anymore," the aide fires back and Lute perks right up. "Oh, you brought them already?" "As ordered, I hand-picked the skilled ones," the aide reports. "So when do they actually start?" "Yep," Lute chirps, way too cheerful for the hour, which only makes his aide more suspicious. "Then why are you even up this early?" Lute just smirks. "Why do you think?" "So I look competent the second the Saintess needs anything ready," he says, practically glowing. His aide can only stare, horrified. "Thaw that face. You couldn't even tell me this was supposed to be a secret." The aide snaps, then it clicks. This whole minor job was for Saintess Ordle the entire time. "What in the world does the sun god's temple even need miners for?" he mutters, baffled, while Lute just keeps smiling and says absolutely nothing. "Out now," Lute orders, done with the interrogation. The aide storms off, fuming about that temper of his. Still, he has to admit, ever since his lord got tangled up with the Saintess, only good things have actually happened. "Guess I'll just have to trust it stays that way this time too," he sighs. Back on his couch, Lute stretches out with his book again, grinning to himself, and quietly admits, if only to himself, that he misses her already. Next morning breaks over the Grand Temple, gold light pouring over the rooftops like nothing ever happened. Inhale, even out on the road, she is not skipping her workout. "I cannot skip my daily morning exercise," she grunts, dumbbells in hand. Money matters, sure, but first she has got to beef up this flimsy borrowed body of hers, and fast. A knock cuts her workout short. An attendant tells her the crown prince himself has shown up, and he is waiting downstairs right now. For me, she blinks. Visiting royalty was not on her morning schedule. She cannot shake the question, how did he even find out she was here mid-workout, no less? Downstairs, the prince is admiring a painting in the hall. What a truly excellent painting, he says. She tells him she picked it up from a merchant crossing the desert. She offers to just give it to him outright, but he waves her off. He will not take something from a subject by force, gift or not. He apologizes for showing up so early. He admits he was a little too eager to see her. It's an honor just to have you visit, she tells him, all humble smiles. This is the prince tied up with the Lumen Merchant Guild everyone keeps talking about. Privately, he is stunned that guild is even selling potions from the sun god's temple, the ones everyone had assumed were long forgotten. An attendant formally announces her arrival. The saintess has come to see His Highness. Face to face at last, the two size each other up. Radiance of the sun be with you, she says grandly. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Ordal, daughter of the sun god. She sweeps into the greeting with full theatrical flair. The prince looks charmed, maybe even a little dazzled. In his head, he compares her to the ocean god saintess, if that one is all rough waves and coy smiles. Then the sun's saintess is more like warm spring sunshine. And also like a burning sun, he thinks, genuinely intrigued. How mysterious. He introduces himself properly. I greet the daughter of the sun god. I am Crown Prince Felix Roan-Carnis. She gives him the once-over like she is window shopping. Similar height to Eirik, a surprisingly trained body for a mage, sculpture-worthy features, all topped off with that red hair. And those teal eyes, the mark of the imperial bloodline. Felix, meanwhile, admits he once wondered why none of the other male lead candidates turned out to be the true heroine. But the real heroine, Idella, is clearly something else entirely. Now that he has met every candidate, he is more curious about her than ever. Shame there is still no lead on where Idella actually is, since she was just a wanderer before the story even started. He gets down to business. He has heard she treated the injured from Viscount Plu's family. He would like to ask a favor too, treatment extended to families beyond the ones she has already arranged to help. She is caught off guard for a second, then recovers fast. Turns out she was already planning exactly that today. Well, you see, she starts easing into her pitch. He swears on his name as Crown Prince that he will repay her properly for it. He flashes her a confident, charming smile. Oh ho, she thinks, eyes lighting up, repay. Her eyes practically turn into gold coins right there on the spot. If you put it that way, she says sweetly, I'd be more than happy to help. The prince blinks, sensing a little too late that he just got played. Internally, she is already celebrating. She just happened to need 1.5 billion. What a lucky coincidence. Time to go spill some heavenly secrets. Cut to the road, their carriage rattles off toward the south. Prince and Saintess riding along together. He explains the logistics. Southern nobles keep townhouses on Duke Colley's land near the desert, right where expedition rotations pass through. He has already arranged for the injured to gather there, meaning she will not have to crisscross the whole south after all, a relief she was not expecting. She had originally planned to personally distribute potions and treat people across the entire south herself. But since the crown prince insists on paying generously, she has decided to accept the imperial family's money too, and judging by how he operates, he is not the type to dodge the bill. Her mind drifts to Jeremy, who looked crushed when she told him to sit this trip out in case the prince recognized him. She had redirected him to go hunt for evil energy nearby instead, and that cheered him right up. She checks her potion inventory, Jeremy's voice echoing in her head, just trust me. She figures he has probably stocked his own inventory with potions too by now, time for her to get to work as well. The carriage rolls on, the two of them taking in the view together. She points out he is already staying at Duke Colley's residence. He could have just summoned her there instead of coming himself. He explains he is the one asking a favor here. It would not be right to summon her like that. He would not dare order the saintess around like some errand girl. She quietly wonders if her instincts have gotten rusty, then relaxes. Unlike Count Kiris, this one actually seems wise and fair, just like in the original story. No wonder Idella fell for Felix given a character like that, she thinks, catching a flash of the two of them together in her mind's eye. The daydream lingers a beat too long before she shakes it off. The carriage lurches to a stop. We've arrived, someone says. She looks out at their destination. Yes, it is, magnificent, isn't it? She says, taking in the view as he helps her down. Thank you, she adds, accepting his hand. Footsteps approach as staff hurry over to greet the arriving pair. "You've arrived, Your Highness the Crown Prince," someone announces with a bow. A robed man strides forward, and something about him makes her go completely still. Her breath catches. That person is, she starts stunned. Duke Kali. The realization hits her like a truck. In the original novel, this was the one who fought harder than anyone against the monsters pouring out of the desert, and in the end, died in that very battle. Her favorite character from the whole novel, standing right in front of her in the flesh. He speaks first. He has heard she treated the injured from Viscount Plu's family. "Please save my knights," he asks her directly. This is a man who has never bowed his head to anyone outside the imperial family, and now he is bowing without a shred of hesitation, all for his men. She admits it to herself. This is exactly the character she genuinely loved reading about. So this time she decides she is not letting him die, not a chance. She takes his hand. "Don't worry," she tells him, "that's precisely why I came here." A quiet, tender moment passes between them. "Thank you," he says, clearly moved. He vows he will repay this kindness properly. "What kindness?" she asks, all innocence. "Money," she deadpans, and he just stares at her unimpressed. The prince, watching all this from the sidelines, keeps his face carefully neutral. "Please repay the kindness with lots and lots of money," she chirps, winking like the shameless little schemer she is. "And that is the saintess for you," always closing the deal with a smile. Our reformed saintess kicks things off exactly how you'd expect, flashing an innocent smile and telling some poor soul, quote, "Please repay the kindness with lots of money." She's traded the frilly white gowns for a simple travel dress today because Saintess Ordle is hitting the road and you already know money's involved. Enter our mystery man, red hair, beaded necklace, dressed like he wandered out of a mansion and into manual labor. Keep an eye on this one. A couple of aides recoil in shock at something, then get to the actual good news. The patients over at the Plu estate are already recovering. Our mystery man vouches for her with a confident grin. You can trust her. So the three of them trek across the sun-baked south together. Ordle, her mystery escort, and a very confused priest trailing behind, wondering what he signed up for. Our red-haired stranger looks ready to keel over. Turns out fancy blood doesn't make house calls any less exhausting. He pulls himself together and leads Ordle and her escort straight to the sick ward. Rows of beds, dim light, patients too weak to even sit up. This is what surviving a magical beast attack actually looks like once the adrenaline wears off. Monica, mask on and all business, waves her straight over to the worst case in the room. These patients aren't just hurt, they're getting worse, and word is they were isolated after getting mauled by something seriously high level. Ordle's stomach drops. This same nasty aura clung to someone she treated just yesterday. Coincidence? She's not buying it. Filing that mystery away for later, she gets to work, telling Monica to loosen the bandage. No time for subtlety. She pours the potion straight onto the open wound. Fingers crossed this brew handles the curse-y aftertaste too, not just the physical damage. This is her latest formula, cut with a genuine 25% dose of sacred power. No cheap knockoff here. Golden light floods the wound and just does its job. Healing magic remains the best special effect in this world. She lets out a relieved little breath. So far so good. And there it is, it worked. One patient down and a whole ward still to go. Meanwhile, their mystery escort wanders the halls alone, looking like a man doing some very serious thinking. She just keeps moving bed to bed. This recovery tour isn't stopping for anyone's brooding. His aide admits he told everyone to trust her, he just didn't expect her to demand cash quite so openly about it. Word is that Grand Temple was practically circling the drain before she took charge. Maybe that explains why their saintess turned into such a shrewd little businesswoman. Though he's not totally convinced it's only about the gold, something about how she asks for it doesn't quite add up. Case in point, Exhibit A, one very itemized invoice. Turns out, when they got billed for the treatment earlier, it barely even covered the costs. She could easily have squeezed them for more, and nobody would have blinked. Sure, charging for miracles sounds exactly like the rival faction's playbook, except she only ever bills for what she actually delivers. Funny thing about a prince who's never had to beg for anything in his life, He doesn't even notice he's the one quietly getting one over. The aide changes tack, asking if they're still hitting up more noble estates with the saintess. He confirms it. He already arranged for patients to be gathered at nearby estates in advance, knights and commoners alike. And he's coming along in person for round 2. Cue the montage, a whole caravan rolling out toward the next estate as the sun goes down. Back at camp, Ordle tells her exhausted knights to go rest up. Half of them are already swaying on their feet. And naturally she promises them a fat bonus for their trouble. Gotta keep morale up somehow. Then footsteps behind her, and Ordle's eyes narrow just a little. It's just her escort, brushing off her thanks like it's nothing. She fires right back, hey, let's not pretend this was charity work. Privately though, she admits free treatment would have been nice if it were possible, and hearing his gratitude still lands somewhere soft. Something's still nagging at her though. Why was Kali giving her that odd look earlier? A quick flashback shows her fondly ruffling a kid's hair, sweet but no real answers yet. Her escort has a question of his own. Why'd she stick strictly to potions today? Apparently yesterday she used raw sacred power directly on Viscount Plu himself, and she's got a reason for switching it up. Simple, she wanted everyone to see the potions work just as well on their own, no direct miracle required. This batch needed permission from her existing buyers first, but going forward she's selling straight into the south. The more people know this brand, the better. Though even as she says all that with a perfectly straight face, there's a quieter thought underneath. Once Idella shows up, all of this stops being hers. A glimpse of the story that's supposed to happen, the real heroine wrapped up in this very prince's arms. The script says Idella eventually takes over as saintess and ends up with him, fair and square. So Ordle's playing it smart, building up the potion fame instead of her own, so there's less to lose when that day finally comes. Oblivious to all that scheming, he just says his goodbyes for the day. Which is exactly when Ordle remembers the most important part. She slaps an invoice straight into his hand. That's right, she's billing the imperial family for services rendered. Cha-ching, never let it be said this woman misses a single payment opportunity, royalty included. With handshakes and well wishes all around, the mansion crew waves them off. Her escort lingers behind, quietly rereading something she gave him, looking a little more smitten than he'd probably admit. Meanwhile, back at home base, someone else is making an entrance. One more lingering smile before we cut away. Yeah, he's got it bad. He admits to himself he's not going to forget this trip anytime soon. Back at the temple, Ordle and Monica head down the hall and someone's already waiting for them. Then Ordle's whole face lights up. She knows that voice. It's Jun back from the road, and she's thrilled to see her partner in crime. Jun wastes no time buttering her up. Word of her miracle cures is already spreading through the whole south. She can't quite hide her surprise already. Jun teases that a little help sounds like an understatement, and honestly so is her modesty about it. Turning serious, she says they need to ramp up potion supply fast. Jun backs her up. The south is running dry on both sacred power potions and alchemy potions. Turns out the competition cared more about profit margins than actually helping anyone. Shocker. She leans in, moreover what? Cut to the rival temple's own saintess, coldly announcing her faction will only hand out potions to their own believers. Not exactly a warm welcome for anyone outside their flock, and that's a storm brewing for later. Out of nowhere, weird little bunny-shaped sigils start popping around our saintess and she absolutely loses it. Eek indeed. She catches her breath and figures it out fast. It's probably tied to Duke Kali's family, the guardians down in the south. Quick lore break, since apparently we need one. The Empire's got 4 ducal families, one guarding each direction east, west, north, and south. And of those 4, only the northern duke actually follows the great god. So if the great god's faithful want to crown their deity the one true god of the continent, they need muscle beyond just the north. The imperial family and House Shiri in the west are too tough to crack, and the east already answers to a different god. That leaves one obvious target, the south. They pounced on the south's weak spot, a duchy permanently short on potions while its soldiers bleed out on the front line against magical beasts. Which is exactly why it's so hard for the South's people to say no when outsiders come offering help under those conditions. Seth Knoll is rattled, muttering about how people who claim to serve a god could stoop this low. He admits he didn't grasp how bad it had gotten. Even the alchemists started abusing the shortage, feeding a nasty cycle of their own. He explains that ever since the current saintess and her people arrived, the Souths welcomed the Sun Temple's delegation with open arms. One of her aides asks the obvious follow-up, is there anything else they can actually do? A beat of silence, then Ordle drops it like it's nothing, well, they could just release more potions. That grin says it all, our girl's already 3 steps ahead of everyone in the room. Her aide's jaw drops, is that even possible right away? Turns out she came prepared, flashing 2 batches of potions, the tried and true formula, plus a few brand new ones. Naturally, that meant the potion team basically ran themselves ragged keeping up with demand. Cut to Eirik Dearth blessing the fresh stock while a couple of kids peek in on the action. Eirik points out plenty of people volunteered for the grunt work too, which is really what stretched their output this far. He tells her to be careful out there, he'll be praying for her the whole time. He muses that the Sun Temple's potions already had a solid reputation, and this new batch is about to make it even better, so let's see how the great god likes that. Ordle just smirks, poaching a rival deity's turf. Yeah, she's very much enjoying this. A ripple of light and a sharp crack of sound, we're somewhere else entirely now. An icy-haired woman, Carmen area, rounds on someone off to the side. You couldn't even keep tabs on the Sun cult, she snaps, and now you're about to lose the South you worked so hard for. Her aide crumples, stammering that Duke Shiri sealed off information from the West and left them totally blind. Carmen cuts him off cold, enough with the excuses. Release the stock, she orders flatly. Her aide, blindsided, can only manage a weak pardon. He's sweating bullets, thinking that holding the line any longer will only fatten someone else's pockets. Carmen's not having it. She's not about to let the Sun Temple's stuff sell while her people's potions gather dust. If their products are on the shelves too, she reasons, people will finally buy from them instead. Then she screams it, if you heard me, move. The poor guy nearly trips over himself, scrambling to obey. She mutters that fools like him can't even follow simple orders properly. Left alone, she thinks out loud, times like this really make her wish she had Jeremy around, someone who just moves without asking questions. Yeah, that name's going to matter later. Back on friendlier ground, Duke Loot Shiri gets caught red-handed sneaking a snack, blushing like he just broke a diet promise. Ordle isn't buying it. Didn't they agree on just 1 box a day? He swears he hasn't forgotten, all while hugging the box like his life depends on it. They end up laughing over tea instead, passing a letter back and forth. She asks what's so funny. Turns out Jun's note confirms the great god's side really did make their move. They're flooding the market with potions and ordering their followers to boycott the Sun Temple entirely, the exact scheme we just watched Carmen set in motion. Loot visibly braces himself, bracing for the fallout. But Ordle just grins honestly, that's a self-defeating move on their part. Her logic's simple, sure, they get a short-term bump, but once people notice her potions are just better, she wins bigger in the long run and the South ends up with more medicine and fewer dead either way. Seth Knoll announces a new visitor, someone from the Grand Temple of the God of Perishing Souls, has just arrived. Ordle straightens up fast, this isn't exactly a social call. In sweeps an imposing old man, hooded and silver-braided, cane tapping with every step. Ordle greets him properly, wishing him a peaceful night. He introduces himself with old-school formality. Nashas Dallin, High Priest of the Grand Temple of the God of Perishing Souls, here to greet the Sun's noble daughter. She wonders privately why the High Priest of the Death God's own temple would show up in person. Something's clearly off. He sips his tea, unbothered, then drops the real reason he's here. Could he possibly get a private audience with her? She clocks it instantly. This old man's been hiding his true presence this whole time. He explains he's carrying a message from the God of Perishing Souls, meant just for the saintess. He just keeps calmly sipping his tea, entirely unbothered by the tension he just created. Then the message lands like a thunderclap, O soul who has crossed dimensions. Ordal freezes solid, completely blindsided. He explains his eyes were a personal gift from his god. He can literally see the color of a person's soul. And hers, he says with a knowing little smile, shines with a pure, brilliant gold. There she stands, lit up in golden light, proof he's not bluffing. She tries to play it cool, is a weird soul color reading really enough to call her a dimensional traveler. He shakes his head no, he's certain because of what his god told him directly. We cut to the god itself cloaked in starlight, intoning, follow them, then the terrible night shall not come. The priest explains that in his temple, the word night carries a lot of weight. His expression turns heavy, like he's chewing on that phrase all over again. A peaceful night, he says, is a sleep that resembles death. Eternal night is death itself. But a terrible night, he says, as a skeletal god looms behind the words, means a painful death, and in over 80 years of service, he's never once heard his god mention one before now. He lets that sit heavy in the room for a moment. Rattled by it, he says, he rushed straight here the moment he heard she'd come to the south. He adds one more detail: the god of perishing souls also goes by another name, the traveler who guides souls. Ordal's mind races. This god knows exactly who she is, and even gave itself a title that fits her a little too well. She blurts it out before she can stop herself: is this really the same world as the novel Sacred Idella? The question just hangs there in the air, her hand frozen at her collarbone. And then, right on cue, the system chimes in instead. That question counts as revealing a heavenly secret, and answering it requires her divine power to top 40%. She's furious. When she first landed in this body, the system happily told her this was the novel's world. Now suddenly that's classified. She grumbles that she was just trying to earn quick cash to boost her divine power, and this feels like flat-out extortion. Meanwhile, the priest, oblivious to her internal tantrum, formally declares his temple will back the saintess per his gods, will then just as bluntly asks if she happens to have any money. That one actually catches her off guard. Pardon. He clarifies gently if she needs it, he'll support her as much as he possibly can. She lights right up, though she notes there's only so much they can pull off from clear out here in the West. Still, she pushes her luck a bit further. Open your doors, she asks, and fight alongside us. Please, she adds, just help people stop dying. He considers it grimly. There's nothing quite as fair and simultaneously as unfair as death. When people meddle with the natural order of life and death, he explains, all that's left is unfairness for a servant of the death god. Denying death itself is basically blasphemy. He admits his temple has been deliberately looking away from all this. But maybe, he considers, his god has judged that the deaths from this magical beast calamity aren't part of the natural order at all. There's something else entirely, a disruption of death's own order, the panel cutting to a monstrous blood-soaked claw in the dark. Which means, he reasons, his god must be telling them to help the saintess restore that balance. Hand over his heart, he makes it official from now on, his grand temple will fight alongside the South against the magical beasts, by his god's will. Ordal beams thank you, and calls for someone else to come in. From above, we watch the old priest settle back, announcing he really should be heading out now. He rises slowly, leaning on his cane, hood shadowing his face as he shuffles toward the door. But he's not quite finished. One more thing. The god of perishing souls said that at dawn tomorrow the saintess must personally go to the slums. An aide steadies him gently as he's finally let out. Seth Knoll just blinks. The slums? Ordal's not doing much better, staring blankly at the wall she's just been handed. And that's where we leave her, a brand new divine ally in her pocket, and a very strange errand waiting at sunrise. The saintess's convoy rolls into one of the Empire's forgotten districts, a guardian house that's supposed to keep the peace, now crumbling under snow and neglect. Behind the building, wounded bodies are sprawled across the rubble, dumped and forgotten in the freezing cold. Ordal, Commander Seth, and a young acolyte all freeze at the sight. This is way worse than a little rundown. The image blurs like a bad dream, a bare foot dangling limp in the wreckage. Somebody clearly didn't walk away from this easy. This is more serious than I expected, Ordal mutters, sizing up just how far this district has fallen. Normally, the guardian houses get regular upkeep, she explains, but with monsters running wild everywhere else, there's been no manpower left to spare on maintenance. An old caretaker shuffles up beside her and Ordle can't hide her shock. It wasn't this bad before, she says. Rats scurrying underfoot and all, Ordle turns to Seth with the only question that matters: what should we do here? Priorities first. For now, she decides, let's focus on treating the injured. She rallies every priest and paladin on the spot, pairing them off to go door to door and check on the wounded. Victoria and Monica get tapped to lead the two teams between them. This ragged block is about to get its first real help in ages. A local leads the group deeper into the wreckage, waving them on. This way, please. Seth leans in close, asking if anything unusual happened here just yesterday. Ordle shrugs it off. All she knows is that Lord Nash's insisted they come, without ever saying why. She turns the question back around on Seth, wondering if Lord Nash's gave him some special instructions of his own. Then again, come to think of it, isn't Seth the one who's actually acquainted with Lord Nash's? Seth admits they crossed paths once back when he was stationed in the south, and these days knowing he guards the great temple apparently lets Nash's rest easy. Turns out Seth could have cashed in on his sword arm 100 times over. Skilled knights like him don't come cheap. But gold was never really the point for him. He was the type to charge in and save a village from wild beasts for free, no contract required. Basically a walking plot device for good karma. Sure, all that wandering never made him famous. But thanks to him, a handful of people out there never forgot this temple even existed. Her quiet moment of admiration gets cut short when a familiar masked figure drops in out of nowhere. Jeremy, reporting for duty. He cuts straight to business. Duke Colley is riding in with his knights. Ordle's mind jumps straight to the worst case. Wait, is the Crown Prince tagging along too? She snaps into damage control mode instantly. Old habits of a schemer never really die. She sends Jeremy off to quietly sweep the slums for any other problems before the Duke arrives. She watches him go, eyes lingering on the crumbling rooftops. And just like that, he's gone, vanishing over the rooftops without a sound. Down below, the clatter of hooves announces new company on the way. Duke Colley himself rides up, looking every bit as sharp and no-nonsense as his reputation. Seeing the state of his own streets up close, the Duke admits to himself he's been making excuses for way too long. Face to face with Ordle, he finally says it out loud: I should have come sooner. Ordle waves off the guilt trip. His knights held the line out here, and that's the only reason any of this is still standing. He thanks her again, hand over heart, and she brushes it off with a laugh, insisting he really doesn't need to. Then her whole demeanor shifts. Perfect timing, actually, because she's got news for him. The Duke's eyes go wide, bracing for whatever scheme is coming next. Turns out Lord Nash's paid her a visit just yesterday, and he's agreed to open the Temple of the God of Oblivion's doors to help defend the South alongside the Duke's own forces. The Duke's jaw drops. That is not the deal he saw coming. As if that weren't enough, she adds that the rival Great Temple got inspired by their little operation and agreed to release more potions too, with a few strings attached, sure, but still. And her own temple isn't stepping back either. The South won't run short on potions on her watch. You can rest easy from now on, she tells him, and the poor Duke looks like he doesn't know whether to cry or propose. She just laughs it off, a little sheepish about how well her scheming actually worked out. In his head, the Duke admits he'd suspected her of running an angle from the start. And honestly, between touring with the Crown Prince, wandering the slums uninvited, and strong-arming a rival temple into helping, yeah, she's definitely got an angle. Probably several. But then he remembers a quiet moment, her crouching down to ruffle some kid's hair like she actually meant it. Whatever her angle is, he decides, the concern underneath it is real, and that's enough for him. For the first time in a while, the Duke actually looks at peace. Saintess, you're truly amazing, he tells her outright. Any god who'd raise a daughter like you must be something special. And there it is, she pounces instantly. So, would he maybe consider converting? He politely, very firmly declines. No rush, she chirps, just promise you'll reach out if you change your mind. The woman never actually gives up on a sale. Night falls and the mood flips instantly. Seth and the Duke both go rigid, sensing something's wrong. Jeremy reappears out of the dark, all business. Something has landed hard nearby, and it is not good news. Ordal's already bracing. She can feel the signs of a fight breaking out somewhere close. The whole group goes still, listening hard for where the trouble's coming from. Jeremy lays it out. A kidnapping in progress, and every paladin and knight in earshot is already piling in to stop it. Ordal's already moving before anyone can stop her. Our paladins are fighting, then I'm going too, she declares, and Seth immediately tries to talk her out of it, insisting she stay somewhere safe. She is not having it. Nobody knows what's waiting out there, and she refuses to just sit this one out. Seth's stuck. When someone this stubborn insists on charging into danger, what's a knight even supposed to do? He reminds himself the high priest vouched for her having some hidden trick up her sleeve, but letting her go in with just Jeremy still doesn't sit right. Out of his own sight, no less, he decides then and there he's coming too, and he'll play it by ear once they get there. His orders to Jeremy are simple: do not leave her side no matter what happens. Jeremy doesn't waste a second, he scoops her up and they're moving. The whole group tears off into the night. The city blurs past in streaks as they race toward the trouble. Somewhere ahead, shapes are already moving in the dark. Ordal winces at the speed of it all, hanging on as Jeremy and the Duke sprint them straight toward the fight. Something about this whole thing is bugging her, she just can't put her finger on what. Jeremy's already got his blade out, tense and ready. She thinks back. The Southern Knights, even Lute himself, all showed those telltale black curse stains when they were struggling before. These kidnappers, nothing, and they're strong regardless. Which only makes her more uneasy. These kidnappers are in far worse shape than the people they treated earlier, so why hasn't Jeremy, of all people, picked up on any of it? She side-eyes her own bodyguard, suspicion creeping in. Her grip tightens. Something here is very wrong. Somebody is hiding behind the barrels up ahead, dead still. Ordal's breath catches. She almost says a name out loud, then stops herself cold. Underneath all the grime, there's a beauty that no amount of filth could actually hide. And even in the middle of all this chaos, those golden eyes are burning bright, impossible to miss. The hood slips back just enough to reveal her face, and Ordal's stomach drops. Because there, filthy and half-conscious in the middle of a kidnapping, is a face she never expected to see outside of a vision. Idella, the actual heroine of this whole story, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The night splits open with a flash of steel, and someone is about to get caught in the crossfire. A hooded figure catches the Saintess's eye in the dark, and one thought screams through her head. Why is Idella, the actual heroine of this whole story, standing right here? Her jaw drops. Of all the alleys in this city, the real leading lady just wandered straight into a nest of kidnappers. She knew Idella was out wandering the world before some big awakening was supposed to happen, sure. She just never pictured evil-reeking thugs trying to snatch her off the street first. Did the god of perishing souls drop her here just to watch this mess unfold? Either way, she's got a kidnapping to shut down fast. She barks the order at her knight commander: capture them alive. As long as they can still talk, a little roughing up is fine by her. Sword drawn and glowing, he doesn't hesitate for a second. Understood. In the shadows, a masked figure yanks a struggling captive in close, muffled and fighting to break free. Watching the fight unfold, someone notices a strange pattern. These attackers throw themselves at him recklessly, yet go strangely cautious the moment it's about their real target. One of the kidnappers snarls the quiet part out loud. As long as their hostage can still talk, there's no reason to hold back on anyone else. A blood-soaked swordsman grins through the carnage like he's having the time of his life. Steel flashes again, and the fight dissolves into a blur of red. Up on a rooftop, Ordal leans in and asks her partner in crime, Jeremy, to get her to that girl. Just don't let it throw off the fight down below. Jeremy doesn't need convincing. Got it. He drops off the rooftop without a second thought, closing in fast. Idella freezes mid-step, hood up, as a voice behind her calls out for her to hold on. Jeremy's answer is short and sharp: fight. He lands soft in the alley behind her, one hand raised. Wait a second. He closes the distance slow and careful, not wanting to spook her any further. Ordal comes strolling in right behind him, all smiles, insisting they aren't dangerous people and could they just have a quick CH. Before she can even finish the sentence, Jeremy's already shouting a warning, "Look out." He throws himself in front of Ordal and blocks the strike meant for her, steel screeching off steel. The knife clatters uselessly to the ground while someone nearby panics. "Saintess, are you okay?" Shaken but unhurt, Idella mutters a grudging thanks to Jeremy for taking a hit meant for a total stranger. In her head, Idella can't help but be impressed. Attacking on instinct in a situation this dicey, this saintess has got real nerve. Then it actually hits her. Wait, a saintess? She's never even seen this woman's face before in her life. Cue the dramatic reveal pose, because of course Ordal can't resist one. She admits the sun god isn't exactly a household name, but she's working on how to make her story sound believable. Overhead, rain hammers down as Idella keeps a knife trained on the stranger closing in, still not buying any of it. She's not having it, "Don't come any closer," she warns, "stay back." Panic wins out, she lunges and slashes, catching Ordal's hand instead of the threat she meant to hit. Blood wells up in Ordal's palm, but the wound barely has time to sting before a soft light starts closing it back up on its own. Someone nearby cries out in alarm, "Saintess." Ordal winces and Idella immediately backpedals, insisting she only meant to threaten her, not actually cut her. A quiet system prompt flickers past, skill blessing, activating healing wounds. Ordal just waves everyone down, telling them it's all right. The light knits her skin back together like it was never torn at all. She holds up her healed hand with a smug little grin. Healing power is a priest-only privilege, so does she believe her now? She lets the moment linger, more than a little pleased with herself. Idella's still stuck on the basics. She's genuinely never heard of a sun god before. Is she sure it isn't the ocean god? That's apparently fighting words because Jeremy snaps back. How dare anyone compare that ocean lowlife to their saintess? Ordal just smiles along, perfectly happy letting her hired muscle do the arguing for her. Someone quietly wonders where exactly Jeremy picked up that sharp tongue right before Ordal tells him to lay low and keep watch while she wraps things up with her knight commander. A quick clipped exchange out on the street. "Commander, yes, all right." The knight commander arrives, dragging a bruised prisoner along behind him. He apologizes for the man's rough shape. He tried to bring him in unscathed, but the guy just wouldn't stop being difficult. Ordal waves it off, thanking him for working so hard to fulfill her request. Then she turns on the prisoner, all business. Why was he targeting that girl, and just who is he really? She crouches down to get right in his face, in no mood for half answers. The silence stretches out while he decides just how much he's willing to give up. He finally sneers up at her, "You ignorant fools." He launches into a full villain monologue. Eternal darkness is coming for their world, and there is nothing these mindless insects can do about it. He's mid-rant about the day Hope's light finally goes out and the apocalypse begins, when he suddenly flinches like something just clicked. "How do you know that?" he stammers, and Ordal just deadpans that she can't believe he actually goes around saying lines that embarrassing out loud. Turns out that little speech is a catchphrase straight out of the villain's playbook back where she's from. Congratulations, he just confessed to being a card-carrying minion of evil. Rattled, he demands to know just who the hell she is. The alley goes quiet and heavy around them. She flashes him a knowing smile. Who else? Just a soul living her second life who happens to know exactly how this all plays out. She lets that little bombshell hang in the air for effect. No wonder he shrugged off being covered in black corruption. She figures typical minion of evil. Out loud, she cuts right to it. "Why were you trying to kidnap her?" He clamps his mouth shut. Don't think for a second he's ever telling her that. Then he calls her bluff right back. She doesn't actually know either, does she? He mutters a quick never mind, but it's enough to make Ordal do a double take. More knights filter into the alley to help clean up the mess. Idella isn't buying the deflection either. Is that really all, she asks, because it sure seems like the saintess knows a lot more than she's letting on. Ordal offers to explain everything right there, but Idella shakes her head. Sorting out this mess comes first. A red-haired priest steps in to take over, telling the saintess she's earned a rest and he'll handle whatever's left. She agrees, but not without leaving a few uninjured priests and knights behind to help him out. She radios ahead to her knight commander. Wrap things up here with the Duke because she's heading to the Grand Temple nearby to go see a Lord Nash's herself. Understood, comes the reply. Ordal turns back to her prisoner with a much less friendly smile. Now then. He asks hopefully if he can go now. Ordal's answer is to grab Idella by the wrist instead. You're coming with me. Idella barely has time to react before she's being pulled along. Ordal leans in close, making it very clear this isn't really a request. Go where, exactly? As far as Ordal's concerned, this girl matters far too much to the sun god for her to just walk off alone into the night. They make their way toward the looming spires of the Grand Temple. A voice greets them warmly at the gate. Welcome, Saintess. Did she manage to get any results? The one asking is Nash's Dalan, elderly high priest of the Grand Temple of the God of Perishing Souls, leaning easy on his cane. Ordal's answer is characteristically cryptic. She thinks she did and also didn't at the same time. Nash's just studies her with a knowing look, clearly used to riddles like that by now. As talk turns briefly to the slums, Ordal can't help but wonder what Idella looks like through Nash's uniquely gifted eyes. Nash's peers closer and reports back. Her soul's color reads surprisingly clear. This girl has a genuinely warm heart. Ordal privately notes that Nash's is taking this a lot calmer than expected. Guess pre-awakening Idella really was just an ordinary girl after all. There's a flicker of real sympathy in his voice. It feels a little unfair, leaving the fate of the world on shoulders this young. He offers to let her stay the night at the Grand Temple and Idella brightens right up. Sounds great, she says. She'll be in his care. Vines and blossoms spill down the temple's old stone columns around them. Ordal pulls Jeremy aside with one more job for him. Stay with the kid, would you? He agrees without complaint and Ordal adds one more nudge for Idella. Stay inside too, please. A comfortable bed beats wandering around out there any day. Idella agrees, a little sheepish, while someone else steps up to escort the Saintess personally the rest of the way. Ordal blinks at whatever's just been placed in her hands. What is it? Here's the 5,000 gold she requested earlier, comes the answer. Someone helpfully does the math for her. That's 500 million. Ordal's eyes go wide with pure unfiltered delight. So it was this. Someone promises to pay her back with interest and Ordal actually waves it off. No, that really isn't necessary. She adds, half joking, that the longer a relationship is meant to last, the more clear-cut the money side should be, then wishes him a good rest and takes her leave. Ordal does a little victory math of her own. It's over 30% now. That's progress. She clutches the gold pouch to her chest like it's the greatest gift she's ever received. Straight into the offering box it goes. A quiet system window flickers into view. 10,000 more people just learned of the sun that crawled out of death, nudging her divine power up to 116%. Then the real notification lands. Divine power has officially broken 30%, unlocking the skill communication and with it, a linked skill called relic crafting. She presses her hands together, almost afraid to breathe, waiting to see what any of that actually means. The system spells it out. This is a custom version of the Saintess exclusive skill revelation built specifically for her. Communication with all three main gods is apparently possible now, though without enough power it only runs one way and reaching the other two besides her own costs her dearly. Communication with actual gods, she can barely process it. Even genuine saints and saintesses, she realizes, usually only ever get one-sided revelations. This is already more than most of them ever get. Her eyes catch the light as a golden tome hums to life in front of her. The relic resting at her chest seems to pulse in answer, warm against her skin. Golden light floods the room around her and for once, Ordal just stands there and lets herself feel it. One last little notification rounds it off. The sun that crawled out of death in its own small way is simply saying hello. Picture this, the smug little deity running our girl's second life just cracked and apologized to her out loud for the first time ever. She is floored. Turns out the sun god behind her whole quest system has been sitting on a mountain of guilt, and it just came pouring out. She's stunned it's not some canned response. The thing is actually talking to her for real, like it finally thinks she's worth the effort. The message practically bursts with glitter. The sun god is sorry for everything, and he's apparently been dying to say it for ages. For a second she actually looks touched. Who knew the cosmic slot machine had a soft side? She can't quite believe he'd been holding that back this whole time. And then the moment's over. She's biting an apology note like paper can fight back, screaming that sorry does not unruin a second life she never asked for. She keeps venting mid-drink, basically warning the sun god to shape up from now on. As a peace offering, the system drops 2 brand new skills in her lap: communication and a Saintess exclusive perk called relic crafting. She can now forge sacred relics blessed with her own divine power, and the gods will personally tell her what materials she needs. The stronger she gets, the nastier the relics she can build. She puts it together fast. It's linked to communication because the gods are the ones feeding her the shopping list. Best part, the crafting itself runs on autopilot as long as she's got the materials. Because if she had to gather them herself, she'd be out there hunting ingredients down with a hammer. The system brags it can tell her exactly what she needs for any relic she wants, which raises the obvious question: who's actually going out to fetch it? Yeah, she already knows the answer to that one. Still, she's warming to the idea. Relic crafting sounds genuinely useful, and frankly, she's tired of solving every problem with her bare hands. Then, out of nowhere, a strange vision flickers past. A dark-haired stranger, half buried in blue roses, gone before she can even place him. She flushes, sighs, and shakes the odd little daydream loose. Business brain kicks back in. First things first, she needs to pry Lubar village out of Count Kiris's greedy hands. Everything else can wait. She's already thinking ahead too. Her business in the south is basically wrapped up, so it's about time she heads west. That's when a whole new voice pings in. Something calling itself the spirit guiding traveler is suddenly watching her with way too much interest. Wait, the god of perishing souls is showing up now. Even she looks rattled by that name drop. She goes quiet, clearly bracing for whatever this new deity wants with her. His opening line is almost sweet. Does she even like this world she landed in? And she remembers there's actually something she's wanted to ask this particular lord of perishing souls for a while now. She squares up, ready to actually get some answers out of him. He just smiles mysteriously, annoyingly, and tells her she'll need to hit 40% divine power before he'll spill any heavenly secrets. Her current body apparently just can't handle it. So that's why she's been capped this whole time. Her own body is the bottleneck. She can't help wondering just how big a secret needs a 40% minimum to even hear it. He actually laughs at her for asking. He warns her to brace herself because whatever it is, it's going to hit hard. Naturally, the sun god barges in, demanding the newcomer stop draining her divine power. The traveler just shrugs him off. It's his temple, nothing's being drained here. She's left wondering if it's really appropriate for 2 gods to squabble like toddlers in front of their own saintess. Anyway, she's got one more question. Is it okay if she keeps a girl named Idella around? The sun god flatly refuses to touch that one. Fine, she rephrases. Can she take in the poor girl she rescued from the slums today and bring her to the grand temple? Suddenly, that one's allowed. The sun god gushes that of course a saintess showing kindness is righteous. Approved, no notes. Exactly what she suspected. Phrase it right and the rules bend. The system can't say the name Idella outright, it turns out, but it'll happily answer around it. And there she is in the vision, a blonde girl with striking gold eyes looking lost and more than a little sad. She guesses the block might be tied to the gods not being allowed to name themselves outright either. Even the traveler gives that theory a thumbs up. She pushes further. As a god, does he have any real advice for the daughter who serves him? And what exactly should she be watching out for right now? His grand piece of wisdom: view gold as if it were a mere stone. She's baffled. What kind of nonsense is that supposed to mean? And of course the traveler nods along like he just dropped the secret of the universe. The sun god panics, begging her to actually think it over, insisting it was genuinely good advice. Fine, fine, she'll chew on it later. Then she turns the tables. "Hey, god of perishing souls, don't you have something to give her?" She reminds him she only signed on to help Lord Nash's keep the world from ending in the first place, and pointedly asks if he was planning on getting a free ride out of her. The traveler, flustered, asks what exactly she wants. A reward, obviously. She beams and pitches it like she's ordering off a menu. How about a wish coupon or something in that neighborhood? The traveler's left reeling, convinced she must be the only mortal alive who'd try to shake down a literal god, while the sun god just pats him on the back because yeah, that tracks. Back home, she knocks on a door looking for Jeremy. He answers, grinning, delighted she's back. She heads inside with him trailing behind, straight down to business. She checks in. How'd it go watching that girl while she was out? Oh, he says cheerfully, she's right over there. Turns out watching her meant tying her up because, in his words, she kept telling him to get out. The poor girl lets out a scream that could wake the dead. Jeremy insists she attacked him first. He had no choice, but Ordle isn't buying it, snapping that watching someone does not mean tying them up like cargo. She sends Jeremy packing and rushes to the girl's side, asking if she's okay. Turns out the girl was just trying to wash up while she waited, and Jeremy barged straight into the bathroom. Ordle apologizes hard, admitting her boy is a lot short on common sense. Privately, she's just baffled the ocean god's people never taught this kid basic manners. The girl finally starts to relax just a little. She introduces herself, Idella, a commoner and orphan, no family name to speak of. There's a quiet dignity to how she says it, standing there in the golden light. She admits she acted out of line earlier. Years of learning to be suspicious of everyone you meet will do that to a person. Ordle teases her about swinging that all around earlier like a tiny avenging angel. Idella just mumbles an apology. Idella explains she spent her whole life having to protect herself, and Ordle tells her, gently but firmly, that in the end you're the only one who's got your own back until the very last. Idella can't help thinking, this saintess is surprisingly kind for someone with such a scary reputation. She finally asks the question that's been sitting in her chest, why exactly did you bring me here? Ordle lays it out. She's brought her to the sun god's grand temple because she wants to know why those kidnappers were targeting her specifically. This wasn't random. Idella admits she feels a little more at ease now. Nothing's scarier, after all, than kindness with no reason behind it. Ordle steps back and gives her a moment to just breathe. Because here's the thing, the original story's Idella was never just some naive, wide-eyed innocent. A homeless orphan with looks like hers would have seen and survived things most kids never have to. Rough encounters happen to wandering orphans all the time, but this one was different. Normal kidnappings follow you, wait, and strike the second you're out of sight. This one didn't fit that pattern at all. Idella crouches there, clearly turning the same unsettling thought over in her own head. If she really was the target from the start, there's only one explanation that fits. Evil knows about her the same way the three main gods do. And that can only mean one thing, they've figured out Idella is the future saintess. Idella points out the obvious problem. If that's true, why kidnap her instead of just killing her outright? Ordle admits the more she hears, the deeper this labyrinth gets. Idella agrees it's maddening not knowing anything, but Ordle's already decided there's only one real solution here. A solution, Idella wants to know what that even looks like. Simple, Ordle grins, come live at the sun god's grand temple, Idella. She reaches out a hand, offering exactly what it looks like. A way in, no strings visible yet. It doesn't even matter if Idella says no, Ordle adds, because she'll be awakening soon anyway. Practically speaking, she's offering food, clothing, and shelter in exchange for help running the temple. She seals the pitch with a confident little hand gesture, like the deal's already done. Since it's technically a job, there's a salary attached too. Idella, cautious as ever, asks if she can see the place first before deciding. Of course, Ordle says, if she hates it, she's free to leave, no hard feelings. Which is, of course, a total lie. Ordle has zero intention of ever letting this girl walk back out that door. Idella thanks her, a little starstruck, while a couple of onlookers snicker knowingly in the background. Someone knocks, checking if the saintess is in. She calls them in without missing a beat. And just like that, Idela's decided she's coming with them. Idela introduces herself properly and Ordal makes the rounds. This is Monica, an apprentice priestess. Smart, kind, ask her anything, and standing guard behind her is Dame Victoria, in charge of Ordal's personal protection. Monica curtsies politely, genuinely pleased to meet her. Funny thought watching them meet. In the original story, these two end up as best friends who stick together to the very end. Way ahead of schedule this time. Wonder if history repeats itself. Victoria's already vibrating with excitement, practically shipping the idea of Idela joining the family outright. For now, though, she's just a candidate. Idela wants to actually see the place before she commits to anything. Victoria insists nobody could possibly hate their temple, wrapping Idela in an enthusiastic hug the poor girl clearly wasn't ready for. Plan set, rest up tonight, head west first thing tomorrow. The second she mentions travel expenses, half the priests suddenly develop a deep love of staying behind. One priest points out the temple's honestly more comfortable than the estate they'd otherwise be staying at anyway. Nobody's really losing out. Back in her head, the traveler puffs his chest out, insisting she should trust only him from now on. She fires back that he'd better hold up his end, or she's telling Lord Nash's exactly how he's been acting. He immediately sulks, whining about how cold his chosen saintess is. The sun god can't resist piling on, asking where else you'd find a saintess this warm, and the two of them spark off each other like a bickering old married couple. Yawning, she calls it, early start tomorrow, everybody get some sleep. Idela says her own goodnights and heads off to rest. Someone else pipes up, offering to grab a snack first. Apparently there are some famous cookies from the south that are supposedly amazing. Plenty to go around, she tells Idela, feel free to ask for more. Monica can't help thinking how strange it is that a girl from a proper noble house is this polite, and this happy to hand out snacks herself. Then, unprompted, she mutters that a certain someone will be devastated if the cookies run out, not that it's her problem anymore. Idela perks up at the name. Jeremy, oh him, Monica scoffs, he's an incredibly rude little brat and the type who has zero problem calling a girl a pathetic lowlife to her face. Idela freezes. Wait, how does Monica know that exact line? Turns out Idela had her own run-in with the very same guy today. Monica lights up instantly, demanding every single detail. The two dissolve into laughter, already bonding over their shared grudge against one very unlucky, very cursed assassin. Some teary host sighs that she's leaving the southern temple way too soon. Ordal just laughs it off, she's got plenty of people waiting on her back home. In the courtyard, the temple's elderly high priest walks her out personally, guards trailing behind. He'll look forward to next time, he tells her. Then an attendant chimes in that a guest known only as Duke Kali sent her something. Ordal takes the package, half wondering if this is fallout from whatever happened yesterday. Inside, a letter and a mysterious little pouch. She cracks it open and the tag reads, 500 gold. Ordal about loses it, that is 50 million won, just casually mailed to her. The letter is a wall of formal thank yous for helping some citizens, so she skips straight to the postscript where he calls the money a token of his sincerity. Turns out Duke Kali is just an alias, the real sender is a cheerful red-headed noble named Felix Roan Carnus. Somewhere in her head, her inner money goblin is doing a victory lap, right as the high priest notices her sudden good mood. I just made some money, it's great, she grins, then asks him to hand-deliver her thank you note to Duke Kali. He agrees easily. With the Grand Temple now cooperating with the South, delivering mail out there is no trouble at all. Then his tone shifts, he's noticed something new, a fresh light, he says, has settled into her soul overnight. He calls it a brilliant black light, a personal favorite of his, and tells her plainly, she really is special. Caught completely off guard, Ordal fumbles for words. She can't hide a thing from this man, and he simply tells her she doesn't have to try. She thanks him with a wish of her own, warm, peaceful nights always. And may his future stay just as sunny, she adds, finally saying the title out loud, High Priest. The old man, known here as the spirit-guiding traveler, watches her go, quietly proud of the kind, sweet follower she's become. He heads back inside, cane tapping softly against the stone. An attendant catches up to Ordal, the packing's all finished, saintess. Alright, I'm coming, she calls back, hustling off. Before she leaves, she catches Idella and Monica cracking each other up like old friends. Somewhere, the voice behind her powers breathes a sigh of relief. These two weren't supposed to meet this early in the original story, and yet here they are, already close. With one last wave, Ordal's officially on her way out. It was our pleasure hosting the Saintess, the staff insist. Please come back anytime, they add she'll always be welcome here. And just like that, in a flash of light, she's off toward home. Back at that temple, the young saint who runs the place notices she's already gone. What, no proper goodbye, he pouts. Apparently she left straight for the west the second she could. He grumbles that she's just as impatient as some other saint he knows, then asks, almost hopeful, if she at least left him a letter. She did one whole line's worth, he grumbles, unimpressed. His aide moves on to business. The Lumen Merchant Guild's vice leader is staying south to personally handle the potion distribution. Contact him if anything goes wrong. The Saintess's business partner uses the guild's power players like they're his own hands, the saint mutters. Am I overthinking this? Because honestly, their whole partnership looks a little too close for comfort. Business mode kicks in. He orders relief supplies and reinforcements sent out for the ongoing monster problem, telling everyone to hold the line for now. Yes sir, comes the reply. Privately though, he's worried if the monster situation spirals any further. He watches the storm roll in through the window, jaw tight. I'll come back myself, he vows, with the entire Imperial army behind me. Meanwhile, Ordal steps off the train to a familiar voice calling out, Saintess Tilda. The whole group freezes. Wait, is that who she thinks it is? Duke, what are you doing here? She blurts out. He's been waiting for her, he missed her. Okay, it's been over 10 days and he is not being subtle about it. He struts up the platform looking like he dressed for the occasion, because of course he did. Once again, I'm the only one being sincere here, he sulks, and Ordal just laughs it off. She swears she thought about him plenty too and privately admits he was the first person she thought of when she got her new skill, so it's not a total lie. He strikes his best dramatic pose. Rose is blooming behind him for maximum effect. Fine, she says, it doesn't sound like a lie, so I'll believe you. Ever the gentleman, he offers to escort her personally. She must be exhausted from the trip, after all. Small correction, though, she's not headed to the Grand Temple this time. She's got business at the Kiris estate. I know, he says simply, that's exactly why I'm here. He's coming with her to the Count's estate, and honestly, she thinks, having him along is going to make everything so much easier. The rest of her crew just exchange a knowing, exhausted look. By sunset, the carriage is rolling toward the Kiris estate. En route, Ordal does some mental math. Her divine powers up to 30% now, so whatever comes her way, she can probably handle it. To kill the boring ride, she fills loot in on her overnight stay at the Grand Temple of the God of Perishing Souls. So you're the one who solved most of the South's problems, he asks. Guess you could say that, she shrugs. Stopping a kidnapping, taking someone and rescuing people really is your hobby, Saintess, he teases. Specialty, thank you very much, not a hobby, she corrects. He figures Duke Kali must have been thrilled she cleaned up his mess for him. Yes, exactly, he was a genuinely good person, she says warmly. A member of a family famous for its foul temper, a good person. Lute is not convinced. He even considered converting to the Sun faith, she insists. A good person, she repeats like that settles it. That still doesn't add up, Lute presses. What exactly did you get up to down south? Charm the Emperor and Empress next. It's not that serious, she deflects. Then out of nowhere, a vision slams into her. No, that can't be right. The imperial capital, she sees, is already being consumed by the energy of evil. The royal family is protected by some ancestral ability, but a saintess running at only 30% power would not stand a chance. In the vision, the corruption swallows her whole, and she goes down. Shaken, she comes to one conclusion: at her current strength, she doesn't stand a chance. She needs to get stronger fast. Ah, there it is, she says, snapping back to the present. They've arrived the entrance to the Kiris estate. The second they get close, Ordal doubles over, gagging. Saintess, are you all right? Lute grabs her, alarmed. Just a little motion sickness, she insists. Good thing we made it before it got any worse, he says, not quite convinced. He scoops her up without waiting for permission. Privately, she knows exactly what this is, the same evil energy from her vision, already seeping through this estate, and it is only going to get worse once she's actually inside. The Kiris household lines up at the entrance to greet them. "Welcome to the Kiris estate, Duke," the host says smoothly. He admits he was truly surprised by news of the sudden visit. Lute just smirks. Is there anywhere in the West he can't go? Fair enough, the host laughs and introduces his children, not that he's sure the Duke remembers them. One daughter in particular, Joanna, is very obviously smitten with Lute on the spot. Ordal can't help thinking a version of this man who never turns into a villain really would make the perfect husband. Lute, meanwhile, is fixated on something else entirely. How exactly has not one person bothered to greet the Saintess herself after all this time away? "I'm starting to get annoyed," he mutters, and he is not joking. Ordal just watches quietly, the wrongness in the air pressing in around them both. Count Kiris rolls back into his own estate and can't believe it. Not one soul's come out to greet the Saintess he's dragging along. Returned after so long, he's already grinding his teeth, getting more annoyed by the second. Enter Duke Lute Shiri, escorting Ordal in on his arm like she's the only person worth looking at. He's blunt about why he's here too. He only came along because she had business to settle on the Count's own estate. Ordal just smiles, that syrupy sweet Saintess smile, clearly enjoying every second of it. "Hello, Count," she chirps, and the Count, flustered, can't figure out why the Duke would go to this much trouble for her. "Trouble?" Duke Shiri snaps back that escorting someone as precious as the Saintess is no trouble at all. Then he goes in for the real hit. He's noticed for a while now that the Count talks to the Saintess with way too little respect. The Count actually looks rattled, like it never occurred to him he owed a god's representative any manners at all. Ordal can't believe he's dragging this fight out right here in the open. The Duke reminds everyone it's common knowledge Duke area treats his own Saintess and Saint children with real respect. Ordal's inner voice is less charitable. Those two were the real deal to their father, while she was always just a pawn. The Count never bothered to dress up. Still, she wonders if Lute's really this mad on her behalf. Arm in arm, the two of them head for the carriage like the whole estate already belongs to her. "Why are you just standing there?" the Duke barks at the estate staff, done playing nice. "Show your respect to the Saintess, immediately." He doesn't stop there either. Surely the Count isn't suggesting he'd ignore laws the Empire itself put in place. That's the Count stammers, cornered, while a nearby servant looks just as shaken. The Count finally caves, bowing his head and choking out an apology for his rudeness toward the Saintess. Ordal's genuinely impressed as expected. Lute really is the best. She never thought she'd see that man actually bow his head. She can't hide how pleased she is with herself either. "Let's head inside," the Duke says, assuming the Count's kept the Saintess's old room exactly as it was. Awkward, the Count blurts that her old room's mid-renovation, so he'll put her in Joanna's room instead, and someone nearby looks absolutely floored by that. "It's lacking, but it can't be helped. Lead the way," Ordal says sweetly, while internally she's fuming. "Let's head in, Duke," she adds, all smiles again like nothing happened. Somewhere off to the side, somebody's silently seething about the whole situation. Inside, a maid named Borduo steps up, offering to personally look after the Saintess for the whole stay. Ordal's relieved. She'd been worried with Monica not around, and happily puts herself in Miss Borduo's care. The Duke mentions he's stepping out for a walk and asks if she'd like to join, but privately, Ordal's stuck on how bare her arms are in this dress. "I'm not feeling too well," she decides. "I'll just stay in." Borduo bows out gracefully, promising to come back and help her tomorrow. Alone at last, Ordal sprawls out and calls up to her favorite invisible roommate. "Sun God Tilda, are you listening?" She throws up a barrier woven from divine power, just in case, while the voice in her head confirms it's tuned in. "I keep getting a bad feeling on this estate," she muses. "Is that my divine power picking something up, or is it just indigestion?" The answer comes back instantly: definitely not indigestion. Good, she decides now she can clear this place out without holding back. If this were just Ordal's old grudge talking, she'd only be petty about it. But what if there's something actually sinister lurking here, some agent of evil plotting the world's end? That, she declares dramatically, is a guaranteed apocalypse ending, and she is absolutely ready for it. The voice in her head cheers her on and just as pleased about her budding friendship with a certain noble holy knight. Noble holy knight, don't tell me she starts already suspicious. Right on cue, Seth comes strolling down the hall. Seth, she blurts, caught off guard. He steps in close and straightens something on her collar without a word. Knight Commander, why are you here? She asks. He just says he can't stop watching her back, temple or not. She teases that clothes showing this much skin are rare for her, practically scandalous. Then she clocks it, Seth's borrowed shirt is way too small for him. Looks like about 3 buttons are one deep breath away from launching across the room. Is that even possible? She made bank down south, she announces, so everyone's getting new clothes when they get home, though at this rate the temple's going to earn a real scandalous reputation. Seth, ever the professional, warns her there are plenty of thugs in this area, stay alert. A nearby priest can't resist chiming in, half joking that surely he's not being lumped in with the thugs. Duke Shiri strolls up with a pointed jab. She turned down his walk, yet here she is chatting up the Knight Commander. He stands there looking entirely too pleased with his own cleverness. She calls him out for it. If that was his way of asking her to come along, he really should have just said so directly instead of being so roundabout. He mutters that their saintess really does not know how to read the room. Someone excuses themselves for a moment, leaving Ordal standing there blinking, confused. Seth fusses with his own collar while she squints at him, Knight Commander. Eventually she just wanders off on her own, footsteps echoing behind her. She drifts down the hall, a little lost, a little bored. Excuse me, she calls out, looking for someone, anyone. Duke Shiri trails quietly along behind her the whole time. Seth finally catches up and apologizes. This isn't the Grand Temple, and wandering around in such casual clothes isn't exactly advisable. Especially, he adds, with the Duke also hanging around, he'd really rather she just stay in her room. I get it, I'm going to sleep so you two don't fight, she says, clearly done playing referee, and stalks off. Left alone, Duke Shiri needles Seth for having quite a talent for interfering. Seth doesn't take it lying down. He was the one who interfered, since Shiri's the one who showed up first. Shiri needles harder, saying the saintess thinks of him as some pure holy knight who couldn't swear if his life depended on it. It's always my pleasure to have earned her trust, Seth replies evenly. Shiri twists the knife, so much trust that she doesn't even see him as a man, apparently. That one actually lands. Seth's eyes narrow, clearly needled. Then a third voice cuts in. A sharp-eyed priest doubts the saintess would feel any tension alone with any man at all. What? Shiri snaps as the priest points out that puts him in exactly the same boat. Somewhere an invisible scoreboard updates itself, loot 1 loss. Seth just walks off, muttering a tired good grief under his breath. Left by himself, Shiri admits he never loses a war of words except, apparently, against the sun god's chosen. Well, regardless, he shrugs. He's got absolutely no intention of giving up. He wanders off through the garden, lost in his own thoughts. Or maybe, he admits, he's already long past the point where giving up was ever an option. The story swings back to the Grand Temple grounds as everyone heads home. Back at the temple, Ordal reacts to some news with a casual "oh, really?" Victoria Lawrence isn't buying the casual act. She doesn't look well. Is it really safe for her to use the sacred relic again? Ordal waves her off. She can handle it easy. Her divine powers cracked past 30% now. Time to get to work since they need to head back soon anyway. She asks Victoria to follow her. There's somewhere she needs to go. The two of them set off through the temple halls together. Victoria's already bracing herself. Surely the place you have business at isn't. They keep walking deeper into the temple, Victoria trailing close behind. They stop at a dark, unsettling corridor. Is this the right place? Ordal wonders aloud. Yes, let's head in, she says brightly, completely unbothered by Victoria's obvious dread. This is Ordal's room, she announces, stepping into a place she clearly hasn't set foot in for a long time. A flash of memory surfaces. This is where the old Ordal was locked away and beaten over and over, until she didn't dare dream of rebelling. She admits she wanted the chance to come back and see it one more time. Victoria can't explain why she cares so much about a past that isn't even hers. Then Ordal goes still. Oh, this energy, something in the room is giving off a pulse she recognizes. She asks if Victoria feels it too, and sure enough, Victoria does. Something in this room feels strangely familiar. If this is energy we both recognize, Ordal says, eyes lighting up. She moves in for a closer look, determined to get to the bottom of it. Help me push the bed. They shove it aside together, and what's hidden underneath leaves Ordal staring in shock. This is... A glowing book catches her eye. A diary, she wonders, drawn to whatever's hiding inside it. Golden light spills off the old book like it's got something to prove, divine power, and plenty of it. Kneeling in a dusty old room, she feels it clear as day. I can feel divine power coming from this diary, she realizes. The name on it gives it away. This diary belonged to Ordal, the girl she used to be. But it looks like nobody's touched this room in years, not months. Too abandoned for someone who supposedly only left a little while ago, she thinks and wonders whether it's fair game to just take the thing. Her red-haired knight escort shrugs it off. Who's going to complain about her taking something soaked in her own divine power, especially in what used to be her own room? Before she can pocket the diary, a voice cuts through the dark, absolutely scandalized to find her creeping around in there. Down the hall, a pair of maids come hurrying to see what all the commotion's about. She straightens up fast, smoothing her dress like she wasn't just caught snooping. The maid isn't having it. This is not a place for someone like the saintess to visit, she insists, ready to hustle her off to get dressed for the banquet. Watching the poor woman panic, our saintess can't help but think, anyone watching this would peg her as the villain of the story. She strolls off anyway, pink hair swaying, completely unbothered. You again, the maid mutters behind her. The maid finally introduces herself, stiff as a board, Linda, head maid of the estate. Our saintess doesn't even blink. She already knows Linda's whole job is running straight to the count with a report on her every move. Linda's jaw drops, caught red-handed. I already know you're all watching me, so relax, she teases. It's not like I'm going to eat you or anything. And just to prove the point, she waves off the escort entirely. She doesn't need one. Alone again, the mask slips for a second. Go on, report it, she thinks, smirking. The faster word gets to the old tyrant, the faster he caves to what she wants. She fixes her dress and her expression, sliding right back into perfect saintess composure before anyone's the wiser. A herald's voice rings out through the hall. The saintess and Duke Shiri have arrived. The two of them make their entrance arm in arm, dressed to the nines, exactly the kind of power couple photo the old tyrant never wanted to see. At the head table, the old tyrant sits beside a preening noblewoman, a bit of a peacock herself, waiting on their arrival. The pair make their way down the hall together, every step just a little too cozy for comfort. Inside, she's already dreading it, stuck sitting next to this Joanna woman, staring down the old tyrant all night. Her chest feels heavier by the second. Now please take a seat, saintess, someone offers, and it's not just any seat. She settles in like she owns the place, hair pooling around her with zero hesitation. Word spreads fast. Is it really okay for the Duke to give up his own seat to her, with the whole Kiris family watching wide-eyed? The old tyrant, stiff as a rod, gets a pointed "What's wrong, Count? Is there a problem?" And everyone at the table knows exactly what she's implying. He forces out a strangled "None at all," while sweating through his collar, classic caught in the act energy. Off to the side, she and the Duke trade a look that has onlookers wondering if he's about to demand they swap seats. Well then, shall we begin the banquet? She chirps, all smiles like she didn't just corner the man in front of everyone. Someone suggests she might prefer a different seat. Hard pass. Why would I love this seat, she says, savoring every second of it. She digs into dinner without a care in the world, letting the tension around the table simmer on its own. A dazzling noblewoman flutters over, gushing that she'd have dressed up more if she'd known the Duke was coming. I always thought Lute was the only peacock around here, the saintess deadpans to herself. Enter Joanna properly, golden curls, teal eyes, and dripping in flattery for the Duke. Eyeing Joanna's jewelry, she can't help but think, now that's the real deal, unlike some peacocks she could mention. Joanna piles on the compliments, calling him a magic swordsman respected by every mage and blade master on the continent. Duke Shiri just grins and soaks it right up. Of course, I am the same, as humble as ever. Watching Joanna swoon like she's never seen a man before, our saintess isn't impressed. Cute face, sure, but that guy's ego is truly terrible. Her eyes narrow, though something's off. The old tyrant, usually first to jump into these little power plays, is dead silent tonight. He just sits there brooding, giving away nothing. On a whim, she reaches over and touches the Duke's hand. Shall I test him? She wonders, only half joking. Out loud, she keeps up the show. She arranged for the Duke to join just so the family could all get along. Isn't that right, father? She adds, twisting the knife with that one word. The old tyrant nearly chokes. What? Completely blindsided. His aide isn't doing much better, hand over his mouth in shock. Privately, she's unimpressed with her own experiment. No system message popped up when she touched the Duke, just a vague sense her hands rotting off. Worth a shot. Joanna, flustered, stammers that she heard the Duke was skipping his evening walk tonight, clearly fishing for an invite. She presses further, asking if he'll tour the garden with her after the banquet. The old tyrant hedges. He'll consider letting them wander off, but only if the saintess tags along too. Can't have his least favorite person out of sight. She's already 2 steps ahead. She tells the Duke that she and the old tyrant have business to discuss after dinner, so he can go entertain Joanna instead. Yes, have a nice walk, Duke, she says with a wink, all but shoving him out the door. He just smirks, clearly not fooled for a second by any of this. Someone reassures him to just bear with it a little longer. Once he's gone, the old tyrant scrambles off to fetch the one thing she actually came for, the land deed, practically racing back with it. He can't resist a jab on his way back. You've become quite close with the Duke, he says, none too pleased about it. He stalks off through the halls, stewing. She just shrugs. She put in a little effort, sure, though even she's a bit surprised how attached the Duke's gotten. He can't help but ask if dragging the Duke all the way out here was her plan from the start. You're the one who told me to stick close to him, she reminds him, all innocence. She spells it out anyway. This was her chance to prove she's playing along with his orders, and a reminder of just how sharp the Duke gets toward the rest of the family whenever he's not treating her right. Wine in hand, the old tyrant accuses her of going back to her old room just to dig up leverage against the family. How disappointing you'd think that, she says sweetly. I only hoped you'd finally fixed up my old worn-out room. Sure she did. He grumbles that she's gotten unnecessarily greedy. No point dragging this out for either of us, she says flatly. Time to cut to the chase. She looks over the paperwork he's finally handed across. Finally, she practically sings. It's the land deed officially signed over, hers free and clear. Extortion complete. Someone checks in on her the moment she steps out. Are the two of them done talking business? She's surprised to find her knight commander waiting for her in the hallway. He explains he heard she'd gone off alone and came to walk her back himself. He clocks her smug little smile right away. Did she get everything she wanted? Is it that obvious? She laughs. She's already plotting her next move, asking him to get the Duke on the line later, and oh, she'll need to return these borrowed clothes too. Mid-sentence, she suddenly goes rigid. A warning flashes across her vision twice over. It's not subtle, a powerful evil energy has just been detected. So suddenly, she gasps, the celebratory mood evaporating instantly. Meanwhile, back at his estate, the old tyrant turns his back to the room, alone with his thoughts. He pulls out a glowing purple orb, sinister magic humming to life in his hands. He kneels before it like it's royalty. I greet my master, he says. A voice answers from the orb, cold and pleased with itself, so their fake saintess paid him a visit and brought Duke Shiri along too, no less. The voice presses him on Duke Shiri specifically, any symptoms worth reporting. The old tyrant admits he saw nothing unusual, though the Duke does seem awfully fixated on their fake saintess. He reports the rest too. She brazenly demanded a price just to keep the Duke wrapped around her finger. Her recent behavior's been strange enough that he ended up quietly paying her off with money and land just to smooth things over. The voice in the orb actually laughs at that, how truly audacious and greedy, delighted rather than angry. He'd been keeping an eye on her for a reason. The old tyrant realizes, unsettled, that he's never once heard his master sound this pleased before. The voice reveals exactly what it's after. Both the fake saintess and Duke Shiri are conveniently kept right there at the sun god's grand temple. The old tyrant swears he won't fail. Surrounded by scrawled notes and dark sigils, the mastermind behind the orb grins wide, magic crackling between his fingers. Dark energy rips through the air like lightning, something ugly has clearly just been set into motion. Back at the temple grounds, the alarm goes up. It's an attack. Someone in white braces with a blade in hand, eyes wide with fear, as a hooded shape closes in through the dark. Night explodes into chaos. Lightning cracks over the trees as a hidden blade user drops in for the kill. It's an attack, someone screams. Idella grips her dagger with white knuckles, gold eyes wide, bracing herself as the assault closes in. How did they track them all the way out here? Whoever's hunting her didn't just stumble onto this spot by accident. They're after me right now, she thinks, forcing her legs to move even as fear locks up every muscle. Her body won't obey her. Somewhere close, a voice barks orders to press down on the wound and dose it with potion before it gets worse. No, she tells herself, no weak thoughts. Everyone around her is fighting for their lives. She refuses to be the one who becomes a burden. A steadying voice cuts through the panic. In the end, the only person who can protect you until the very end is yourself. She locks onto that thought like a lifeline. The only one who can protect her until the end is her. Her grip tightens on the blade. This is happening whether she's ready or not. Nearby, a hooded figure flinches, catching sight of the danger closing in on her. Steel flashes through the rain as the masked stranger lunges to intercept. Knife raised, he plants himself squarely between Idella and the attackers. Idella realizes the horrifying truth. These people aren't here to kill her, they're here to drag her away alive. That means her stomach drops as the pieces click into place. Blood sprays across her cheek as a blade grazes close, the impact rattling her teeth. Soaked and bloodied, she grits her teeth. If it comes down to it, she'll strike with the resolve to die rather than be taken. She freezes, catching movement she doesn't expect in the middle of the chaos. A masked figure steps out of the shadows, blade already slick with blood. Jeremy, she can hardly believe he's the one who just turned the tide of this fight. Somewhere unseen, a voice purrs approval at his performance. Keep playing the part, it says, like this is all just one big act. Jeremy's masked eyes blaze as power crackles to life around him. That same watching presence picks up on it instantly. A strange, dangerous energy is radiating off of him. Even Jeremy looks a little stunned by what he just did, dagger still dripping in his hand. He gets an earful for it. The saintess herself warned him never to tap into that power, or the ocean god's people would sense it immediately. Does he want to get dragged back into captivity again? Still, the fight's over. Idella, Jeremy, and their young companion regroup, shaken but alive. Jeremy wipes the blood from his blade, quietly admitting even he didn't see that coming. Purify what exactly? He mutters. There's nothing holy about what he just did, whatever it looked like. Two more attackers come flying in for a follow-up strike. He meets them head-on, and it isn't pretty. Both go down hard, sent sprawling across the rocks in the pouring rain. He advances through the mist, blade low, daring anyone else to try their luck. Light streaks up around him like something ancient waking up. Punish the evil that dares defile the name of God, he roars, and whatever's left of the attackers doesn't get back up. Cut to the Grand Temple where the saintess can't stop grinning like she just robbed a bank because, well, she basically did. I can't believe I got the land deed and 500 million that easily, she squeals, waving the paperwork around. I'm rich now. Her brain's already spending it. Holy stones cost even more than gold, so naturally she just needs to scrounge up another 500 million. Right on cue, Duke Loot Shiri strolls in. Saintess, I heard you were looking for me. Hurry up and get in here, she demands, all business. 1 second she's dragging him inside, the next she's shrugging him off with a flat whatever. He just smirks. Honestly, he'd have come running for her with or without the money involved. She really didn't need to go this hard to get his attention. Ta-da, I finally got it, the land that's going to make us both filthy rich, she's practically glowing. Loot just watches her with fond, exasperated amusement. Everyone already knows their saintess loves money more than anything else, and here's proof. With this, he tells her, I'll build you a custom sacred relic, something far better than what you're carrying now. Who do you think I am? She teases, flashing a smug grin. The moment lingers, soft and romantic. Rose is framing them both. The daughter of the sun god, he answers quietly, and for once he means it as a compliment, not a con. If you know that, she tells him, then just be patient. Once you're fully healed, I'll make you a relic you can actually rely on. Somewhere off to the side, a voice snickers that he's clearly touched by the gesture, and yeah, he kind of is. Why are you being so good to me, Saintess? He asks, and for a second the teasing drops away. At first she admits, I figured it was just about what the Shiri family could do for me, but if that were really the only reason, then it seems like you're the only person I've ever been this generous with. Because the truth is, she cares about Lute more than she'd ever admit out loud. But she doesn't forget what he's carrying either. Lute is the one suffering most in all of this. He lost everything that mattered and was used cruelly along the way. If the black stain buried in his body is really what's destined to turn him into a villain, then as long as that stain hasn't completely taken over, I want you to suffer less, Duke, she tells him. I hope you're never sick or in pain again. I just want you to actually get to live a happy life. Is it really so wrong, she asks, to want to help you for reasons like that? She watches him quietly, waiting for his answer. He just grins, clearly enjoying wherever this conversation is headed. So to summarize, he says, you mean I'm precious to you and you want to give me everything you possibly can? That's not quite what I meant, she stammers. No, he says, pulling her hand close, that's exactly right. Just keep letting me spoil you, she insists. It's not a burden, and of course I'll give just as much back to you no matter what. Whatever anyone else says, he tells her, I'm yours. Business kicks back in fast. The second we're back at the temple, let's dig up those buried holy stones. I've already got everything set up. That soon, even for you, Duke, I figured this would take way longer, she blurts, genuinely caught off guard. He shrugs it off. If it took him days just to round up workers, his reputation as the mine's master would take a hit. In her head, she can't help picturing some over-the-top, sparkly fantasy of gratitude aimed his way purely hypothetically, of course. Caring about him is just the excuse, she admits to herself. Maybe the real reason she keeps giving is that she loves how it feels. Since we're done here, should we head out right away? He asks. Actually I can't today, she says. Why not? I've got something to take care of, but I need your help with it, you in. They arrive at the Kiris estate, her tyrant stepfather's home, snow dusting its grand rooftops. Lute walks in a step ahead of her, calm and unbothered as ever. Is the Count inside? She asks the young guard at the door, who jolts awake from what looks like a very boring shift. Pardon, he isn't here at the moment, the guard stammers. Is that so? Then I'll just wait inside. Open the door, she says sweetly, like it's not even a request. Do, Duke, the guard squeaks, only just noticing exactly who's standing behind her. I'm so sorry, with the Count away I can't open the door without permission, he babbles. I see, Lute replies entirely too pleasantly. So you're saying I should just wait out here until the Count shows up? Lute muses, straightening his collar. I had no idea a mere Count's guard outranked a Duke. He smirks to himself. Should he bow and beg forgiveness from the guard? Maybe. The poor kid doesn't stand a chance. The guard practically trips over himself. I'll open it right away. As the door creaks open, she rounds on Lute. Do you have any idea how scary you just looked? Is that your way of saying thank you? He shoots back, thoroughly unbothered. Of course, thank you so much, she chirps while quietly plotting to search the office the second the Count's back is turned. I only got in here because of Lute, so let's move fast and get out, she tells herself, scanning the room. Her eyes land on a strange ornament tucked among the furniture. Turn it 3 times, maybe, and she focuses in, sharp and alert. A hidden panel slides open, revealing a stash tucked out of sight. Found it, she breathes, and can't help a satisfied little laugh. Every wall of the hidden room is papered floor to ceiling with schemes, magic circles, and notes exactly as bad as she'd feared. It's exactly like it was written, she murmurs, running her eyes over page after page of the Count's dirty work. So, what do I do with all of this? She wonders, staring down a mountain of evidence she can't possibly memorize on her own. Hey God, you can see everything in here too, right? She asks the sky, not even a little embarrassed about it. Then memorize all of it right now, she orders without a shred of hesitation. Even her own personal deity sounds a little stunned that she's seriously ordering him around like an errand boy. Who else would I ask? Hurry up and get to it, and grumbling or not, the sun starts scanning every last page. She can't help gloating a little, so much easier making a literal god do the memorizing instead of straining her own brain. Saintess, I think it's about time we wrap this up, Lute calls. Got it, she says, but first there's one more thing she needs to set up before they go. She pulls out a little gadget of her own design, something she learned to build back in her old life, and tucks it neatly out of sight. Moments later, Count Kiris storms back in, only to find his office suspiciously undisturbed. Where are they? He sputters, completely oblivious. Meanwhile, the Saintess and Lute are already lounging elsewhere like they've been there all along. Planning to keep me waiting? He teases. If you hadn't shown up, I'd have been bored out of my mind. Our Saintess flops back in bed with a sigh of relief. Looks like she snuck wherever she needed to go and got away clean, no one the wiser. A flashback to the old Ordle, sharp-tongued and bored stiff. You should have been quicker. She needles the Count who's kept her waiting, then mutters that just watching him is annoying. Back in her own bed, she stretches out, ready to dig into what she just swiped. Now, let's see what I brought, she says. She flicks her wrist and a glowing blue screen blinks to life above her. Time to put her system to work. The readout locks onto Duke Lute Shiri, age 15, and there's already a flicker of decline visible to the naked eye. Watch for hand tremors, it warns, especially during official events. Fast forward to age 20, hiding how much worse he's gotten is getting harder for him by the day, the system notes. Sprawled across a chaise as the data rains down around her, she wonders if there's more to dig up on Lute if she pushes further. Plans of evil, she murmurs, if she looks closely enough, and she's not about to stop digging now. The real prize she brought home, a diary lifted straight from the original Ordle's old room. At first it read like an ordinary diary until the entries turned to tears, pain, and despair, with pages ripped out and the whole tone shifting hard partway through. Turns out it's packed with secrets about the Count that would have taken years of digging to uncover on her own. She can't help but wonder how a girl with no money, no connections, and no pull ever got her hands on intel this deep. The final page hits hardest. I curse Joseph Kiris forever for using me as a tool, the old Ordle wrote, and I apologize to everyone who suffered because of me. But I speak the truth, the entry closes, when I say I didn't want to live like this. Staring at nothing, our Saintess can only ask herself, just who was Ordle really? Not the villain from the original story, the actual girl underneath, before she ever took over this body. Even the sun god chimes in with an oddly fond memory. The old Ordle never had a shred of respect for him and cursed him to his face constantly. The system practically high-fives her for it. The sun affirms your words, thumbs up included. How are there so many secrets? She thinks, half joking that she's genuinely getting spooked by all this heavenly gossip. Coin purse in hand, she's back to business. There's a temple to fund and mysteries to buy answers for. Coins clink into the offering box, one toss at a time. 5000 gold logged. The system confirms the sun recovers power through a believer's devotion, ticking her divine power up to 116%. Bathed in golden light, she stands tall. Every coin she throws buys her more power and more secrets. Just 5000 more gold to the next heavenly secret, she calculates. I'll grab the holy stones once I'm back. A knock interrupts her scheming. The potions from the Grand Temple have arrived. Come in, she calls. 2000 bottles, all told, and everyone, Monica included, made it back to the Grand Temple safe and sound. She's not thrilled. Her self-appointed watchdogs still refuse to sleep on her account. Looks like she'll have to knock them all out herself once they're home. Good work, you can leave, she tells the messenger, all business as usual. Time to get to work. She activates her Saintess skill, blessing, to purify the whole shipment. Golden light washes over crate after crate of bottles as she works her magic. At least my divine power's grown a lot, she thinks. This time it shouldn't hurt as much. Famous last words. A warning flashes red. She's just used a Saintess skill in a space thick with powerful darkness, and that clashing energy is about to hit her body hard. I told you to give me a heads up for things like this. She snaps at the system, blood already on her hand. She doubles over in pain, wondering if she should just call Victoria for help. No, if I do that, she'll definitely start monitoring me every single time I use a blessing, she decides, gritting through it alone. Blood on her dress barely upright, she doesn't even know what to do as a door creaks open nearby. Tears in her eyes, she hears someone call out Saintess. She recognizes the voice before she even sees him, Lute. I never thought I'd be this glad to see his face, she admits, as he sprints down the hall toward her. He drops to his knees and pulls her into his arms without a second thought. You should drink a potion, he urges, already reaching for one. No, not that, she stops him, come closer to me. He obliges and winces sharply as blood shows on his own hand. The system chimes in. Her condition is stabilizing thanks to the Aurora relic he's wearing, though moving too much could still knock her out cold. Even the sun god grovels a little, insisting this backlash has never happened before and that it's genuinely sorry. Apologize with money then, she deadpans, still bleeding but never missing an angle. He just mutters, damn it, thank the sun god, relieved she's even conscious enough to joke. His heart is clearly pounding as she stares up at him, practically floating hearts filling the air around them. He keeps a steady hand right where the blood is, holding her together. If you're going to say it was no big deal, just stay quiet, he warns her, and she can't help but wonder how he already reads her this well. Well, thank you, she finally says with a tired smile. I'm alive because you came, Duke. He just holds her tighter. I'm just glad you're alive, he says quietly. I think I'm okay now, she winces, clearly still not fully okay. The system isn't messing around this time, it orders her to leave this estate immediately, or the coming clash could forcibly shut her consciousness down. I can't faint again, she resolves, and he tells her that's honestly the best news he's heard all day. You know, Saintess, he says, even if you lie to me, even if you deceive me outright, I'm more than willing to be fooled. Feel free. She's stunned. What? And he doubles down. Anyone else pulling a stunt like this would make him angry enough to kill. But it's fine if it's you, Saintess, he says, gathering her up to carry her out. Because it's only all right if it's you, he murmurs, and you can practically hear the audience swooning. Don't hide it when you're in pain, he tells her. You need a place to lean on too, Saintess. Let's go now, he says, already moving. She grabs his collar hard, catching him completely off guard. I was expecting a shy hug, not getting grabbed by the collar, he teases, as she flushes and insists she was just startled. I understand, he says, all business again, let's head back quickly. Under the night sky, the two of them slip away together, heading home. A carriage rolls off into the dark toward the temple grounds. Wrapped in a cloak inside, she finally exhales. Lute quietly used his own magic to wipe the blood away. Phew, I feel human again, she thinks. Still, she can't help but worry. Surely she won't have to suffer like this every single time she uses her power somewhere thick with evil. The system's answer doesn't exactly comfort her, just that she'll vomit less blood once her divine power hits 50%. Even if I offer another billion, that's still all I get, she grumbles. I won't do it, no, I can't, she resolves. I need to awaken Idella soon and quit this Saintess job. For now, though, she just leans back and enjoys the ride with him, the tension of the night finally easing. He can't stop replaying his own line in his head, but it's only all right if it's you. She wonders, half to herself, if he'd really be this understanding if he knew the whole truth that she isn't even the real Saintess. He catches her staring and grins. You're going to burn a hole through my face. Do I look even more handsome now that it's night? You are indeed handsome, she admits, and he immediately gets suspicious. Why the sudden compliments? Did you do something wrong, or do you need money? Do I look like the kind of person who only compliments people when she needs cash? She huffs, then quieter a little. He just laughs it off. Don't worry, I'm more than willing to pay whatever you want as long as you keep the compliments coming. I'm your very own precious vault after all. He strikes a playful little pose, clearly enjoying himself way too much. Firelight flickers across his face and he can't quite hide a satisfied little smile, like he already knows exactly what's about to happen. 2 explosions, he says, feigning total innocence. Duke, she says warily, and he answers with a far too casual yes, Saintess. These explosions aren't related to you by any chance, are they? She presses. She's got her own guilty secret, though the bomb I made shouldn't have had this much firepower, she thinks, watching him standing right behind her. He just smiles serenely and says nothing, which honestly says everything. No, seriously, what did he do in that short amount of time? She panics internally, realizing he must have juiced her bomb himself. Good thing we left in a hurry, she decides. Let's get back to the Grand Temple quick. She figures Lute must have had his own grudge against the Count too, so let it slide, she finishes, choosing not to ask any more questions she doesn't want answered. Back at the estate, flames are already tearing through the building as panicked shouts ring out to put the fire out. Count Kira stares at the blaze, absolutely stunned. A fire, all of a sudden, he sputters before a horrible thought creeps in. Could Ordle and Lute's visit earlier have had something to do with this? His hand clenches into a furious fist. Lute Shiri. Damn it, Lute Shiri, he roars into the burning night. As his mansion burns behind him, he storms toward it, completely unaware the two people responsible are already walking calmly away. Embers drift down over the grass as the pair make their quiet escape. Tucked in together and clearly pleased with themselves, Ordle and Lute share one last quiet, content moment as the night closes out on the whole messy, blazing affair. We're back at the Sun God's Grand Temple, gleaming on the hill like it just got a paint job courtesy of some very generous donors. A night at the gate spots her first. You have returned, Saintess. Home sweet home, if home came with this much bowing. Ordle throws her arms out, grinning ear to ear. I'm back, High Priest. Right on cue, High Priest Eirik sweeps in and wraps her up in a hug. It's really been a while, he murmurs. I missed you. As the nights fall in behind her, she lets herself soak in this dusty old temple. Actually feels like home now. Ah, she really did miss this place, awkward tension and all. Then a tiny shadowy chibai pops up out of nowhere for a check-in because apparently even the system running her life can't leave her alone for 5 seconds. Eirik's smile drops the second he actually looks at her. You don't look well, he says. This always happens whenever you visit the Count's estate. He takes her hands, gold healing light pouring out. Do not go back to that estate unless it's absolutely necessary, he warns. Your body can't take much more of this. I had to grab something, she says breezily, but I won't be going back for a while, so don't worry. Inside, though, she really is glad to be back at the Grand Temple. She lets that thought settle for a second, staring off, golden eyes gone soft. The healing glow lingers over her hands a moment longer before fading out. Elsewhere, someone casually asks a blonde girl how she's settling in at the temple, and she practically jumps out of her skin. Yes, I'm fine. Ordle catches the reaction and raises an eyebrow. What's with that? What's wrong, she presses. Did something happen? There's an awkward pause before Eirik steps in. I'll explain on her behalf, he says. And here's the bomb he drops. Jeremy is currently locked up in the underground dungeon because the ocean god's power has been leaking out of him. What? Ordle's jaw hits the floor. Her mind is already racing through worst-case scenarios. She rounds on Eirik in the hallway. You definitely told me that everyone arrived safely. Technically true, suspiciously incomplete. The blonde girl Idella shrinks under the accusation. I apologize. It's not the High Priest's fault, she blurts. I told him not to mention it. I thought you already had enough on your plate at the Count's estate. I'm sorry. Eirik shakes his head. No, regardless of the reason, I'm the one who concealed the truth. Ordle doesn't wait for more excuses. She's already running for the dungeon. Jeremy, are you okay? Down the stone stairs she goes, torchlight flickering, bracing for the worst. And there's Jeremy, shackled, sure, but sitting there looking weirdly relaxed about the whole thing. Ordle and Idella just stare. What's with that bright, cheerful look, she thinks. This is not what I expected. Eirik pipes up defensively. Did I not tell you he returned safely without any issues? Only the attack itself was a secret. I never said anything false. Okay, sure, Ordle says flatly. Then why is Jeremy in a dungeon? Jeremy speaks up. I wanted to be here. I've calmed down now, but it's true the ocean god's power briefly overpowered mine and took over my body. So just in case, he adds, I asked them to lock me up myself. Translation, courtesy of Ordle's brain, nothing's actually wrong with him. Good, great, fine. Eirik lets out a breath, thank goodness. Ordle sinks down a little sheepish. I'm sorry for getting angry, but I still need a real explanation. So Jeremy lays it out. It's true, I'm the one who blocked the enemy's ambush. But strictly speaking, it was the ocean god who possessed my body and made me do it. And that god was not being subtle about it, screaming through him, "Punish the evil that dares to defile the name of God." That's a direct quote, by the way. The ocean god shouted that in a full-blown rage. Ordle blinks, "Punish the evil that dares to defile the name of God, come again." Yeah, he really did just casually declare war on evil out loud. She is going to have so much fun explaining that one to the others later. Also, why is the ocean god this furious? Even factoring in beef with the other gods, this feels excessive. Didn't the power already calm down once the enemies got wiped out? Jeremy admits he'd braced for a recall order back to the ocean god's temple. It just never came, the feeling faded away, so he came back here instead. Ordle ruffles his hair, and for a second the guy who casually shrugged off a god's wrath turns into a flustered mess. A notification chimes in the system. The sun that crawled out of death confirms there's no more need to worry about the curse of the raging ocean. The relic gives its blessing to Jeremy's fully cleared to walk free inside the grand temple now. Looks like the god of perishing souls is finally opening back up, Ordle notes, thanks to the relic on his neck. I don't think he'll be controlled by the ocean god's power in here, she tells Eirik. Could you release him, please? Yes, I understand, he says, and gets to work. The shackles just pop right off. That was surprisingly easy, Ordle thinks, mildly suspicious. Turns out Eirik had already personally double and triple-checked Jeremy was stable. I am the high priest after all, he says, a little smug. There's no way I'd miss something like that. I was simply honoring Jeremy's request. Because Jeremy had insisted he couldn't face the Saintess if the temple took damage over him. Jeremy himself isn't thrilled about the secrecy though, but why hide it all? The Saintess was worried sick. Ordle pats his head again, properly this time. You did great, and thank you, because of you, everyone's safe. I worked hard, he beams, even though getting help from that annoying ocean god bastard was so irritating. Monica, could you get the chef to send up some food and cookies for Jeremy? Ordle asks, only to be told he's already cleaned out the kitchen. He's stuffed himself already. I fed him myself, don't worry. Monica wags a finger at him, unimpressed, but Jeremy's already angling for round 2. I can still eat more cookies. Ordle cracks up laughing, no way you'll get cavities. Watching the two bicker, Ordle can't help but think same age, but these two act exactly like an older sister and her little brother. Something catches everyone's attention, a small, surprised, "Ah." Idella looks up too, caught off guard. Ordle's gaze lands on her, Idella. She waves the girl over with a warm smile, time for a private word. The two of them slip off somewhere quieter to talk. A private room, just the two of them, no audience, no pressure. Idella bows her head, I'm sorry, because of me the Grand Temple took damage it didn't need to. I don't know why those people are after me, she admits, but since I think this will just keep happening, I should probably leave the temple. Actually, I was going to leave the day of the ambush. I just thought I owed the Saintess a proper goodbye first, so I stayed and waited. Ordle watches her spiral, visibly one bad thought away from faceplanting into the table. Well, Ordle says, I don't think you leaving is a very good idea, Idella. Idella blinks, thrown completely off guard. Pardon. We just found out Jeremy's carrying a piece of the ocean god's power, right? She'd been dreading how to explain the word evil to everyone, and the ocean god just handed her the excuse on a silver platter. Sure, her temple and his side aren't exactly friendly, but that's just rival faction stuff. But if an actual god is calling something evil, a vision flickers through someone carrying an unconscious woman through the dark. Then someday, everyone might have to fight it together. It seems like evil is after you specifically, Ordle tells her, but our grand temple is protected by a god of its own. Nobody's ambushing us easily in here. So don't worry, just stay. You can pay me back later together. She flashes her most reassuring smile. Besides, Ordle teases, wouldn't it be way more awkward to just say sorry and bolt? Idella sits with that for a moment. I suppose so, she says, wiping her eyes with a small smile. I figured staying any longer would just be shameless. Turns out Jeremy already had her back too. He threw a whole fit when she mentioned leaving, insisting she absolutely could not go before the Saintess got home. What a good boy, Ordle thinks. I'm getting him 2 whole boxes of cookies tomorrow. Idella wipes her eyes again. I felt like a criminal because of those people, honestly. Thank you for saying that I haven't even been here that long, but if the saintess will allow it, I'd like to become a believer of the sun god and give my life to this temple. Great, Ordle says without missing a beat. Let's go get you registered right now. No hesitation whatsoever, she's already dragging her off. A priest leads the registration right while Idella kneels in quiet prayer. Her eyes close, peace settling over her face. Her name gets inked into the temple's records, Idella. The system chimes in new believer registered. Fame, wealth, ability, all rock bottom F rank for now, but there's a footnote SS rank growth potential. Special note original female lead, overall assessment A rank. For a flicker of a second, Ordle gets a glimpse of what that potential actually looks like, and it is not subtle. Another notification recruiting the original female lead as a believer just bumped her divine power straight up to 35, 616%. Ordle's internal reaction is less divine calling and more jackpot. I wasn't expecting much since she hasn't even awakened yet, but A rank? I just hit 50 million in one shot. She grabs Idella's hands, beaming. Let's get along well from now on. The warmth is completely genuine for once, and it feels good on both sides. Meanwhile, across the sea, somewhere considerably less friendly to the sun god's temple, a man presses a woman for answers. Carmen, is it true you felt Jeremy's presence? Yes, she confirms, Jeremy's in the west right now. The west? Surely not at the sun god's grand temple. He's already ordering another look into it. Then the memory hits her, being screamed at not to go. Don't go, you mustn't, it's a divine command. He told us to just leave Jeremy alone, she says shakily. He was so furious I couldn't even ask why. And then in her retelling, the god himself speaks. Do not seek my sword, that wretched light will only forge it stronger. Prepare for the holy war, create the blade that destroys evil and follow the light. She's still shaken just repeating it. A holy war is an actual war about to break out. Then, quieter, it looks like I'll have to visit the sun god's grand temple myself. The man's eyes go wide. What yourself? The words holy war don't get thrown around lightly. This is no small matter. His jaw sets, resolve hardening. I need to see for myself exactly what's happening over there. Whatever's brewing at the sun god's temple, it's officially on the ocean god's radar now, and that's never a good sign. Word is spreading fast through this quiet village. Something has everybody buzzing. One of the miners cannot stop laughing, like he just won the lottery. Someone very well-dressed strolls up to see what all the fuss is about. Turns out the excitement is about the temple itself, a find nobody saw coming. A crate cracks open to reveal a small mountain of glittering holy stones. Holy stones, actual holy stones. Someone gasps like they cannot believe their eyes. The story going around, Duke Lute's hand-picked miners struck holy stone practically their first week on the job. Truth is, Jeremy sensed the stones out in Lunar Village first, and the saintess quietly looped in loot and Jeremy so nobody would ask awkward questions. Honestly, if she had known this little con would make everyone this happy, she would have pulled it off years ago. And the stones just keep piling up. She thanks the Duke sweetly for sending such excellent workers to find it all. He just waves it off. He is happy enough seeing her smile, he says. Happy does not even cover it. She thinks this haul is a gold mine. Her brain is already spinning. Custom relics for the Duke, upgraded armor for her knights, the possibilities are endless. Just look at that shine, practically begging to be forged into something powerful. Then Luke comes running with bad news. Please tell me the mine did not collapse, she says, bracing for the worst. Worse, the sea god's own saint, Dominic Area, is on his way here right now. The Grand Temple's own saint showing up in person, that is not a social call. She has a hunch why her divine power has been spiking lately, and apparently the whole pantheon noticed. No wonder Jeremy has been moping. He is convinced he is about to get dragged straight back the second Dominic walks in. Don't worry, Jeremy, she tells him, I have zero intention of handing you back. Honestly, she had been expecting company. It has been months since Jeremy vanished, so somebody was bound to come looking desperate. But a visit from the saint himself? Even better. "Welcome, my divine power shuttle," she thinks with a grin. "Time to sell you some holy stones for a fortune." That is the face of a woman who already smells the profit. Dominic arrives with all the pomp of official temple business, offering the ocean god's blessing right at the door. The Sun Temple's high priest welcomes him warmly and waves him straight in. The saintess is waiting. He steps through halls that were crumbling ruins not that long ago. He had heard the sun god's temple was dreaming of a comeback. Turns out it is not a dream anymore, they actually pulled it off. This place was supposed to be on its last legs. Instead, there is a cart of crystals rolling right past him. Then he spots the real prize, a chest overflowing with holy stones, and his jaw drops. "Ah, that, the saintess will explain it to you herself," the high priest says with a knowing little smile. Dominic can hardly believe he is about to meet her face to face. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ordle, daughter of the sun god," she says, pouring on the charm. Then she cuts straight to it. "You're here about Jeremy, right? Let's go." Dominic is stunned. This one woman apparently rebuilt the whole temple single-handedly. And standing in front of him, robed in gold, she looks every bit the part. He gets straight to business. "Have you stopped hiding the fact that you're keeping Jeremy?" "Yes, there's no reason to hide it anymore," comes the answer. "I have plenty to say about him, but I'm not here to take him. Because that," he adds solemnly, "is the will of God." The will of God, she does not love the sound of that. And right on cue, the ocean god itself roars through, calling her a wretched light for daring to be agreed with. She sits back, quietly bracing for whatever comes next. The ocean god is not just annoyed, it is screaming that it will kill her and Jeremy both. Dominic asks, all innocent, whether she has received any revelation lately. "A revelation?" she stammers, then begs her system under her breath to please mute this god. Her system dutifully logs high stress detected and promises an upgrade. "Thanks a lot." Elsewhere, Seth flinches like someone just walked over his grave. Word is already spreading, the ocean god has spoken. And the message is grim: prepare for a holy war. That word alone is enough to knock the wind out of her. A holy war? Wait, does he mean the war, the one from the original novel, the one against pure evil? Because that fight was supposed to be a legend, not her problem. Quick lore drop: of the three great gods, the ocean god is the one built for offense. Gearing up for war means he desperately needs weapons forged from high-purity holy stones. Which is exactly why he sent his own saint out shopping. Dominic finally admits it, he is here because of the coming holy war. "Pardon," she says, all wide-eyed innocence, like she has not already connected every dot. "Holy stones," she repeats slowly, practically glowing at the thought. "We happen to possess a massive amount," she says sweetly. Dominic nearly chokes. "Holy stones, plural, and a lot of them." "Wait, those carts of ordinary cargo rolling through the courtyard earlier?" "Yeah, those." "Of course you can't just have them," she says coolly, "as you may already know. We've recently allied with the Grand Temple of the God of Perishing Souls and decided to share our stones with them instead." Dominic's face says it all. That is not the answer he wanted. "And what," he asks carefully, "if the ocean god's temple were to simply pay for them?" There it is, that is the smile of a woman who just landed exactly where she wanted to be. "You catch on fast, Saint," she purrs. "The last one who sat in your seat figured it out just as quick." "I don't dislike money," she admits, "but there's something I want more." Her mind drifts somewhere else entirely, toward a locked door, and the man behind it. "I want Jeremy's total freedom," she says flat out, no hedging. Dominic hesitates. "Jeremy already carries the ocean god's own power in him, even if I wanted to grant it." Jeremy just stares at the floor, bracing to hear his fate decided by everyone but himself. "Freedom's impossible without the god's permission," Dominic finishes. "Fine," she decides, then she will just go get that permission herself. So she pesters the ocean god directly. Geez, what a temper. Is he giving permission or not? The ocean god huffs off in a sulk, ready to die of second-hand annoyance. Her system, ever helpful, decides his silence obviously means yes and tells her to do as she pleases. Dominic sighs. "If a verbal promise works for you, I'll accept it." And he swears it right there. "In the name of Saint Dominic area and before the ocean god, I will not oppress Jeremy Cars." Not that she needed it, she had already squared things with the ocean god herself. But hey, she will take the extra insurance. Great, now shall we discuss the price of the holy stones? Her answer, double the going rate. Holy stones are already expensive and you want double? This is extortion, Dominic sputters. She just shrugs, not buying then, fine by me. These were accidentally discovered on my own private land after all, she adds sweetly, won't be easy to find a deal like this anywhere else. Such a pity. He caves, then let's proceed with the trade. Oh, just so you know, she chirps, clearly not done yet. The 10,000 gold down payment is separate. She is positively glowing. And just like that, the deal gets signed, sealed, and very, very profitable. She sends him off to the guest room to wait while the relics get packed up. Down the hall, Jeremy keeps a low profile, still not totally convinced this whole thing will not blow up in his face. Then Dominic gets a second surprise. Duke Loot Shiri himself just walked in. Duke Shiri, why are you here? Dominic sputters, clearly not briefed on this. Turns out Loot is neck-deep in temple business these days, bankrolling both the Holy Stone mine and the potion trade. Long time no see, Saint Dominic, Loot says smoothly, sliding in right beside the Saintess. Dominic goes red and stammers out a greeting of his own. The Saintess just winks and announces she is off. Monica, guide the saint, kindly, she says with air quotes, doing a lot of work. Monica salutes, fully signed up for whatever mischief that implies. Later, up in the sky with Loot, she admits, if it were anything minor I'd have just sent Yuri. But I think I need to see this one for myself. Loot reads between the lines immediately. If she is going in person, it must be serious. To be precise, it's something that needs solving before it gets any worse, he says. If it weren't for that, I'd have stayed by your side the whole time, Saintess. She just cuts the moment short, work comes first. Still, before he goes, she offers him a blessing and he lights up like it is Christmas. The blessing hits stronger than ever, lasting a full 100 days now that her divine power has grown. Loot is not thrilled though, that's a pity. You never look for me unless you need me, Saintess, and now you'll need me even less. Pity is still pity, he says anyway, taking what he can get. When I feel your blessing, I can tell exactly how much you care, he admits. It makes my heart race. Don't forget, I really do love receiving your blessings, Saintess, he adds, and for a second her smile does not quite reach her eyes. She just tugs her sleeve straight and says nothing. Inside, though she cannot shake it, his face looked so bright saying that, it made her chest ache. He drifts off looking more at peace than she has seen him in a while. She lies back too, letting herself have one quiet, unguarded moment. But she cannot quite shake the thought nagging at her that with a holy war coming, today might be the last time she ever gets to give him one. After Duke Shiri and the sea god's envoy finally clear out, the grand temple settles back into silence. The camera pans over the temple grounds, quiet and empty now that all the noble guests have gone home. With everyone gone, she figures the coast is finally clear for a little private project and fires up a skill nobody else knows she has: relic crafting. The system lays out the recipe right there: one holy stone, a scoop of her own divine power, and a pinch of an actual god's power. She's basically about to 3D print herself a weapon. Divine light blazes around her hands as she winds up to finally build the personal weapon she's been dreaming about. Skirts swishing dramatically, she struts toward the forge like she's about to headline her own action montage. The hammer comes down again and again as the crafting bar creeps up 40% in climbing. This is the exact design she's been picturing ever since she decided she needed her own weapon, and it's finally taking shape. And there it is, a wicked spiked mace wrapped in blue divine light, gleaming like she just pulled a legendary tear drop. The stat card pops up: Divine Punishment, Epic Grade, Unbreakable, Blessed by a God, and the very first relic she's ever crafted with her own two hands. She grips it and grins ear to ear, like a kid who finally got the one toy she actually asked for. But something on that ownership line stops her cold. The registered owner isn't listed as Ordal Kiris at all. The system spells it out plainly: this weapon is soul-bound, engraved into her essence, hers alone, no matter what happens to the body she's wearing. In other words, it belongs to Cha Siwon, not to Ordal. Hearing her actual name spoken out loud again hits harder than she expects. Quietly she whispers, "Thank you." For a moment she just stands there, hair drifting in the light, quietly touched. Right, she remembers: rare, epic, unique, legendary. The higher the grade climbs, the stronger the relic gets. Do I really need to? She whines, already allergic to the idea of putting in more effort. It's not that she hates saving money, she reasons it's that handing it all straight to a god just doesn't appeal to her. Maybe, she jokes, she'd actually feel like leveling up her divine power if the payout were juicier. The system says it's got something to tell her about that. Pardon, she asks, eyebrow raised, what is it? Turns out the main god's power stabilized way ahead of schedule, meaning the real heroine, Idella, could wake up any minute, even though the story wasn't supposed to start for another 6 months. Wait, what? She blurts, completely blindsided. The system just tosses the decision right back at her, so what's the plan? What, getting outed as a fake saintess? She smirks, please, she's been bracing for that since day one. If evil is already moving faster than expected, she figures it's actually better for Idella to wake up sooner rather than later. The system reassures her. She keeps every skill and every drop of divine power she's built up and can keep growing it through offerings. She's relieved she gets to keep her powers, but she's officially done being a pushover. From now on, she's filling her own vault first. The system, ever the good sport, says it respects her choice and hands her an actual offering box to make the grift official. Quietly, before a single coin hits that box, she skims a little off the top for herself. She told her knight commander she only received 500 million in donations, conveniently forgetting to mention the other 500 million she kept for herself. A modest offering trickles in, and the system happily banks a bit of its own power back, blessing her with a bump to her divine power in return. With all 3 of the world's main gods' power finally gathered in one place, she's now qualified to learn the deepest secrets of this world. A glowing diagram lights up in front of her, mapping out exactly how it all connects. She goes quiet for a second, steadying herself before she asks the question that's been eating at her. Is this world truly the world from the novel? She finally asks. She admits it, she's wondered this whole time whether she really got dropped into the story written by her best friend, Ju Hyunjin. The answer comes back simple: the 2 worlds are strictly separate. The novel, it turns out, is just a reconstruction of a past version of this world, one that had already vanished. Pieces start clicking into place, glowing like a puzzle finally coming together. This whole world, the system tells her, has already been turned back once. She's living on a second timeline. Reality glitches and fractures in front of her, replaying the world breaking apart. It was shattered, she learns, by the raw power of a god called the Raging Ocean. A towering goddess in armor, staff in hand, steps into view, the spirit-guiding traveler, the one who erased that broken world entirely rather than let it stay shattered. Then, through the healing power of the sun that crawled out of death, the world was patched back together into the version she's living in right now. Golden light cups gently around the reborn world, like something being nursed back to health. Okay, but why did it regress in the first place? She presses. The novel definitely had a happy ending. Because, the system explains, the novel was only ever written about the world as it existed before it broke, never after. And here's the gut punch. Whoever wrote it died without ever seeing how the real story actually ended. Even that cheeky fictitious character's disclaimer up front turns out to have been dead serious. Her friend Ju Hyunjin, the actual author back on Earth, wasn't just inspired by this world, she originally lived here, in a past life. She died on Earth before she ever recovered the true secrets of this place and had no choice but to write the novel from fragments that didn't quite match reality. The revelation lands like a gut punch. Her precious friend, she realizes out loud, was originally someone from this world, and she died without ever seeing how it ended. Her knees give out under the weight of it. Who, she has to ask, was Hyunjin here? The spirit-guiding traveler asks, almost gently, if she hasn't already figured it out. Hyunjin is the one person who simply doesn't exist anywhere in this regressed world. And then the reveal drops like a truck. Ordal Kiris, the body she's been living in this whole time, was Ju Hyunjin in a life before this one. Her best friend, it turns out, is the very person who sent her soul into this world in her own place. Tears well up before she can stop them. Wait, in her stead, does that mean Hyunjin could have gone back to the world she truly belonged to and couldn't because of her? Why did you let that happen? She sobs, collapsing to her knees. You should have said no and brought Hyunjin back instead of me. Just tell me everything that happened here, she says, steadying herself. Let me hear it all and think. The spirit-guiding traveler obliges and offers to just show her himself. The world around her dissolves into memory. A book cover materializes in front of her sacred Idella, Hyunjin's novel. And with that, the truth arc begins. The vision opens grim, Idella dragged to a cave in the desert where a minion of evil forces its power straight into her. This, she realizes, is the truth of what happened before everything regressed. So that what happened, she murmurs, Idella had already been consumed by evil, long before anyone knew to worry. The sun grieves that it couldn't warn a single soul, only the saintess can ever hear its voice. And honestly, it adds, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, Idella was already being puppeted by evil by then too. What came next is obvious. When Eirik found the abandoned Idella out east, evil's power had already fully soaked into her and he never even noticed. He brought home a saintess who was, without anyone realizing it, a ticking time bomb. Every step she took rebuilding the sun god's grand temple afterward only ended up quietly fueling evil's minions instead. While two other gods crumbled into ruin around her, evil used the cover to secretly stockpile its strength. Cut to a wedding framed by shadow and fire, and this is clearly not going to end well. Someone screams it outright, it's monsters. The moment Idella is confirmed as the one true saintess of all three gods and marries Crown Prince Felix, evil reveals itself like it had been waiting for that exact cue. Dragons tear through the wedding, fire ripping across the hall. Idella is reduced to nothing but a slave of evil and with her own two hands destroys the very temple she'd rebuilt. Blood streaks across her face, flowers wilting around her, the heroine completely undone. Just like that, the whole world falls to evil and spirals into total destruction. The vision glitches and fractures around her like a corrupted save file. The previous world, she understands now, was thoroughly toyed with and broken by evil. So does evil even know the world got turned back, she asks. Barely, she's told it senses something's off but has zero memory of the vanished past. And apparently no one could bring themselves to force the original Ordle to come back since she'd grown to prefer Earth. No wonder, she realizes, she's always felt such a strange, strong pull toward Ordle. A flashback needles at her Hyunjin, scolding her, you idiot, writing all this without knowing a thing. I'll cherish this body more from now on. One more question, she says. What exactly is that diary of Ordle's she found back at the Count's estate? And what was actually written inside it? It's a literal fragment of Ordle's soul, written by her own hand before the regression, and Ordle is the only soul from this entire world to have ever reincarnated into another dimension. Because she slipped outside this world's timeline entirely, that diary survived untouched by the regression. So does that mean only this world got rewound while the other dimension carried on exactly the same? If Hyunjin is the one who saved her, she decides quietly, then she owes it to her to live this life to the absolute fullest. The system comforts her, none of this is on her, it insists. The fault lies with gods who were just desperately trying to survive. Right, she sniffs, wiping her face, all her guilt is officially gone. Sensing the mood, the system smoothly changes the subject. So it asks what's the plan from here. Obviously, she says, she has to awaken Idella. They need the real saintess's power to actually beat evil, and she's leaving the Grand Temple. She says it with a soft, easy smile, like the decision has already settled quietly into her heart. Once Idella wakes up, her own role gets awkward fast, and honestly, everyone who's been uneasy around her will probably be relieved to see her go. The system practically gasps at that. Someone tries to stop her right there and tells her to reconsider. But the spirit-guiding traveler shrugs it off. People only realize what they had once it's gone, he says, so let her do whatever she wants. He's even got a suggestion. How about, he offers, coming to stay at his own grand temple instead? That actually sounds nice, she decides. Besides, Nasha's already knows she's a transmigrator, so she'd feel right at ease there. First, though, she'll awaken Idella tomorrow morning, and there's one more thing. There's someone, she says quietly, that she needs to meet one last time before she leaves this place. Deep in the temple at night, A quiet knock taps at a window. Somebody's sneaking in to see the saintess. Saintess, a voice calls out, hesitant like he already knows he shouldn't be here. It's Jeremy, her reformed ex-assassin turned devoted guard, slipping away from his post just to see her. Ordle wakes with a smile anyway. "Oh, were you sleeping? Sorry to wake you," she says, already glowing with that soft, saintly light. Petals drift around her nightgown as she steps out to meet him in a quiet, private courtyard. Jeremy admits he only came because tonight's the one night the other nights have the watch, no witnesses, not exactly subtle about sneaking around for her. "What brings you here?" she asks. He doesn't waste time. "I have something important to tell you." This is Jeremy, the man whose fate she'd already rewritten once. She'd planned to slip out of the temple quietly tonight but couldn't leave without saying goodbye to him first. She smiles at him, radiant even as she's about to break his heart a little. "But before I go, will you hear me out?" she asks him gently. She lays it out plainly. She's not the real saintess, and in this body's old life she caused a lot of damage. Jeremy doesn't even blink. "So what? Whatever that power you showed me was, it's real, that's what matters." "Then I'm coming with you," he insists. She shuts it down flat. "No, you need to stay and protect everyone here, Jeremy. There will be more danger like last time," she warns him, so instead of burying his divine power, he needs to use it to protect the people here. He pushes back. "If it's that dangerous, why go alone?" She brushes it off with a shrug. She's got ways to protect herself, don't worry about her. She's already written her goodbye letter. All she wants now is to vanish as quietly as possible. "If anyone asks where I went," she says, "could you pass along a message for me?" "Do you really have to go alone?" Jeremy asks, pulling her into a tight hug he's clearly not ready to let go of. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I promised to set you free, and here I am asking you to carry this instead." "You never have to apologize to me," Jeremy tells her, voice cracking as he quietly wipes away tears. She cups his face gently, and for a moment neither of them says a word. "Do as you wish," he finally says, letting her go the only way he knows how, by trusting her. Their hands find each other one last time before she has to walk away. "May your future always be filled with nothing but happiness, saintess," he tells her, his own version of a blessing. She turns and walks out the door, pulling him gently along beside her for just a few more steps. "I'll miss you so much," she murmurs, "but I'll endure it and wait for you." A goodbye dressed up as a promise. And then, flash, a blinding burst of light rips through the temple, completely unrelated to that quiet goodbye. The grand temple stands lit up like something huge just happened inside it. A young priest comes sprinting through the halls, panicking. "Yo, you two need to come to the prayer room right now." Robes swirl as priests rush toward the source of the commotion. The divine statue is glowing, someone shouts, and that only happens for one reason. Light floods the chamber, and it's not just coming from the statue. It's coming from her too. A stunned young priestess with golden hair stares down at her own glowing hands, Idella, and she has no idea what's happening to her either. Light pours off her skirt and shoes like she's catching fire from the inside. "I don't really know what's happening either," Idella stammers, surrounded by shocked onlookers. "There's only one reason a divine statue lights up like this. A brand new priest just awakened real divine power, and that priest is Idella." Across the temple, the high priest, Eirik Dirth, freezes, a flash that intense can only mean one thing. His eyes go sharp with focus. "I need to see the saintess, right now," he mutters, already moving. He takes off running through the halls at full speed. He bursts into her chambers shouting "Saintess," and gets nothing but silence back. The room is completely empty, bedmade, no one home. "She was definitely here this morning," someone insists as the search scrambles to figure out where she's gone. Someone's hand lands on a stack of papers left behind on her desk. Documents and a letter. It's a deed. She signed over an entire plot of land, the Lubar Plains, to the temple, along with a note thanking everyone and promising to pray for the temple's future from wherever she ends up. A necklace sits beside the letter, left behind like she wasn't planning on needing it anymore. A priest's ornate robe hangs still in the quiet room. The letter closes simply, "I am truly sorry for everything, Ordle." Not signed as Saintess of the Sun God, not even Ordle Kiris, just Ordle, like she's shedding every title she was ever given. What do you mean, why would the saintess just leave? Someone demands, stunned. Understood, a priest replies grimly, already organizing a search. Forget the light show for now, finding the saintess matters more, someone insists while everyone quietly wonders the same thing. Why would she leave now of all times? The high priest can't shake the feeling this is all connected somehow. The light from that statue and from Idella was nothing close to ordinary. Idella just stands there, glowing and utterly bewildered by her own new power. Ordle, wherever she is now, can't help but wonder if her leaving is somehow tangled up with Idella's sudden awakening. Flowers drift past in the quiet, like the calm before whatever comes next. Back at the temple, the knights start pulling threads. You met the saintess last night, right? The commander presses Jeremy. A door clicks open somewhere down the dark hall. Jeremy, someone calls out, catching him right where he doesn't want to be caught. So you knew, then why didn't you stop her? The commander snaps at him. She said everyone hates her because of what she did in the past, Jeremy answers. How was I supposed to stop her when that's the reason she gave for leaving? That's not true, no one avoids her, someone protests. Maybe that was true once, a priestess snaps back, but not anymore. Jeremy just tilts his head. I wonder, he says, not exactly agreeing. Even I could tell people were avoiding her, he says flatly. Outside of you two, basically nobody bothered getting close to her. The high priest Rect can only ask, no matter how good we were to her, she still saw how many people kept their distance. What do you think that felt like for her? A memory surfaces, a warmer moment before all of this when things felt simpler. We found someone who actually saw the saintess, comes the shout everyone's been waiting for. She was dressed lightly, a flustered knight reports, so I figured she was just stepping out for a minute. Rookie mistake. Good, let's move on her trail right now, the commander orders. Then, to the high priest, she left you a message. Jeremy stands before him, ready to deliver it. Her cover story, word for word, the truth is, I was planted by Count Kiris to ruin the sun god's temple. I've only now realized my mistake and I intend to leave. I'm sorry for all the harm I caused. Although I'm leaving like this, it continues, there is something the three main gods are wary of right now, so please, everyone, be careful. I told her not to go or that I'd at least follow her, Jeremy admits. She didn't want that either. I wasn't going to force anything on her she didn't want, so I let her go. She realized her mistakes and is just leaving. Someone repeats, stunned, it's really that simple. The high priest can't buy it. Would someone who came here to destroy this place really end up caring about it this much? He remembers her differently, warmer, happier, nothing like a saboteur. Flowers scatter across the memory like it's already becoming the past. If she's still carrying guilt over her past, he thinks, I wanted her to work through it here with us, staying. Even if it's selfish, I wanted to be with her. His feelings finally admitted, just a little too late. The temple garden sits quiet, full of flowers she'll never see bloom if this is really goodbye. Soft light fades over it all, the chapter's grief settling in. Meanwhile, miles away, a squad of riders trots home through the woods at night, Duke Shiri's men, fresh off clearing out a monster nest. Great work handling those monsters, the Duke tells Jun Lerman, in a much lighter mood than anyone back at the temple. Jun grumbles the monsters had lousy timing. He could have milked 5 more days lounging around the Grand Temple. Use the injuries as your excuse to visit, someone suggests. She'd probably be thrilled if you offered to pay for treatment. I'm not planning on telling the saintess anything, Jun replies, suspiciously coy about it. Duke Shiri himself cuts in, smirking, needling Jun for getting so casual with him. My apologies, I'll keep my mouth shut, Jun says, sheepish as the group rides on. The Duke's mind drifts to her anyway. He never wants to see her run herself into the ground working again. Back at the estate gates that night, the returning riders spot something or someone unexpected on the road. There's no word of any guests arriving tonight, the Duke says, confused. Then his expression shifts entirely. That person is a lone rider with unmistakable pink hair approaches the gates of the Shiri estate. Saintess, someone breathes, not quite believing it. She lights up the second she spots him. Ah, Duke, turns out the runaway saintess didn't vanish into danger alone at all, she just went straight for his front door. Picture this, Odell's parked at a table piled with food, practically inhaling it. I was actually hungry, thank you. Across the table, Duke Loot Shiri can't help but ask the obvious, where did everyone else go, and how exactly did she end up here alone? Turns out it's just the two of them, an entire feast between them, and Odell stalling for time. Ah, well. Before she says another word, she throws up a privacy barrier around the table. Whatever this is, it's not for other ears, and Loot clocks exactly how serious that makes it. Here's her big reveal: the truth is, I'm not the saintess. Miss Idella is the real one, and she just awakened this morning. She keeps going, casual as anything since the potion business had already made bank. Stepping aside was easy. Loot is not buying the calm delivery. You're a fake saintess, and the real one showed up today right now. She just shrugs it off. Yep, not the saintess anymore. Just call me Odell from here on. Loot's still sitting there sweating. Oh, and she also left him a parting gift, the deed to a whole plot of land plus a farewell letter. He just stares at it. Just one letter. He's not letting this go that easily. If you're a fake, how did you cure an illness the high priest himself couldn't even diagnose? Her cover story's airtight, apparently divine power that just keeps growing over time, fueled by every temple donation and expansion she pushed through. Stretching, totally unbothered, she adds that the whole setup kept her secret nice and buried too. Now it clicks for him, that's why she was squeezing every coin out of him. 4 billion already donated to the sun god, and she's down to her last 60 million. The joke drops for a second. I'm sorry for deceiving you this whole time, Duke, she says, and actually means it. But she's quick to add wanting to actually treat his illness. That part was never a lie. Loot goes quiet, glasses catching the light. Seems like you've forgotten what I already told you, saintess. His hand finds hers. Deceive me, he says. I never fell for you because you were some saintess to begin with. Cut back to the dinner table, and someone's asking the obvious follow-up: you like it here, don't you? His answer's simple: because you're free now, no more saintess duties standing between them. He's grinning like the cat that got the cream. Now I get to keep you all to myself, guilt-free. Odell studies him for a beat, thinking, how do I even put this? The man genuinely does not care one bit that she's been lying to him this entire time. He asks where she's even planning to go tomorrow. Her plan? Hide out at the Grand Temple of Eternal Annihilation, since its high priest already knows she's a fraud. Loot's response is instant: then just stay here, I already know the whole truth anyway. And he goes bigger: stay at the mansion, help him out with work, maybe even step into managing the guild's business in the capital. Odell's floored. He's about to hand her a seat in the merchant guild he treats like his own child. He tells her to drop the formal act and just use his name already. She hesitates. People are watching after all. He couldn't care less. I'm the one who decides what flies in this house. Watching him steamroll every social rule in the book, she's reminded exactly why the Theory ducal family has a reputation nasty enough to spook even the imperial family. She needles him right back, teasing that she can read him like a book. He's curious about something else too. What made her think to come straight to his mansion of all places? Nothing special, just. This was the first place that came to mind. Loot short-circuits a little at that one. Meanwhile, the old household butler's jaw is on the floor watching all this unfold. Loot pulls it together fast. Get some rest, you must be exhausted from the trip. Carl, take Odell to the Golden Rose room. The attendant snaps to it. Yes, my lord, right this way please. The old butler's left muttering to himself, did he say something wrong? Why's the master acting like this? Turns out it's the opposite problem. He's practically in tears. I've lived long enough to see the day the master treats a woman with actual kindness. And then the real gut punch: he even gave her that room, the Golden Rose room. Cue the reveal: a chamber dripping in gold and roses, glowing like something out of a fairy tale. Every single spouse the Duke's family has ever had stayed in that exact room first. Every last one of them ended up married, no exceptions. The butler's already dabbing his eyes. Guess we'd better start planning that engagement ceremony. Another aide shoots that down fast. Engagement ceremony? Relax, she's literally the saintess of the sun god's grand temple. The butler's not backing down though. Even so, surely there's a wedding coming. Elsewhere in the mansion, two household staffers are whispering behind their hands, one frantically shushing the other. Why's he acting like this? Is it just his personality? If anything, it's worse than before. Too bad for them, a dark and ominous aura is already creeping up behind them. Lute's been listening this whole time. Arms crossed, ice in his voice. If the two of you are already this bad, I don't even want to know about everyone else. They hit their knees instantly, swearing up and down to shut down any gossip about Odell before it spreads. See that you do, Lute warns. One of them tentatively raises a hand. My lord, quick question. Since when do you just call the saintess by her first name? Lute drops it like it's nothing. Oh, Odell stepped down as saintess and left the Grand Temple. The aide's mind is blown. Wait, you can just quit being a saintess? What happens to every deal we've got running with the temple? Lute's already 3 steps ahead. Now everyone needs to sort out how the whole household should be addressing Odell going forward. The staff mull it over a titles in order. She's practically the future duchess. Can't just wing it forever. Word spreads through the mansion fast, and half the staff are already swooning at the idea of a wedding. Lute himself isn't handling it much better, blushing so hard his glasses practically fog up. Walking it off down the hallway, he gives himself a pep talk. Don't get ahead of yourself, don't rush this. Or you'll ruin it. I just need to set the mood so Odell actually feels at home here. His mind drifts right back to her words. This was the first place that came to mind. Yeah, he's not over that yet. Cut to a fist slamming clean through a wall. All that pent-up feeling has to go somewhere. Lute pulls himself together, smiling. She came all this way on her own. I'm not about to just let her leave. New scene, new stakes. A glittering castle skyline lit up against the night. Welcome to the imperial capital. At a desk sits a sharp-eyed, red-haired man in full military dress, clearly no stranger to power. A voice needles him from across the room. Shame you couldn't handle that mess down south yourself. Even without competition, it would have been a good look for you. The one doing the needling, an elegant blonde woman, chin resting on her hand, clearly used to getting her way. The title card fills us in Sophia Roan Karnas, Empress of the Karnas Empire. She runs this whole show. The red-haired man just shrugs. Couldn't be helped. Even if I had handled it, I wouldn't have pulled it off as cleanly as that saintess did. The Empress gets sharp fast. None of the Grand Temples serving the 3 primeval gods bow to the crown. They only kneel, she says, to their own god. A flash of memory surfaces, golden light pouring off a saintess mid-ceremony, a priest steadying her. The sun god's own emblem blazes across the frame, proof of just how much raw power runs through that temple. The Empress finally gets curious. Remind me, what was her name again? The answer comes back sharp. Odell Kurais. The Kurais Count family? Oh right, they did brag about producing a saintess once. I'd honestly forgotten she never once showed her face at court. The Empress turns the name over in her mind, clearly filing it away for later. The red-haired man smirks. Maybe she's just been busy running the Grand Temple. I mean, he adds, that place was dirt poor to begin with. The Empress adjusts her jewelry with a knowing little smile. She must have been very busy then. Turns out this reclusive saintess struck a trade deal with none other than the Theory ducal family, exactly the kind of people who could tell the emperor to get lost and mean it. The Empress can't help but grin at the irony. The Theory family and the Kurais family? How amusing. Then casually, the harvest festival's coming up. Time to invite someone new. Her son balks immediately. Wait, you're not seriously inviting the sun god's temple? The sea god's faction will never allow it. They won't welcome it, and I genuinely do not care. She cuts in. Why are we tiptoeing around that temple in the first place? Here's her real angle. The more the Grand Temples squabble and keep each other in check, the stronger her own throne gets. This isn't a risk, it's a gift. The plan's already taking shape, and her son can see exactly where this is going. He straightens up. Understood, mother, I'll take care of it. Lounging against the throne, he gives the order himself. Send the invitation to the sun god's grand temple. The Empress just smiles, and there's a lot more behind it than festival planning. I want to see this saintess for myself, she says, and just like that, the Empire's coming knocking on Odell's door. The night opens on the Duke and the saintess wrapped up together under the stars. Yes, this cozy couple energy is brand new for these two. She's already plotting the cover story. Make it look like she gracefully stepped down as saintess rather than admit the temples were fooled the whole time. She says she doesn't mind the fallout, she just doesn't want him dragged through the mud over it, then catches herself. It's Root, not Duke. Is the name really what matters right now, he asks. Fine then, Root it is. He can't hide how pleased he is to hear his own name out of her mouth. He reminds her that a saintess existing at all proves the god is real, and the temple's whole survival leans on that. If they admit she was a fake, everyone looks bad, so nobody's going to be the one to say it first. Are you okay with all that, Odell? He checks. For once she actually looks a little touched. She snaps back with mock outrage. What lunatic would ever call his precious Root Theory 7 idiotic? Wow, fine, thank you for caring in so many ways, she deadpans. She is absolutely grinning while she says it. He drifts off into the moonlit garden alone, silhouette cutting through the dark. If she's so thankful, he calls back, how about a drink together? Cue instant panic from her chibai self. A drink, she follows him toward the gazebo glowing in the dark. I prepared it just so I could drink with you, Odell, he says. The table's loaded with wine, snacks, and a few mystery vials. Her businesswoman brain immediately starts calculating the bill. Her jaw drops. Is this heaven? She wonders out loud. Glasses clink under the stars, a quiet toast between the two of them. Cut to the gazebo lit up in the garden. She can't help a delighted little squeal. Wine glass in hand, grinning ear to ear, she is clearly having a great night already. Ever the businesswoman, she asks if the staff got overtime pay for setting this up. He says he did it all himself just for her. Want whiskey instead of wine, he offers with a smirk. He pulls out a whole pouch of it. She can't believe he's packing whiskey too. Of course, he brags, 70 years aged, the pride of the Shiri estate. She eyes that bottle like it just proposed to her. Mamma mia indeed. Now I know for sure, she teases, you like alcohol more than me. I like Root, he fires back, and I like alcohol too. He worries that stacking whiskey on top of wine is going to wreck her hangover tomorrow. She waves him off. They're not exactly at a bar, so why stop now? Tipsy and glowing, she declares that even if she gets completely wasted, Root will just carry her to bed. Just drink, she cheers, and down it goes. That's what she thought was going to happen anyway. She blinks, confused. Something is very off. Turns out it's Root who's flushed red and swaying, not her. Duke, she asks nervously, spotting him slumped over. Her old best friend back on Earth could drink anyone under the table, and apparently this body inherited the same iron stomach. Meanwhile, the great Duke taps out fast. Duke, if you sleep out here your mouth's going to freeze, she warns, easing him up. He just mumbles a soft mmm and leans right into her. Duke, she says again, watching him closely. Why is it Duke again? He slurs, annoyed she's using the title instead of his actual name. The drunk cuddling escalates, his coat draped over her shoulders as they stay pressed close. Yes, she answers, caught a little off guard. Is my name Duke? He asks, fully hopelessly gone. She makes a mental note. This is a brand new drunk habit she has never seen out of him before. She admits she likes it when he drops the formalities. He shoots right back that he never said she could do the same to him. Immediate reply, she notes, unimpressed. He just calls her cute and leaves it at that. He insists he's not picky about anything, formal or informal. She calls him the pickiest person she has ever met in her life. He counters that she's picky because she never lets what she actually wants show. Even the money she busted her back saving, he points out, blushing, ends up handed straight to other people. She goes quiet. He's right, she has no real idea what she actually wants. Come to think of it, she admits, maybe she is picky after all. Because what she truly wants doesn't exist anywhere in this world at all. Was it that obvious? She asks softly, half smiling. She pulls her robe a little tighter, suddenly aware of his gaze on her. He admits her indifference used to frustrate him, but he's over it now. Then, out of nowhere, she asks him why. How could she not know how much he's into her, he asks. Because the second she quit being saintess and fled the Grand Temple, she came straight to find him. They settle side by side on the marble steps, the night quiet around them. You like it, right? He teases in a cute little snowy vignette of the two of them. His hand slides a ring onto hers. All she manages is a jewel. Not good enough, he starts emptying his own pockets, wondering out loud why this is all he happens to have on him. A little velvet sack of jewels changes hands. He confesses he wants to hold onto her so tightly she can never just wander off. He points out how easily she could still walk away from someone she's only known a few months. Lucky for him, he's got plenty, and surely something in the pile is exactly what she wants. Don't leave, Odell, he says. If you saved me, take responsibility. His face, flushed and pleading, fills the frame. You made my body unable to live without you, didn't you? She teases right back, and she does not mean just his illness. The two of them settle in together, close and quiet in the garden light. Something small and red catches the light at their feet. Cut to a chibi flashback of him hugging her tight, insisting it's not because he's cold. Her face goes red. This is, she starts and doesn't finish. She admits her heart's suddenly, inexplicably a mess. She swears to herself, never again is she letting him drink her under the table. The scene drifts through the garden greenery toward morning. Morning after, he wakes up groaning, amazed he's the one who tapped out first. Turns out she's up early jogging it off, and he cannot get over how much she can drink and still function the next day. It's nothing much, he mutters, sprawled out and clearly embarrassed. She just smiles, smug and completely unbothered. Breakfast rolls on, and she's happily chowing down like nothing happened. Then it hits her, did he actually beg her not to leave last night? She nearly chokes. He goes bright red, she remembers, he thought that was just a dream. Turns out it was real, and honestly he's glad he said it. She looks a lot less thrilled about that. She can't believe this man has zero shame, and then he flips it right back on her, demanding she take responsibility for making him say it and getting him drunk in the first place. A sweet little framed moment of the two of them together at breakfast. A knock interrupts their meal. An invitation has arrived, straight from the imperial family, for the harvest festival. The ornate envelope sits there, gleaming, waiting to be opened. The harvest festival celebrates the season and prays for a good year ahead. It's the biggest event of autumn. And ominously, it's also where a major incident goes down in the original story. Root asks if she's planning to go. She shrugs, not exactly thrilled, but she supposes she has to. He offers to bring her along with him, and she can't hide her surprise. Me. You want me tagging along all the way to the capital? She asks. He grumbles about what he's supposed to do if she runs off while his estate sits empty. I wouldn't run away, she huffs. Either way, she had to go regardless. This festival wasn't even supposed to happen until next year, but ever since time got rewound, Evil's plans have been speeding up. That guy won't have any of his memories this time, but he's bound to try pulling the exact same thing he did at the last harvest festival. Come to think of it, she remembers, there was a sun god temple in the capital too. Root's necklace is a divine relic of the sun god after all. Eventually she'll have to hand it back to the grand temple. Root's face lights up, caught completely off guard and clearly pleased. Root, I have something to give you before we head to the capital, she tells him. A sharp-eyed noble corners her with a pointed question. Can she really craft a holy relic when she's not even a real saintess? He studies her like he's sizing up an investment, half-lit and clearly not convinced yet. He pushes further, asking if a custom relic could even touch the pain of his illness, and whether she's really sure she's just a fake. She waves him off, sure, even a high priest with real divine power can craft a relic. Privately, she admits her own powers were bought, not earned. Same result. As proof, he offers up the flail he made himself and tells her to just accept it, since it's the one thing he can actually do for her. A gift just for her, she lights up instantly, and immediately angles to pick the design herself. Caught off guard, he agrees. She announces she wants it to be and trails right off. A ring, apparently. He worries out loud it'll just get in her way with a sword. She shrugs that off, cute and blunt. She's right-handed anyway, she'll just wear it on the left. Somewhere behind the curtain, the mysterious voice behind her powers stops to actually consider whether this is even possible. Turns out it's just sulking. It admits it's doable but grumbles that it doesn't trust this guy's intentions one bit. She has no idea what its problem is, but a yes is a yes, so she runs with it. She tells him it should be possible. Before she can even finish explaining how she'll measure his finger, he just rattles off his exact ring size to skip the whole process. She silently wonders why on earth he'd memorize that, then agrees to fetch the 1 coin of gold he asks for as payment. His attendant strides in with a tray presenting a commemorative coin stamped with the house crest, already dressing up pocket change as a status symbol. The coin gleams in its case, clearly more ceremonial gift than actual currency. He dismisses the attendant and she can't help but marvel. Any old coin would have worked, but of course he brought a commemorative one. Money is clearly no object for this guy. She rolls up her sleeves figuratively and gets down to business. Her system chimes in, activating the skill Holy Relic Crafting. Gold light spills from her hands as she channels the spell. The system spits out the final recipe, a ring built from holy stones, her own divine power, a borrowed pulse from the relic Aurora, and his 1 coin of gold. He just stares stunned, unable to even finish his sentence. A power like this from a supposedly fake saintess, he's got a lot of questions. She beams, holding out her glowing hand, ready to finish the piece. She tells him to come closer and he leans in, eyes locked on her the whole way. He crosses the room to her and he can't seem to look away. His hand closes over the pendant at his chest, the relic she gave him long ago, and he quietly thanks her. She silently thanks Aurora for everything it's done so far and asks to borrow its power just once more. Light and wings bloom around her as she pulls Aurora's power straight into the new ring. The system confirms it, Holy Relic Crafting complete. She asks for his hand just for a moment. She slides the finished ring onto his finger. The power hits him the instant it settles, and his whole body reacts. He admits just putting the ring on feels exactly like the moment he first received her blessing. He says he feels so much better, he doesn't even need the old holy relic of light anymore. She's thrilled to hear it. Ever the professional, she decides to double-check the ring's exact stats. And immediately regrets it. The item's listed name is Do Not Approach, complete with bizarre notes attached. She wonders if her own system has lost its mind. He asks what's wrong while behind the scenes her system sheepishly admits it named the thing in a fit of pique and tells her to fix it before handing it over. Relieved, she tells him the relic's finished but still nameless and asks if he wants to pick one. He mulls it over and lands on Dell. She chokes because that is basically her own name with the front chopped off. She protests it's way too close to her own name. Her system throws an absolute tantrum over this, insisting it was right all along and the ring should have just been called Do Not Approach, and even drags the mysterious soul-guiding traveler in to back it up. He shrugs it off. She's the one who gave him the choice after all. Defeated, she tells him to just do whatever he wants. Of course, he'd call her that regardless of what she said. Then he mentions there's actually one more thing he wants to bring up. She tells him she'll forgive him anything right now, then drops the real bombshell. The necklace he's been wearing isn't the true holy relic of light at all. She destroyed the real one a long time ago. His jaw drops. The necklace's real name, she explains, is Aurora, a healing artifact straight from the grand temple of the sun god. The pendant glimmers in close-up, deceptively unremarkable for something this powerful. He asks the obvious question. What if she'd had bad intentions all along, handing him something like this? She admits just how desperate she'd been. Giving up a divine artifact was worth locking down a backer as massive as the Duke of Theory, and a half-hearted relic never would have earned his trust in the temple anyway. Grudgingly, he admits that actually makes sense. He circles back to the real question, why destroy the true relic in the first place? She says she'll answer, but she's got a question of her own first. She asks him point blank, didn't he say an old book about the holy relic of light just vanished the instant he read it? He confirms it. His illness has stayed covert and the Imperial Library isn't somewhere just anyone can wander into, so he searched it himself. So he only found that book by pure chance, she notes. Which means whoever planted it there has serious access to the Imperial Library. She tells him to listen carefully. The holy relic of light's real power was never healing. She lets that hang in the air a second. It's the exact opposite, actually, and she's already told him everything about evil. The real relic was actually a tool to whip a corrupting dark aura into a frenzy and control people through it, and his illness looked identical to victims poisoned by high-ranking demonic beasts down south. She'd told him flat out the whole thing was one of evil's schemes. He reels, all of this because of evil. His hand clenches at his own collar, the shock of it hitting all at once. Evil is an ancient enemy the three primeval gods have been fighting for ages, and it's burrowed deep into this world. Even Count Kiris answers to it. She adds it's strong enough to kill a god outright. All three primeval gods nearly died to its schemes, and if they hadn't banded together to rewind time, this whole world would already be gone. Suddenly, the system's nicknames for the gods make a lot more sense to her. The sun god, who literally crawled out of death itself. The sea god, the raging sea, still furious about how close it came to dying. And the god of annihilation, the soul-guiding traveler who pulled her dead soul into this world for a second chance. She'd pieced it together herself, watching their plan unfold at the Count's estate. Someone had deliberately injected the aura of evil straight into him. She asks if his symptoms first started when he was 7 and wants to hear everything about that day. Stunned that she'd know that detail without ever being told, he admits he remembers that day vividly. He'd replayed that memory over and over, trying to pin down the cause. There'd been no harvest that year. The festival happened right before his symptoms began. The harvest festival, he echoes. She points out plenty of people pass through a harvest festival, and with all the attention on the young heir of the house that day, it'd be easy for one person to slip in unnoticed. Flashback to the boy collapsed, already sick. Present day, he grimaces. Of all days, it had to be the harvest festival. She says it's worth digging into again once they reach the capital. Whoever raised Count Kiris to his current position has to be someone with real status. They need to track him down. He says he already has a guess, but he needs confirmation first. She warns him to brace himself. The capital is going to be crawling with more of evil's people than he expects. The two of them walk on together, arm in arm, already allies in this. He finally asks the obvious question. How does she know any of this, and how can she even see the aura of evil with her own eyes? He watches her carefully, waiting for an answer. She just shrugs, probably because she's a soul from another dimension. Her system pipes up that it's not some possession bonus, the system itself simply runs on divine power. He can only manage a baffled pardon. Cue her mental victory lap, cosplaying as an angel at the revelation she's apparently been packing divine power this whole time. She throws in a triumphant hallelujah while the system explains the more divine power she gets from the main deity, the stronger she grows. He smirks and tells her to hold on a second. One nagging thought won't leave her alone. If she sees evil's aura because of her divine power, what's that strange golden aura she keeps noticing around him? He sits with his own thoughts, quiet and unreadable. A god, she wonders. Figuring he probably can't explain that aura either, she decides to move on to something else. Then she remembers she completely forgot to actually answer the question he'd asked her. She lays out the stakes. If they fail to kill evil, it's not just the sun god who falls, the whole world and all three primeval gods go down with it. That's why she's lending a hand. He agrees they have to end evil in this lifetime and buy the world some peace, if only for the friend who gave up everything for him. He simply has to live a long life now. She softens completely at that. He smiles right back at her. She tells him she likes that reason quite a bit. And for her sake, he vows to lend a hand toward her own long life too. He tells her to skip the prayers on his behalf and go chase her own revenge instead, given everything she's been put through. She says she'll just do both at once, and she's honestly looking forward to a little bloodshed once they hit the capital. He just smiles at that, admitting a little blood revenge isn't the worst idea he's heard. The chapter closes on her alone on the throne, chin in hand, something quietly burning behind her eyes as she braces for the fight ahead. One last shot follows her steps past blood-red, thorn-choked flowers, a warning of just how dangerous the road to the capital is about to get. Our story opens on the Grand Temple grounds, buzzing with the usual morning chaos. Deep in the dorms, a young priestess groans over a cup of water, clearly not having a good morning. Her worried friend swoops in with a blanket and a dozen questions, fussing over Idella like a mother hen. Idella brushes it off. She's just exhausted, that's all, nothing more. Her friend isn't buying it, pointing out that a brand new priestess just got roped into escorting the high priest all the way to the harvest festival, and offers to step in if the trip's too much. Idella shuts that down fast. She wants to make this trip herself. Worst case, she jokes she'll just heal herself with a little divine power. Her friend just sighs. Idella's too nice for her own good. That night, Idella jolts awake, shaken by a dream she can't quite shake off. A blinding voice calls to her from the light, "Listen, my child." In the dream, she drifts through golden clouds, pulled toward that voice. The voice warns her that people in the capital are hunting for its daughter, and she's the target, all thanks to karma from a past life she never even lived. But it promises her one thing: a sharp sword will be there to protect her. She's never heard this voice before in her life, but somehow she instinctively knows exactly who it belongs to. The sun god himself, and his terms are simple: comply and the daughter of light lives. Refuse and she dies. And this, he warns, is the only time she will ever hear his voice. A massive hand reaches down through the clouds toward her. The choice is yours, the voice tells her right before the dream lets her go. Idella wakes up convinced the daughter of light has to mean the saintess, not her. She doesn't fully understand the warning, but one thing is crystal clear. She has to get to the capital and find out the truth herself. She throws the window open, already halfway packed in her head. Turns out she's not sneaking off solo. Her friends already caught wind of the plan. And leaning in from outside the window, cool as ever, is Jeremy, casually announcing he was always coming along. Idella needles him about the flip-flop since he swore up and down he wasn't going. Jeremy's answer is blunt: it's all about the saintess. She looked out for both of them especially, he says, and he's not about to let anything happen to her people. Idella just laughs. That is a pretty prickly way of saying I'll protect you. But it gets her thinking, could Jeremy be the sharp sword the god promised? She studies him a beat too long, wondering just how literal that prophecy really was. He catches her staring and calls her out on it immediately. Idella panics that they need to hit the road right now, and Jeremy just deadpans that leaving her alone for a bit clearly broke her brain. And with that, the carriage finally rolls out for the long haul to the capital. Cut to a very different corner of this story. The saintess herself arriving somewhere seriously impressive on Duke Shiri's arm. Welcome to the imperial capital and the estate of House Theory, Duke Shiri's own family seat. Ordal stares up at the place, joking that if Lute hadn't warned her, she'd have sworn this was the actual imperial palace. She wonders out loud if the crown ever pushes back on a duchy this flashy. From inside, an unbothered voice cuts in, already mentioning she'd heard rumors about her son and a certain someone. And there she is, a striking woman confirming the gossip was true after all. Ordal just about melts on the spot, gawking at how flawless this woman is. Lute steps up first, greeting her properly. "It's been a while, mother." Ordal's brain short-circuits, "Mother." In the original story, she recalls uneasily, Lute only turned into a full-blown villain after the guild's vice leader was murdered. And in that story, House Theory's whole bloodline was supposed to be wiped out, leaving only him. So finding his parents alive and well right in front of her is throwing her for a loop. Trisha welcomes her warmly to the Theory estate. She introduces herself properly: Trisha Theory, former head of the house. And Ordal instantly clocks the name. This is the woman who bulldozed the crown 3 separate times just to get a train business off the ground. Ordal bows and introduces herself under her go-to alias, Odell. Trisha wastes zero time getting nosy, asking flat out if Ordal's dating her son, knowing full well about his awful temper. Ordal just blinks, "Come again." Trisha doubles down, calling her own son rich and useless at everything else, and offering to swoop in if he's somehow blackmailing her into this. Lute cuts in, mildly offended, insisting he treats Odell incredibly well. "Thank you very much." A new voice chimes in, her husband, wondering when exactly he gets an introduction. Right, Lute remembers there's one more parent to meet. Trisha presents him properly, her husband Mikhail Theory. Mikhail flashes a killer smile and a warm hello. Ordal's jaw just about hits the floor. Apparently swordmasters really do age like fine wine. A quick disclaimer pops up: what you're about to see is purely Odell's imagination running wild. In her head she's already swooning hard enough to spill state secrets, and yep, mystery solved on where Lute got those looks. Back in reality, the family reunion rolls on. Mikhail gets straight to business, asking if the two of them are attending the Harvest Festival as an official pair. Lute answers without hesitation, she's someone very special to him. Mikhail connects the dots. If the two of them are here together right now, that can only mean one thing. Turns out he already had his spies confirm Odell is the saintess, and he's stunned she managed to just walk away from the Grand Temple. Lute waves off the gossip. What actually matters is that Odell's treatments have seriously turned his illness around. He pulls her close, clearly grateful for a lot more than just the medicine. Trisha's stunned all over again. He's really saying his pain is just gone. His parents trail behind, still processing the news. Lute admits he's not fully cured, but the pain itself is completely gone and his mother can barely believe it. She never thought she'd live to see her son pain-free. He explains Odell even built him a custom holy relic just to kill the pain. Trisha spots something on his hand and completely loses it. Since when was there a proposal? She is absolutely fixated on exactly where that ring is sitting. Suddenly, all of Lute's weird out-of-character behavior makes sense. Odell clearly means everything to him. Mikhail wipes away actual tears of relief. Later, alone, Ordal closes her eyes and reaches out to the one being who might actually have answers. She asks the son point blank, is there any way to know how Root's parents are fated to die? The son just shakes his head. That's not something even a god can mess with lightly. Touching someone's fate can endanger the one asking and the one whose fate it is. So no shortcuts, not even from upstairs. Which means she's on her own. She'll have to dig up the truth with her own two hands. And apparently that means storming the Imperial Palace, which means cranking her divine power up to 50%, which translates to a cool 1 billion in funding. Cue a brief existential crisis about dying broke, before the son cheerfully points out her holy relics only get more valuable as her power grows. Ordal praises someone's handiwork, clearly proud, brushing off any doubt about her own follow-through. She's put the details in the hands of someone named Olga Harriet, and honestly that name alone is enough to put minds at ease. Then mid-conversation, something clicks and her face goes tight. Wait a second, the Harvest Festival. That's exactly when this whole prophecy is supposed to go down. Trisha casually asks if they'll be at the festival too, no idea what's actually at stake. Ordal confirms they'll be there, and Trisha insists she drop the formalities between them for good. Something settles between them, an easy, genuine warmth. Ordal happily obliges, all right then Lady Trisha it is. And Trisha's already onto her next scheme, pitching Ordal on co-launching a whole new fashion trend together. Elsewhere in the capital, a sharp-eyed noblewoman watches the estate from a distance. Ordal perks right up at the idea. Between Trisha's connections and the capital's top tailor, she's already convinced this venture is a guaranteed hit. Back with the mystery noblewoman, an attendant leans in with fresh gossip. Turns out word's already spreading that Duke Root Theory has just arrived in the capital. The princess goes quiet, clearly turning that over in her head. So he's finally back in town, she murmurs, and something about her tone says she isn't just being polite. And with that she sweeps off, already plotting her next move. Our story picks up on the streets of the capital, where a fancy boutique door swings open with a cheerful little chime. A shop girl lights up the second she spots who just walked in, gushing over your grace as Duke Lute Shiri strolls in with Ordal on his arm like he owns the place, which, let's be honest, he basically could. Ordal rounds on him, annoyed. Didn't she specifically say before they left that she wanted to go to the Lumen Guild, not dress shopping? Lute just shrugs it off. Didn't she also say she wanted to check out the capital's boutiques? Ordal huffs cornered, that's true but that is not the point. Turns out this isn't just any boutique. It's run by the same designer who made the original heroine Idella's wedding dress. Back in the story neither of them can quite escape. The designer, a sharp-eyed woman named Caruso, glares daggers at Lute. Wasn't he the one who swore he'd never speak to her again after he poached her favorite disciple? Lute admits it, still salty. Of course he's still furious she stole away the one apprentice he actually liked. Caruso needles him right back over her star pupil, then admits the real reason she came out personally. Word got around that Lute showed up with a gorgeous woman on his arm. Caruso gets an eyeful of Ordal and immediately turns pink, completely charmed. Ordal just flashes her most dazzling smile, the kind that's clearly won over rooms like this before. In her head, Ordal notes she's slowly getting used to people staring at her like that. Before things go further, a nervous voice cuts in. The shop can't fawn all day, they're currently hosting a very important guest. Who exactly is here, someone asks. The answer lands like a bomb. Her Highness the Imperial Princess is here right now. Ordal's eyes go wide with genuine shock. Enter Bizra Karnas, the Imperial Princess herself, pictured here as a child in an old family portrait. She's the niece of the current emperor, the only child left behind by his younger brother who died young. By rights, she should have been cut from the imperial family entirely. The emperor let her keep her title but stripped her of any claim to the throne. Some call her the tragic princess, glimpsed here as a small girl trailing behind a towering, unreadable father figure in the snow. Word spreads through the boutique that the princess is on her way out, just as Ordal, Lute, and Caruso reach the front gate. We only see her from behind at first, a long fall of dark hair and an air that screams, "Do not bother me." She turns just enough to show a sharp, striking profile, footsteps echoing as she approaches. Here's the part Ordal definitely doesn't say out loud. According to the game system in her head, this poised princess is one of the story's actual villains, a devoted servant of the evil who's supposed to die before it's all over. For now, though, she's just a strikingly composed noblewoman in green, gliding through the garden gate like she owns the place too. The group falls into step together, walking a dim hallway lined with flowers hanging wilted from the ceiling. Not exactly a warm welcome. From behind, it's an odd trio. Bizra in green, Lute in his usual white, and Ordal trailing a step behind, trying to read the room. Ordal catches herself. Oops, this is not the time for that, she's royalty, she should greet her properly first. Bizra turns to face them fully now, sharp green eyes and all, footsteps slowing as she sizes them up. Something unreadable flickers across her face for just a second, gone as quickly as it came. Her hand tightens at her side, a flash of nerves she doesn't let show on her face. With a short, unimpressed him, she turns and walks off, leaving Ordal and Lute standing there. Lute notices Ordal's distracted and asks what's wrong. She waves it off. No, she was just thinking about something else. The second the princess is gone, Ordal's business brain switches right back on. Madame Caruso, now that she's free, does she have a minute? She'd like to place a special order. Caruso perks right up, a special order. Ordal lays out the concept. A gown for a certain Lady Trisha Theory to wear to the Harvest Festival, thin lace layered over black. She presses something small into Caruso's hand, who blinks down at it, clearly not expecting it. What is this? Ordal's smile doesn't slip, but inside she's bracing herself. Caruso's definitely heard rumors about her from Count Kiris by now. Elsewhere, Bizra isn't so easily fooled either. Her eyes narrow, something almost like hurt flickering across her face. In her mind, she pictures the two of them side by side, the sweet woman she just met, and whatever she'd been told to expect. Bizra can't shake the thought, so why does she look like she doesn't know anything at all? Later, the scene jumps clear across town, to the Lumen Guild's capital branch. Ordal stares up at the building, stunned. Is it really theirs this time? Lute just smirks, clearly enjoying the reaction. He casually mentions he picked up a new one while he was at it, like buying a guild branch is a Tuesday errand. Inside, Lute shows off his private office. Only the vice guild master and he get to use this room. From the window, you can see the faces of everyone actually buying the goods down below. Standing right here, he says, gives you the clearest read on what's trending and what's actually selling. Down on the street, a couple of kids run past laughing, completely unaware they're the reason this whole business model works. Ordal gets straight to business, turning to an aide. Is the business doing well? Lute reassures her, don't worry about potion sales in the capital, he's got it handled. Ordal can't help but notice, he's kept an eye on this even after she left the temple, hasn't he? She can't help but admit it to herself. The man standing here isn't just a duke anymore, he's the greatest guild master in the empire. Ordal tells him plainly, she wasn't worried, she knew he'd handle it well. She goes on, being trusted like that makes her happy, but she can't just leave everything to him and disappear, which is exactly why she's got a proposal for him. Lute raises an eyebrow, amused. It would have been fine if she just relaxed, but it looks like she's already got something cooked up. Ordal lays it out. Holy stones and mana stones, what if they tried mixing the two? The idea is bigger than it sounds. A brand new item that holds the power of both holy stones and mana stones at once. She's clearly been sitting on this idea for a while, grinning like she already knows it'll work. Yes, it's possible, she says simply. Up until now, holy stones charged with divine power and mana stones charged with mana have always been kept strictly separate. Ordal explains why. Holy stones were always too rare and precious to risk experimenting with, but now she's sitting on land packed with them. We're going to run these holy stones through the sun god's own divine power, she says. Lute's jaw practically drops. He goes quiet for a second, turning the idea over in his head. Someone asks for the simple version. The answer, the sea god's divine power is built for offense, plain and simple. Which means a holy stone charged with sea god power would never blend with mana. It would just violently clash with it instead. The sun god's power, on the other hand, is all about healing. Ordal demonstrates a soft golden glow gathering in her cupped hands. In other words, revitalization. The plan is to use that healing power to revive the pure mana trapped inside a mana stone until it harmonizes instead of fighting back. Pull that off and you get something that holds divine power and mana at the exact same time. The idea isn't even entirely hers. In the original story's final battle, the real heroine Idella and a man named Felix won by fusing their powers together exactly like this. We get a flash of that vision. Idella and Felix, mana and divine light tangled together mid-battle. Getting there for real, she admits, is going to take a lot of trial and error. Lute finishes with a knowing little smirk. Still, she's confident they'll land on something eventually. After all, she's pulled off tricky mixes before, like using Haya's flower charged with the sun god's power to cancel out the toxicity of Lindel herb and amine flower. The result back then was an honest-to-goodness working potion. Yes, that's right, she confirms, and Lute needles her a little, surprised she still remembers something from half a year ago. Ordal lays out the logic one more time. Bring the mana stone mine and the temple's holy stones together and this should absolutely be doable. She adds that this time it'll actually benefit him too. Unlike before, this is a job where the mages have to pull their weight alongside them. That's his specialty, isn't it, Root? Her finger brushes his hand on the desk as she asks point blank, so how about it, Root? With this much on the table, it's worth doing, right? She says, all confidence. Lute goes quiet, clearly turning her offer, and maybe more than just the offer, over in his head. He finally asks, half teasing, so in the end this is a business deal for his benefit. He admits it plainly, he's doing this because he owes her so much already. He figured it'd be fine to just quietly accept everything she's given him, but actually being rewarded like this, that's a lot. He turns away, flustered, while Ordal goes a little pink herself watching him squirm. He reaches around and fastens something delicate around her neck instead, a quiet, tender little moment. His face is doing that thing again, half hidden and clearly overwhelmed. She tells him softly it makes her happy, knowing he's been quietly thinking of ways to help her all along. He can't help but smile, fixing his own collar like he needs something to do with his hands. And now it's Ordal's turn to go red in the face. He didn't do all that just to hear something so sappy, he mutters, before pulling her in close anyway. And then he bites her hand, playfully, because apparently that's a normal way to flirt now. Oh, is he crazy? She yelps. He just grins, pressing an apologetic little kiss right where he bit her. Not crazy mean, he corrects her. It's frustrating how she pretends not to notice when she clearly knows exactly what she's doing to him. She fires back that she's not a cat, he doesn't get to bite her and then pet her better. He just pulls her in tighter, hearts practically visible in the air, feel as burdened by it as she wants. He adds, low and confident, the more weighed down she feels by his affection, the bigger a space he'll take up in her life. Now then. He flashes that same smug smile from earlier. Shall they get back to talking business? So Lute drags her all the way to the Lumen Guild for serious business, then just as fast, calls it done and struts right back out, leaving Ordal somehow more exhausted than the actual meeting would have made her. With business apparently settled, the two of them step out into the afternoon sun for what's starting to look suspiciously like a date. Lute points out a lake nearby and casually asks if she wants to go take a look. Ordal isn't fooled for a second. She calls it out as a classic date spot, and he just smiles wider, telling her she's getting sharper by the day. He apologizes there's somewhere else he needs to be before it gets dark. But don't worry, he says, wherever they go together still counts as a date. Ordal's brain short-circuits for a second. Is that for real? At how easily he turns a throwaway line into something sappy. And there it is, the full, sparkly, love-struck reaction. She's totally charmed whether she wants to admit it or not. Cue Ordal hurrying him through the gates, tossing his own line right back at him. You said it's a date wherever we go, so let's move it, Root. Quick lesson for the audience. The Grand Temple is where the Saintess and the Saint personally serve their god up close. Everything below that is a branch temple, smaller outposts meant to spread the god's word and share divine power with everyday people. The head temple itself was circling the drain until recently, so nobody had the bandwidth to manage the branches. Now that the potion business is finally taking off, Ordal knows she has to get ahead of it personally. While going through the paperwork, Ordal catches the pathetic little son she dragged back from the brink, apparently crying over something. Her comfort? Keep sobbing. If not now, when else would you cry? Not exactly touching. At the temple gate, someone stops her, pointing out the sun god's own temple could easily handle this errand, so why leave and do it herself? Her answer's blunt. She's not doing charity work because she's got time to kill, she's doing it because it's necessary. He fires right back, needling her about whether such impure language is really fitting for the Saintess's most devoted follower. Translation: he's tusking her potty mouth and acting like he's above it all. So Ordal drops the hammer right back, reminding him he wouldn't have recovered from anything at all if not for Root's money bankrolling this whole operation. Somewhere nearby, Lute goes bright red hearing his own name and wallet dragged straight into the argument. They finally reach their destination and immediately sense they are not alone. Nobody's supposed to be living here, so first step, go find out who broke in. Lute takes her hand and hesitates. Maybe it's better if they just don't look. Ordal isn't having it. If it's someone dangerous, shouldn't they be the ones chasing the intruder out? Lute practically begs her, Odell Curise, please, don't ask anything, just let's go. He is very clearly trying to steer her away from whatever's inside. She reluctantly agrees, for about 5 seconds. Because the next thing we know, they're heading straight for the mansion anyway, and someone inside is screaming for the Saintess. In a burst of light, someone comes running and sweeps a figure up in their arms. The panic in that voice is unmistakable. Ordal's jaw drops. Could this person really be who she thinks it is? The necklace, the hair, the whole silhouette, it's all painfully familiar. And there he is, tears and all. Jeremy. Word spreads fast. Saintess, someone whispers, barely believing their eyes. They burst through the doors together and the whole room freezes. Is this really the Saintess, back after all this time? One of the temple's own practically melts with relief. Saintess, you were safe, while the rest of the staff crowd in to see for themselves. Ordal, meanwhile, is just baffled. Why is literally everyone she knows suddenly in the capital? Someone else steps up, almost afraid to ask, Saintess, are you truly the Saintess? Then Seth and Eirik Dearth themselves show up, and the temperature in the room changes completely. Ordal's own shock matches theirs. Eric too, clearly not expecting this big a welcoming committee. Eirik doesn't waste time with pleasantries, tilting her chin up, visibly worried, demanding to know why she's lost so much weight since he last saw her. Lute steps in with his own read on the situation. More importantly, it seems you were doing well, fortunately, all smug relief. Ordal just laughs it off awkwardly. Ahoha, well, not exactly a confident answer. Someone points out the hole in Lute's story. When they wrote the Duke asking about the Saintess's whereabouts, he flat out said he had no idea. And yet here they are together. The room's collective realization, this guy was acting the whole time. Turns out Lute lied specifically to keep them from finding her. Ordal, cornered, tries a different tactic, entirely joking that she's no longer a saintess anyway, so maybe the title's a bit much. Nobody's buying that deflection. What do you mean, no longer a saintess? You're the only daughter of light, Lady Odell cries. They pile on the guilt trip too. Do you know how worried we were? Disappearing without a word. Please just come back to the holy temple. We admit we were wrong. Ordal grits her teeth through the entire speech. Someone else steps in quieter. You have nothing to apologize for. If anything, the one who's wrong is me, clearly carrying guilt of his own. Before anyone can dig deeper, someone else cuts in. Saintess, could we have a private conversation for a moment? It'll only take a moment, they promise. Ordal turns to Lute. Sorry, could he wait just a bit? He agrees and she heads off with the high priest. Left behind, the others latch onto something else entirely. Did she just call the Duke Root? Since when are they on nickname terms? Behind closed doors, the mood shifts fast. Someone simply says Saintess, and the air goes tense. Bracing for the worst, Ordal cuts straight to it. Now that everyone knows I'm a fake saintess, what are you going to do if you keep calling me that? Please just call me Odell cries. The high priest stops her right there. There's been a misunderstanding. Nobody knows she's a fake saintess, not a soul. Ordal's confused. Wait, what? Didn't Idella clearly wake up as the real saintess? He explains after Ordal left, Idella really did awaken her divine power. That part's true, but she was never actually made saintess. The reveal keeps unraveling from there. Turns out her disappearance from the Holy Temple was never even announced to the other temples, so as far as the rest of the world's concerned, Lady Odell cries is still very much the saintess. What? That makes no sense. Idella clearly. Ordal can't even finish the thought. Somewhere in the background, the sun, the pathetic little god she saved, is apparently sobbing with relief now that the truth's finally out. Ordal rounds on it immediately. Are you crazy? You didn't let Idella awaken as the saintess. You told me she absolutely had to save the world this time. The sun just shrugs it off with a couple of cheeky emoticons, explaining Idella never wanted the job anyway, and since she was manipulated by evil and lost last time, he never planned on waking her up as saintess in this life to begin with. From the beginning, Ordal repeats, the gears turning. Because if that's true, this whole thing traces back to one very specific moment. The exact quest that started it all, word for word: save the dying sun god, become the saintess, grow her divine power to save the god and the world from extinction. Reward, wealth and power as saintess. Penalty for failure, total annihilation. It finally clicks. I was the sun god's saintess from the start, this entire time. The sun just gives her the emoji equivalent of an awkward shrug. The truth, laid out plainly: as long as the user keeps running the quest, she's the only saintess this god has, period. And until evil is dealt with, nobody, not even Idella, can take that title. Ordal's stunned all over again. Then he should have told me sooner. Why now? She snaps. Another voice cuts in, the so-called soul-guiding traveler, pointing out that people only learn what something's worth after they've lost it. Smugly satisfied her disappearance finally taught the temple's priests to value her. Apparently this one can only chime in when Jeremy's nearby. The sun backpedals a bit, insisting it wasn't malicious. If evil's followers had known she was the true saintess, they'd have come straight for her. Hiding it was meant to keep her alive. Ordal's not exactly grateful. You watched me misunderstand everything, even if it was supposedly to protect me. Ugh, so annoying. The high priest turns back to her with more questions. Why exactly did she think Idella was the true saintess in the first place? And there's a lot more he wants to ask. He gets straight to it. Why did she bring Idella to the sun god's holy temple at all? He admits he'd already suspected something was off for a while now. Sure, he could chalk up her personality shift to circumstance, but her divine power growing this absurdly strong since he first met her, that's much harder to explain away. There's really only one explanation for getting this strong this fast, he says. Please tell us the truth, saintess. The tension in the room is palpable. Then the real question drops: did God bestow foresight upon you, saintess? He's asking outright if she knows the future. Ordal goes quiet, caught completely off guard. Meanwhile, across the temple, Lute's getting grilled with his own pointed question, how long have you been with the Saintess? Didn't you clearly say you had no idea where the Saintess was? Someone presses him. Seth and the others close in, waiting for an actual answer. Lute, completely unbothered, admits it straight out, he's been with her from the moment she left the holy temple. She came straight to him. And then he twists the knife. Thanks to all of them refusing to forgive Odell Kurais, he got the perfect opening to swoop in. He's genuinely grateful. Someone grits their teeth through it. No, they insist, the Saintess is coming back to the holy temple. This is all just a misunderstanding, and once it's cleared up she'll be with them again. Lute just tilts his head. Saintess, are you all really still that unaware, like he's sitting on a secret they don't have? Jeremy, walking off to the side, notes quietly that no one else knows because the high priest never told them. A hand catches his sleeve. It seems you know, so why didn't you say anything? Jeremy's answer is simple, the Saintess never gave him permission to. Lute just ruffles Jeremy's hair and tells the others if they're that curious, go ask the high priest directly, since he's too scared to say more without the Saintess's blessing. But he will say one thing. Odell Kurais has zero intention of going back to the holy temple. That's the real weight behind the truth that drove her out in the first place. So his ask is simple, just let her be, wherever she's actually comfortable. Seth isn't having it, the Saintess belongs at the holy temple. I won't forgive anyone who tries to take her freedom away. Lute's boot hits the ground, magic crackling around it. Suppress her, me. He's careful even just touching her. He says, does Seth really think he'd be the one caging Odell Kurais? Swords come out. This is about 2 seconds from turning into an actual fight. Jeremy steps right between them. That's enough. This is a temple. Wreck the place and trust me, the Saintess will be thrilled, dripping with sarcasm to diffuse the whole standoff. Lute backs off, still smug, gesturing like he's made his point. Elsewhere, Eirik Dirth's healing touch gets to work, quietly tending to Ordle after everything she's just been through. Seth's left standing there, jaw tight, clearly not done processing any of this. One hand still resting on his sword, he's bristling from the near fight. The question of where the Saintess truly belongs is far from settled. Someone grabs her sleeve point blank, demanding the truth about her so-called foresight. The high priest leans in close. Did God bestow foresight upon you? All eyes are on her, and she has about 2 seconds to decide how she wants to play this. In her head though, this foresight story is already writing itself. If she truly can see the future, every insane stunt she's pulled suddenly makes sense, and that's a power not even a saint is supposed to have. The high priest watches her, unreadable, waiting to see exactly how she spins this one. She melts into an awkward laugh. Oh, well, about that classic stall tactic. In her head, she's already 3 steps ahead. If nobody here has a clue what's real, foresight is the perfect cover story and a handy excuse to go hunting for her father's leftover spies. A voice cuts in, apologizing for the interruption, though everyone's clearly dying to hear the rest of this conversation. The high priest walks her down the hall as murmurs start rippling through the temple around them. She rounds a corner and stops cold. Why is there suddenly a crowd? Something is up. Turns out word got out that the Saintess is hiding a secret one, only the high priest is in on. Her stomach drops and her jaw goes slack. Did he tell them I'm a fake Saintess? Her brain short-circuits straight into panic mode. Nearby, the sharp-eyed Duke reads the room instantly. Nope, the secret's still safe, they just don't know what it actually is. One of the knights nearby looks just as caught off guard by all the whispering. A young priestess speaks up for the whole room. Whatever the truth is, they're standing by their Saintess, no question. Your love for this temple was always real, she adds. We know that better than anyone. The high priest backs her up completely, and for a moment he and Ordle just share a look. Just the two of them, quietly grateful for each other. Pardon, turns out nobody at the temple actually dislikes her. That whole fear was one big misunderstanding. They just didn't know how to act around her anymore, not after she'd changed so much. Even the kids kept asking every day, when you be back, someone adds. That one lands. Watching the temple orphans in the background, Ordle's eyes well up. Being missed hits different when you're on your second life. A knight drops to one knee before her in full ceremonial bow. Please return to the holy temple, comes the plea. Keep being our saintess, he begs, gripping the hem of her dress. We will serve you with all our hearts. Another voice joins in and Ordal can't hold back the tears. The whole room kneels for her, capes and all a full dramatic tableau. Holy Knight Commander, please stand up, she finally says, trying to diffuse the whole scene. But in her head she's stuck on one thing. Seth doesn't know she's faking any of this, fine, but the High Priest knows everything, so why isn't he the one shutting this down? Meanwhile, the actual sun god is up there having the time of his life, cheering his flock on and hoping his favorite con artist comes home. Ordal is mortified. Cut to a familiar figure striding down the steps toward her Duke Lute Shiri, here to collect her personally. Dark hair, sharp jaw, dressed to the nines, for the season's subtlety was never really Lute's thing. Ordal spots him and her whole expression shifts. There it is, spelled out for the audience, Root. I'm truly grateful you all still trust me, she tells the temple, playing her part to the hilt. Then, without missing a beat, straight to Lute, I can't go back to the temple right now. I'm doing very important work with Root, so we need to stay together a while longer. Sure, very important. Somewhere behind them someone starts to object, that doesn't. It's the High Priest, cut off mid-sentence and clearly not thrilled about that excuse. But he lets it go. I understand, if you ever need strength just ask. The temple's people close ranks around her anyway, will always be behind you, Saintess. It gets her right in the chest. Thank you, she manages, eyes glassy. Somewhere above, the cosmic peanut gallery is now openly jealous of how close she is with her believers, grumbling that he needs a saintess of his own too. Ordal deadpan, guess the bar for saintess of annihilation is set pretty high, since nobody's filled that job yet. One of the girls just grins, clearly enjoying all the drama. We'll clean up here, don't worry, just head back, the temple staff insist. Later, walking the grounds with Lute, Ordal calls him out. You kept them from coming in on purpose, didn't you? He doesn't even deny it. I just gotten you back, I wasn't about to let you go. Good grief, she mutters, though she's clearly not mad about it. He's grinning like an idiot under the sunset, and honestly, so is she. When they asked you to come back, my mood tanked. Now I feel great, even that surprises me, he admits. Ordal just beams back at him, yeah, same. Inside, she's still processing it. She never expected the temple to fight this hard for her, and she definitely never expected to fall for Lute. Then a shout rings out, Saintess, and the moment's over. Someone's coming to interrupt whatever this was turning into. It's Idella, and she's got something to confess. Before she even came to the capital, she had a dream. The sun god appeared to me, she says. In the dream she's bathed in light, alone, dwarfed by whatever's speaking to her. The message was blunt, comply and the daughter of light lives, refuse and she doesn't. Ordal's blood runs cold. Wait, she's the real saintess here. If anyone's the daughter of light, shouldn't it be her? So why was this said to Idella? He said it clearly, Idella insists. It has to be you, saintess, but hearing it aimed at me threw me completely. She's still visibly rattled by the whole thing. Let's keep this between us for now, Ordal decides. They need to figure out what it actually means first. Idella grabs her hands, yes, I will. Idella isn't done, though. She offers to step up as Ordal's decoy so the real saintess doesn't have to risk herself yet. She stands tall, hands clasped in prayer, dead serious about it. Ordal isn't having it, that's too dangerous, what if something happens to you? I've got real divine power now too, Idella shoots back. I'll be fine, plot twist, apparently she's leveled up. I'll do my best so I'm not ashamed of myself, she says, jaw set. She already looks every bit the saintess she's trying to become. Night falls as she heads back toward the temple, alone with her new resolve. What in the world is that supposed to mean? She mutters, still turning the god's warning over in her head. Back with Lute, he's not letting the contradictions slide either. Didn't you say she's the real saintess, so why is she the daughter of light? Ordal just laughs it off. I see, is all she offers. Lute isn't buying the nonchalance. You don't seem very surprised. What you've shown me hasn't exactly been ordinary, he presses. Powers like that don't stay hidden. Honestly, it'd be stranger if you weren't the real saintess, he says. Is that so? Is all she gives him back. He goes for the real question, is the harvest festival the actual reason she's been avoiding the temple? Part of it. There are a few reasons, but in the end it's all for your sake, she finally admits. Lute's whole face lights up. Yeah, he heard that loud and clear. Cue the teasing Chibai mode activated. Pardon ho tilde. It's not like that, she protests. Sure, I'll just take it as that, he smirks. I said it's really not. Hand in hand, she's fuming and clearly losing this one. Elsewhere, someone finally asks the question out loud. By any chance, are you not the real saintess, Lady Odell Curise? The high priest's face says it all. He's just connected the dots himself and it hits hard. In a quiet hallway, Seth wants to know, since when did you notice? I didn't know before, but listening to today's conversation, it was the only explanation left. I'm sorry for hiding it, I didn't want to make even you lie for me, the high priest admits. Seth waves it off. It's fine, must have been a hard call, I just feel bad you had to carry it alone. Besides, Seth adds, you've more than paid for whatever came before. Now all you need to do is come home, saintess, he says simply. The high priest pushes once more. Are you seriously fine with the idea she might be a fraud? I am unconcerned, Seth answers flatly. He says it with a grin, not a shred of doubt on his face. Thanks to the saintess, we're alive and this temple got to rise from the dead. Fake or not, she's the one who actually came looking for us, so let's just never bring up that Lady Odell Curise used to be a fraud. That works for me, the high priest agrees. He can't get over it, the Knight Commander of all people cooking up a cover-up. Back at the temple, familiar faces turn as she walks in. You're back. I'll finish it, hand it here, someone says, taking over a task so she doesn't have to. That night, the high priest prays quietly, hands folded. If Lady Odell Curise really has awakened as the true saintess, please let her be the real thing and please don't let her leave the temple again. Please stay by our side, he begs the sky. The temple spires catch the last light of dusk, quiet and glowing. The seasons keep turning outside its walls. And just like that, time passed and the harvest festival began. The whole city gets dressed up for it, banners, garlands, golden light everywhere.